Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fanfiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was overpowered arcane prodigy? Harry X Maravels, Part 3. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op Stories, ALS. Adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Spinning around the water blast, I touch it with my hands, and inject my own magic into it. My magic fights with the mutation of Vinda Rosier, and defeats it, taking over its control. Completing my spin, I throw the water blast at the stronger wizard, who was running towards me, his wand poised to cast a spell. The force of the water blast takes him flying into the air. And when it slams him into the ground, he's unmoving, dead. From his nose and mouth, water leaks out, showing the reason for his death. Drowning. I hadn't just hit him with the water. I had forced the water to go inside his lungs, through his nose, and frozen it then, drowning and suffocating him. He might be stronger than me, but his lungs aren't any different. Looking at the terrified Vinda, I smile at her, making sure to make my anger at her known, and say, "You're good at manipulating water, for a newcomer. But I'm just better. Stick to the bloody plan, Vinda." Attack at the same time, Charles yells. As the three remaining wizards start their attacks anew, Charles sends a blood-boiling curse at me, silently, that I dispel using its counter-curse, the blood-freezing hex. After taking my wand out, all in a split second. Thank God I always keep it inside the nowhere, or it would have been destroyed in the explosion, like my gun and knives did. I summon a shield charm, protecting myself against whatever spell Vinda had cast at me, and saving me from being shot by a bone dagger from the other wizard. The bone dagger sticks into the shield, thanks to its density and sharpness. And Charles hits it with a depulso, destroying the shield, and sending it stabbing towards me. Opening a small portal, I let the dagger go through it, and watch it hit the discount Kimimaro in his neck. The man isn't dead, since he does have a minor healing factor to deal with the bone extraction, but he's out of commission for now. I widen my eyes, and cross my arms in front of myself, making sure to protect my head behind them, and cast a shield charm just in case. The highly focused telekinetic force blast sent by Charles hits and shatters my shield, and then hits me, sending me flying into a curse cast by Vinda. Arg! I wince, feeling some of my flesh start melting. My mind flashes back to the explosion, and I shake it off, immediately casting the counter-curse healing spell. The flesh-binding charm. But just that isn't enough. Summoning a vial from the nowhere, I drink the Orb Grow potion, to help my healing factor fight the curse's effects. Even before the potion starts taking effect, I roll away from my position, a blasting hex hitting the ground a moment later. Charles sends a small boulder at me, using his telekinesis, and fires a spell after it. Catching the boulder in my hands, I throw it back towards him, taking care of whatever spell he cast. With the wave of my hand, I slap the next spell sent by Vinda, and send it flying at Charles. O is forced to jump away to avoid having his blood boiled, after being forced to destroy the boulder from before. Standing up, I kick my leg at empty air, doing a corkscrew above a telekinetic blast Charles sends my way. And throw my dagger at Vinda. She stops it with a wall of water, and sends the water wall at me. Charles joins her side, and speeds it up by using his telekinesis. Pointing my left hand at the wave of high speed and highly dense water coming at me, I conjure a Sanskrit transmutation circle around my fist, and punch at the water, immediately turning it all into bats, which start flying harmlessly around me. With the wave of my right hand, I control the bats, and have them attack the pair fighting me. Charles uses his telekinesis to swat the bats away, but Vinda switches back to her magic. not yet used to her new mutation. She starts hitting the bats with killing curses, and blasting hexes, and even exploding hexes, when even a simple stunning charm would have also worked. Taking aim with my wand, I fire just 2 spells at the pair, each one a powerful cutting charm, and hit the right wrists of both of them. The bats move away, giving way to the spells, and not getting in between. Thanks to my mental commands. Og hhhhhh. Both of them yell, their yells of pain really satisfying the animal side of me, as my cutting charms hit. Both of their right hands fall down on the ground, cut off at the wrist, taking their wands with them. Summoning their wands to my left hand, I disperse the bats back into the ground, start walking towards the fallen dark wizards, and ask. I didn't make a single noise when you hit me with the cruciatus, and you scream when your hand is cut off. Pathetic. All the while, the General Nosferatu of the Nazi Germany, who had a suspicious British hint of an accent, looked on, seemingly enjoying the show. He didn't do anything to me right now, however. This group of wizards did. Reaching the pair of screaming wizards, I catch Charles's left hand, as he was about to hit me with a telekinetic blast, and squeeze. The strength of my hand, thanks to my highly dense bones, crushes the bones in his hand completely, making him scream once more. Vinda tries to attack me with her water manipulation, but I just slap her face, sending her into unconsciousness. Pointing my wand at his head, I prepare to stun him, and say, be thankful for your relationship with Monty. He's the only reason I'm bringing you in alive. Stop. Don't take a single step forward, or he dies. An unfamiliar man yells from behind me, making me turn around, annoyed. That annoyance quickly turns into anger, when I see the man I had knocked unconscious with his own bone, the Discount Kimimaro, holding Tim by his hair, with a bone dagger pointed at his neck, and a wand pointed at me. I freeze, my face showing no emotion, when I look into the open eyes of Timothy Roth, my teammate, my friend. Ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good work, Boris, Charles says, laughing silly. He then starts standing up, and plucks his wand from out of my frozen hand. I look at Tim, and mouth, I'm sorry. I neglected to see to his safety, and now, Tim's captured. He simply smiles at me, his eyes watering, and then whispers, thank you, Mason. Realizing that he's planning something idiotic, and potential deadly, my heart skips a beat, as I yell, Timmy. Don't, and start running forward, but a telekinetic blast to my back throws me on the ground. Before I can enter his mind and stop him, Timmy takes a knife out of one of his pants' hidden pockets, and stabs it in to the stomach of the bone mutant wizard, named Boris. Ah, you filthy animal, Boris yells, taking the dagger out, and letting the wound slowly close. I try to enter his mind, once again, but just like before, I hit a wall. Charles yells at Boris, Boris. No, don't do it. At the same time, I point my own hand at Boris, to summon the wand in his hands. Before I can do that, however, Boris yells, Avada Kedavra. The green spell hits Tim in the face, point blank, immediately killing him, just as the wand flies out of Boris's hand, falling uselessly on the ground. Pain, terror, sadness, death, rage. This is all that I feel when I see Tim's body drop down on the ground, motionless. And then, I yell in anger, my nails once again fully grown, my senses clouding as my anger takes over. Elbowing Charles on the head, I send him flying to the back, and run towards Boris, for the first time, on all 4 limbs while human. The nails of my fingers, and my toes being extended, gave me a better grip. Boris raises his left hand, which once more held his wand, to attack me with a spell, and a dagger made of bone shooting out of his right hand. I catch the dagger in my teeth, bite into it to crush it into pieces, and slap the homorphous charm away with my bare hand. Before Boris can do anything else, I reach him, and stab my right hand in his chest, my nail claws digging their way in very easily. His bones might be denser than normal, but my bones are almost 3 times as dense as his own, and just as sharp. When my hand exits out of his back, I hold within my hand his heart, still beating. Seeing him start choking, no doubt dying due to the lack of a heart, I create a portal and kick his body, and throw his heart through it, to the Chamber of Secrets. And then, I look up, just in Tim. E for the ground to explode all around me. I ignore the rocks already digging into my skin, and flex my magic all at once, for the first time without using runes, to blast the debris away from me. Seeing Charles fly above, his head bleeding along with his stump of a right hand, I point my blood-covered right hand at him, and with the flex of my own telekinetic powers, summon him towards me. Catching him by the neck, I ignore his pleading eyes, and growl at him, "You made a lot of mistakes when you tried to capture me, least of all doing it with such a small group. But thanks to you, now I know something. Gellert is watching this fight, right at this moment. Maybe he's doing it from the past, maybe he's doing it from the present, or even, the future. But hear this, Gallard Grindelwald. No matter how many people you send after me, or who it is, they will all suffer the same fate. Death. And now, I'm coming for you too." And then, I hold Charles Potter's head by my hands, and once more try telepathy on him. I still hit a wall. But this time, I'm actually touching the target, and I am angered beyond belief. I try once again, and this time, my mental probe shatters through his protections, put up by external means. And I take a single second to copy all his memories. "Please. Don't. Kill me," Charles whispers, the pain from the broken mental barriers making him slur his words. Holding my nails at his neck, I say, "I was actually going to take you alive, just because you're Monty's nephew, as I said. But now, well, I hope Monty forgives me." Piercing his neck with my nails, I pull his throat out. Negligently creating a portal, I throw his body through it, to the chamber too, and turn my attention towards Vinda. Absorbing her own memories, after slamming through her shields, I kill her. And send her corpse to the Chamber of Secrets, to join Charles Potter's corpse. With the snap of my fingers, I create portals underneath the bodies of all the other wizards there, without even looking at them. And send them all to the Chamber of Secrets. I'll deal with them later. My attention, meanwhile, is at the body of Timothy Roth, my friend. I stumble towards Tim's body, and drop down, tears welling in my eyes. For 5 whole minutes, I stay there, just staring at him with tears in my eyes. I was called here, in an ambush, but I brought Tim into this. This may have been orchestrated by Gellert Grindelwald, but I am just as much at fault here. But now, I know what I have to do. First, I'm going back home, to meet a few people. And then, I'm going to look for Grindelwald. Sniffle. Hearing someone other than me sniffling, I turn back, to see the man, Nosferatu, still sitting on the box, looking at the show I'm putting forth for him, wiping his own eyes to taunt me. Standing up, I send Tim's body to a guest room in Av's Manor, and say, "I'll give you one chance to leave, Nosferatu. Go, and I won't seek you out to kill you." The man stands up, and starts stretching his body. As he does that, his clothes start changing, going from the general's uniform he was wearing, to a 3-piece suit, gray in color. As he bends down to open the box, he says, "Ah, but Captain Avs, where's the fun in that? Besides, I actually want you, to experiment on you, to see how you work." As he opens the box, that held the so-called god's weapon, I see something shine from inside it. Cautiously, I see the dark glow shine on this Nosferatu's face, as he gleefully takes the weapon out. The weapon was a sword, made of a material that was very dark gray in looks. Its blade was perfectly smooth, and the build was similar to a long sword, almost 5.5 feet long blade, and a 1 foot long handle. Nosferatu lifts the sword up with his right hand, making the skies rumble as a storm gathers overhead. The darkening skies make an ominous noise, as he hefts the dark sword high up into the air. I see his already impressive muscles bulk up some more, as the veins of his blood darken. He then drops the sword back into the box, and says, "Well, wasn't that impressive?" I look at him, curious as to why he didn't keep the weapon on him. Smiling, as if he already knows the question, he says, "For starters, I prefer using powers I already have inside of me. Relying on magical weapons to grant me the strength to defeat my enemies is not my style. As for the second, well, I don't need the divine weapon to capture you, Captain Avs." And then, he takes a single step forward, and drops down on the ground, his head separating from his body with a gush of blood. As I register that someone as dangerous as him, Nosferatu, Died so suddenly. I see his attacker, whom I hadn't even seen arrive here, pick the box up, and start running. Scowling at the fleeing man, I wave my hand to send Nosferatu's body to the mirror dimension, and run after the one that killed him. I'm already tired, pissed, and all over angry at Tim's death. I'm holding on to my sanity by a single thread, knowing that if I go berserk, I won't be able to stop myself before killing many innocents. And now, there's this guy, who just stole a weapon that I've been trying to stop from getting into Nazi, Hydra, or Grindelwald's hands. Oh, I'm going to enjoy taking all my frustrations out on him. He's angry, yes, and sad at Tim's death, but the situations aren't allowing him to mourn properly. I hope I showed his strength properly this chapter. But I might change a few things tomorrow, to better write it. What is the weapon? Well, you'll find out next chapter. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, ninjas. People are still confused about Mason's decision to take Victor's mutation, despite his healing being slower than James's. No, it isn't just because of his claws being subtler. Victor's senses are better, and his potential for increasing his mutation is higher. Just take the movie version. In 10 to 20 years he went from losing to adamantium James to throwing him around easily. Then, Victor can smell mutations, smell mutants. Which James cannot do. Overall, the only thing James has over Victor is a faster healing. It's enough to make it so Victor cannot safely inject his bones with adamantium, but that's not an issue for Mason. If he ever wants to inject metal into his bones, he can just enchant it to not poison him, not stop the production of blood, not kill him, and not inhibit him anyway. Magic, baby. Not saying James's mutation is any weaker, he's still the badass Wolverine we all know, but right now, Victor offers a better package. Mutation package, not the other one. As for Mason being nerfed, he isn't. I admit, the first time he was captured by Hydra, with Grindelwald's help, I made it happen just because I wanted it to, not giving a good enough explanation. But this time, Mason was actually very vigilant. He was ready to cast spells at a moment's notice. The wizards ambushed him, threw a magical bomb of his own design, and blew it in his face. He still tried to shield himself, but the bomb broke the shield. He didn't have time enough to cast tougher sorcery spells, which definitely would have saved him. The short time he did have, only allowed him to cast wizardry spells, that too wandlessly. As for him not being able to read anyone's minds, it will be explained. Don't worry, Nosferatu and his killer being immune to telepathy will be explained in this chapter. The wizards in the next or the one after it, I don't remember. Now, read on. Sound of footsteps, none. Sound of his breathing, nope. Sound of his heart beating, not there either. Sound of his thoughts, nope. Allo not there. I can barely tell that he has a mind capable of thinking, but that's it. Even with all this training under Rowena, this man is somehow so talented, that I can't even enter his mind. I couldn't hear the man who had just killed Nosferatu as easily as I'd done many muggles during this war, at all, not even while using all of my enhanced senses. I couldn't smell anything from him either, which is really weird. If it wasn't for me looking straight at him, I would have believed him to just not be there. The man was wearing all black clothes, an armored layer of what appeared to be leather covering his chest and his back. He was wearing a thin, tight helmet around his head, which looked far too advanced to be from this era. It had a black visor, which stopped me from seeing his face, or even his eyes. On his back were two swords, katanas, from the looks of it, one of which he had used to kill Nosferatu. And on his left shoulder was the wooden box that contained the dark sword which I had just witnessed summon a storm, and at least double the strength of Nosferatu. And now, this ninja, because he's certainly dressed like one, was running away, his running not even making a single sound. I'm already pissed, having just lost my friend, having been attacked by wizards, and then the Nosferatu himself. And now, the weapon I was here for, to protect it from any and all hands, even the SSRs, was being stolen. I follow after him, running at speeds just a bit slower than the ninja. Hey, after getting the feral mutation, and the microevolution I just went through after the trauma, I can definitely run at least 5 times faster than any known human. And this guy was still many steps ahead of me, and gaining distance. And this man can run, he could definitely outrun any normal human. And even some cars of this time with the way he runs. But, I don't have time to just run after him. Within one step and the next, I disappear from my position, and appear right behind the ninja, still in motion. I see him turn, despite my apparition being silent, as he swings his sword at my neck. I didn't even fucking see him take the sword out. Ducking down, I slam my left fist in his gut, punching with my full force, sending him flying into a tree. Slam! He hits the tree, the wooden box falling from his hands, and drops down on the ground. Fuck, that hurt. I wave my hand a little, since I'd broken a bone while hitting him, and start walking towards him. The man looks up from his position, surprising me with the fact that he's okay despite being thrown almost 50 feet away. Slamming into the thick trunk of a tree, and dropping on the uneven ground. I just feel him narrowing his eyes, despite not seeing through the visor, as he says, "Attack." Attack. Why is he telling me to attack? Suddenly, I duck, letting the sword pass by harmlessly, and then raise my hand, catching the arm as it tried to cut me with the sword again. My attacker, whom I also did not smell or hear coming, was wearing red ninja clothes, with a lot less protection on his body. This one was also slower, and weaker than the thief ninja. Raising my hand, I pull the ninja up, and slam my knee into his stomach, stunning him breathless. And with a stab of my claws in his heart, kill him. I frown, annoyed. For some reason, this guy also didn't have any thoughts playing out loud, and I couldn't even feel his mind. It's as if his mind isn't there, but the thief ninja definitely has a mind, even if I can't hear anything within it. Turning my head towards the tree, where the thief was supposed to be, I find him gone. But, I can still smell the wooden box, and the dirt still clinging to it, even if the man himself is odorless. Spinning around my foot, I apparate once again, this time guessing the distance by the scent. And appear about 10 meters behind the thief ninja. He turns his head to look at me, as I start following him once again, and throws something at me. I catch the object between my fingers, on reflex, and throw it back at him, finding it to be an honest-to-God ninja star. Feelings goosebumps rise out of the back of my neck. I jump up, letting another red ninja pass. Still mid-jump, I take a knife out of the nowhere, and throw it at him, hitting him square on his head. Dropping down on the ground, I use my arms to stabilize myself, and keep running behind the man. Sniff, sniff, my nose, and my ears. Catch it at the same time. A helicopter, which is already on, with a single mind inside it. Considering that I can't sense any of the minds of these red ninjas, I'm guessing this is not a red ninja. And that there are probably more red ninjas there. The chopper was in the direction of our run itself, with the black ninja taking me right towards it. Thankfully, it was still about a kilometer away. But our running speeds mean that it's barely a minute away. Well, I can't let him leave. Summoning a handgun out of the nowhere, I empty the clip at the back of the black ninja. Turning around with a sword in his hand, the black ninja does something that impresses and scares me at the same time. He swipes his katana, and deflects each and every one of those bullets with one swipe each. Okay, bullets are useless, and so is telepathy. What about spells, though? Pointing my hand at the man, I first cast an Accio, trying to summon the box. The box barely even twitches, my spell not even working. Which means the box itself is unsummonable. And I don't have actually telekinesis, so I can't do that either. Taking aim, while still running, I fire a stupefy at his back. The man turns around, having somehow sensed the spell coming, and swipes his sword at it. And the spell dissipates. What the fuck? I whisper, looking stupefied. Pardon my pun. You can't just dissipate spells like that. Not with plain steel. And it is steel, even if I can't smell it. I can see it is steel. The man takes advantage of my shock, and speeds up even more, gaining more distance between us. Apparating, I appear in front of him, and fire a few more spells. Stupefy, he swats away with his sword, dissipating it. Bombarda, he jumps away, using a piece of debris as a platform to jump over me. Expulso, which he once again dissipates, using his sword. Now once more behind him, I growl, frustrated. He's either absorbing the magic behind my spells, or unraveling the spells itself. The expulso should have blown his sword up, taking his hand with it. Waving my hand at the ground, I transfigure the land into a few snakes, that I banish at the ninja, and send a few fireballs, lightning blasts. And even the cruciatus curse at the man. The man cuts the transfigured snakes cleanly, turning them to dust, and swipes his sword at all the other spells, dissipating them. This does, however, make me understand that the swords allowed him to turn any spell into pure magic, sending them unraveling into the universe. Conjuring a thick chain made of purely my own magical energy, I throw one tip at the man. The man once more swipes his sword, and diverts the chain away from himself. However, this time, the chain does not dissipate. So, his swords can only unravel projectile spells, and not those that I'm not touching. Delay him, the man says, not too loudly, but enough that I hear it even from about 20 meters away from him. 4 more red ninjas appear right near me from out of nowhere. All poised with their swords at me, leaving me no place to dodge. Ah, I yell, enraged at the thief, and the situation overall, expelling magic from everywhere over my body. The force of the expulsion throws the 4 red ninjas away from me, slamming them all into boulders and trees. Conjuring daggers out of thin air, I send them all flying with a depulso, hitting all their necks, cutting straight through. Enough games. Growling, I apparate near the helicopter, knowing that the black ninja is about to reach it. The helicopter was in a clearing, about as big as a football ground. Its propellers were already spinning, fast, and it was just ready to take off. There were 3 men already inside the helicopter, only one of whom had a sensible mind, but even that was inaccessible to me. Unfortunately, I had landed on the extreme end of the clearing, and on the opposite side from where the black ninja comes running. Pointing my hand at the chopper, seeing the black ninja notice me, and I feel him startle and raise his hand in panic. I smirk at him, relishing in finally feeling some emotion from him, and whisper, "Expulso." An orange beam of light zigzags out of the palm of my right hand and flies towards the chopper. The pilot sees the spell and tries to lift off, but unfortunately for him, the spell is too fast and hits the fuel tank of the plane. Boom mmmmm. The chopper explodes, sending parts of it flying all around. The propeller itself flies towards me, and I drop down, letting it pass right over my head. In the place of the helicopter were now flames and melting metal. Smelling blood, I turn slightly to my left, seeing the blue ninja clothes wearing pilot laying there, on the ground. The black ninja, whereas, was nowhere to be seen, along with the box. I apparate right beside the pilot's unconscious form, and place my hand on his forehead, to try to enter the pilot's mind. Unconscious minds are easier to enter, or so I've experienced in terms of normal humans, and even wizards. This is also how I succeeded in entering Charles's and Vinda's minds, when they were inaccessible before. I smile, once I succeed, and start going through the man's memories. The man was named Han Shimura, a member of an organization called the Hand, and the black ninja, named Kuranin, real name unknown, was his superior. He was a member of the faction of the Hand under Murakami. The Hand wanted the weapon extracted, either to use it in their quest of world domination, or to destroy it. Han didn't know which. Unfortunately, Han also didn't know what the weapon actually was, and neither did he care. He was here just to fulfill his mission, extract the Kuranin and the weapon, with the weapon being the priority. Before I can go deeper into Han's mind, or start copying his memories, I am forced to jump back, feeling danger approach. A ninja star hits the pilot in his head, killing him, and I sigh, thankful that I wasn't in his mind when it happened. I've never experienced death, second-hand, but I doubt it'll be pleasant. Turning towards the trees, from where the star came, I am met with the Kuranin, wielding both his katana, the weapon box right behind him. "You are not the first mind mage we have encountered, Captain Avs," the Kuranin says, in Japanese, swinging his sword in the empty air once. Summoning my goblin silver daggers, I ignore his statement, and ask, "What does the Hand want with the sword?" I didn't find anything about the sword in Han's mind, not even what it's called. This Kuranin killed him before I could find anything out, much to my annoyance. The man looks at my daggers, and says, "Our goals are beyond your mortal understandings, Captain Avs." And then, He runs at me, his sword poised to attack. With a downward swing, the Kuranin swipes at my head, and I raise my dagger, using the left one to parry the sword. The right dagger, meanwhile, I stab at the Kuranin's stomach. He uses his own left sword to divert the swing, and raises his knee in an attack towards my chin. Leaning back, I let the knee pass, and hold my empty hands up, the daggers thrown down, just in time to catch the spinning kick thrown by the Kuranin while still in the air. Using his foot as leverage, I raise him up, to slam him into the ground, but a stab in my hand makes me drop him before it happens. I frown, looking at the wound healing very slowly, and then at the swords. They're definitely made of steel, but they're enchanted. Enchanted using sorcery, I think. There are no runes visible on the surface, but from what I have seen, the swords inhibit healing factors, dissipate spells, and can easily divert bullets. But it seems they aren't perfect. My basilisk venom-imbued goblin's silver dagger certainly can harm it, judging by the chips already. There, and it seems the Kuranin noticed it too. He runs towards me once again, and I towards him, both of our weapons drawn, and ready to be attacked. He swipes his left sword at my neck, which I lean away from, and kicks at the side of my chest, which I block using my forearm. I punch at his head, the dagger held in my fist, pointing to my right, which he ducks away from, and blocks the knee I send at his face. For a few seconds, we just keep on exchanging fists and legs, none of us actually making a hit. He was faster than me, in movements too, but he was just a bit weaker than me, physically. But he was skilled enough that the strength advantage I have is completely useless for me. My instincts were what are helping me balance things during the fight. Finally, I block another swipe from his swords. Using my dagger, either the force with which he tried to attack me, or the sharpness of my daggers, or a combination of the two, caused the sword he had slammed into my dagger to break, one piece in his hand. One piece flying over my head, and more than a few tiny pieces flying in front of my. The Kuranin jumps up, letting a thrown knife pass harmlessly, and kicks T. He broke a piece of his own sword towards me, fast. I catch the makeshift dagger in my nails, and throw it at him, while at the same time using my newfound magic expelling talent to send the small broken pieces of steel from the sword flying at the ninja dodges the bigger piece by leaning back while still in midair, but the cracks in the helmet prove to me that he didn't dodge the smaller metal pieces. He leans away from my hands, as I try and stab his head with my dagger, and throws a smoke bomb, momentarily disorienting me. Ventus, I whisper, annoyed at the smell of the smoke. Now once more losing the man to the trees. Once the smoke clears, I stay low, looking around to see if I can find him. HNGH. I grunt, feeling something stab in my back. Turning around, I use magic to expel the ninja star stabbed in my back, and sniff, still not finding the man. My wound heals, the stars not having been enchanted to inhibit healing factors, and I snap my head to the right, hearing something soar through the air towards my neck. Lifting my dagger, I catch the star using the hole in it, and throw it at the fast-moving person I could see in the trees, using the depulso charm to speed it up. The shadow waves his sword, and I see a flash of sparks, as the star hits a sword. Now able to see the target, I throw my goblin's silver dagger at him, once again speeding it up using depulso to make it instantly reach him. The man had no time to dodge it, and the only way to not die is to use his sword. He raises his sword to block it, but the sharpness of my dagger, and the speed which I threw it with causes the dagger to cleanly pass through the sword, and towards his face, barely a foot away now. He still leans away, through some not-so-mundane methods, almost dodging the dagger. But the dagger still manages to cut through the visor of his helmet, cutting it clean off. And then, the Kuranin, while still in the trees, throws another smoke bomb, making me lose sight of him once again. For a few seconds, I just look around, not finding him anywhere, but keeping all my senses open. And then, I feel it, a mind moving towards my back, this time a lot more sensible. Spinning my body around, hands raised in front of me, to block a punch coming straight for my heart. Crack. This time, the man's punch was far, far stronger than before, as if it has suddenly multiplied by 10. Well, fuck. The force of the punch is far too much for my forearms to handle, and I feel the bones breaking, as I get thrown away from the man, dozens of meters away. Oof! I slam into a tree, passing through it, and then get stopped by another tree, thanks to the amazingly strong punch. As my hands start healing once again, I look up, to see that the man was standing in the place I had just been in. Now wielding just a single sword. However, it wasn't the sword he had killed Nosferatu with, or even the other katana he had in his possession. It was the sword he had killed Nosferatu for. The dark sword. I summon my daggers hack to me, and stop, to look at the sword, and the now maskless man wielding it. His body was definitely bulkier than before, and his muscles were almost doubled. His veins were dark green in color, and his eyes had a bit of red in the whites, just like what had happened to Nosferatu when he'd pulled the sword out. Over our heads, storm had already begun gathering, with lightning flashing a few times. The sword of the accursed. You should feel lucky to die by the sword of my ancestors. The man whispers, both to himself and to me. I look at the definitely magical sword, feeling a bit of fear start creeping in, but still resolute to stop him. I ask, "What do you mean?" He turns towards me, not seeming to be in any hurry to end the battle, and says, "Long ago, almost 7,000 years ago in fact. The gods and the elves warred on Earth. The war went on for 2,000 years, before the gods finally prevailed. This sword belonged to one of those demons, called ARCANE, the accursed, who was an elf sorcerer of the highest caliber. When he died, the gods hid the weapon away, until it was found by one of my ancestors, 1,200 years ago. He used the sword to rule all of Asia, until the sorcerer supreme of the time defeated him, and hid the sword away once more, using his magic to hide it. And now, I have found the sword, thanks to your foolish wizard friends. Just like my ancestor did before me, I will rule over the world once again." The hand right beside me. So, it belonged to one of the dark elves. Damn, I really regret not going to Kamar Taj right now. I would have gotten the knowledge of the strengths and the weaknesses of the sword if I had. Snorting, I asked, "You think the hand will allow someone that's not a finger to rule the world?" "Please, I do. Even your master Nobu will be allowed the honor." As I blink, the man disappears, and I feel a kick slam into my chest, sending me crashing through 3 trees, and stop at the 4th. Even before I begin healing, I open a portal behind me, and fall through it, closing it just in time to see the tree I was resting on get hit by lightning coming from the skies. Fuck, the sword can call down lightning too. I mean, I expected it, thanks to the storm's gathering, but still. Besides, this wasn't normal lightning. It's darker. Yeah, it was definitely more on the gray side than white or blue. Now back in the clearing, I look at Kuranin, who was staring straight at me, as he says, "Don't speak of matters you do not understand, wizard." I shake my head, not wanting to argue, and say, "Believe as you must. But, I can't allow you to take the sword away, Kuranin." And then, I raise my hand towards him, and yell, "Fulmin." A thick bolt of lightning, this one white, travels towards him, at the speed of lightning, and hits Kuranin before he can even react. Unfortunately, when the lightning dissipates, I see him standing there, with not even a single burn on him. He chuckles, seeing me dumbfounded, and says, "You think your tiny wizarding spells will work on the user of the Sword of the Elves? The sword makes me completely invincible, immortal." Throughout all this, he doesn't look overconfident. He looked as if he's just stating hard facts. He's not even saying it to taunt me. He's just saying things to make me understand the uselessness of my actions. And I don't like that. Summoning my wand, I scowl at the man, summon all my anger at everything happening right now, and yell, "Avada Kedavra." This is the first time I've used the killing curse, and I already hate it. I have a sufficient anger, pain, want for death, and sense for revenge against the sword itself, allowing me to cast the curse perfectly. But, I can feel a part of myself breaking, as if I had torn my finger off, with my own teeth. I can feel my own soul tear, while still staying connected. Now, I really don't understand how someone can cast this spell repeatedly. If every killing curse tears your soul, then I don't ever want to use it. Once more, the killing curse slams into the chest of the man, but once more, nothing happens. Now, If I was a normal wizard, I would have panicked, wondering what this man was. Killing curses do just that, kill. Without fail, without any way to shield from it magically. Even sorcery shields cannot stop a killing curse, or even divert it, doesn't matter what manner of shield you use. If it's a magical shield spell, then the killing curse will break through, and hit the target, and kill the target. But, I'm not normal, I have more than magic to fight my fights. If the killing curse failed, it means his statement is actually correct. Which means, I need to defeat him physically, or make him drop the sword, to defeat him. I raise my daggers up, just in time to block a hit by his sword. The force of the hit drops me on my knees, creating fissures in the ground. I move the daggers away, to make him slam the sword into the ground, and stab at his stomach, believing had basilisk venom might be enough to still kill him, and if not that, then delay his recovery. Alas, before my dagger even reaches his stomach, it gets cut into 2 parts, from the dark sword cutting through it. I immediately summon my enchanted shield out, to block the returning sword. Gong! The sword hits the shield, making me skid back, but it survives. Thank God I enchanted this new shield to behave like the vibranium alloy shield of Steve's. My nose, however, gets hit by the foot of the Kuranin, sending me crashing on the ground, on my back. Seeing the man jump at me, his sword poised to cut into my forehead, I slap my hand on the ground, creating a giant fist out of earth, that sends him flying away from me with a hit. Getting up, I drop the second dagger, knowing that it's useless, and hold the shield in my left hand. In my right hand, I conjure an orange bastard sword, made out of universal energy. And then, I see the thief running back at me. I lean away from a few thrown ninja stars. These ones too fast for me to catch, and raise my shield, blocking a downward slash from the Kuranin's new sword. The force of the hit pushes the shield downwards, and the man spins around, to hit the sword at my neck. I jump up, my legs moving into a kick, as I use my conjured energy sword to push the dark sword downwards, while at the same time kick both my legs at his chest. Landing down after flipping through the air, I see him just 1 step behind where he was, still standing, barely in any pain. Fuck, his durability has increased too. I look at the sorcery sword I had conjured, and frown. That's not normal. The orange-colored sword had a dark red patch, exactly in the place where I'd hit the dark sword with it. The dark sword was corrupting the sword spell. If I keep this up, it'll corrupt my magic too. I don't get to think too much, however, when the man disappears from his place, and appears right above me, his sword raised. Taking a step back, I let the dark sword miss me by about a foot, and stab my energy sword at his head. The Kuranin raises his sword out of the crater it created, and slashes at my energy sword. My energy sword diverts from its path, but stays intact. However, the red part has now become brown, and it was spreading. For a minute or so, we keep exchanging slashes, his dark sword corrupting my sword with every hit, until the entire blade was now brown, beginning to turn black. My shield, meanwhile, lay in pieces, not able to handle the multiple hits by the dark sword. I wasn't unharmed, either, with my chest, arms, legs, and back having many cuts in it that refused to heal. The dark magic in the sword was not just inhibiting my healing factor, it was corrupting my magic with every hit. Not even my healing spells were of any help in healing me, and I've tried. You see how futile your efforts are. You're stronger than a normal human, Captain Avs, but the Kai Masters of the Hand are far stronger. And I, with the sword of my ancestor in my hands, am even stronger. The man says, slowly walking towards me, as I sit on the ground, on my knees and hands, with cuts covering my body. HNGH. I grunt, feeling Omething stab in my shoulder, as the man lifts me up and fixes me to the tree right behind me. Looking up, exhausted, I see the Kuranin holding the dark sword, with its tip stabbing in my shoulder, passing through it and into the tree behind me. He says, "Rejoice, Captain Avs, you're the first person to die at the hands of the sword of the accursed in this millennium. But you won't be the last. I'm tired, I'm angry. I just want this battle, and this war, to be over, so I can go home. Already many things have happened, that I'm really regretting my decision to join the war now. AAA ARG. I scream, "Fee!" Ling him pull the sword out of my shoulder, and immediately raise my hand to the wound to stop it from bleeding. Looking up, I see the man raise his sword sideways, to cut my head off, and I reflexive raise my right hand. Summoning a weak presidio shield, hoping to stop the sword. "Now, it's over for you," the man says, and swings his sword at me. The dark sword moves through the air, towards the shield. And I feel the backlash once again, from the shield breaking easily, and snap my eyes shut, not wanting to see it happening. Is this how it ends? By the hands of a bloody ninja, right after losing my friend? Is this a punishment for not trying to save Bucky? For losing Tim? For not killing Tom Riddle? Or for torturing Morphin Gaunt? Clink. That's not how the sword should sound after cutting through my neck. I then feel something enter my body, and start healing it slowly. Some sort of magic was helping my body heal, even through the dark magic coursing through it. It is so pure, that it immediately makes me smile, as I feel strength to my body returning. What? That's not supposed to be possible. I hear the Kuranin yell, still in Japanese, and it makes me smile more, even without knowing what's happening. I open my eyes, and widen them immediately, seeing the hand that once held the shield spell, now holding a white sword, that had stopped the dark sword in its place. If the dark sword was dark, this one was its exact opposite. It was white, with a white blade, and a golden handle. It was a curved blade, not unlike the weapons that were used by the elves in the Lord of the Rings movies. About 5 feet in length, the blade was pure white, made of a metal eye. No, not of. Its handle was about half a foot long, which told me that it's suited for just a single-handed use. I don't know how to fight with a sword, at least not at the level of the ninja I'm fighting. I'm more practiced with the daggers I used to use. But I have instincts good enough that I can at least stop his attacks. Besides, the sword was already helping me, negating the force behind his attacks. Or else, his attack from before would have still taken me flying away, so much was his strength. And it had stopped the dark sword in its spot, while also helping me cleanse my body of the dark magic. I wonder what else this sword can do. I also recognize this sword, since I had actually seen it before. Albeit not in the same condition. This sword was kept on the vault of Slytherin, last I remembered. And it was rusted beyond belief, causing me to just glance at it once, the last time. I'll wonder how it came here later. Probably with another visit to the vault to find out about it. But first, I have an enemy to defeat. Seeing the Kuranin startle at seeing his sword stopped, I raise my legs, and kick at his bare stomach. Sending him flying away from me. Crashing through 4 trees, he stops at the 5th, over 20 meters above ground, and slides down it. Getting up, I look at the sword, and flip it a few times. It was heavy, but not anything I couldn't handle. It also didn't give me any other strength benefits, like the dark sword gave Kuranin. It just helped me cleanse my body, and helped my body heal itself. Now completely healed, I look up, just in time to see the Kuranin start getting up. He looks at my sword, and says, "You surprised me when your sword stopped mine. It won't happen again." He then raises his sword up into the air, and I look up, seeing a thunderbolt start dropping down. Raising my sword, somehow knowing I don't have a reason to be afraid, I catch the lightning bolt with my sword. And spinning around my foot, stopping with the sword pointed at the Kuranin, and send the bolt flying out of my sword, towards him. The Kuranin puts his own sword in between, absorbing the lightning bolt I sent at him. I was counting on it, however. With the sword held on my back, in a conjured scabbard, I hold a tree trunk in both hands, weighing about a ton, and slam it straight at the blinded Kuranin's side, throwing him into a giant boulder. As he starts digging his way out of the boulder, I run towards him, my new light sword once more in my right hand. Seeing him get up, I apparate behind him, and stab at his back. Even despite being completely silent when apparating, the man senses me coming, and turns around, catching my sword with his own. He kicks his left leg at me, while both our swords are locked, and I stop it with my right leg, raising it up. Still in the same position, I kick the raised foot at his stomach, sending him skidding backwards. My strength still isn't enough to defeat him, it seems, even if the sword has given me relief from the dark magic poisoning. Kicking on the ground, I summon a giant rock, and kick it towards him, sending him and the rock flying backwards. I apparate in the direction he was flying in, and cut at his back, the rock stopping him from turning away to stop my attack. My sword cuts into his back, the way from his left shoulder to the right hip, and I see him bleed. His blood, however, isn't red. It is brown, probably a side effect of the sword. Seeing him wince, I apparate away, just in time to see him destroy the rock with summoned lightning and stop in his position, in the air. He drops down on the ground, creating a tremor, and glares at me, now definitely showing emotions. Taking my chance, I use my telepathy to enter his mind. Maybe it is the fact that I'm holding the light sword, which can somehow negate the dark sword's magic, or the fact that he's not in control of his emotions anymore. But when I try and enter his mind this time, I get no obstruction, and I enter his mind easily. As I start copying all his memories, I look at him, and ask, "You said magic spells won't work on you as long as you're holding the dark sword, right? But are you sure about every type of magic? You yourself saw your killing curse fail, wizard. Are you so certain you know of a magic worse than that?" The man says, slowly taking his steps forward, towards me. Touching the blade of my sword with my left index finger, I raise it at him, and show him his own blood. Smiling, when he stops instantly, I say, "Your sword just stops spells that are directly thrown at you. Hiragi Kurosawa, blood spells don't need to be thrown anywhere. You just need to cast them." He glares at me, hatefully, giving me access to more of his private memories, and says, "That's only useful when I allow you to cast the spell, isn't that right?" I smile at him, making sure he sees how pissed I am at him, and say, "That's the problem, Hiragi." I see him disappear from his place, the sword increasing his speed immensely to help him do it. As he appears right in front of me, his sword poised to attack my heart, he suddenly stops. Eyes widening, "I've already cast the spell," I whisper, seeing his heart stop beating, thanks to my curse. Snicked. The dark sword slips out of his dead hands, and falls on the ground, the tip digging inside the earth. His body follows soon after, not able to handle the lack of blood flow. Looking at my left palm, I see a runic circle, painted using his own blood. The runic circle did one thing only: stop the blood owner's heart. Instantly, and there's no stopping it, other than making your blood obsolete when outside your body. Even if someone does it using my own blood, I'll die instantly. Which is why, this is one of the few times I'm glad that the Ministry, or the Dom, made this spell disappear from the face of the earth. The only place this spell exists in right now, is the Library of Rowena. Ravenclaw, the Room of Knowledge. I should probably take care of securing my blood completely, so that I don't get the same method used on me. Can't believe I didn't do this before. Picking the ninja's body, I throw it through a portal, taking it to the forge, and do the same to the body of the pilot. There's a lot that can be learned from studying the dead, and Saint Udying dead ninjas is something that'll teach me a lot more than normal. Then, I wave my hand in the direction I could feel the wooden box in, that once held the dark sword. Within a few seconds, the box itself comes to me, riding on an earthen wave, and drops down next to me. So, what if I can't directly summon the sword, or the box? I can do it indirectly. And then, I finally look at my prize, the dark sword. A sword of dark elves. If my guess is right, from the time they were at war with Asgard, just before the last convergence. From Hiragi's small story, and the stories he heard in his childhood, which I got from his memories. The sword cannot be used by just anyone. One needs a good enough control over your own self to use it, and even after that, the sword can only be perfectly used by a dark elf. But, since the sword wants to be used, it begins turning whoever wields it into a dark elf. If you have complete control over your mind, then you keep your mind as you begin your transformation. But, if you aren't, well, his ancestor knows that pretty well. The ancestor got his mind possessed by the dark elf whom this sword belonged to, and got himself consumed by him. The sorcerer supreme then came, deeming the newly reborn dark elf sorcerer too dangerous for the planet, and defeated him. He then hid the sword away, in Norway, under heavy enchantments. Until now, when Grindelwald somehow found out about it, pointed Hitler at it, and sent his own goons to steal it from the Nazis. Nosferatu, as well as the Hand, had the same idea, it seemed. But I have no idea how they found out about it. Well, Nosferatu is a Nazi scientist general, so Hitler probably asked him to do it, but I don't think Nosferatu planned to give the sword to Hitler. Then I turned to look at the light sword in my own hand. Perfectly balanced, with enough whiteness to shine without any light. This light sword was the perfect opposite of the dark sword, which just makes me wonder if there's actually any relation between the two. They don't look similar, nor do they look as if they're made of the same metals. The white sword is made out of silver, I can smell it. Now, while the dark sword is made out of some sort of rock. I don't know, it's not anything I've ever smelled before, but it does smell like rock. It can't be Uru, at least, I don't think so, but it is something similar. Maybe the Dark Elves had a Uru of their own. Or something. But not my problem now. Waving my hand down on the ground, I summon the mud from beneath my feet, which slowly rises out of the ground, and starts covering my left hand. Once it has formed a tight earth glove around my hand, I pick the dark sword up with it, and place it neatly in the box. Closing the box, I cut into my palm, and write a few Sanskrit symbols on the box. And the latch with it, with my blood, locking the box up completely. The Sorcerer Supreme probably already had the box enchanted, but more enchantments can't hurt. Especially if the original enchantments have gotten weaker. With a wave, I open a portal to the Av's Manor, and send the box through. Keeping the portal open, I call out, "Blinky! Blinky!" The faithful elf immediately appears near the portal, on the other side of it, and I say, "Can you keep the box safe, please? Don't touch it if you can avoid it, and also don't try to open it." Blinky nods, and says, "Of course, sir." Pausing, she asks, "When will you be back from war?" Sighing, I say, "A year, at most. Trust me, Blinky, I'm tired of fighting too. But I need to do this, I need to see it through to the end, because I somehow know that Grindelwald will be there, at the end, waiting for me." As Blinky nods, and apparates away with the box, I close the portal, and close my eyes. The mission was over, the weapon safe. But at what cost? I used 2 unforgivables in this day, lost a friend, and had to depend on a weapon appearing to save my own life. "What are you going to do with the sword, may I ask?" A female voice asks from behind me, making me freeze. Then there's this. Most of the people I've seen today didn't have any indication of their appearance. No sound, no smell, no thoughts. Turning back, I look at the woman who asked the question, and immediately get annoyed. Snorting at her question, I ask, "Shouldn't you already know that? What with you keeping an eye on my life through that handy eye of yours?" Hey, she's the Stonekeeper of the Time Stone. I'm sure I've told her about my knowledge in the future, or in some alternate timeline. If I didn't personally tell her, in any of the timelines, then I'm sure that she's known about my knowledge for years anyway. I could have made a mistake and revealed my knowledge, before present, or maybe after. The Ancient One smiles, and says, "It isn't often that I have a conversation with someone who knows about me peering through time, so I am in the habit of asking questions I already know the answers to. Forgive me for that, but please, indulge my curiosity. What are you going to do with the sword?" "I'm not going to use it, ever. If that's what you were afraid of," I say, while keeping the light sword in the scabbard I had conjured for it. And then placing it in my nowhere. I wonder why the Sorcerer Supreme is showing herself to me now, why not before? There were many other times she could have done so, especially when I and Darla fought Set. Smiling, the Ancient One says, "You're wondering why I'm revealing my presence to you now, am I correct?" There are several reasons for that. I wait, and when after a few seconds, she does not continue, I ask, "What are they?" Making sure to sound as annoyed as I actually am. The Ancient One says, "For starters, that sword is actually a weapon that I'm afraid of. In the right person's hands, this sword can turn the entire planet into a battleground once again. The sword multiplies the strength of the wielder 10 times, when it's used, and 100 times, when the elf spirit starts merging with the wielder. So, the stronger the initial user strength is, the stronger the final product becomes. And you're afraid that I might use the sword, for some reason, giving the dark elf extra power to possess. I finish for her, as I sit down on the ground, resting my back on a tree. The Ancient One walks closer towards me, and sits down on the ground beside me. She says, "Am I wrong to be worried? You did face a terrible loss today, enough so that you might see the sword as your path to revenge." I scoff, and turn my head away from her sympathetic looks. "Thank you, Mason." Remembering the moment of Tim's death, I close my eyes, to stop the resurfacing tears, and whisper, as much as I want to, "The dark sword isn't the way." "And what is the way, Captain?" "Going back into time and fixing Mr. Roth's death." "And how will you do that?" "Use a golem to replace Mr. Roth. Take his place. Please, even you know that there isn't a golem spell in the entire world of magic, or science, that can fool your past self." The Ancient One says, making me scowl. "I really need to do something to prevent scrying. It might not outright prevent the time stone from looking at me, but it should do something to make my life not completely visible to her." I feel her lay a hand on my hand, and give my hand a soft squeeze, as she softly says, "Believe me, Captain Avs, whatever future lays ahead of you now, is a paradise. Compared to all the timelines where you succeed in saving Mr. Roth, or Mr. Barnes. Give me an example. What happens if I succeed in saving Tim?" I ask, looking into the eyes of the current Sorcerer Supreme. Ignoring Bucky for now, I'm already conflicted enough as is, from all the moronic decisions I've taken. I know, I want to save Buck, rescue him from the Russians, from Hydra, so that he doesn't become the Winter Soldier. But I cannot guarantee that he doesn't have a worse life that way. But Tim is completely unknown, when it comes to the future of Marvel. I have no idea what fate awaited him if I do manage to save his life. Smiling softly, the Ancient One waves her hand, and conjures an illusion in front of me. The illusion shows different worlds, as they start playing out, and I stare at them, dumbfounded. In one, Doctor Strange makes a deal with the Dread Lord Dormammu, and kills the Ancient One himself, and then kills me, along with someone else, a woman with her face obscured. When we try to stop him, Dormammu then swallows the earth, and takes over the entire universe. In another, Red Skull succeeds in summoning a champion for Hydra, something I cannot see clearly, which kills us all. Taking advantage of me being distracted by trying to save Tim's life, during the final battle. Again, the earth is destroyed. In the next one, Tim inadvertently reveals the wizarding world to the public. And it causes a war to happen between the two worlds. This time, the earth burns completely, with no one staying alive. In the next, Tim joins the Miz after the war, finds the ether during a mission, and somehow destroys the earth by not being able to control the power of the ether while fighting Malekith. One by one, many timelines go by, with either the earth burning completely, the wizarding world being destroyed by the Muggles, or even the entire universe being destroyed. Frowning, I ask, what even is the connection between me saving Tim, and the next Sorcerer Supreme being evil? Chuckling, the Ancient One says, "Time works in mysterious ways, and so does the butterfly effect. It might not be directly related, but I assure you, those two situations are related. Do you still plan on trying to save Mr. Roth?" Snorting at her question, I stand up, waving my hand to wave her worries away. I say, "I have seen 45 of my close friends, and thousands of my allies die during the war. Sorcerer Supreme, I remember each and every one of them, even if I might not know all their names. Tim was special, but I am not selfish enough to not let him have his rest. He's done his duty, he's lived his life, and he got his rest. Who am I to pluck him out of it? My perfect recall means that I do actually remember the names of all of my friends that I've made in this war. I didn't even know some of the names, but I remember everyone that I did know the names of. What sort of person will I be, to save one person, and refuse saving the others? That's not something a healer would do. Or a guardian. What are these two swords anyway? The dark one I know belonged to a dark elf, but what about this one? I ask, and pat the sword on my back to signify the second sword. The Ancient One turns her head forward, to look at empty air, and says, "Long ago, when Asgardians and the Dark Elves were in the middle of a war, one sorcerer amongst the Dark Elves rose to fame. Arankit, the Accursed. He enchanted the sword to control the very fabric of nature, and to absorb any and all forms of magic thrown at it, or its user. He died fighting against a group of 17 Asgardians, 5 amongst whom were sorcerers themselves. They hid the sword away on Earth, and then it was found once again by a novice sorcerer of Kamar Taj, called Hiroshi. The rest, you know. I nod, having known about the rest of the story from Hiragi's tale and his memories. Then, glancing at the sword on my back, the Ancient One says, that, meanwhile, is a mystery to even me. I know it once belonged to your ancestors. But that's it. I'm assuming your vault must have something that can give you more details about it. The sword is older than I am. I look at her, suspicious, and say, you just don't want to tell me, do you? Fuck it, I'll find out myself. And then, I create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets, and say, now, unless you're here to arrest me for practicing sorcery outside Kamar Taj, or something. This conversation is over. Goodbye, Sorcerer Supreme. This conversation might be over, Captain Avalon, but there are going to be many more such conversations, I assure you of that. And then, she creates a portal to Kamar Taj, I assume, and says, you're welcome to Kamar Taj, whenever you want. The doors are always open, when it comes to learning, be it now, in the future. Or, as she walks in, and right before the portal closes, I hear her whisper, in the past. And then, the portal snaps close, making me frown. Shaking my head, I go through my portal myself, and appear in the Chamber of Secrets, in front of Salazar's statue. Creating another portal, I go to Av's Manor, and in the guest room that housed the body of Timothy Roth, my friend. Looking at his resting form, I sigh, and sit down for a minute, giving useless apologies. And then, I pick his body up, and walk through a third portal, this time, back to Norway, in the cover of trees. Waving my hands, I cast a few wards that are geared towards keeping our sounds, smells, and sights unnoticed to all. This should prevent the Nazis from finding us when they inevitably come looking. Giving one more glance at Tim's body, I create a portal, this time to the same mirror dimension which I had thrown a single body in. Time to deal with the Nosferatu. Nosferatu Pav TPP. With very slow movements, over a matter of hours. Or minutes, he didn't know what, his head began to move towards his body. When it finally touched, it began healing immediately, his healing factor not in any way inferior to those ferals he had seen fight for Canada. As he stands up, now completely healed, he looks around, trying to see if he recognizes the place he's in. But, nothing rang a bell. It looked as if he was in Norway. But the view was wrong, the skies uneven. A spell, Nosferatu mumbles, looking around in awe. But then, his memories catch up with the past, and he scowls. How low have I fallen? To almost die at the hands of a simple shinobi. His sword was a pesky one too, ignoring my durable skin as if butter, and inhibiting my healing factor, making me take so long. How long has it been anyway? 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 13 seconds. Someone answers, even when he hadn't said anything out loud. Nosferatu turns around, and sees him, the Captain Avalon. A wizard, a soldier, and a mutant. A perfectly prime specimen, and he was going to kidnap him for research, before the ninja cut him down. I thought I had my telepathy shields raised, how is he still able to hear my thoughts? He thinks. Ah, Captain Avs, Nosferatu says, greeting Captain Avalon with spreaded hands. The good captain just stares at him, however, and says, you don't have to worry too much about the house, Essex. You were unconscious for quite a long time, giving me ample opportunity to gain every piece of your memories from your head. Sure, defeating your mind shields was tough, you're a better telepath than I expected, but well. I'm an actual mutant, whereas you're just a science experiment. This angers Nosferatu, or as he's also known as, Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister. Pointing his palm at the offending man, Essex fires a concussive telekinetic blast at him, which is 10 times as strong as the one used by Charles Potter just earlier this day, and thrice as fast. Avs, however, just leans away from it, looking bored. As if it was too slow for him. Essex frowns, seeing the man move so fast, and creates a telekinetic shield around himself, to protect him from any unknown attacks. This, however, causes the Captain Avs to smile. He says, "Thank you for your generous donation, Mr. Sinister. I'll be sure to remember you." And then, Essex opens his eyes, in another body, in another country, his previous body dying of something he doesn't know of. Scowling, Essex stands up from the cot he was laying on, moves towards his computer, and pauses in his typing. Who was I going to search for? I was going to search for someone. But I don't know who. Someone messed with my memories. Essex widens his eyes, immediately realizing that his min has been messed with. He uses his telepathy, that he had injected within himself a few decades ago, and tries to gain the removed memories back. The only thing he manages to retain is that he had met with a few wizards. Other than that, nothing. He didn't even remember which wizards he'd met. Which means, whoever messed with his head was at least 10 times better at mental manipulation than he was, which is the only way someone can completely erase his memories. ARG, Essex yells, as he slams the highly advanced computer on the wall, angry at being messed with, and not even having a target to vent his anger at. I promise you, when I find you, I will make you wish you had killed me completely, Essex says to himself, promising himself to find the culprit. And then, he begins fixing his mental shields, as well as the computer, so he can continue with his research. Mason Pov, FPP. Seeing the body of Nosferatu, the general of the Nazi army responsible for the protection of the Norwegian town of Asgard Strand, I smile. Waving my hand, I watch as his body floats towards me. And move it around a few times. Finally, I had access to actual telekinesis, even if the cost for it was too high. Snapping my fingers, I summon fiendfire from my hands, and have it burn Nosferatu's body, leaving not even ash behind. He might have survived, in whatever body he's now awake in, but I'm not leaving any chance of his blood creating an Essex of its own. His healing factor is a combination of multiple healing factors, which means it's far superior to my own. But, at least now I have all his memories, including his memories of his one-time ally, and all-time sworn enemy. N. Saba Newer, Apocalypse. Well, he's asleep right now, so I probably don't have to worry too much. What is important, though, is Essex's studies of the X gene, the mutant gene. I don't necessarily need more mutations, since my magic is enough for that, but this does give me an advantage for when I do actually need something like this. Besides, he's a genius in medical sciences too, and has almost 200 years of experience in the field. His memories are sure to come handy. Creating a portal, I reabsorb the curse's flames into myself, and walk out, just in time to see Tark's stealth plane land in front of us. Picking Tim's body, once again, I walk towards it. "Let's go home, buddy," I whisper, holding Tim in both arms, sardonically remembering one single line from a series one enjoyed in my last life. Which isn't even a book yet. And so his watch has ended. They said, when one of their own died. I think this is a suitable enough time to say it. The dark sword, and the light sword. Both in the possession of a single wizard. What will he do with them, I wonder? Tim is still dead, and Mason did plan on going to the past, and trying to save his life. His plan was to create a life-size golem. That is a perfect replica of Tim, to replace Tim at the time of his death. But, Dow's talk made him realize that his idea is stupid, and that the past him will never believe a golem to be the true Tim. Which means his plan will ultimately fail, creating a worse timeline, erasing his own timeline, and him. P.S. I probably won't be including the Time Variance Authority, TVA, in this FIC. Since whatever is happening, is actually meant to happen in this universe. This universe is already in the sacred timeline, so the TVA has no reason to interfere in Mason's life. And, if they do, he won't know about it anyway. P.S. MC hasn't seen any of the Disney TV series, so no Loki. WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier references. He doesn't even know something like the TVA exists. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The end nears. The 28th of February 1945. I sit still, staring at a picture in front of me. The picture was one we had taken of the entire Howling Commandos. I was at the center. To denote my position as the team leader, with Steve to my left, and Tim to my right. Bucky, Duggan, and Jones came to Steve's left, in that order, while Falsworth, Jacques and Morita came on Tim's right. This was one of the many pictures that we have of the Howling Commandos, but it was the one I was currently staring at, because this is the one picture where Tim's smile is the most radiant. It has been an hour or so since I returned to London, from Norway, and I have been holed up in my room for the entire time, not saying anything. And what am I even supposed to say? That wizards ambushed us, killed Tim. That a pseudo-immortal scientist from Victorian-era Britain tried to kidnap me for his experiments. That a ninja tried to kill me, with the very weapon that IW as supposed to protect from getting into the bad hands. That I almost failed, Captain, a voice says, bringing me out of my morose thoughts, making me look up at the open door. Gods, I'm getting sloppy already. I didn't even notice the door open, or hear the man walk in. The corporal at the door salutes me once, and says, I apologize, sir. But you're being called for a briefing in the colonel's office. Sighing, I place the picture back in my pockets, and follow after the corporal towards Colonel Phillips's office. Walking in, I distractedly nod at Agent Peggy Carter, and Special Agent Watson of the Miz. Huh, wonder why he's here. Last I knew the Miz believed me to be their own agent. Captain, you already know Agent Watson, or so I've heard. The colonel says, as we sit down to begin with the briefing. Nodding, I say, we met at the Buckingham Palace. How do you do, Agent? Agent Watson smiles and says, I'm good, thank you. I wish this meeting was held under better circumstances, but alas, it's not. We need to ask you a few questions. What happened out there? Agent Watson asks, already beginning with the hard questions as soon as I nod at him to continue. I sigh, once again, my mind flashing back to the initial infiltration, the explosion, and then chaos. It was a trap, it was always a trap. I whisper, not looking at any of them. I turn towards the colonel, my eyes red from all the anger and tears. Trembling, and say, they had laid the trap specifically for me, or for Steve, whichever one of us was sent to Norway. As I pause, taking a few breaths to control my breathing, the colonel softly asks, what do you mean, son? Closing my eyes, I say, there was no divine weapon, no. They were digging into the earth, to make it convincing. The general who was in charge of it, someone named Nosferatu, wanted to experiment on us, to create more people of Steve's strength, or my physical conditioning. I've heard about this Nosferatu character, yes. He's a sadistic Nazi who experiments on children, women, and old people alike. Agent Watson whispers, looking horrified. Nodding, I continue, we went there well enough. Tim stayed away to grant me cover fire, and I went in. As soon as I was near the hole they were digging, however, someone blew it up. I was thrown away, miraculously safe, and Tim, he lost his balance, and fell. The explosion killed or knocked out the majority of the Nazis. But there were some people still alive. We fought, and one of them killed Tim while trying to hold him hostage. After that, I killed all of the remaining ones, and hid away with Tim's body. So Stark could extract us. The three people in front of me keep staring at me, until finally Agent Watson says, well, the story checks out, according to our recon. Agent Carter, would you mind leaving the room for a moment? As Peggy leaves the room, after giving me sympathetic glances, Agent Watson asks, now, what is it that actually happened? Our reports say that there are signs of a magical battle in Asgard Strand. How did Flight Sergeant Roth actually die? I frown at Watson, and say, what happened is what I just said. We were ambushed. Tim lost his life, and I to fight just so I can get Tim's body home. Does it truly matter that the people who attacked us, the people that killed Tim, were Grindelwald's men, wizards who wanted to capture me? The colonel sighs, and says, you know he didn't mean anything by that, Avs. We need to know such things for future preparations. Please. Tell us what happened. Off the books. Ignoring Warson, I look at the colonel, just stare at him for a minute. And say, Grindelwald sent some of his soldiers to capture me, luring me with an infiltration mission to extract a divine weapon. 7 of his wizards ambushed us, of them died at the hands of this Nosferatu character, 1 captured Tim, and the rest of them battled. Me, I tried, I really tried to save Tim. But I was too slow. I'm a medic, and I was too slow in saving my own friend's life. In the end, all of them died, and I took Tim away, hiding from the remaining Nazis, so I can bring him home. That's it. There truly was no divine weapon, no weapon that could turn anyone into a god. Nothing of the sort. Grindelwald fabricated all of it with the help of Hitler, so he can have me killed, or captured. Now, can I leave? There are a few things I need to do. I wasn't going to tell them about the dark sword, or the fact that I had it. Better everyone believes it was a complete trap, and leave thoughts of the divine weapon of gods alone. The colonel looks at me, sympathizing with me. And he should. He's also had to face such helplessness in his life. He's also seen many of his friends die in wars. Sighing, Colonel Phillips says, "You may leave. I'll have some men prepare Flight Sergeant Roth for transportation. I'm assuming you're going to personally take him home." I nod, not saying anything. It's the least I can do. He did die because of me. Shaking my head, I walk out, belatedly realizing that the colonel had actually dismissed me, but I just hadn't heard it. Time to take Timothy Roth to his home. In a small neighborhood in London, see. Old Greater whinging in a house looking very similar to all the other houses here. I sit still, sipping the tea I was given. In front of me were the parents and wife of Timothy Roth, along with his 7-year-old daughter. Jacob and Ellie Roth had adopted Tim when he was just shy of 14, and raised him the rest of his adult years. He hadn't forgotten their kindness, and was still living with them, taking care of all their needs. He married his wife, Olive, when they were both 21, and had their daughter, Holly, within the year. But then, 2 years later, war broke out, and he had to leave, having been called to arms. Timmy always spoke highly of you, in his letters. Said you're a good leader, that you would never lead anyone astray. Tim's mother, Elaine, says, as she sips her own tea with trembling hands. Sighing, I mumble, "I used to think that too. I guess we were both wrong." Tim's father, Jacob, scoffs, and says, "If you keep that attitude, then sure, you're wrong. My Tim believed in you. Believed in the fact that you would help them all win this war. He might not get to see the end, but are you really going to just give all hopes up just because you failed to save our son? Are you really going to spit on all his hopes that he laid on you?" Jacob, father, Elaine and Olive whisper, both at the same time. Staring at Jacob, I say, "No. I'm not giving up. I do want to. Hell, very thing in me is telling me to just say, to hell with the war, and go hide away somewhere, away from all this death, but I can't. If I do that, then Tim's death will be for nothing. It'll be as if I turned my back on Tim, and I want to see this through to the end, to make sure his soul gets the peace it deserves." For a few seconds, no one says anything, but Jacob nods me in approval. I know, he has some anger against me, because I was the one who led Tim to his death. Doesn't matter that it was a mission gone wrong. I know he blames me somewhat, and I understand. But he also understands that it's a war. Death, mostly that of your loved ones, is something far too common in this period. The last time, we got just a letter, saying that Tim got captured by the Nazis, and was presumed dead. We believed that we had lost him. We mourned him, just like we're doing now. Then, we heard that he's alive, and that you rescued him from his prisons. It wasn't until he himself came to visit us that we believed it. Olive says, hugging her daughter close. She then looks up at me, and says, "Thank you for bringing him to us. Thank you for not leaving us with our hopes up of him returning to us once again." I nod, understanding her feelings completely. My eye catches the small smile on her daughter, Holly, and I can't help but smile myself. I whisper, "She has his smile." "Sorry," Olive asks, as she lifts Holly up into her lap. Smiling in reassurance, I say, "I remember one evening, at the orphanage, Tim and his friends were playing cricket, and I was reading some book or the other. I remember his smile then, when he was enjoying the game, right before he hit the ball at my head." Chuckling, I add, "He was a twat then, but he was also very young." I turn towards his parents, and say, "Thank you for giving Tim the life he learned to treasure. Thank you for turning him into the man, the soldier that I knew and respected." Standing up, I look at them all, and say, "I think I should leave now. If any of you needs anything, Feel free to send me a post, and I'll be there immediately. And then, after a short bout of goodbyes, I walk towards the jeep I had been given. And seat in the front passenger seat. Nodding at the officer who was responsible for driving the jeep, I say, drop me off at my house, why don't you? Tell the colonel I'll be back at HQ by tomorrow evening. Sir, I don't think. The officer starts, but one of the 4 officers sitting in the back of the jeep just pats him on the shoulder to shut him up. Good men, these guys. God no. They've seen a fair share of tearful goodbyes and dead bodies themselves. As we start driving towards Islington, I spend the time looking out the window and smile, seeing a few wall graffiti arts of Tim, James, Falsworth and I, being heralded as the British heroes. Then, I snort, seeing another, Chad was here, art on one building. What? No, petrol, it said. Ha, no matter the era, memes are memes. Tim might be gone, but the war is far from over. And I have already been too lax in my preparations. Thanks to my worries that I was being too paranoid, I've actually stopped being paranoid enough, and now, Tim paid the price for it. But not anymore, which is why I'm going home, to the Chamber Forge, for God knows how long, to prepare for these upcoming battles. First Hydra, and then Grindelwald. This is surely going to be an uphill battle, with the dangers getting more and more deadly. Better be completely prepared for anything I might encounter, than to be caught off guard again. God no. I've already caused the death of one friend because of my carelessness, I don't want to lose any more. But first, I have one more short stop to make. Seeing Sister Agnes, like this, was very depressing. She is bedridden, thanks to being almost 80 now, and has a newer caretaker, Sister Mandy, constantly with her, to take care of her. Smiling sadly, I look at her, wondering if this is another close person I'm going to lose soon enough. Should I try to extend her life? No, that would be selfish. Sister Agnes has already done so much for me, I'm not going to make her prolong her suffering just because I didn't want to lose another loved one again. She helped raise my mom, she took care of her throughout her childhood, and she did the same with me. She deserves to pass on peacefully. Why are you here, Mason? Shouldn't you be at war? Sister Agnes asks, taking breaths in between her words, and immediately starts coughing. Handing her a glass of water, I say, I just missed you, sister. That's all. Constantly fighting, and not getting to see you. I'd gotten bored. Seeing the smile on Sister Agnes's face reaffirms my decision of not telling her about Tim. She has good memory, I know she does. And she definitely still remembers Timmy as the one who hit my head with a cricket ball. But, he was also a child of hers, she cares for him just as much as she did for me. I'm humble enough to admit that I'm not special for her, and I'm not going to make her last days more sad by telling her about his deed. I'll let her live in peace. Indeterminate time. Forge, Chamber of Secrets. Waving my hand, I pulled a slab of almost melted iron out of the furnace, using this opportunity to practice my new telekinesis that I had obtained from Essex's mind, and place it on the table. Waving my finger over the melted metal, I raise it gently above the surface, so that it creates a rune, the rune for blood. Sighing, once the first rune rises perfectly, I move on to the next, and the next. Until there's a perfect circle of just 6 inches diameter, filled with over 17 runes, all of them designed to do one thing. The circular runic scheme, at the end of my carving, is something that is meant to actually be tattooed over someone's heart, on their skin. This runic scheme is meant to protect a wizard's blood from being used without his express permission. However, thanks to my healing mutation, tattoos won't stick on my skin. And I'm not going to try and find a magical tattoo artist who can actually make it stick on my skin, and not ask why I need such a tattoo. So, I'm improvising. Outside the circular runic scheme, I place a few more symbols, these ones in Sanskrit, with just a single character being repeated 4 times in the north, east, south, and west of the runic circle. Om. The Om is supposed to denote stability here, with the energies of the universe itself helping to keep the circle intact, even through the healing mutation that I have. Of course, I've carved all the symbols backwards. Otherwise all my efforts will be useless. Placing the branding stamp, Once the symbols have been perfectly written up, back into the furnace, I turn towards a bottle of squid ink. Taking a goblin silver dagger out, which I had just enchanted to inhibit healing factors like mine, 2 hours ago, I cut into my palm, and bleed into the bottle of ink, until the ratio of ink to blood is 3:1. Turning to the now red-hot branding stamp, I pull it out of the furnace, using telekinesis, and hold it above my heart, as I lay down on a bed. Another wave of my hand, and a leather belt, made from the hide of the basilisk of Salazar Slytherin himself, places itself in my mouth, between my teeth. Clenching my teeth tightly on it, my highly sharp teeth not even making a single incision, I start slowly pouring the ink and blood mixture on my heart, and immediately slam the hot brand on my chest. HHNGGGHMMMMM. I yell, the pain of the high-temperature brand carving itself into my chest, taking the ink with it, causing me to thrash around. The basilisk leather is the only thing that's stopping me from actually yelling out loud. I still focus on keeping the ink pouring, and the brand on my chest. 5 minutes later, I stare in the mirror I conjured for myself, looking at the brand new tattoo I have on my chest, which will never disappear. And this is just one of the brands I'm going to have to face today. The second brand, that should protect me from being scried on from this moment on, sits comfortably in the furnace, still not hot enough. It won't work against the time stone, but whatever precognition powers Grindelwald has, it should work against it perfectly. Or so I hope, since I can only believe the journals of past wizards, and my own talents so much. Touching the brand on my heart, I wince. Feeling the ohm flare up with the universal magic, the circle still not stable enough. I still need to wait an hour or two, before branding the second tattoo into my skin, permanently. Until then, let's try to see if we can cleanse the dark sword, shall we? Raising my hand up, I focus on the wooden box, and snap my fingers, immediately teleporting it next to my feet. Thank you, Blinky, for teaching this to me. Can't believe I didn't try this yesterday. Opening the box, I raise the dark sword out of it, using telekinesis, and don't touch the sword, at all. With the sword floating in front of me, I hold my palms together, and breathe in. Breathing out, I start curling my fingers inwards, and then slowly open my hands, the fingers still curved, so that my wrists touch each other. Spinning my hands around my wrists with a snap, I separate them, and smile, seeing 2 purple mandalas raised above my palms. I place both the mandalas on the sword, my hand not directly touching it, and keep whispering to myself, cleanse the sword, cleanse the spirit. Repeatedly. I doubt it'll be this easy, but this is a start. If it was easy, then the Sorcerer Supreme who defeat the last wielder would have already done it. But, it's not like I have anything better to do. I have the knowledge of 1,000 years of sorcerers, wizards and witches. I'm sure I'll find something there. The Stone of Death, the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, that belong to Cadmus Peverell. I've had this stone in my possession for a few years now, and this is the first time I'm actually going to be using it. Usually, my morals are pretty flexible when it comes to gaining knowledge. But, disturbing the peace of the dead, using what might be a necromantic artifact. Yeah, I was really reluctant to use it. But, it seems I had need of it sooner than I'd thought. Sorcerer Supreme Yao, I whisper, turning the ring that contained the Stone of Death in the palm of my hand 3 times. Almost immediately, a ghost of a figure floats out of the ring, as if the ring was smoking, and forms into the figure of a man. The ghost was of Chinese ancestry, had a mustache to prove it, and had an amazing beard. He had a red sorcerer's robe on, one of a far older fashion than the one I've seen the current Sorcerer Supreme wear, and had a top hat of the same color, with golden trimmings. As soon as he appears, his eyes moves towards my enclosed fist, as he frowns, and says, "The Stone of Death. Never thought I would be recalled to life by it." Standing up, I bow a little, and say, "Greetings. Sorcerer Supreme Yao, I apologize for calling you back to the mortal world like this. I wouldn't have done so if I could have avoided it." Yao turns his head towards me, and asks, "Then speak, boy. What is it that you want from me?" "I need your help in cleansing an artifact. I believe you have encountered this artifact before," I say, and with the wave of my hand, I summon the dark sword towards me, and float it in between us. Immediately, Sorcerer Yao scowls at seeing it, and says, "You should have kept it where you found it, boy." Nodding, I say, "I really should have, but I wasn't the one to find it. A few wizards, a muggle, and the members of the Hand did. I was there on a mission of my own, and managed to steal it from them. I've seen firsthand the effects of wielding this sword, and I didn't want to leave it in anyone's hands, not even my own. And I can't just drop it back into another hole, someone is bound to find it, which is why I need your help." The Sorcerer Supreme waves his hand, surprising me, and telekinetically pulls the sword towards himself. Ignoring my shock at him using his magic spells even when dead, he says, "I had managed to lock the spirit away, all those years ago. But it seems being wielded again has broken those locks. What methods have you already tried?" Blinking my shock away, I say, "I tried the purple rings of cleansing, one of Lady Saraswati's spells. A few spells that should have banished any spirit into one of the realms of death, and even a few spells that turned back time until the sword wasn't even connected to the dark elf. I even tried basilisk venom, but nothing happened. The other methods all worked, for a minute or two, and then the spirit returned. Always. I might not be in a hurry, thanks to my time watch, but still. I'd rather like to get this over with sooner than later. I've literally scoured books in the Room of Knowledge, and the Slytherin Vault, to see if I can find anything to cleanse the sword. Some methods didn't work at all, while those that did, always failed, returning the sword to its possessed state once again." Yao hums, and conjures a purple mystic circle around his right hand. Similar to the spell I myself used to try and cleanse it, sands the symbols, and starts moving it over the sword. I had no symbols, as far as I could see, but I could also feel that it was an actual spell, meant to scan the sword. Maybe after a while you stop showing runes for anyone to decipher. Certainly seems like it. I'll have to start trying to make the runes disappear too. After a short while, he says, "If cleansing this sword was easy, I would have done it after defeating a ranked spirit myself. I know of a method that should do it completely, but I'm going to need a few things, some of which are impossible to find." Quote, getting up, I summon a parchment and quill, and look at him expectantly. As he stares at me, I say, "What does it hurt to try? The things might have been impossible to find during your era, but nothing says they have to be impossible to find now." Yao sighs, and mumbles, "Youth, always so optimistic." He shakes his head, and says, "Write everything down, and get the ingredients perfectly. Saliva of a werewolf who hasn't yet transformed even once. Blood of a Kai dragon, that needs to be alive. Piece of wood from a wizard's staff, that is at least 500 years old. Ashes from a phoenix's first burning, and the same phoenix's first tears. Leaves of a mango tree, taken right after first light hits it. Goblin silver that hasn't been used in any weapon yet, 7 ounces of it. 3 complete horns of a unicorn. Water from a lake that has never seen the light of day." On and on the list went, until the number of ingredients was in the dozens, some easy to find. Some difficult but not impossible, while some outright impossible. I mean, where would I even find a Kai dragon? They don't even show themselves to wizards, or even sorcerers. Damn, this is going to be tougher than I thought. Isn't it? Entering the Room of Knowledge, I say, "Dragons." And wait for the room to change. As soon as it does, I activate the time slower, and get to work. Let's see, dragons. There are 3 main types of dragons, classification depending upon the energy they feed on and use, and where they were born. The first type are obviously the magical dragons. These are the species of dragons which the wizarding world has the most access to, and the most knowledge about. Hybrida in black, the dragon whose heartstring makes up my wand core, Norwegian ridgeback, Chinese fireball, etc. are all from this category of dragons. They are born on Earth itself, mostly in volcanoes or places of great heat, and for thousands of years, they have fed on magic, and other magical animals. They also use purely magic to create their flames, and to toughen their hide. These types of dragons only show themselves to wizards, preferring to avoid contact with sorcerers, muggles, and Kai masters alike. Next category is the Kai dragons. They're found almost exclusively in the micro-dimension of K'un-Lun, where Kai is the most dominant energy around. They feed on Kai, and use it in their flames. These dragons avoid contact with wizards, sorcerers, and muggles, choosing to only interact with Kai masters. And finally, come the biggest, baddest dragons humans have ever encountered. Outer dimensional dragons. These dragons don't come from our Earth, they're born somewhere else, fed on the highly dense dimensional energy. Where the Kai and magic dragons grow up to be at most 100 feet long, for the biggest species. The dimensional dragons can grow up to thousands of feet long, depending on their age and their raising. These dragons also have the most durable hide, with our hide able to stop even a few killing curses at the same time. These dragons are similar to magical dragons, in the way that they use magic. But, their magic use is far more dangerous, thanks to whatever dimensions they are born in. Sorcerers, wizards, Kai masters, muggles, each and every one of them has encountered a dimensional dragon at one time or the other. What I needed, however, was when the last Kai dragon was seen in the open. Or where I can find one. Kai dragon, I say, making the room of knowledge change once more, this time into a library containing books all relating to Kai dragons. Easy, easy, don't pour the blood all at once. Master Yao says, floating behind me as I stand over a cauldron full of a bubbling potion. Clicking my tongue, I say, I know what I'm doing, Master Yao. This isn't my first ritual. Slowly, keeping the stream of a constant thickness, I let the blood of the Kai dragon fall into the cauldron, while using my telekinesis to spin the potion 3 times counterclockwise. Followed by a single clockwise turn. The cauldron was kept inside a ritual circle, the symbols too many to count. While I was away, looking for the ingredients Master Yao had ordered me to find. Traversing through time to find them all, he was busy withdrawing the ritual circle. Some of the ingredients, 3 of them dark, 3 light, and 3 neutral, were kept in the circle itself. While most of the other items were used in the potion I was brewing. I have to wonder, how did you convince the immortal dragon to donate his blood? Master Yao asks, as I add the saliva the werewolf who has yet to transform into his wolf form into the potion. I say, I had to promise the bastard a tooth made of goblin silver, to replace the one an iron fist broke during their fight. I didn't have to travel into the past, but I did have to visit Kowloon. Sneaking past the current iron fist wasn't easy, since he has a pretty good control over his Kai, but well, I have more and a few methods of sneaking past anyone, and the ninja's memories just helped me out. Shaking my head, I focus back on the potion, still pouring the blood, along with adding a few more ingredients in between. And stirring the potion according to Master Yao's instructions. Finally, 7 hours after beginning, the potion is done, and I walk away from it. Now, to begin the ritual. Hold the sword above the potion. While standing on that swastika symbol, Master Yao says, floating the dark sword over to me. Frowning, I say, yeah, about that. I can't take the major part in any ritual for 3 more years. I can create the potion. But you're gonna have to do the ritual yourself. Master Yao scowls, and says, I'm dead, boy. I can't take part in the ritual either, you need blood and magic to carry this ritual forward. Well, if it can't be me, and it can't be Master Yao. Does it have to be a human? I ask, turning to look at Master Yao's spirit. We've only known each other for a day or 2, but I'm already starting to like the dude. He's straightforward, doesn't play around, and isn't at all cryptic. He tells you things as they are. Nothing says it has to be human, no. Blood, magic, life is the eligibility for this ritual. Who are you thinking of calling? Master Yao asks, after a moment of thinking. Smiling, I say, Blinky. Masons are called. Blinky says, apparating right in front of me. Widening my smile, I ask, will this be all right? She has blood, magic, and life. She's also my personal elf, and friend, which means she already has a stake in this ritual. Master Yao looks at Blinky, her suit, and then at me. Then he once again glances at Blinky, and floats the sword over to her. Don't touch it, please. I say, seeing Blinky hold her hands out. Blinky snaps her hands to her side, and stares at the sword warily. As I say, now, I need your help. Again. We need you to take part in a ritual on my behalf. I'll do it, Blinky says, before I even tell her what the ritual is. For fuck's sake, Blinky. At least ask what the ritual is. Sighing, I say, Blinky, this could be dangerous, but you don't have to worry. I'll be there to protect you if something goes wrong. Just listen to each instruction carefully, and then do it. Okay. Blinky nods, to which I say, good. Master Yao, you may take over now. Master Yao looks at Blinky, not completely believing she'll be able to sew it, and says, float the sword above the potion cauldron, but don't drop it. Blinky does so, as the ghost Master Yao and I walk or float out of the ritual circle. Master Yao then starts chanting, Honorable Vishanti, hear my plea. Cleanse the sword of the malicious spirit living within, and banish it into the nether realms. A white glow surrounds his hands, and Master Yao points his fists at Blinky. The white mystic bolts travel towards Blinky, and covers her completely, while a single tendril moves towards the sword and covers it too. Sensing danger to itself, the sword starts glowing a dark gray color. As I hear thunder rumbling outside the Hogwarts grounds, a gray wisp of clouds exits out of the sword's handle, where a dark red gemstone sat, and forms into a giant head. The head was of an elf, with dark gray skin, red eyes, and pointed ears. He had on his forehead the same gemstone that now sat within the sword. Sorcerer. The elf howls, as soon as he catches sight of Master Yao. He then notices Blinky, with her hands raised towards the sword, holding it up by her magic, glowing with the white magic of Master Yao. Arankit, the dark elf. You have overstayed your welcome into the mortal realm. Be gone. Master Yao yells, firing another blast of white magic at the sword. The dark elf winces, but he does not dissipate. He instead keeps staring at Blinky, and I see his gemstones start shining brighter. I immediately raise my hand, conjuring a telekinetic shield around Blinky, the potion cauldron, and the ritual circle, just in time for a dark red lightning bolt to slam into it. The lightning veers off towards the walls, and I raise my other hand too, to conjure a lightning rod to absorb the lightning. Master Yao ignores him, and yells at Blinky, cut your finger. And draw a small circle on the cauldron, with your own blood. And as soon as the circle is drawn, throw the damn sword in. Blinky does so without question, while I protect her from the lightning bolts fired by Arankit the Accursed. And Master Yao keeps the white magic connected to Blinky as well as the sword. As soon as Blinky waves her hand at the sword, sharply sending it crashing into the cauldron. The giant head of Arankit follows after it, screaming in pain. Master Yao's hands stop glowing with the white magic, and so does Blinky. For a second, there's only silence, and then, boom, the cauldron explodes, sending Blinky flying towards me, and leaving the now inert sword floating in the empty air. Catching Blinky, I start feeding her a few energizing potions, while casting healing charms, ignoring the sword for now. It is only when Blinky opens her eyes, that I breathe out, relieved. Thank you, Blinky, and I'm really sorry you had to go through with this. I whisper, feeling regretful of still behaving like a wizard master. Blinky smiles up at me, and says, You're my friend, Mason sir. I will always help you. I smile at her, wondering how she turned out to be so kind even after everything she's been through. Turning towards Master Yao, I see him near the dark sword, which is still floating, waving his hands over it. For a minute or two, I just sit there, healing Blinky. Thanking her again and again in my mind. Hearing him sigh, I ask, what? Master Yao floats the sword towards me, and says, the sword has been cleansed, completely. The dark elf's spirit has left for the realm of souls. Unfortunately, this has taken most of the sword's gifts away from it. Arankit's magic is what had allowed the sword to turn anyone stronger, summon lightning, and absorb magic spells. Now, the sword is just a highly durable sword made of dark uru, that can cut into almost anything. Ah, so it is uru. I'm guessing the sword wasn't forged by the dwarves. Shaking my head, I say, I don't care. I wasn't going to use the sword anyway. I'm going to reforge it, so that those who come looking for it don't recognize it. Oh, you plan on reforging uru? Unfortunately, my time here has come to an end. So I won't get to see you fail. Master Yao says, as he comes to stand near me. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Master Yao. Sighing, I look up at him, thankful for his help, and say, I really appreciate you helping me, despite it not being your responsibility, Master Yao. Truly, thank you. Master Yao snorts, and says, it was partly my responsibility, I should have cleansed the sword completely when I first defeated my foolish student. What are you going to do now? Holding the dark long sword in my left hand, I summon the light sword to my right, and say, now, I'm going to embrace myself. The people out there call me the Knight of Britain, Captain Avalon. It's time I actually become that. But first, I'm going to reforge both these swords into something suitable for my own use. Something impressive. Preparations. I give out another sigh of annoyance, after getting out of the Ministry of Magic, and into the large atrium. I had just gone there to report the death of 6 wizards who had attacked me in Norway, their bodies destroyed in the battle. No way I'm giving them the bodies of wizards who have gone through my family's ritual, however illegally. I don't want the Dom figuring out how to take part in the ritual themselves, or that it belonged to my family. No, it's better that they believe the wizards' bodies were destroyed in Norway itself. And yes, 6. I had only told them about 6 of my attackers, leaving out a single name. Charles Potter. Charles wasn't close with Fleemont, no. Fleemont and his younger brother Henry were just 3 years apart. But they were as different as brothers come, and estranged too. One a potions master, the other a politician. One married for love, the other married for connections. Charles was a result of a loveless marriage, and he had seen the lack of relationship between Fleemont and Henry. So, when his parents died some 10 years ago, he decided he wanted nothing to do with Fleemont and moved to Northern Europe to complete his education. Durmstrang is where he was enrolled, and he stayed there indefinitely. But, even after all this, Charles was the last living Potter, save for Monty himself. And I wasn't going to break his heart by revealing Charles is a damn terrorist to the whole world. Well, I was going to reveal it to just the Potters, hoping against all hope, that they understand why he had to die. Why I killed him. With a simply twist of my feet, I disappear from the ministry atrium, and appear in front of a gate, leading to the house of the Potter family, which currently only comprises of 2 members. With my hands in my pockets, I walk towards the front door, already dreading the talk we're going to be having right now. Boy, what I wouldn't do to go back to Norway, 7 days ago. And stop our mission from ever happening. Unfortunately, the grandfather paradox is a very serious issue, and I'm not going to tempt the timeline into killing me off. Well, let's get this over with. Tom Riddle was content with his life. He didn't enjoy it, no. Enjoyment was beneath him. He was just content, satisfied. He was head boy of Hogwarts this year, and was going to graduate at the top of his year in a few months. Almost everything had gone perfectly for him, in Hogwarts. Almost. 3 years ago, Tom had found the entrance to the legendary Chamber of Secrets, belonging to Salazar Slytherin, his very own ancestor. He remembered going there, entering the chamber, hearing a voice, and then nothing. He had fortunately already begun with learning the mind arts, and so, he was a BLE to patch together a few things from his disjointed memories. Someone had found the Chamber of Secrets before him, someone who Tom was most definitely related to. And that person had dared to erase his memories of the encounter. That person had dared to bar Lord Voldemort himself from his Chamber of Secrets. He had tried, many times, to enter the chamber again, managing to find 3 more entrances. But no matter what he commanded, the entrances refused to open for him, and that just made Tom angrier. A few months later, in the Christmas holidays of 1942, Tom had tracked down his only other living relatives, hoping to find the person who he had met in the chamber, and kill him for the insult. Alas, he had only found one single near squib, who was far too crazy to even know what end of the wand to point at your enemy. And a family of muggles. Obviously, the muggles were now dead, their deaths not even important enough to be used in the Horcrux ritual. He then framed his demented uncle for the murders, and stole the very fancy and obviously important ring on his fingers. Unfortunately, it was not the key for the Slytherin vault. The damned goblins refused to even let him near the vault to try to open it. No matter what he threatened them with, they had dared to laugh at him. And he completely blamed this unknown relative of his. He had gotten angrier, and angrier. He had researched about the chamber, hoping to find something to grant him entrance, but instead, he had found something else. The monster of Salazar Slytherin. He had deduced that Salazar Slytherin had bred a basilisk to guard his chamber. And it was either dead, or under the relative's command. So, Tom bred another one, keeping it hidden inside a trunk that he enchanted himself. The stupid basilisk had go around petrifying students when it had gone out to hunt for food. Thankfully, they were just mudbloods, but it had brought a closer eye from the ministry to the school. They believed this to be a trick by the Dark Lord Grindelwald. The security that was already pretty tight had become even more so, Aurors now openly patrolling the castle. As if a mudblood-loving Grindelwald would be of the noble line of Slytherin. Then, in June of 1944, the basilisk had its first actual victim, the connection he had with it allowing Tom to create his first Horcrux. Tom had taken advantage of the situation, and he had framed the stupid oaf Hagrid and his Acromantula for the death. He then killed the basilisk, deeming it too dangerous for even himself to control. The death of Myrtle Warren might have been beneficial to his cause. But it was definitely accidental. And then, he had laid low, knowing that Dumbledore was keeping an annoyingly close eye on him, already suspecting Tom of the murder. Even after he had managed to get the oaf under his custody, in return of helping the ministry interrogate a few of the wizards the muggle-loving fool, Captain Avalon had captured. Captain Avalon, the traitor, had also managed to piss Tom off. Just by being associated with the Muggle army. The same Muggles that tortured wizards, burned them at the stake, tried to steal their magic time and time again. But it was not as if Tom can do anything. Yet, Avs had the full backup of the Ministry of Magic, and even some support from the ICW, after he had captured his first dark wizard. Tom was just waiting to take over the wizarding world to deal with all those blood traitors. Shaking his head, Tom ignores the Muggle-loving fools annoying him by just existing, and focuses back on the book he was reading, suddenly feeling very sleepy. Before he can question his own mind, why it's happening, Tom blacks out, his feet taking him to his bed automatically. The next day, his Slytherin dorm mates, or his sycophants, more like, find the dead body of Tom Marvolo Riddle, with the venom of a basilisk found in his blood. And in his backpack, after taking care of the various protection spells, most of them dark, they find various books detailing how to raise a basilisk, the all-over-the-world banned book, Most Potenti Evil, and a journal of Herpo, the fowl himself, detailing in excruciating details how to create a Horcrux. No one knew where he found those books, but some of those books immediately disappeared after coming into DMLE custody. Almost immediately, Tom Riddle's death is declared an accident, thanks to him raising a XXXXX beast. He is also charged with breeding said beast illegally, raising it without a license, and being accessory in the murder of Myrtle Warren a year ago. The basilisk, meanwhile, is declared missing, with the school taking a week's worth of holiday to try and find it. Alas, it is never found. Similarly, Rubeus Hagrid is immediately cleared of any and all charges against him, allowing him to continue his education, albeit after a drop of a single year. From Tom Riddle's bags, 2 objects disappear, never to be seen again. A diary belonging to the now-dead Tom Riddle, and a single ring, with a dark black gemstone sitting on it. The ghost of Myrtle Warren, after understanding that her murderer was dead, passes on to the afterlife, her soul finally at peace. Mason Pav. Flipping the destroyed diary of Tom Riddle in my hands, I throw it into the flames, the soul fragment having been destroyed last night itself. Tom Riddle was dead, destroyed, by my own hands. Before he can even begin his reign of terror. I had ignored the news from the school for a couple years, being too busy with my own war against Hydra, Hitler, and Grindelwald. But, now, as soon as I had actually tried to find out what had happened in these last 2 years that I was away, and found out about Myrtle's death, well, Tom signed his life away at that moment. I gave him one chance to improve, barred him from the chamber so he doesn't find the basilisk and kill Myrtle with it. But it seems fate had other ideas. Or maybe Tom did. Tom still found a basilisk, bred it actually, and used that basilisk to kill the poor girl. I was already pissed thanks to Tim's death, the reassuring words of the Potter family not being useful enough in making me feel better. And Tom, it seems, was just a target for the guilt. I've already doomed Myrtle thanks to not killing Tom when he was younger. I wasn't going to wait for him to commit more murders before taking care of him. His life was forfeit, his crimes, murder, and desecrating the soul. I don't care much about the raising basilisk part, since I did raise Sly without a license. I'd be a hypocrite to use that as an excuse to kill someone. I'm not good, I know that. I'm morally neutral, with some of my deeds being as good as they come, and some being as bad. Killing a 17-year-old Tom Riddle belongs to the later, despite the reasons. So does torturing my father. Killing Charles despite his surrender. Casting unforgivables. Going through debatable dark rituals, and I'll probably commit a lot more crimes in this war. The only reassurance being that I know my motives, I know my thinking. I believe in myself to not go too far into the dark. And if I do, well, someone is bound to stop me. Closing my eyes, I focus on the new knowledge that I had gotten. As diverse as my new knowledge base was, most of it was useless for me. The memories of the two wizards I managed to copy, Vinda Rosier and Charles Potter, didn't have a single spell I didn't know of. Or anything else that I couldn't get in the room of knowledge. I did get to confirm that Grindelwald and his lieutenants have gone through the bond of blood ritual to gain mutations. 7 mutants were sacrificed to give the 7 that attacked me their mutations, while a few more mutants gave his other lieutenants their powers. As for Grindelwald himself, well, he did it in private. Neither Charles nor Vinda knew what powers he has, since he hasn't even shown them yet. The ninja, well, his mind had a treasure trove of knowledge, I'll give him that. He was the direct underling of Nobu Yoshioka, who was literally the face of one of the fingers, Murakami. Different hand bases around the world, different criminal organizations under Murakami's hands, hidey holes, bank accounts, sleeper agents. These were the things that I literally didn't give a shit about, that he had. It was, however, interesting to know that the hand had some form of presence in the different wizarding nations. So, I might have to look out for wizard ninjas in the future too. His training, on the other hand, really interested me, along with the existence of red ninjas. Those red ninjas, as I called them, were completely silent, odorless, and had no mental presence. Because they were literally zombies. The hand had some form of occult ritual that could bring people back to life, completely mindless. And under total control of their masters. They had no personality, no mind, no anything. They were just puppets meant to be ordered. They couldn't even speak, only fight. But, despite that, they were still dangerous. I doubt many people would be able to see these red ninjas coming, seeing that even I almost fell for them. If it wasn't for my instincts, I would have definitely died that day. As for the Kuranin, Hiragi Kurosawa's memories of his training, well, that's complicated. I know of a ritual that can use those memories of him training and make it so my own body gains those benefits. Literally giving me Hiragi's muscle memories. Well, technically, the ritual makes it so any foreign memories that I have are immediately implemented in my own mind and muscles, making all the training obsolete. I could theoretically absorb the memories of a kickboxing champion, go through the simple ritual, and immediately become as good as him in kickboxing, muscle memory, instinct and all. But, I can't take part in any ritual for 3.5 more years, so there's that. I'll have to personally train myself, while using telepathy to slowly ingrain Hiragi's memories into mine. Or I'll have to wait. And lastly, Nathaniel Essex. Nosferatu. He's a genius, plainly speaking. His genius in biological sciences and chemistry is unparalleled, and his knowledge about other sciences is nothing to scoff at either. But genetics, now that's where he shines the brightest. When it comes to genetics, Nathaniel Essex is the topmost authority, and I don't think even anyone in the 21st century, where I'm from, could put a candle to him. He could create clones already, of himself, and of others. He could splice one person's DNA with another's, creating biological children without the parents doing the dirty. Heck, the Essex that I thought was Nathaniel Essex was actually one of his clone bodies, with his mind just possessing it. It had all his powers, yes, but it wasn't the one he was born with. Telekinesis, total molecular control over his own body, telepathy, superstrength, these were the powers he currently had, along with the apocalypse given immortality. That's not special, one might say, given that even I had managed to integrate the mutation of Victor Creed into my body, without changing too much about myself. But the thing to be noted is that Nathaniel Essex is still not a mutant. He has powers, yes, but his DNA still identifies him as a human. A completely mundane, normal, human. Of course, his powers were still very much there, and hence, he was more appropriately a mutate, but still. You need to be a genius amongst geniuses to gain mutations, and still not be a mutant. His mind was one I wasn't much interested in either, since whatever he can do, I can do too, with magic. Rituals, potions, spells. Whatever Essex wants to achieve, I can do easily enough. But still, the locations of all his laboratories, his homes, his bases, and the fucking island he has, will definitely come to use in the future. When we inevitably come to meet again. For now, I'm going to focus on Hiragi's training memories, and work on reforging the dark sword. And I know just the dead person to help me do it. King Ragnik, the First, I whisper, spinning the Peverell ring in my palm 3 times. Just like when I had called Sorcerer Supreme Yao, the ghost of Ragnik the First slowly exits out of the resurrection stone in the form of smoke, and condenses into the 3-foot-tall, muscle-bound figure of a goblin. This goblin was special, since he was the one who crafted the most famous goblin silver weapon in the world. The Sword of Godric Gryffindor. The goblin in question blinks a few times, after coming into existence as a spirit, and looks around, already wary of me, his hand on the axe on his hip. Where am I, wizard? Ragnik snarls, while brandishing his axe. I look at his axe, amused to find it to be made out of goblin silver too, and say, my name is Mason Avs, thank you. And you're underneath Hogwarts, the secret chamber of Salazar Slytherin, to be exact. Ragnik looks around, his axe still pointed at me, uselessly, and frowns, seeing the forge room. Pointing his axe at the shelf, he asks, is that a giant spoon made out of goblin silver? Yup, I created that when I was practicing forging. I say, proudly summoning it towards me, and showing it to him. He tries to touch it, his hand passing through, and then stares at his hand. He whispers, I'm dead, of course I am. I remember dying, I remember the pain. He then looks at me, and asks, so how am I here, alive once again? Using my telekinesis to place the spoon back on the shelf, I say, you've been dead for 900 years actually. And I called you here, temporarily, to help me with something. Now, while I can't use telepathy on a ghost just like that, I can do it when inside the astral plane. I know, I've tried it with Helena, and I've tried it with the other ghosts. And I am actually going to do it with Ragnik too, later. But, just copying the memories won't be enough for me to create the perfect weapon quickly. I've already been away from HQ for 9 days, which makes reforging the sword an urgent matter. And that is why I'm planning to ask Ragnik to guide me through forging the weapon. No, Ragnik says immediately, which I already expected. Amused, I say, you haven't even heard my request, King Ragnik. Scowling, the goblin says, I know you're kind, wizard. If you're desperate enough to call me 900 years into the future, no doubt using some idiotic necromancy ritual, then it is so that I can craft a weapon for you. The answer is no, I won't do it. Now, send me back, and leave me to my rest. Smiling at him, I ask, not even if the metal you're going to work with is Uru. One thing I've learnt about goblins is they're proud of their metals being superior to humans, proud of their magic being better, proud of their race being better. And the presence of Uru, the metal of the dwarves of Nidavellir, is something that they definitely won't be able to handle. The fuck is Uru? Ragnik asks, making my smile drop. There goes that idea, but at least he's interested in the metal. Waving my hand, I take the dark sword out of the nowhere, now holding it in my naked hand, and offer it to him. Surprisingly enough, his hand stays on the sword this time, when he touches it. As he rubs the blade, looking fascinated, he whispers, the metal of the gods. No. This is different. Less pure, darker, more evil. Gods, even the metal itself is evil. The dark elves must have some forging techniques. If the metal itself feels evil to the goblin. Nodding, I say, This blade belonged to a race called the Dark Elves, forged by them using a rock-like metal that the Sorcerer Supreme called Dark Uru. He helped me cleanse the blade of most of its evil, but I'm guessing some stuff just can't be cleansed. Although I am annoyed that the evil that Ragnik can sense stays hidden from my senses. For me, the blade is completely normal. I see the greed shine through Ragnik's eyes, and longing. He wanted to study the blade, to find out all its secrets, to work with Dark Uru. But his pride as a goblin was coming in between. The answer is still, no. The last time I made a weapon for a wizard, he stole it from me, and refused to pay the full price. Ragnik says, Reluk, tantly pulling his hand away from the sword. Rolling my eyes, I say, I actually know what happened, Ragnik. You liked the weapon you made too much, asked your soldiers to steal the sword from Godric, it backfired. And Godric just didn't hand it over to your family after his death like he was supposed to. It was all your fault, admit it. Ragnik sniffs, and moves his head away from me. He says, even still, I refuse to help craft a weapon for a human, and have it be used on my own descendants. Given that many of the goblin kings in the past had been overthrown, giving way to a massacre of the entire royal family multiple times. Well, Ragnik hasn't gotten any descendant left. Shrugging, I pull the sword away from Ragnik, under his hungry eyes, and say, fine, I'll summon the ghost of a dwarf then. I know, King Drurig II was a good metalsmith. Maybe he'll help if I offer him the opportunity to work on some goblin silver too. I raise my hand, the ring held in front of my lips, and start chanting, Oh, Lady Death. I beseech you to send this mortal soul of the goblin known as Ragnik. Wait, Ragnik yells, running forward, and holding my hand tightly, or trying to, since his hand just passed through mine. Got him. Scowling at me, he says, I have conditions, if I'm going to help you in this endeavor of yours. Smirking internally, I look at him unimpressed, and ask, is any one of them to hand the sword over to the goblin nation after my death? Because that's not something I'll agree to, if the sword is as good as we hope. Ragnik glares at me, and says, please, the spoon you made is barely up to task. You can't even work on silver properly, what makes you think you can work on the metal of the gods? Raising the ring once more, I say, well, there's always the dwarves. Ragnik sputters, and asks, dwarves? Those stone workers cannot recognize gold from copper. No, if anyone's working on the metal of the gods, this Uru, then it's going to be a goblin, me. Smiling, I say, fine, fine. What are your conditions? Ragnik takes a step back, his hand finally leaving the insides of my own hand, and folds them over his stomach. He scowls at me, once again, and says, 1. I will watch over and instruct you, but I won't make the weapon for you. You'll have to do that yourself. Nodding, I say, I was planning on it, since you won't be able to touch anything here. This displeases the goblin, for some reason, and he scowls even harder. Buddy, you're going to get stuck like that if you continue. He says, 2nd, you will give me a magical vow, to never use the sword. Or anything made by any goblin, against any goblin, no matter the crime they carry against you. I frown, and think it over. Well, I can always use other weapons to carry out my revenge if some goblin does something to me. Nodding, I say, very well, I won't use anything goblin made, or the weapon that you'll help me make, into harming goblins. Now, are you any good at alchemy? Ragnik asks, making me raise my eyebrows. When I nod, he says, my final condition is that you will create a homunculus for me to possess, so that I can go and visit the goblin nation once again. Buddy, you realize that the homunculus won't make you alive. You'll still be dead, and as soon as your time is up, you'll get pulled to the other side, I say, bending down to look the little guy in his eyes. That's not to mention the fact that no homunculus is actually permanent. They always run out of juice. And, nope, even legilimency doesn't work on ghosts. Scowling, once again, Ragnik says, I know. I just want to see how the goblin nation fares, 900 years after my death. I'm guessing we're still thriving, winning most of our wars, if even you, a wizard, thinks of me as the best person to reforge the Uru sword. Well, I'm not going to tell him about his descendants. As for the condition of the goblin nation, he can find it out himself. Nodding, I say, I agree on all 3 of your conditions. But I'm afraid it'll take a while for your homunculus to be ready. I might have to banish you, and then summon you once again a few months later. The time limit for a ghost summon, I've observed, is about 2 days. Which is how long Master Yao stayed here. And after he disappeared, I couldn't call him back using the stone for an entire day. But that's not the point. Creating a homunculus, one designed to be possessed by a ghost. A goblin ghost to be specific, will take time. Actually creating it even more so. Even with the time slower, I'm guessing it'll take me a half a year to do them both. And that's not counting the war I'm currently in the climax of. Scowling, Ragnik says, vow to do it then, a vow on your magic, stating all 3 of those conditions. Only then will I actually begin helping you. Nodding, I say, fine, not like I mind it. But I need vows from you too, on your very existence. I don't want you to help me craft a faulty sword, and then take all the prizes for yourself. I'll be sure to put a few contingencies in the homunculus, and his mind, in case Ragnik tries to rat me out to the goblins. Ragnak scowls, and says, fine. I'll do it, after I give my vows, and Ragnak gives his own. He asks to see the dark sword once again, and says, as I said, the metal is too dark. If you craft a weapon out of this, as is, you'll corrupt your magic, turn into the worst version of yourself. And no, I don't just mean evil. You'll also become dumber than you are. Hey now, but, I thought Master Yao's ritual was supposed to cleanse the sword completely. Oh. I see, the ritual just removed the connection to the Dark Elf's spirit. Whatever the Dark Elves did to Uru, to turn it into Dark Uru, is still there. I'm guessing there's no cure for that, or Master Yao would have helped me do it already. What do you suggest then? I ask, trusting the goblin for now. As soon as he tries to go against his vows, he will be completely erased anyway, so I'll know it. Ragnak gets a glint in his eyes, and asks, you won't happen to know where Godric Gryffindor's sword is, would you? That sword is too pure, or at least it was, that it'll perfectly balance this Dark Uru out. I snort, of course he wants his bloody sword back. Shaking my head, I say, I don't have the sword of Gryffindor, no. But, I have something better, something so pure, that it completely erased the curses this dark sword laid upon my body. As Ragnik looks at my face, and around the forge, to see if he can find the mysterious item, I raise my right hand up into the air, and conjure the light sword from the nowhere. The light sword, a sword of my ancestors. One of my ancestors on the Slytherin side, faced an evil enemy, a sword-wielding man empowered by some sort of demon. Anyone that touched him was corrupted by the demon, turning them into another one of his sycophants. To battle him, my ancestor, whose name was not written, commissioned a sword to be made out of a sorcerer, since they have experience dealing with demons. The sorcerer created this sword out of some unknown metal, and bound it to my ancestor's blood. Whenever one of his descendants needs to battle something dark, something evil, the sword will appear to them. If the wielder dies, the sword will become dormant, awaiting its next wielder. This is why it was rusted when I'd seen it in the Slytherin vault, this is why it came to me. Ragnik's eyes immediately light up, and he whispers, perfect. Give me a couple hours alone with the swords, and we can begin with the process as soon as I understand them completely. I smile, thankful that I wasn't planning on actually using any of the 2 swords. The light sword, and the dark sword. 2 extremes on the opposite sides of the spectrum. One pure light, the other cleansed dark. They were too much for me. The light sword I could handle using, since it didn't change anything in me. It just kept my soul purified, kept dark magic away from me, and sped my healing just a little bit. The dark sword, however, corrupted my soul, or it would if I ever use it. It did give some benefits, enlightening control, and an increase in strength and speed. Here's to hoping I don't ruin them both in my attempts of reforging them for me. Steve Rogers Pav. Steve Rogers was tired, and angry. Angry at the Colonel, for sending just 7 howling commandos on a mission that needed all 9, at the higher-ups. For ordering the Colonel to do so, at Mason, for not fighting for his right to join Steve in capturing Zola, and at Hydra, for causing the death of his closest friend. Most of all, he was angry at himself. For not saving his friend. For not saving Bucky. They had gone on the mission 2 days ago, the first day spent in dismissing decoy trains and obvious traps laid for them. And then, when Gabe finally found the train that Zola was on, they attacked. But Hydra was ready for them, with flamethrowers, energy blasters, and some sort of strength-enhancing armors. And Bucky took a shot on the vibranium shield he was holding, one meant for Steve, that threw him out of the train. Steve could still remember him, hanging off a metal bar, holding on for dear life, before the speed of the train. The strain of holding on, and the tiredness from the small battle they had, took its toll on Bucky, and he fell. And now, when he had returned to London, a Cap2 Red Zola now featuring a few more bruises, he had realized that Bucky wasn't the only friend he lost in this mission. Tim, poor Tim, he looked up to Mason, despite being half a decade older than him, and had gone with Mason on a separate mission, to extract a divine weapon. And now, Tim was dead, just like Bucky, the only difference being that Tim's body was actually brought back by Mason, through enemy lines. And you didn't even find Bucky's body. A traitorous part of his mind whispered, making him gulp the rest of his whiskey and pour some more. Fat lot of good that did, as the Brits would say. Since Steve can't even get drunk now. Someone sits beside Steve, in the bar the Howling Commandos had claimed as their meeting point, making Steve turn to his left. Seeing his team leader, Captain Mason Avs, or Captain Avalon. He whispers, "Mason." Captain Avs just puts his hand on Steve's shoulder, none of them saying anything for a while. Both of them were captains, both lost their closest friends in a single week. And both were angry at everyone. After having a few more drinks, neither of them getting actually drunk thanks to their respective gifts, Mason asks, "Did Zola say anything?" Steve shakes his head, and says, "I don't know. I haven't been there since I've been back." Yeah, it is, Mason says, both of them understanding the feeling without expressing it in words. The sound of the stool shifting makes Steve turn to his friend, his team leader, and he blinks. Mason was changed. He looked more confident now, somehow, stronger too. His eyes told the same tale, haunted as they were thanks to Tim's death. Mason was a changed man now, and just like Steve, he wanted justice for his friends. Mason also had a small change to his uniform, something he didn't have before. Over each shoulder, sword handles could be seen, the angle they were kept at hinting to Steve that the blades were curved. Mason says, "Hydra has wronged you, wronged me, and wronged the Howling Commandos. They killed 2 of our members in 2 days, and we have just their lead scientist in our hands to show for it. We cannot keep blaming ourselves for our friends' deaths, we need to show them some dignity. But we can avenge them. As soon as Zola squeals, I'm going to be leaving to attack Schmidt. And I want to ask, will you join me?" Steve stands up, his mind made as soon as Bucky's death actually hit, and he says, "Mason, I'll follow you to the gates of hell itself. I just have one question. What's with the swords?" Mason chuckles at the question, and it makes Steve himself smile, despite his pain. Mason raises his hands over his shoulder, and without a sound, takes the 2 swords out of their scabbards. The swords' blades were a light gray in color, although one was a bit darker than the other, with a ripple patterned across its blade. They were curved, as Steve had expected them to be, but its curvature wasn't like anything he had seen before. The handles of the S words were made out of what looked like either bone, or a giant tooth, but Steve didn't know of any animal with a tooth as big as that. The handles were covered in a leather of some kind, allowing it a good grip, and just by looking once, Steve could tell that the swords will not break easily. As Steve looks over my new swords, I smile, and say, "You're called the Shield of America, and I'm called the Sword of Britain. It didn't seem fair that you already have a shield, but I don't have a sword. And the government wasn't giving me one, so I got 2 for myself. Steve, meet Dermagal, and Galadmagal. Dermagal, and Galadmagal, dark sword, and light sword. Made out of dark uru, the unknown metal that made the light sword, that I'm calling mithril, and goblin silver, with a handle made of basilisk fangs. Weaker than the original dark sword in some manner, but better in others. Where these ones won't enhance my strength any, they do give me a minor boost in my reflexes. Where they won't be able to call down lightning storms, They do grant me an affinity for channeling lightning spells through them, or absorbing lightning. They can also reflect spells back to the user, or absorb the magic of spells, depending on my intention. Along with that, as long as I hold at least one of these swords, no curse will ever keep me down. The swords boost my natural healing factor so much, that as long as they're in my hands, I'm practically immortal. But this isn't any reason to become arrogant. I'll still be on my guard, just with a better weapon at hand. Dermagal, the dark sword, was different than the Galadmagal, the light sword. Dermagal was obviously darker in nature as well as color, with its enchantments more focused towards attack. It also retained some of the dark curse that was present in the original dark sword, which will inhibit healing factors. It won't kill anyone, but it will completely stop healing factors, and stop any attempts at magical healing. The only way to heal wounds made by the dark sword is to hold the light sword, or to allow them to heal naturally. The Galadmagal, meanwhile, was lighter in nature, with its enchantments geared more towards healing, absorbing magic spells to fuel said healing, and to give me the better instincts. Best of all, Ragnik had helped me enchant them, personally dictating the runes and spells I needed to cast, over the 2 days we had worked on it. No one can lift the sword without my permission, and no one can harm me with any of the 2 swords. The swords can also be called to me with just a thought, making the SW Ords appear similar to how Godric's sword appears to its heirs. Smirking darkly, I swing the swords around a few times, using the 7 days of practicing that I had done, using Hiragi's memories to stay silent through it all. My time watch had allowed me to come back 16 days into the past, thankfully well within the limits of my time travels. You made my friends die, Schmidt, Grindelwald. Now, I'll make sure you face the same fate. FYI, Dark Uru is something I cooked up, to be a metal that the Dark Elves created out of Uru, using a dark ritual or something. It is inherently dark now, which is W. High Mason needed to melt the light sword too, to balance it out. Goblin Silver was just added because it allowed me to have him absorb poison and all, without harming the blade. He didn't poison the sword yet, but he will whenever he needs it. Hope I didn't butcher the last part, but, as I said, I'm sleepy. I'll reread it tomorrow, and edit if I find something that needs changing. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The end of Hydra. Anyone here used Lenovo Legion 5, i5 variant? Or the Asus TUF A15, i5 Ryzen 5? How are they? Which one would you think is better in terms of performance? Thank you. Now, read on. Johann Schmidt belongs in a bug house. He thinks he can rule the world, that he's a god. And he's willing to blow half the planet to prove it. Colonel Phillips says, with the N players of the SSR in the conference room with him. Along with Steve, the Howling Commandos, including the now sword-wielding Captain Avalon, Agent Peggy Carter, Private Lorraine Smith, and the other captains, lieutenants, sergeants that were in the SSR were all present for this meeting, to plan the final attack on the base. He's insane. Dum Dum Duggan says, for once with neither a cigar, nor a glass of alcohol in his hands. So's Hitler, but Schmidt has gotten very far with far less than what Hitler has. Peggy says, adding her own 2 cents, as Steve looks at her, remembering her own words at his confessions of his guilty feeling. Steve had spent a lot of time blaming himself for Bucky's death, just like he knew Mason had blamed himself for Tim's. But, in the end, both of them knew that their friends wouldn't want them to do that. It would dishonor them, to make Bucky and Tim seem like helpless dames, in need of rescuing. They deserve their respect, their dignity. Captain Avalon, leader of the Howling Commandos. Leensler is not an urgent problem, at least for now. Schmidt is. He's planning on blowing the world up, starting with America. Hitler. Steve had joined the war to fight Hitler, and had already punched him hundreds of times, albeit in the USO tours. But now, despite his larger army, Hitler wasn't an actual target of theirs. Fulsworth, the only other Brit remaining, frowns and says, but he'll need millions of men for that, ships, planes, food, fuel, and all that. That's practically impossible to do with the small army he has, in it. Stark takes a seat at the table, right beside Steve, and says, This energy source that Schmidt is working with is something we've never seen before. We've seen firsthand how explosive the smaller batteries are. Imagine one of the big ones being dropped in New York. Quote, Steve frowns, the threat of losing New York making his stomach clench. He might not have returned there in a long while, but New York was still home. He says, most of our men are either in Europe or in the oceans. Our borders are practically defenseless, leaving Schmidt free to carry out his plan without any opposition. Colonel Phillips nods and says, we're the opposition. And we'll defend the country, son, don't worry. We have under 24 hours, according to my new best friend, Zola, to stop Schmidt from destroying the United States of America, and then, the world. Where is he now? Jones asks, his face showing him already prepared to fight. And Steve appreciated Gabe's readiness, his fellow Americans' patriotism. The colonel points at a map, and says, here. In the middle of the Alps. 500 feet above sea level. How do we attack him there? We can't just knock on his front door. Jim Morita says, sounding annoyed. And it was understandable. The base was surrounded by mountains. And was based in the middle of another mountain. Totally fortified, as far as any normal man was concerned. Why not? Two voices ask at the same time, making Eve. Ryan snap their heads towards Steve Rogers and Mason Avs. The Howling Commandos were led by men far from normal, however. Everyone was looking at them with either two thoughts in their minds, some thinking them suicidal idiots, while others wondering what the superhero duo will do now, to avenge their fallen sidekicks. And Steve hated it, Bucky being known as his sidekick, the stupid comics depicting him as some skinny teenager. And him as a buff American flag bearer. And what was even the point of depicting Bucky as 17 years old, or wearing his bright blue underwear over his pants? Bucky didn't even wear underwear of that color. Steve nods at the team leader, pushing the thoughts of Bucky to the side for now, to allow his leader to speak first. Mason leans forward, resting his arms on the table, and pauses, to think. Everyone stays silent, wanting to know what he's thinking, and they don't have to wait long, as he says, Johann Schmidt is arrogant. Ain't that the truth? Most of the people here think, including Steve. Mason continues, probably unknowing of the other's thoughts, he's so arrogant, that if either of us gets captured in his lands, he will order us to be taken to him, so he can kill us personally. Steve smiles half-heartedly, understanding the plan, and eager to have his revenge soon. He nods at Mason, when he looks at him, turns towards Colonel Phillips, and says, yeah, I'm going to go and knock on Schmidt's front door. Hard. Steve Rogers was ready to begin the one-person assault on the final Hydra base. Ready to begin with the revenge plan, or so he hoped. Strapping his iconic vibranium shield to his back, Steve sits on the bike Stark had made for him. Modified out of a Harley-Davidson, the bike was fitted with rocket launchers, grapple hooks, and a lot more, to allow him to get inside successfully. Starting it with a kick, Steve revs the accelerator, driving forward, straight towards the final Hydra base that they knew of, where Red Skull currently was. He was preparing to launch an assault on the United States of America, to destroy it completely. The air was thinner than normal, Steve notices, thanks to him being a quarter-mile above sea level. But it doesn't bother him too much. The serum gave him a lot of advantages, and not being bothered by the higher altitude was one he was now very thankful for. For a few miles, Steve faces no troubles, but after a while, as he gets a couple miles near to the Hydra base, 6 bikes start following after him, Hydra soldiers atop them. They fire energy blasts at him, which either strike the shield on his back, being absorbed or reflected depending on the angle, or they completely miss. Flicking a switch, Steve activates a mechanism, and sends 2 bolts flying at the trees on his left and right, both of them connecting each other with a thick metal rope. The 2 connected bolts stick to 2 trees, the rope raised tightly between them. 4 of the soldiers following him duck in time, letting the rope pass over them harmlessly, but 2 of the soldiers are too late, and get caught by the rope, which throws them off their bikes. Steve barely glances at them, and revs the accelerator, speeding up. The Hydra bikes keeping up without any issues. Stark is a genius, Steve had no doubts there, and he modified the bike as well as he could. But Hydra's bikes were fitted with the blue batteries, and were made by Arnim Zola. And so, they can easily keep up with Steve's bike. Two of them speed up some more, and cover Steve's two sides, while the other two stay at the back, barely a couple feet away from his bike, cutting off any escape plan he might have. Steve leans back, letting a left hook by the driver on the right side pass by. Seeing the bike become unbalanced, Steve punches at the rider's head, making his helmet drop down on his eyes, blinding him. Steve flicks another switch on the bike's handle, which causes flames to shoot out of the back. The flames, going back at least 20 feet, burn the clothes and the bags held on the sides of the bikes of the two Hydra soldiers. RGH. The soldiers yell, both of them in pain from the fire, and are sent crashing into the trees, creating a small explosion. The soldier he had punched, meanwhile, was still disoriented, but driving straight, while the one on his left was now reaching for Steve's bike, to turn it off. Aching his hand towards the back of the right bike, Steve pulls a pin from the grenade kept on the bike, and brakes hard, sending the two bikes rushing forward. The left soldier notices Steve missing, and tries to stop. But before he can even try, the bike beside him explodes, killing both of them in a chain of explosions. Now free of any followers, Steve starts driving once again, now speeding straight towards the Hydra base's entrance, and in no time, has it in his sights. The entrance was guarded by a giant tank, no doubt one of the energy-shooting kind, while the side walls had many Hydra soldiers with their guns pointed outwards, at him. Pulling the shield off his back, Steve fixes it to the handle, covering his body from the sights of the soldiers, and keeps driving. The tank notices Steve first, and starts shooting energy blasts at him, while the Hydra soldiers switch between normal bullets and energy bullets, everyone trying to hit Steve. Steve ducks his head, knowing that nothing is in between him and the tank, allowing the shield to do its job. A few blasts get close, blowing the earth near him up, but none of them manage to make Steve lose his balance or his sight. Some even hit his shield, but the vibranium shield just absorbs the energy, allowing him to go forth unharmed. As soon as he gets close enough to the tank, Steve flicks a third switch, and presses a button right beside it, arming, and then launching two missiles at the tank, from the missile launcher. Boom! The tank explodes, sending many Hydra soldiers flying through the air, dead or injured. Alas, the gate was still blocked by the exploded remains of the tank. Turning the bike's handle, Steve aims towards the inclined wall of the Hydra base, and speeds up, going full throttle. As soon as he reaches the wall, he uses his superior strength to lean back, and lifts the front wheel of the bike, allowing it to run over the wall easily. As he lands, now inside the Hydra base, surrounded by Hydra soldiers, Steve revs his bike once more, and starts dodging the energy blasts, while using his fists to hit a few Hydra soldiers that get in his way. Steve puts his leg down, braking, to make the bike skid, and revs the accelerator once again, this time aiming the bike towards the base's building wall. Clicking a big red button, he puts the shield on his left arm, and jumps off of the bike, sending it wheeling towards the wall. As soon as the bike hits the wall, it blows up, the explosion breaking the wall down completely. That should give them a good opening later, Steve thinks, as he rolls to a stop, immediately throwing his shield at one Hydra soldier's chest. And then, Steve begins fighting the grounded soldiers, alone. He fights hard, killing some soldiers, knocking others out, but after a few minutes of doing that, he finds himself surrounded by two guys, wielding two flamethrowers each, and then more than 50 Hydra energy weapons. Raising his hand, Steve sighs, finally surrendering, allowing the Hydra soldiers to handcuff him, and starts following them towards Red Skull's office. Arrogance may not be a purely American trait, but you, Captain Rogers, you surely do it better than everyone else, Red Skull says, as a group of 30 soldiers bring Steve Rogers towards him, in handcuffs, and at gunpoint. Steve's shield was held by one of the Hydra soldiers, who had stayed as far away from Steve as possible, to not give him an opportunity to steal it back. Steve Rogers glares at Red Skull's red disfigured face, some of his anger at Bucky's death coming back, and says, "Get me out of these cuffs, and let's go a few rounds. We'll see who's too arrogant then." Red Skull chuckles, as he walks towards Steve, who was himself surrounded by more than 30 soldiers, and Red Skull himself. He says, "There are limits to what even you can do, Captain Rogers. Or did Erskine tell you otherwise? Did he tell you that you would be invincible? He told me you're insane. I'm inclined to agree, Steve says, having a stare-off with Red Skull, now just an arm length away from him. John and Schmidt leans forward, and says, he resented my genius, denied me the serum, and I had to forcefully take it from him. But he gave you everything willingly. What makes you so special? Remembering Bucky's face, from when Mason had asked them both to join the Howling Commandos, he says, nothing. I'm just a kid from Brooklyn. This seems to anger Schmidt, who refuses to believe that there is nothing special about Steve. There has to be something, or so he believes, which Erskine was the only one to see. Pulling his hand back, he punches Steve's face with full force, throwing Steve onto the ground, knocking his breath out. The guards holding Steve pull him up, allowing Schmidt to punch his face once again. And again, and again. Finally, when Schmidt stops, Steve looks up, bleeding a little from his cheek, panting, and says, I can do this all day. Schmidt glares at him, and pulls an energy Luger out. Pointing it at Steve's head, he says, I believe you might be able to. But unfortunately for you, I'm on a tight schedule. As he prepares to pull the trigger, one of the Hydra soldiers holding onto Steve kicks his leg up, sending the gun flying out of Schmidt's hand. At the same time, 3 soft thunks sound, as bolts are fired at the wall, right near the window looking over the mountains. Red Skull takes another gun out, and points it at the Hydra soldier, but a second kick lands on his chest, sending him flying back into the wall to his back. Intruder! One of the other soldiers holding on to Steve yells. As he starts pulling his gun out, Steve, taking the opportunity, punches his handcuffed fists upwards, hitting the stomach of the Hydra soldier, and knocks him out with another two-handed punch. Immediately, the other soldiers run at the rogue soldier and Steve, who was now starting to get up, to attack them. However, before anyone can do so, the window breaks, sending glass shattering down. As 3 people enter through it by way of ziplines, and start firing their guns at the Hydra soldiers. Red Skull takes the moment of distraction to escape, running out of the room. The rogue soldier removes his helmet, goggles, and mask, showing himself to be the Howling Commandos' leader, Captain Mason Avs, Captain Avalon. With 2 swift moves, he lifts a Hydra soldier up, and swings his body around himself. This causes the closest soldiers to either drop down, or get thrown back. He then throws the body forcefully at a group of Hydra soldiers, sending them crashing down. From over his back, Mason takes off his 2 new shiny swords, making many people, including Steve, wonder how they had remained unnoticed, and starts slashing at the Hydra soldiers closest to him. With one slash, he first breaks the cuffs that bound Steve's hands together, and starts attacking the Hydra soldiers. Steve, now free of his bounds, punches a Hydra soldier away from him, and steals a gun from one of the people fallen on the ground, and starts shooting, not as enthusiastic as Mason in fighting close combat. Cutting the head of the Hydra soldier who had run at him with Steve's shield. He throws the shield at Steve, and yells, Go! We'll deal with this lot and follow after you. Steve nods, catching the shield gratefully, and runs outside the room, using the shield to bash a few heads while running. And shooting a few more people on the way out. Mason Pav, grinning. Once Steve leaves, I slash my sword over the chest of one of the soldiers surrounding me, and yell. Let's show them what us Howling Commandos are made of, boys. Duggan fires a Hydra blaster he had stolen at a few of the Hydra soldiers, making them disintegrate, and says, Way ahead of you, Captain. Seeing an energy blast go for my head, I raise Galadmagle up, absorbing the energy blast. Ducking down under the punch of a second Hydra soldier, I stab the same sword in his chest, causing him to gasp. The energy that I had absorbed from the energy blast is released into the body of the Hydra soldier, disintegrating him with a blue flash of light. Snapping my head, I glare at the Hydra sold wire who had fired the energy blast at me, and throw my sword at him, stabbing him in the chest. Running forward, I jump on his body, removing the sword from his chest, and spin around myself, beheading him and 2 other Hydra goons that were near me. The swords were amazingly sharp, able to cut through bone with just some effort. Despite being curved, with blades almost 4 feet long each, both the swords were also pretty well balanced. And I can Throw them at my targets easily if I want to. And my feral side was loving it. Guns, magic, that's all well and good, but my feral side absolutely loves fighting close combat, either armed or unarmed. And fighting with swords, even after the mental training I've had, always brings a smile to my face. Seeing a Hydra goon aiming a big blaster at Dernier, I jump in between and hold my swords up, crossing them in front of my chest. And not a moment too soon, as I feel the Tesseract energy blast hit my swords, sending me skidding a bit backwards. The energy blast does nothing else, however, and my swords absorb the energy easily. That's impossible, the man whispers, in German, his hand dropping down in horror. Smirking at him, I say, buddy, you have no idea what's possible. And then, he gets shot in the head, courtesy of Dernier. He looks at me, my swords, and then back at me again, and says, I don't know what those swords are made of, Captain, but keep at it. Chuckling, I continue my attack on the Hydra goons, and yell, for Bucky and Timmy. Getting the same yells in return, from my howling commandos. Now, begin the attack, Jim yells, into a mic he was wearing, with a transceiver set up in his backpack, which means the SSR should begin their attack from the outside now. While I keep to close range, using my swords to cut, slash, and stab my way towards the exit door, Duggan, Jim Morita, James Fillsworth, Dernier, and Jones use their guns and Hydra blasters to kill the soldiers from afar. Those that did get close to the OT, her howling commandos get killed by one of them. Soon, within a couple minutes, 6 of us take care of all 35 Hydra soldiers that were inside the hall, and start jogging outside. For a few minutes, we keep running, taking care of any Hydra soldiers we meet in between. But, suddenly, I stop, making all my fellow howling commandos stop with me, pointing their weapons at the single man standing right in front of us, without showing a single care at the weapons pointed at him. You know him, Captain? Duggan asks, seeing me glare at the man hatefully, without pointing my weapon at him. I hold my swords to my side, and say, you guys go on forward. Join the rest in clearing the base. This is personal. Duggan stares at me for a second, and then nods. Seeing the others reluctant to leave, he says, let's go, boys, and leads them through another door. As the 5 howling commandos leave, I crack my neck, and say, you made a huge mistake of showing yourself to me, Grindelwald. Gallard Grindelwald, the current Dark Lord, the one the majority of the wizarding world is at war with, just smiles, and apparates away. Scowling, I run forward, holding my hand out at the spot he apparated from, and follow the trail of his apparition to the destination, appearing inside a hull that is as big as the one we had fought and killed the soldiers in just now. Following apparition isn't easy, and you need to have a good sense for feeling magic, and a good control over your apparition. Even still, you can only do it for a few seconds after the apparition. After that, you need specific spells and artifacts to do it. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet, and I can definitely apparate competently. Looking around, I see Grindelwald with his back to me, and over 24 Hydra soldiers pointing their guns at the 2 of us. Stop right there. One of them, wearing a lab coat, yells at us, making us stop. He then turns towards his underlings, and says, start the ritual, you idiots. That's Captain Avalon. It is then that I really look. The hall we were in was covered in familiar runes, while behind the small army of Hydra soldiers, were 3 bodies kept on metal beds, bound by heavy shackles. My nose catches their scents, and I notice that they have something similar smelling to me and Grindelwald, a component that is not present in the other Hydra soldiers. Magic. Wizards. Immediately, I snap my hand forward, firing a piercing hex at the head scientist here, hoping to kill him before he can activate the ritual. Unfortunately, a transparent shield makes itself known, stopping my spell from killing him. I turn towards Grindelwald, now even more angry. Grindelwald looks at me, as I growl at him, and says, you think I am your enemy, Captain Avs? See this, see what they're trying to achieve. They might not have gotten to do it with your blood, but there are other wizards, and they have managed to capture a few already. You just fucking stopped me from stopping the ritual, you manipulative bastard. Scowling, I say, Don't pretend as if you didn't help them in this ritual, Grindelwald. I know what you've planned, and it will only succeed if the summoning happens. Smirking, Grindelwald says, oh, but it has already succeeded. You just don't know it yet. I run towards him, aiming to behead him before killing the Hydra soldiers, but before I even reach there, he waves his hand, sending a giant ball of blue flames at me. Just by looking at it for a few microseconds, I can tell that these flames are dangerous. Dark. They're the flames that he developed the spell Protega Diabolica from. These flames don't just burn. They completely destroy any flesh they touch. Even my healing factor might have a problem healing from that. I stop, and raise my swords, absorbing the fire spell with my swords. As the flames dissipate, getting slowly absorbed into my sword, I throw my hand forward, sending a reducto through the flames. Unfortunately, my spell hits the wall, Grindelwald nowhere to be seen. But there is something else, something I didn't want happened. A glowing red portal, about 2 meters in diameter, had made itself known, on one end of the ritual rooms. And floating in front of it were the 3 previously bound wizards. The 3 wizards were connected to the portal with 5 red tendrils each joined to their limbs and the back of their heads, and their eyes glowed red. Their muscles strangely bulging. All in all, they looked completely different from the malnourished wizards which Hydra had in their hands, which Grindelwald probably gave them. As one, the 3 wizards turned to look at me, and smile, menacingly. I duck, on instinct, letting a giant fucking tentacle go by, and raise my sword, waving it upwards to cut it off. My highly enchanted, highly magical sword cuts through, causing the large 20 feet long tentacle to drop down, separated from the portal. But almost immediately after, the single tentacle is replaced by 2 other tentacles coming out of the portal to attack me, while ignoring the Hydra soldiers completely. They just enjoy the show, watching me dodge for my life. These tentacles look like they belong to an octopus, or a squid, and have suckers on their sides. I doubt getting stuck on one of those suckers will be good for me, and I'm not willing to try and find out. It has succeeded. The champion of Hydra is here. The Hydra scientist yells, excitedly looking at the 3 men hovering in front of the portal, 3 green tentacles still coming from the portal. Dodging the tentacles by jumping over one of them, I cut another one, and look towards the idiot who summoned an actual demon. I can feel it, this demon's magic. It's dark. Not as dark as Set's, but dark. Definitely evil. Whatever demon this is definitely stronger than Set was when he came to Earth, however. And this demon hasn't possessed a muggle, no. This one has possessed 3 wizards, while also keeping a portal open to its dimension. Which means these tentacles were not just magical representations of the demon, they were his actual tentacles. My eyes notice the 3 wizards, whose scent has now gotten absolutely disgusting, and I shiver, accidentally causing one of the tentacles to hit my sword hand, sending me flying back. And this is why I was so afraid of Hydra using my blood for the ritual. With me thrown away, thankfully unharmed, the 3 wizards turn their heads to look at the Hydra scientist. One of them holds his hand out to him, and the magic of the wizards, now amplified by the possession, lifts the helpless muggle up, pulling him towards them. No, no, what are you doing? You're supposed to help us. You're our champion, the scientist yells, as he helplessly tries to grab onto air, to pull himself back down. Alas, it is to no avail, and the possessed wizards pull him closer with no opposition. As soon as the wizard holds the muggle by his head, the scientist shrivels up, as if all his energy was sucked into the wizard, and dies. And then, the wizard throws the mummified body down, causing it to break a leg just from being dropped 6 feet. We are no one's champion, the monster possessing the wizard says. The 3 people speaking at once, smiling at me, as I keep dodging the now 4 tentacles. Okay, this is not that bad, I'm having no trouble keeping up, but I need to find a way to shut the portal down. The Hydra soldiers, now afraid, start shooting their guns and Tesseract-powered weapons at the wizards. Unfortunately for them, all of the attacks are stopped by a transpair NT shield spell being raised in front of the 3 wizards. So, the possession allows the demon to use their magic. Wonder why Set didn't try that with me. Maybe he just wanted my soul, for a quick power boost. Could be. This demon doesn't seem to be too focused on increasing his strength, since his dimension is just an open portal away. The possessed wizards snap their heads towards the muggles, and almost immediately, a dozen more tentacles shoot out of the portal and fly towards the muggles. The first one to get caught by the tentacles is also turned into a shriveled husk, his life force getting absorbed by the demon. And the others soon follow, one by one. Okay, not letting the tentacles touch me is a great decision. Jumping over a tentacle, and sending the second one away from me by high. TTING it with the blunt side of my sword, I take aim, while still mid-jump, and throw my sword at the edge of the portal, hoping the magic-absorbing properties of the sword will close the portal, or at least destabilize it. Unfortunately, one of the wizards teleports in between, and raises his hand, casting a shield charm. The shield spell powered by the corrupted and amplified magic of the demon is not enough to stop my enchanted Dermagal, however, and the sword pierces the head of the wizard, after passing through the admittedly thick shield spell. Waving my right hand, I telekinetically spin the sword downwards, using it to split the wizard into two pieces, and summon my sword back. The tentacles retreat from their offense, as the number of possessed wizards goes down to 2. Sorry, nameless wizard, but at least you aren't suffering now. The two wizards stare at me, the muggles all dead, and as one. They screech, Oster spawn. Join us, as one of our vessels. You will be immortal, invincible, unharmed. Refuse, and you shall die. Hey, immortal, invincible, unharmed. I literally killed one of your vessels in one move. Shrugging, I put my swords back on my back, for now, and say, I've heard it all before. Now, go back to whence you came from, willingly, and you won't be thrown there. My swords, while immensely helpful, have a drawback in this fight. Every time I cut into a tentacle, 2 more join the fight. At least, the demon seems to have a few rules. It won't attack with a new tentacle, unless it is attacked, or if a tentacle is cut off. Really doing the job of champion of Hydra, following their motto. Cut off one tentacle, 2 more shall take its place. The two wizards smile, and in unison, say, you have chosen death. So it shall be. Almost immediately, 13 tentacles speed towards me, their tips pointing towards different parts of my body. Raising my hand, I wandlessly and silently cast the Presidio charm, the shield spell designed to keep anything physical out. In slow motion, thanks to my enhanced senses, I see the tentacles stab towards my heart, head, hands, thighs, and even my butt, and approach the Presidio charm. I see the tentacles stab at the shield, and then I see the shield get sucked into the tentacles, their magic absorbed by them. I widen my eyes, and apparate towards another end, just in time to see the tentacles stab into the ground. Seeing the tentacles now speed towards my new location, I raise my hands up, spreading my legs a bit. Focusing on the universal magic, I yell, Shield of the Seraphim. This creates a giant circular Dao mandala, in front of me, with a diameter of about 2 meters. The Shield of the Seraphim is a normal spell, based on just universal energy. The only reason it is called that, is because it was invented by a seraph sorcerer. It is however one of the strongest shield spells in sorcery. Slam. The tentacles slam into my shield, and stop, not absorbing the magic this time. Although I do get pushed back a bit. Curious. Separating my 2 hands, I split the Dao mandala into 2 semicircular magic blades, and throw them both at the tentacles, sending them waving through the air in a spiral motion. The blades cut through one tentacle after another, and are only stopped by a shield being raised by the possessed wizards. So, the demon can use and absorb wizarding magic spells, but that's probably only because it is possessing 2 wizards right now. But they or it cannot absorb sorcery spells. Dodging another attempt by the tentacles to capture me, my enhanced senses, agility, and reflexes having little to no trouble with it, I wave my hand and fire a few rapid spells at the tentacles. Stupefy, Reducto, Bombarda, Expulso, multiple spells fly towards the tentacles, and hit them, one or multiple at a time. But, as expected, the spells are all absorbed by the tentacles, which remain unharmed. Instead, the tentacles seem to become a bit larger. The difference isn't too observable, but I can see it. Jumping back, I use my nails to climb the wall, and whisper, Fulmin, sending a bolt of lightning flying out of my hand, towards the dozen or so tentacles that had decided on me as a personal target. The lightning bolt hits a single tentacle, causing it to stop, and start twitching repeatedly. Jumping down, I blast at the tentacles with a fireball, making them all scatter, desperate to avoid the flames. One tentacle does get caught in the flames, and is burned to ashes, completely. Ah, I see, it does have weaknesses. You dare. The two wizards yell, at once, their eyes glowing a lot more than before. As the room starts to tremble, the portal behind the two wizards starts slowly expanding, and then, suddenly the portal is filled with tentacles, all of them speeding towards me. Ah. Shit, I whisper, seeing almost 100 new tentacles aiming at killing me. One touch, and it's over. Apparating out of there, I cast the flying runes on my bones. Thankful that I have gotten quick at doing that, and float into the air, invisibly looking over the tentacles and the wizard searching for me. The tentacles crash into the walls, and keep attacking empty air, in an effort to find me. Allowing me the time to think over all I've learned about the demon. Fire and lightning works, but other wizarding magic spells are all absorbed. Which means I'm limited to sorcery spells, telekinesis, and elemental spells. And unless I want the demon to escape this hall, and let loose on the rest of the world, I need to be quick in taking care of it. Where's the Ancient One when you need her? I can just see her stupid face, saying, I trusted you to deal with it by yourself, Sorcerer Avs. With a damn smile, too, if I ask her about it. My instincts flare up, making my kick off the wall I was resting in front of. Just barely dodging a thin tentacle, that stabs a foot deep into the wall. Glad that isn't me, I wave my hand, conjuring an orange disc blade made of condensed universal magic, and throw it. The orange disc cuts through the tentacle cleanly, and dissipates as soon as its job is done. Now visible, I lean back, to let two more tentacles pass, and take my swords out, cutting them off. Once more, I throw the swords at the wizards, hoping to kill them and block the demon's sight into this dimension. Seeing a thick tentacle rise up to defend the wizards from the two thrown swords, I snap my fingers. With purpose, creating two portals in the path of the swords, that open right in front of the possessed wizards' smirking faces. My swords stab into their heads with a snick sound, and a wave of my hand causes them to vertically cut them into two equal parts. So, the demon is now blinded. But just killing the wizards isn't enough, I need to close the portal too. The tentacles raise up, the demon now blinded, and snap towards every direction, not knowing where to attack. I apparate away from my spot, seeing two tentacles approach me from different directions, and frown. Seeing the demon start destroying the room. If it keeps this up, the muggles will find out about the demon, and I don't want that. Focusing on my connection to the universe, I make my hands glow white. And drop down on the ground, slamming my hands on the floor. With a crashing sound, we disappear from the real world, appearing inside the mirror dimension. The way this works, is everything living, and non-living things touching those that are living, that are present in the room or the vicinity of the spell cast, are taken to the mirror dimension. The room expands, allowing the demon a lot more space to rampage in. But now, it can't harm the real world. Well done, Captain Avalon. You isolated the demon, the annoying voice of Grindelwald says, as he makes himself known right behind me. I spin my sword around, hoping to kill him, but Grindelwald is no longer there. Instead, now a dozen meters to my left, he asks, but you see, the ICW has already sent a delegation to the base, and what will they find? I wonder. The runes marked with wizard blood, shriveled up. Bodies of muggles, and a group of dead wizards, cut by the sword of the champion of muggles. What will you do now? Will you deal with the demon? Or will you go outside the mirror dimension, risking me letting the demon out once again, to deal with the evidence of the muggles killing a wizard? Scowling, I look at him, and then at the demon rampaging around in the mirror dimension, the number of tentacles now increased to 100. Fuck, Grindelwald has me trapped here right now. I can see a sling ring on his fingers. Meaning he actually has a way out of here, and this means his threat of letting the demon out is not unfounded. If the ICW find out that muggles, Hydra or not, have used even a single W. Izzard in a summoning ritual that went really bad, and that I killed said wizards, there'll be a heck of a lot of trouble. Not just for me, but for the wizarding world too, and the muggle world. The ICW might believe me when I tell them that Grindelwald was working with Hydra, giving them wizarding secrets, since I actually do have proof in the form of the wizards I arrested while fighting Hydra. But the common people, the recruitment for Grindelwald's army will at least double up, thinking his ideology to be actually right. And this will only fuel the wizards' fear of the muggles. Fear of a genocide, but that only works if Grindelwald is alive to take advantage of it. Slamming my foot down on the ground, I manipulate the mirror dimension to send a ripple through the ground beneath us. Hitch slams into a shield spell cast by Grindelwald. The force of my attack throws him into the air. Waving my hand, I use telekinesis on his clothes to throw Grindelwald towards the tentacle demon, and smile, seeing a tentacle catch him. My smile slips, however, when I see Grindelwald's face change right before my eyes, into the face of someone else, before the person shrivels up and dies. That wasn't Grindelwald. Grindelwald appears before me once again, this time in an astral projection, and says, "You really thought it would be this easy to defeat me? I have seen countless fights happening between us, Captain Avalon. I've spent decades preparing for our eventual confrontation. And I can tell you this, Captain Avs. I am going to succeed." And then, he disappears, just in time, since my killing curse strikes empty air. Cursing myself, I apparate away, letting a few tentacles slam harmlessly into the ground. Okay, time to deal with you. Putting my arms into a praying gesture, I close my eyes, spreading my legs apart. I slide my right leg back, bending both knees, and with a snap, point both my palms at the portal. On my hands, 2 white orbs of light are formed, which cover my entire hand. Shackles of binding, I shout, not too loudly, while pointing those mystic palms at the tentacle monster. 2 mystic bolts of white light fly from my hands, towards the tentacles. Those 2 tentacles split into 4, which split into 16, and so on and on. Each one of the tendrils slams into a single tentacle, and completely covers it in white light, shackling the demon in the mystic bindings of my spell. The spell forces the demon to stop its movement, making it freeze. The strength behind the demon is still too much, however, and I could feel the tendrils slowly moving towards me. The tentacles too stubborn to stop completely. Damn, this spell was designed to stop rampaging demon hordes, and the tentacle demon was still causing the spell to move. Holding my left hand straight, I move my right hand, and tap it on the left hand, to transfer the spell from the right to my left. As soon as it happens, the magnitude of my effort seems to be halved, and the tentacles get closer to my position, still far away. But now moving a bit faster. Clenching my teeth, I focus on my magic, on my anger at everything. My hatred at Grindelwald, at Hydra, for cooking this shit up, at the magical world for being stupid enough to fall for Grindelwald's charms. Sufficiently in the mood, I summon my wand, point it at the demon, and angrily yell, "Fiendfire." Dark red flames erupt from the tip of my wand, and drop down on the ground between me and the tentacles. Those flames rise up, getting bigger, still being fed by my wand, and start moving wildly. Within a few seconds, those flames form into a giant tidal wave, and with a wave of my wand, the wave starts moving towards the tentacles. The tentacles closest to me, still caught by my shackles of binding spell, are immediately caught by the raging inferno, and catch fire. As soon as that happens, however, my shackles break, the fiendfire even eating that magic to fuel its rage. This allows the tentacles to move again, but this time, my flames follow them. Almost immediately, the tentacles stop their advance towards me, and start their retreat towards the portal, now speeding up. Raising my left hand up, I focus all my attention on the flames, and use them to chase the tentacles towards the portal. The demon keeps retreating, and goes through the portal, giving one final screech from a small mouth, opening up on the tentacles. Scree. The high pitch of the noise is enough to make my ears bleed, but I ignore it, choosing to focus on the cursed flames. Seeing the flames try to go through the portal, I clank my hand to stop the flames before they can follow the tentacles into the portal. The flames might kill the demon, taking over the dimension, slowly becoming sentient, or the demon might adapt to the flames. making it so I have no weapon against it in the future. Sighing, I wave my hand, casting the flagrate charm to write runes all around the portal. Closing my eyes, I focus on magically connecting those runes together. To cast a runic spell. This runic spell activated as soon as my magic connects the runes together, and with a snap, breaks the portal into energy dust, closing it up. Meanwhile, my fiendfire seeks out the remaining cut-off pieces of the tentacle, and burns them to ash, until nothing remains, and keeps looking for more things to burn, now starting to get out of control. Well, I am not a dark wizard, and hence, fiendfire does sometimes get loose. Thankfully, I have a way to deal with it. Holding my hand forward, I create a runic spell on my hand. Even if it looks very similar to the Dao mandalas of sorcery. The runic spell is a completely wizarding spell. A simple blue-colored circular disc, almost transparent, with runes written along the circumference. Holding my runic spelled hand in front of me, I whisper, "Absorb." Immediately, the flames start getting sucked into the runic spell, as if I had created a black hole in my hand. The runic spell does not just suck in the spell, but it also purifies it into pure magic, and feeds it back to me. Alas, this only works if I was the original caster in the first place. If I try it with someone else's spells, I'll either lose access to my magic temporarily, or turn into a squib, or explode, depending on what I'm trying to absorb. So no absorbing spells, Rinnegan style, for me. My job done, I look over the mirror, ROR dimension to see if I missed anything, and create a portal back to the Hydra base, outside the mirror dimension. As soon as the portal opens, I see a small squad of Ors and Unspeakables, along with some familiar faces. All pointing their weapons at me, through the portal. Ignoring the threat, I walk through the portal, and look around. In front of me, surrounding the portal I had just come through, were about 24 Ors. Belonging to various nations, and half a dozen Unspeakables. Behind them, stood a few members of the ICW, including the Flamels, the Chinese Emperor Shang, a few national leaders I didn't know of, and the curious form of Professor Dumbledore. "Put your hands in the air, and don't move." One of the French Ors yells, right at my face. Already annoyed at Grindelwald's convoluted plan of getting more members to his army, I snap my hand downwards, telekinetically disarming the 24 ICW Ors that were pointing their wands at me, and float their wands facing towards their own faces. The Ors all gulp, while the Unspeakables take a few steps back, their wands still in their hands. Seeing the familiar face of Headmaster Dippet walk towards me from the back, I call out, "Headmaster." "It's Grindelwald, he did it." Headmaster Dippet nods, his attention already on me from the beginning, and says, "We already suspected it, child. Is the demon dealt with?" Nodding, I ignore the now scared Ors, and walk towards the headmaster, with Dumbledore, the Flamels, and Emperor Shang approaching too. With a snap of my fingers, I drop all the wands I had captured onto the ground. Not wanting to play too much. This is a serious matter. Nodding at them all in greetings, I say, I managed to send the demon back into whatever realm it came from, and close the portal. But this doesn't erase anything. Grindelwald gave a summoning ritual to Muggles. That has to be the worst betrayal to wizard kind since the days of Camelot. That is, if you manage to prove that Grindelwald actually gave them the ritual. Dumbledore says, his hands in his pockets, making me snap my head towards him. Before I can show him exactly what I think of his opinion, he raises his hands to appease me, and says, "I am not accusing you of anything, Mason. But Gellert hates Muggles with a passion. Why would he give them something so dangerous? Something that can result in the deaths of at least 3 wizards. This doesn't make sense to me, and it won't make sense to the common people either. As opposed to you, because I am a wizard fighting in a war for the Muggles, and have some sort of loyalty to them. Oh, piss off, I might not hate Muggles, but do understand, Dumbledore, that if there ever came a fight between wizards and Muggles, my second choice would always be to fight for the wizards. The first option will be to prevent a war altogether." I hiss, furiously glaring at Dumbledore. How dare he play the devil's advocate, here of all places? And him, the teenage friend of Grindelwald, is daring to question my loyalty. "Calm down, child," Nicholas Flamel says, resting his hand on my shoulder. As I stop speaking, moving my head away from Dumbledore, Flamel says, "And you? Don't be an idiot, Albus. The boy has just been in a battle with a demon that your friend helped summon. It might not make sense, but he did summon it, and you know it." I take a few breaths, to calm myself down. I'm already angry at Grindelwald for getting away from my hands, what he said to me. Repeatedly going through my head. He said he has already seen many battles happen between us. Does that mean his scrying has improved? Does my tattoo not work on his scrying now? Is he now able to look into alternate timelines? Because how else would he see many different versions of our fight? How many fights has he won? How many have I? Will I win this one, the real one? And does Grindelwald know that? Headmaster Dippet says, "We've read the reports Mason sent after the arrests he made. Grindelwald's people were found mostly in the middle of Hydra bases. His disappearance was also well documented, and you've personally seen the signs of Grindelwald having a hand there, Albus. Don't deny it. Yes, it is unlike Grindelwald to help muggles like this, but he's already helping Hitler in Berlin. What makes you believe he can't be helping this Hydra too? Just to fulfill some sick purpose of his." "Oh, his purpose is sick, all right." I whisper, once more back into the conversation, getting curious looks in return. Running my fingers through my hair, I take a deep breath to calm myself. And conjure a seat underneath me to sit down. Ignoring their looks at my feet of wandlessly, silently conjuring the chair, I say, "Grindelwald wanted the wizarding world to see that even muggles can use summoning rituals. Just by using wizard blood. And he wanted to show the muggles that wizarding blood has power within it, so that muggles like Hydra can start targeting wizards once again. Can any of you guarantee that none of the muggles out there know about the power in our blood, that Grindelwald has kept the statute intact? Can you guarantee that none of the wizards here will join Grindelwald as soon as they realize what muggles can do with wizarding blood?" This explanation has somehow caught the notice of every wizard there, and there's an eerie silence all around the half-destroyed room. Glaring at Dumbledore, I say, "You needed proof." Well, I don't have it. What I do have is his purpose for doing all that. This was his purpose. He didn't want the demon to even win. He was actually counting on someone defeating the demon, and he purposefully led me straight to this ritual chamber. He just wanted to orchestrate a war with the Muggle world, and now, he has probable cause to do so. Doesn't matter that the cause had his own hand behind it. For a minute, no one says anything, each of us just staying silent to think of the repercussions. Grindelwald played a heck of a game, that I had seen coming. But couldn't do anything to prevent it. I had thought that by destroying the ritual, and my blood, that I've prevented it from happening, but Grindelwald must have provided them with other wizards. I had thought that I could stop Grindelwald before he could use the ritual, but I failed. I'd thought that I could deal with whatever demon came here, and this is the only part of my thoughts that I succeeded in. Someone sighs, making me look up, as Nicholas Flamel says, no matter what had happened in this battle, Grindelwald was bound to win. News will leak, both in the Muggle world, and the wizarding one, and this demon will become known. It is impossible for even the ICW to hide such a large-scale ritual. Grindelwald will get more recruits for his army, and he will get the war he wants, soon. If not now. Nodding, Headmaster Dippet says, "Mason, I'm afraid it is time for Captain Avalon to disappear from the Muggle world. Your need there has disappeared. But we need your help on the wizarding side of things now. Albus, please work on breaking the blood pact faster. We need all the wands we can get." I nod, although a little reluctant. I knew I was gonna have to disappear soon enough. The Muggles would have never let me live my life otherwise. I'm a superior soldier, experimented on by the Nazis to become stronger. And the royal family already knows I'm a wizard too. This makes me prime recruitment material, or a top-quality test subject. Closing my eyes, I expand my telepathy, to see what the Muggles are up to. Duggan was looking for me, while the others were with Peggy. The war was won, it seems, and this base captured. But at a steep cost. Steve was alone, in a plane, heading towards America. And he will be forced to drop it into the ocean soon. I guess this is how our story ends, Steve. Both the captains of the Howling Commandos disappearing right after the final Hydra battle. One beneath frozen waters, and one forced into hiding because of the actions of another wizard. Seeing Dumbledore apparate away, I scowl, and say, do you believe he will want to fight Grindelwald still? His arguments make it sound as if he's trying to justify Grindelwald's actions. Perenelle Flammel, the one I had asked this question to, pats my shoulder, and says, love makes a stupid child. Albus wants to believe that his friend is still the handsome visionary he fell in love with, even if he knows it isn't the truth. Do not worry, when the time comes, he will fight Grindelwald. Well, when the time comes, I'll be there with him. If Dumbledore hesitates even little, I'll be there to take over the fight. It's high time I stop holding my magical strength back. Besides, Grindelwald has already seen our battles happening, so I'll be sure to give him a good actual fight. Seeing none of the people looking at me, I silently apparate away, without anyone even knowing. My apparition had gotten a lot better in these days thanks to implementing some of the ninjas' training. And a small time spell. I disappeared so fast, that I was there one moment, and somewhere else the next. The wormhole-like sensation of being pulled through a narrow tube was still there. However, the changes were on the outside. I no longer folded within myself, to show myself entering into the wormhole. It happened instantaneously, making just a small wisp of smoke appear. Due to the friction that my fast movement causes. The time spell, however, made it so that despite spending some finite amount of time inside the apparition tunnel, I came out at the exact time I entered it. Instantaneous teleportation, the first of its kind. And Grindelwald still managed to run away from me. Which means, I need something to give me an edge. Appearing in the Av's manner, I summon the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw to me, and sit down. I need some practice in fighting strong wizards, and I have access to one of the strongest witches of all time. Hello, Mason. It's been a long time since you've been here. Rowena says, as soon as I appear in the corner of the astral plane that is connected to the diadem. Smiling, I summon my wand, and say, yeah, I need your help in preparing for a fight. Time to see if Grindelwald is as good as he claims to be, and time to see if I'm actually a competent enough wizard. Please understand if that happens. Thanks for the support, and love you've shown my FIC. Shown me. Thank you. Ta-ta, Kasha. Sorry for being late, I had gone to Mumbai for some college-related work. It's been a year since I've completed my master's, and the university still hasn't given us our degrees. Hopefully, they release them soon. Read on. Captain Avalon. Gone. London. On the 4th of March, the Howling Commandos under the leadership of Captain Sir Mason Avs, or Captain Avalon, had attacked the final Hydra base in Austria. During the attack, Captain Avalon was forced to separate from his team, to fight one of HYDRA's enhanced people. Officer Timothy Duggan, the one who was left with the command of the Howling Commandos, went back to the factory, after the battle was won, after Captain Steve Rogers tragically lost his own life fighting the Red Skull, to search for Captain Avalon. But after hours of searching, none of the Howling Commandos found a single trace of either him, or the man they had seen Captain Avalon follow. Is he dead, just like Captain America? Did something happen to him? We, at the Daily Post, interviewed some of Captain Avalon's closest friends, and some acquaintances about this. His friends in the SSR, all refused to believe that he has deserted, saying that Captain Avalon would rather die, than desert his post. His former lover, a Private Lorraine Smith of the SSR, had this to say, Captain Avs is as selfless as they come. We first met when he rescued 50 soldiers out of Hydra hands, and then he rescued hundreds more. If, and this is a big if, he has actually deserted, then he deserves to have his privacy. He has already done so much for the general public, for the people of USA, UK, France, Canada, and even India. He, and the other Howling Commandos, lost 2 friends in such a short amount of time. But, we're going with the opinion that he has been captured, and are going to search for him, to rescue him from wherever he is. His old caretakers, at the Stockwell's orphanage where he was raised, CL. Aimed that Captain Avalon last came here right after his friend Timothy Roth's death, and that he hasn't been seen since. His house, number 1 Malvern Terrace, hasn't been lived in for years, and it has since been abandoned. When asked, The PM's office has informed us that the house is being claimed as a historical place, to commemorate it in Captain Avalon's memories. There are some reports that say that Hydra had summoned some sort of demon to be their champion, but most of them have no proofs to speak of. But, considering all that Hydra is capable of, them summoning some sort of champion for their cause is not too hard to believe. The SSR at least believes that Hydra had the necessary knowledge to do that, as our informants say. But, until Captain Avs shows up in public himself, we won't know for sure. Where is Captain Avalon? Is he dead, just like Captain America? Or has he been captured once again, by some hostile force? Or has he really deserted his post, Captain America's death being too much for the captain to handle? Or did he die at the hands of this hypothetical demon? Wherever he is, we, at the Daily Post, wish him the best of luck in his future life, and hope that he is well. A huge bird made of flames flies towards me, the heat of it causing my hair to singe even from afar. Holding my wand up, I wave it in front of me in a wide arc, casting a transfiguration spell on the fire bird. Changing it into water which harmlessly splashes on the ground. Raising my left hand to join the right, I command the water to rise up, forming into 3 sharks that float in the air. I slap my hand forward, sending the sharks flying at my opponent. 2 spells strike 1 shark, blowing it up, and vanishing the remnant water, while the other 2 sharks dodge, and fly towards my target. They, however, hit a transparent barrier right before they can attack her, and I see her with her left hand raised. The sharks were just the distraction, however, and the ground underneath her ripples, turning into liquid. Rowena Ravenclaw, my opponent for this sparring match, floats up into the air, her naked feet floating a foot above the liquefied ground. I raise my hand upwards, summoning the water from underneath her, around her in a sphere, and clench my left hand into a fist, condensing the liquid. My wand pointed at the floating liquid, which has Rowena trapped for now, I whisper, Fulgur Flumen. From my wand tip, a thick bolt of white lightning emits, far stronger than the normal Fulmen spell, and goes wildly towards the water prison, while still staying connected to my wand. Where the Fulmen strikes just once. The Fulgur Flumen is kept getting fed magic as long as I feed it. The thickness of the lightning bolt depends on the potency of the spellcaster's magic, and his willpower. For me, the lightning was around 3 inches thick. Right as the lightning bolt is about to touch the water, which will no doubt at least harm even someone like Rowena, the water sphere ripples, and then explodes, sending water all around. I immediately stop casting the lightning spell, and raise my hands, creating a telekinetic shield all around me to stop water from hitting my body. A thud sounds, as a telekinetic blast hits my shield, and I grunt, the force rattling my bones. Waving my hand, I transfer the telekinetic shield to just one hand, and slap the next blast to the side, causing a rock to blow up, almost disintegrating. Stepping to the side, I let a spell pass by harmlessly, and throw my telekinetic shield at Rowena, causing her to raise her own shield to stop it. The 2 shields collide, my shield hitting its edge at the flat of Rowena's, and cause an explosion that sends Rowena flying back. You didn't have telekinesis before, Rowena says, a bit accusingly, as she stands back up. Obviously unharmed. Shrugging, I say, I picked up a few gifts during the war. At her curiosity, I wave my hand, and say, later. Let's continue. Rowena nods, and begins the attack with a single stunner, which I just slap it to unravel the magic behind it, and lean away to dodge the next bone-constricting curse. The curse is designed to make your bones shrink, most often targeted at your chest. Yeah, that's too painful, and a bitch to heal from. And unfortunately enough, I can't unravel that spell. After having studied the remains of the Kuranin's swords, I had manag ed to figure out how it unraveled the spells into pure magic. It was a beautiful enchantment, and it's really a pity that plain steel was used. The enchantment made it so the spells thought they had already done their work, on empty air, and convinced the spell that it needed to go back into the universe, turn into pure magic. I'd already enchanted my twin swords to completely absorb the magic and reflect it, at that point. So I didn't bother with the unraveling enchantment. But it did help me learn how to do it by myself, by my own hand. Unfortunately, Stupefy was the most dangerous spell I could unravel that way. And it's highly unlikely that it'll ever change. Stabbing my own wand forward, I fire 3 spells in a single second, all of them aimed at Rowena's feet. Rowena floats a few steps back, and casts a shield charm. Just in time for the ground to explode, sending chunks of rock flying up. The other 2 spells cause the grass underneath her to grow rapidly, and grab onto her legs, starting to pull her downwards. Rowena waves her hand, cutting off the grass, and points them towards me, sending the torn pieces of grass flying at me, now sharpened. I could create a portal, and send them back at her. But we had a rule during our spars. No easy way outs, no portals to divert spells or attacks. No sorcery, period. These spars were to train me into using my magic better, and if I use portals all the time, then I'll never learn. And sorcery shields were way better at stopping wizarding spells and objects than wizarding spells. I stomp on the ground, forcing magic out of my legs and into the earth, and have the land in front of me rise as a wall to absorb the sharpened leaves. Unfortunately, I underestimated Rowena's charm, and the grass tears through the earth and keep flying towards me. A single twitch of my wand, however, causes the leaves to combust mid-flight, stopping them from ever harming me. The reason: a wave of magic emitted from all over the front of my upper body, aimed at burning anything not within 10 cms away from my body. Obviously, the magic wasn't strong enough to go further than 30 centimeters, so the ground was safe too. Unfortunately, Chi didn't mean I didn't get the warm air blasted right at my face, or that the ash still fell on my body. Lifting my wand, after using a small moment to clean myself up, I snap it at Rowena, causing the ground itself to ripple and go in a wave towards her. Rowena holds her hand out, and stops the ground, right before it reaches her. As she slowly pulls her hand back, however, the ground crumbles to dust. Rowena using her phoenix powers completely for the first time in this fight. Oh, crap. A single twirl of her wand, and wood rises out of the earth, the tree roots gearing up to attack me. All around her, I could see hundreds of tree roots, pointing their tips me. She says, "Use your imagination, Mason. You have reality itself at your fingertips, utilize it to your advantage." And then, the roots all stab towards me, aiming for serious injuries. Well, shit. Jumping up, I dodge the first barrage of roots, seeing them slam into the ground, and then cover myself in a telekinetic force field as I start my retreat. A root, as thick as my entire body, hits the spherical force field, and sends me crashing into the ground, my force field shattering into million pieces. That bitch, she's using her command over this realm to give herself an advantage. I can't help but be impressed by her deviousness. You want my full strength, Rowena? You got it. No sorcery, no mutation, pure wizarding magic. I slap my hand at the group of 10 or so roots, the thinnest as thick as my arm, as they stab at me at once. The slap, my hand casting the banishing spell at the same time, causes the roots to slam into the ground. Another wave causes them to separate from the ground, the upper part turning to dust. For the next group, I transfigure a giant hand out of the earth, that holds on to the roots, and pulls them out. The same hand then waves the roots around, using them as a weapon to defend me. From right underneath it, however, another group of roots appear, and stab into it, destroying the spells holding it together. But it gave me enough time. Finishing the wand motion, this being the first time I'm actually using this spell in battle, I yell, "Perder Omnia." Whoom. At once, my wand emits out a blue omnidirectional wave that speeds away from me at the speed of sound, but only in one direction, front, while keeping a steady increase in its size. The spell causes anything it touches to be destroyed, dismantled into nothingness. Doesn't matter if it's alive, dead, human, plant, or land. Everything is destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that a simple protega can stop this spell, Chi would have been a personal favorite of any up-and-coming dark wizard. The roots that were speeding towards me, to attack me, are quickly turned into nothing, as soon as the wave of magic passes through them. Even a large chunk of ground goes missing, thanks to the spell increasing more than I'd expected it to. Rowena is still safe, behind her shield, but everything around her was completely burnt up, destroyed. I point my hand at her, to her curiosity, and just flex my hand, summoning something by the Accio spell. Almost immediately, a giant chunk of land becomes visible, right behind her, and hits her shield. In an effort to get close to me, the shield is durable enough to stop the rock, and Rowena doesn't even glance at the rock. I smirk, and mentally say, activate. Immediately, the giant chunk of rock explodes, with the full force of the runic expulso spell, creating an explosion large enough to completely cover the Black Lake. The explosion does its job, and throws Rowena towards me, her shield now broken. Thanks to the magical explosion, I run towards her, to subdue her, but she heals faster than I expected, and snaps her hand towards me, summoning a giant wave of flames, and sending it speeding towards me. Ignoring the injuries I get thanks to the intensive heat of the flame wave approaching me, I keep running forward, and just as the flames are about to touch me, I get low, transforming into my second magical animagus form, Rowena Phoenix Pav. From within myself, I summon the Greek flames of destruction, a spell I learned in my travels, and conjure a small wave of flames. Just a bit less hotter than the cursed flames of Hades, Fiendfire. A wave of my hand sends them flying at Mason's direction, so that I can force him into using his skills to protect himself. This area, just like the real Hogwarts, was enchanted to stop apparition, and the fire was hot enough that not even the flame freezing charm, or even Protega will work on stopping them, so she was curious to see what he will do. So it was, that she is very surprised to see him keep running towards the flames, his flesh bubbling, and even burning a bit, before he disappears from her sight. But then, she sees it. The flames stop in their spot, and start turning white, starting from the spot where Mason had disappeared from. Rowena raises her hand, to regain control over the Greek flames of destruction spell. But she finds herself unable to, her magic slipping through the flames without any effect. She then sees it come out, a giant flaming cat, 7 feet tall, and 15 feet long. The white flamed cat was one she had seen before, although with a few different colored flames. Blue, orange, red, black. The Kasha, Rowena whispers, looking odd at the majestic cat speeding towards her. Rowena gets out of her reverie, realizing that the flaming cat demon in front of her was none other than Mason Avs, her descendant. As the cat continues running towards her, the flames that she has attacked him with now following after him. Now in his control, Rowena waves her hand, conjuring a giant blob of water, along with a rainstorm. The blob of water falls right on top of Mason, now in his cat form, and evaporates almost immediately after. Mason hisses at her, angry, and then, Ruar. Immediately after, the flame wave she could see coming at her stops, and starts spinning, vertically, forming into a horizontal whirlpool of flames. The eye of the whirlpool spins fast, very fast, and blitzes towards her, forming into a highly dense drill made entirely of white flames. Rowena raises her hand, to conjure a barrier to stop those flames. She surrounds herself with the barrier, when the white flames completely surround her. One hand holding on to the shield, to hold the flames back, Rowena moves her second hand downwards to cast a spell. However, she sees something that stops her spellcasting. Eyes, 2 heterochromatic eyes, staring right at her, from inside the flames. She holds her second hand up, putting full focus on the barrier, seeing a glint in the cat's eyes, just in time for the cat to headbutt the shield. All the while, the flames keep a whirlpool of white flames around her, melting all ground in her surroundings. Unfortunately, for Rowena, as soon as the flaming cat headbutts the shield, the transparent barrier melts completely. At once, the flames trying to enter completely cover Rowena, to burn her, and a strong hit sends her flying away from the flames, and into the trees. Boom! Rowena winces, feeling a large gash on her stomach from the claws of Mason's Kasha form. And after causing an explosion inside the Forbidden Forest, she had so many questions, all of them related to her first loss at the hands of her descendant. Kasha, the flaming demonic cat, she remembered it, from her travels across the Eastern Empires. She knew Mason had it as a magical animagus form, but she didn't know he had learned to control it yet, let alone fully transform into it. As Mason floats in front of her, now human, although with singed hair, and a single eye still golden, Rowena smiles. It seems Mason hasn't completely mastered it just yet. So, You finally managed to transform willingly, Rowena says, as she starts standing up, her wounds already healing. This was her realm, and she is the master of it. It might be a small pocket realm inside the astral plane, but it is hers. While she can get injured, especially if creature magic is involved, she doesn't stay injured. Mason Pav. I smile, as I force my magic to transform me back into Mason Avs, using metamorph magic to force it, and say, yeah, I guess I still need some practice with the transformations. I can't help but remember the day I found out about my animagus forms, the day we all did the ritual. The 19th of January 1935. That was when the first total lunar eclipse had happened, after we had put the potion vials underwater, at the bottom of a lake. The ritual had us mostly sit in one place for hours upon hours, waiting for the moon to get into correct positions before taking different steps. I had chosen my own lands for the ritual, before the Avs Manor was built completely. Our lands were vast enough that I could hide a corner for the ritual, and no one ever knew. First step came sitting down, without speaking anything, while touching some amount of skin to the ground. Since none of us was going to become naked, we chose to sit on cushions, while touching our feet on the ground. As soon as the moon first became visible, we had to take a single sip of the potion, cast the spell Amato Animo Animato Animagus, while holding our right hand over our hearts. When the moon was at 45-degree angle, from our perspective, we had to take the second step. Pour a single sip worth of the potion in a silver bowl. Cut into it with an obsidian dagger, forged by dragon fire, and bleed exactly 7 drops of blood into the bowl while chanting, Sanguinis Anima. Once for each drop. Then, we had to stir the animagus potion and our blood together for 5 whole minutes, and then when it got thick enough, draw a circle on the back of our left hands, infinity on our head, and a single dot on our throats. We had a lot of practice in doing that, having spent the previous day preparing for just this. After drawing the 3 symbols, we had to drink the remaining non-bloodied potion, after which came the waiting game. For hours, we just sat there, looking up at the moon, hungry, thirsty, but not allowed to eat or drink anything. We couldn't even say anything to complain, not about our hunger and thirst, or the cold. When the total lunar eclipse finally happened, the potion on our skins began burning, and we went into a trance, to meet our spirit animals. One magical, one mundane, that was the deal. Doria got a Dutch shepherd dog for her mundane animal, and a Grim for the magical. Darla got a lynx cat, and a wampus cat, while Anna got an eagle, and a thunderbird. I myself got the white tiger as my mundane form, and the Kasha, an East Asian magical animal, as my magical form. Kasha, a wonderful cat, once believed to have been a demon, one of the Nekomata. They are completely covered in flames, of colors that depend on some unknown factor, with teeth and claws made of highly magical silver, or gold, varying from Kasha to Kasha. Mine were made out of silver, and were bright white in color. Thanks to heat of the flames I was made out of. Kasha also have heterochromatic eyes, one of which is said to allow them to see spirits. But, since I haven't completely mastered my transformation yet, I can't say for sure. And this is the only drawback of us going through the ritual. For so long, wizards have just had mundane animagus forms, for so long. Have we neglected our magical animal forms? That it was next to impossible to control our transformations after the first transformation. The first time we transformed, was right after going through the trance, the ritual succeeding. First came the magical form, while thankfully keeping our minds, and then, the magical form shifted into our mundane forms. After that, we could shift into our normal forms with some effort, by just focusing on the animal. But, no matter how hard we tried to focus, we couldn't get our bodies to go from human, or mundane animal, to magical animal. It was as if the magical animals had deemed us unworthy of their forms. Deemed our magic unworthy. I haven't had much time to practice with the Kasha form, thanks to the war, but I doubt even the girls have succeeded in completely controlling them. It took a lot of meditation. Going through the trance again and again, meeting with the Kasha, getting to study it, for me to succeed even learning to transform. And I still need to transform a few times, to not leave anything behind. Rowena says, I really hope you take care of this ministry, and the unspeakables. They have stunted the growth of the wizards, for what purpose, I don't know. Chuckling, I say, I know. As soon as Grindelwald is done with, I'll begin taking care of the Department of Mysteries. Now, I promised to tell you about my new telekinesis. Closing my eyes, I bring my memories of Nathaniel Essex, and some of his memories of experimentation to the front of my mind, and then outside the barriers protecting my mind. Waving my hand, I say, here it is. Rowena takes the cue, and enters my mind, stopping right outside the barrier. As she sees me talk with Essex, and copy his memories, and then copy his mutation, she asks, do you have a plan to deal with him? Raising an eyebrow, I ask, who do you think I am? Of course I have a plan for dealing with him. But I can't fight too many wars at once. I need to take down one enemy at a time. Starting with Grindelwald. Boy, I'm going to have some busy years Aggied, am I not? I'll definitely squeeze in a few holidays in between. Saying goodbye, I leave the astral plane, and open my eyes, back in Av's manor. Taking the diadem off, I get up, my butt sore. Thanks to having sat there for a few hours at least. As my body starts healing back up, I go towards the kitchen, to fix myself some dinner. And then, I go to sleep. The next day, I stand in the streets of London, some of the buildings destroyed thanks to the air raids that had been carried out a couple weeks ago. One building, despite being seemingly abandoned, was completely fine though. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I smile, looking at the lifeless statues staring at me, waiting for me to declare my business here. I hadn't been here since I had finished my training, which was 7 years ago now. I'd met Master Potter, sure, most recently when I'd gone there to deliver Charles's body, but I hadn't actually been to St. Mungo's. So much had happened after I was declared an official healer. I began learning medical sciences, got drafted right before my last year began, went to war, and now I'm here. And so much has happened to me in war itself. I went through my first body enhancement ritual, got the healing mutation, got captured, killed so many people, tortured my fair share of people too, and most recently, fought a demon. And the public already knows about all of that. There were already articles, wondering if Grindelwald was right, and that we should go to war with the Muggles while they're vulnerable from this already ongoing conflict. It didn't matter to many people that Grindelwald was the one to break our law, to give the Muggles the ritual to summon that demon. For them, it's like this. Grindelwald gave them an opportunity to break our laws. But the Muggles broke those laws by their own hands. They chose to do it, and so, they're at fault. Sighing, I ignore the thoughts of the wizards and Muggles fighting. Knowing that the politicians will never agree to a war, and walk forward, showing my healer's ID to the statue. The statue nods, and I feel the wall become intangible, welcoming me inside. Taking a deep breath, I fix my healer's ID on my chest, and walk through the wall, and immediately stop as soon as I'm inside. The reason, an alarm was blaring all over the hospital, but surprisingly enough, none of the healers were rushing to go anywhere. They just kept staring at me, some with scowls, and some with sympathetic frowns. What? I ask, getting annoyed by all the stares. Oh, Mason, I hear Aunt Mia whisper, as she comes in the entrance hall, looking really sad. Fuck. Sighing, I drop down on the ground, not minding the audience now, and look at Aunt Mia, defeated. I ask, so, it's over for me, Aunt Mia walks forward, nodding, and says, come on, let's talk in my office. We can discuss more there. What's there to discuss? I broke the bloody oath. I whisper, while getting up. Even with choosing the most loose oath, even when giving myself many loopholes, I still somehow broke the oath. I broke the bloody guardian's oath. And I know which moments it could be. Morphin's torture is the best guess. Which was just my anger taking over and justifying my actions to my own conscience. Or Tom Riddle's murder. Heck, it could also be not killing Tom Riddle when we first fought, since my inaction led to 5 deaths. 1 Myrtle Warren, and 4 of the Muggle Riddles. First I lose Tim, then I get pulled back from war after having saved the entire world from a demon, and now I see A&T even work at the one profession I've trained 6 years for. Putting her hand on my chin, Aunt Mia pulls my head up to look into my eyes, and says, you broke a healer's oath, Mason. As understanding I am of your circumstances, which you really need to explain to me, that is a breach of the contract you signed with St. Mungo's. We need to discuss your penalties. I sigh, and follow after her, as she leads me to her office. All the while, I get stared at by all the healers we meet in the way, or the patients. Some healers were understanding, looking at me with sympathy, pity, while others, they condemned me immediately. Glaring at me, thankfully, no one said anything, thanks to Aunt Mia being with me. As soon as we reach her office, she asks, "What did you do?" Her voice was soft, telling me that she isn't blaming me entirely, and is open to explanations. However, right now, she's talking as my Aunt Mia, and not the head healer Potter. Shaking my head, I say, I have no idea. As she opens her mouth, no doubt to ask once again, a bit more forcefully, I say, I'm not denying breaking the oath, Aunt Mia. I've done lots of stuff I'm not proud of over this war. I've killed a lot of people, many of whom were just like me. Soldiers forced to follow orders, which makes them not exactly justified. I've tortured a few people, mentally, because I needed some information during my infiltration mission. I've also refused to kill a young boy, who went on to kill at least 5 more people, out of sheer spite. So I'm sure when I say, I don't know which of these is the one that broke my guardian's oath. Aunt Mia presses her lips together, as she stares at me. For a minute, none of us say anything. I keep cursing this really bad month I'm going through, in my mind, while Aunt Mia just stares at me. Finally, she says, Mason, I know, that you've trained a lot to become a healer, and whatever happened, whatever broke your oath, is not something you did purposefully. But, I cannot let this go unpunished. She then has an entirely different emotion on her face, and I straighten up, realizing that this is head healer Potter talking now. She points her wand at my hands, and says, Captain Mason Avs. From here on forward, you are no longer healer Mason Avs. You will be barred from working in any medical profession, neither in the magical world, nor the Muggle one. You can continue using medical spells, but if anyone asks you to heal them, you're obligated to tell them that you broke the Hippocratic Oath before offering them your voluntary services. And you won't ever take any payment for the medical services you might give in the future. I nod, internally sighing in relief, as her order binds my magic to the penalties. I'm just glad that I'm not barred from using healing spells forever. I stay silent, just staring at my hands, where I could faintly make out the binding spell. I whisper, "Do you hate me?" Aunt Mia, who was just staring at me in concern, sighs, and leans her back on her chair. She says, Mason, I had high hopes for you, for your healing career. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit disappointed. But, you're still my student, Mason. My former apprentice. I still like you the same. And I know Fleemont does too. I nod, and get up, my business here done. Keeping my healer's ID down on her table, I say, guess I won't need that anymore. Pausing, I say, you know, I was serious when I said I wanted to be a healer since I was a kid. Guess not all my dreams come true. And with that, I walk out, ignoring the looks the healers gave me. I might not be able to become a healer anymore, or a doctor, but I can do a lot more stuff. Enchanting, artifact creation, heck, I can make a career out of warding or even metalworking. Guess I need to spend my days elsewhere, until Grindelwald's next move is made. He's hiding, biding his time, and when he shows himself, I'll be there to confront him and his army. I might even get to take some of my anger out. Now, let's clear something up. Mason is arrogant as hell, I've shown it a lot of times before. The hidden knowledge he had access to got to his head, which is why he was always so confident about defeating Grindelwald if the time comes. He believed that he is the only one that is a smart wizard, because he's learning from a very young age. So, whenever something happens that he didn't expect, he panics, breaks down. Like this oath. He thought that the loopholes the oath gave him were enough to do a lot of questionable crimes. And so, he went through with them. And now that the oath proved him wrong, he's breaking down. He will be cured of this, but it'll take time for him to realize that he's just as arrogant as the other wizards. P.S. This breakdown wasn't just because his healer's oath breaking. It is a culmination of everything that has happened to him recently. Tim's death, Bucky's death due to his own inaction, killing a 17-year-old child, although said child is a murderer, indirectly causing Myrtle's death. Losing to Grindelwald again, etc. He's going through some stuff. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Darla White. Lieutenant General Adam Rivers, that was his name. For 40 years, he had served the country. Either in the British Army, or in the MI5, or as of the last decade, the MIS. Magical Intelligence Services, an organization created by the hard-working, normal people. To keep an eye on the British wizarding government, and even the British wizarding world. Never, in his 40 years of service, however, had he been through anything so insulting as this. One of their own, Captain Sir Mason Avs, or Captain Avalon, as he's more famous as, had deserted not just the British Army, but the MIS too. He had been recruited by the MIS a year ago, he had given oaths. That made it impossible for him to lie to them, to betray them, and yet, he had done so. At first, when Mason Avs had disappeared from the Hydra battlefield, everyone had thought him dead, or captured. Since that is the only thing that could prevent him from showing himself. Even the MIS thought the same, when their own wizards couldn't track him down, even after using a variety of spells and rituals. But now, he had just received intel, that Mason Avs was alive and well, in the wizarding world. He had disappeared off the face of the Muggle world, and hidden away in the Wizarding One, with no one knowing exactly where he is. This is why he was here now, in the most secure room in the Buckingham Palace, meeting the most politically powerful people in the United Kingdom. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the UK, puts his cigarette out in the ashtray, and says, "The conclusion is plain, the boy betrayed us, betrayed the United Kingdom. He must have found a way to get rid of the oaths he took, magical or not. I don't think how it's possible, otherwise, for him to not be here, giving excuses for his desertion. Special Agent Watson, the only wizard currently in the room, and the one who did the most research on Mason Avs's capabilities, says, it's certainly possible for him to do so. Sir Mason Avs is a certified genius, even Grindelwald seems to think so. But, on the other hand, the wizarding government has ordered him to not show himself to the Muggle world, which does count this group of honorable people, I'm afraid." Rivers nods, accepting the point. Avs's orders from the MIS included an order to lay low, undercover, unless called upon, so it could be that he's doing just that, laying low. Or, it could be that he has found a way to get rid of the oaths binding him to the MIS. And decided to just leave. He certainly seemed like a strong wizard, nowadays. Major General Sir Stuart Menzies, the chief of the MI6, scowls, and says, "We both know that Avs is more than capable enough of coming here without anyone knowing. If it wasn't for those flimsy magical wards of yours, then I would have been afraid of him coming here too." Director General Sir David Petrie, of the MI5, and Adam Rivers's boss, slams his hand on the table, and says, "I don't bloody care if he's a genius, or if he's the bloody Lord Almighty himself. Avs deserted his station, deserted SSR, where he was needed still. And deserted the MIS, whom he was supposed to be loyal to. That is treason." Adam Rivers nods, and says, "Yes, we still have need of him, and he betrayed us. He needs to be punished for his crime. At least his image needs to be tarnished. No matter the reason he had decided to keep hiding, Mason Avs was a deserter. And the praise he's getting, well, he does not deserve it. Seriously, praising the man who deserted, saying he deserves some rest after everything he's been through. The only rest that soldiers get, is death." The king, who had remained silent up till now, reading the file, finally asks, "What of this demon?" The demon that Avs supposedly fought and defeated, single-handedly. Agent Watson fixes the glasses on his head, and says, "It's gone. Whatever parts of it were cut off, were destroyed by either Captain Avs himself, or by the ICW wizards who were the first on site. The two immortal wizards, the Flamels, made sure nothing remained of the demon. So nothing can be used by anyone." The king sighs, annoyed, as far as Rivers can tell. He then looks up, and says, 3 wizards were bled dry, their blood used in the ritual to summon the demon. We don't know what kind of demon it was, how Hydra did it, or why wizards were the ones sacrificed. We don't even know what methods Avs used to defeat it. It seems Avs has all the cards, at this moment. It is then that Rivers realized it. If 3 unwilling wizards can be used to summon a demon that was so dangerous that the ICW showed up, then what can a group of wizards do, willingly? Avs might not be on their side if another demon shows up, they have no guarantee he will be. Heck, he might be the one to summon the demon. Rivers looks around, and sure enough, everyone's faces looked as if they had sucked on a lemon. The king closes the file, and says, "We will leave Avs be, for now. The wizards need him to take care of this Dark Lord, who is definitely a threat to the entire world. They certainly believe so, or they wouldn't have recalled him so soon." The king turns towards Rivers, and says, "Do not be mistaken, we will bring Avs to heel. He's a knight of the realm, sworn in duty to us. And he will do that duty, whether he wants to or not. His oaths will ensure that. For now, keep an eye on him, on his friends, and on the wizarding war. Keep up with the recruitment. But don't do anything to ruin Captain Avs's image. He's a symbol of bravery to our people, and ruining his image will do nothing good for us. It might do a lot to harm Avs, though." Rivers thinks, but holds his tongue. As they leave, Rivers can't help but feel as if the king had given Avs a free rein, despite his betrayal. But, well, royal orders are royal orders. Darla White, an Auror. For 6 years, she has been an Auror, working with the same mediocre salary of G225 per month. Considering that her girlfriend's shop makes that much in a week, during slow days, is just. But, well, she liked her job. Despite the discrimination against her in the office politics, the snide remarks of her ever becoming barely anything more than a low-ranked Auror, and the leagues of paperwork she has to go through, for everything. She still liked her job. There were days, however, when she found her job slightly annoying. As she stuns the 2 wizards, and a witch, that she was fighting against, and binds them with the Incarcerus spell, she asks, "What number is this for this week?" Auror James Fern, one of her teammates, turns away from the 2 wizards that he had to deal with, and says, "The number of Muggle places attacked. Or the number of police stations. The number is too bloody high for the first, and it's the 4th police station." That was how many police stations had been attacked by wizards, either under Grindelwald's orders, or inspired by him. The demon attack, and the fact that Muggles had sacrificed 3 wizards in a summoning ritual, had become very famous, no doubt thanks to Grindelwald's own actions. This had inspired many extremists into attacking Muggle government buildings, places of importance to the Muggle government. Army recruitment centers, post offices, the Bloody Palace of Westminster, the libraries, and of course, numerous police stations. The worst part was, these wizards were mostly British, people who she remembered seeing at one point in time or another. And these people wanted an all-out war with the Muggle world, with a lot of the pureblood houses in support of the movement now. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she turns towards her team leader, Madame Crickerly, and says, "The job is done, ma'am. 3 police officers lost their lives, unfortunately enough, and several more are injured. The attacking wizards weren't competent, not too much anyway. Muggles might have had trouble with them, but for experienced Aurors such as them, it was a job for just 2 minutes, without receiving a single injury." Madame Crickerly nods, and says, "Prep them for transfer. The Obliviators should be here soon." As soon as she says that, multiple cracks sound, as the Obliviation squad appears. The place was already deserted, thanks to Muggle repelling wards that Darla's team had cast as soon as they had come in, and so, it doesn't take them long to start with their job. Darla sees the Obliviators doing their job, and asks, "The situation is really getting bad, isn't it?" Madame Crickerly glances at Darla, and the remaining members of the team, and says, "The situation can get a lot worse than this, White. My grandmother told me stories about the last Dark Lord, and he had managed to wage a one-man war against entirety of Britain, with just an army of inferi at his back. And he almost won. So, yes, the situation is bad now, but it can get a lot worse." Ah, yes, Darla had read about the Dark Lord Inferus, a necromancer from an unknown background, destroyed the Leaky Cauldron building entirely, and was on his way to attack Hogwarts. Thankfully, he never reached there, thanks to his inferi army turning on him. The unspeakables took care of the inferi by burning them with fiendfire. But before his death, he dealt a lot of destruction and death to Wizarding Britain. 7 families died out, 18 shops in Diagon Alley, and 13 in Nocturne Alley were destroyed, and a total of 1,000 people lost their lives, before he lost his. The reason not many people spoke about him, was that he wasn't defeated by anyone. His own spell backfired, turning his horde of thousands of inferi against him. And the Ministry didn't like that, they wanted to forget about him. Shaking her head, Darla says, I just hope the war ends quickly. The Muggles have caused enough destruction on their own, we don't need any wizards to add on to it. A few hours later, at the end of Darla's duty hours, Darla apparates home, right outside the door. The house was in Sutton-on-Cheam, in South London. It was a modest 3-bedroom house, that Darla had brought along with her girlfriend. A little over 3 years ago. Opening the door, she walks right in, and says, Darling, I'm home. No one answers her, however, and she smiles, knowing the reason. Putting her Auror coat on the hanger, she loosens her tie a little, and walks towards one of the bedrooms, which was almost always locked. Tapping the door with her ring, she whispers the password, causing the door to open with a click. As she walks in, Darla sees her girlfriend with her head ducked, as she sat at her workshop table. Anastasia Greengrass, her girlfriend, doesn't even notice her, as she walks towards her, and puts her hands around her neck, causing her to jump a little, the wand in her hand immediately pointing at Darla's forehead. 6 years of us staying together, and you still manage to be startled every time. Darla whispers in Anna's ears, as she kisses her cheek lightly. Anna sighs, holding on to Darla's hand, and says, You enjoy it, startling me. You know I'm in my own mind when I'm working, and you take advantage. Hugging Anna from behind, Darla says, Well, I could have been someone else, and you wouldn't even know. That's a bad habit, staying so focused. What are you working on, by the way? As Darla goes to sit on a chair on the opposite side of the table, Anna continues working on what looks like a mirror, and says, It's a faux glass, it is supposed to show me my enemies, any threats to my life. But, well, it's a work in progress. She then looks up, seeing Darla smiling in content, and asks, Tough day at work? Darla shakes her head, not saying anything. But she doesn't need to, Anna knows her too well. Putting the wand down, Anna holds on the Darla's hand, and says, You know you can quit, right? I won't think any worse of you, and I doubt anyone else will either. Darla looks into the loving eyes of Anna, still wondering how she managed to bag a beautiful bird like her. She then remembers the day she had first found out about demons, the day she felt the absolute evil in Set. She remembered how afraid she was then, and she remembered how helpless she was. The most dangerous spell she knew, the blood-boiling curse, was absolutely useless in front of the demon, and Mason still fought it. Held it back even. He didn't use anything too impressive, when it comes to magic, but he still kept Set busy, and then defeated the demon. Shaking her head, Darla says, You know I won't do that. I became an Auror because I wanted to, and I'll be damned if I quit now that it's getting hard. She then looks at the clock, and says, Come on, I'll start heating dinner up. You better get down in half an hour. Darla then approaches Anna's desk, leaves a heavy kiss on her lips, and then walks out, to go towards the kitchen. After dinner, Anna asks, Have you met Mason, recently? I've heard he's back now. Quote, Darla shakes her head, and says, I have no idea where he is. I know he visited St. Mungo's 2 days ago, poor guy. I spoke with Healer Potter. She said he was devastated with everything that's happened. Lost 2 friends, lost his chance of becoming a healer. I didn't even have the time to ask anyone where he is, let alone go visit him. Anna frowns, and says, Darla, our friend is upset. And we haven't even tried to find out where he is. Have you tried asking that house elf of his? Darla automatically corrects her, saying, Elf, not house elf. Mason says he doesn't own Blinky. Miss White called. A voice says suddenly from behind her, the surprise causing Darla to apparate in front of Anna, with her wand raised at the voice. Seeing Blinky, Darla sighs, dropping her wand down, and says, Bloody hell, Blinky, I could have attacked you. And it wouldn't have been the first elf she had attacked on instinct. The Potter family's elf came to mind. Blinky looks up, confused. And it looks so weird, that Darla can't help but snort. Wearing a black and white butler's uniform, Blinky also had dark black shoes on, and a monocle on her left eye. Blinky says, "But you couldn't have. I have learned to defend myself." Anna, who had taken her own wand out when Blinky came in, uninvited, says, "Gods, Mason's really hell-bent on his free elves movement, isn't he?" Darla shakes her head, and says, "Not the point. Blinky, do you know where Mason is?" As Blinky nods, she asks, "Can you take us to him?" Blinky hesitates, and says, "I need to ask Mason, sir, before taking you. He wants to be alone. You see." Darla shares a look with Anna, both of them now really concerned. Bending down, Darla sits on her knees, right in front of Blinky, and says, "Blinky, you want to help Mason, don't you?" Blinky nods, now looking upset, and says, "Mason, sir, has been working, just training or learning, continuously. I want to help him, but there is nothing I can do right now. Take us to him, Blinky. We're his friends, you know that. I can talk to him, try and bring him back to a better mood." Darla says, while Anna looks on. Blinky frowns, thinking, and after a while, she says, "Mason, sir, never told me I couldn't bring his friends to him. Trust an elf to always know about loopholes." Darla couldn't remember the number of elves that had snitched on their masters. Simply because they never told the elf not to do that. Smiling, Darla turns to Anna, and says, "Can you see if Doria wants to come? We'll get the gang back together. Maybe that will help make Mason feel better." As Anna nods and walks out of the kitchen, towards the flow, Darla turns towards Blinky, and says, "Just a minute, let's see if Doria wants to come." A few minutes later, Anna walks back in, Doria with her, whom Darla greets with a hug. While Anna and Darla stayed together, and hence were always in contact, Doria was currently living alone, and they rarely met. She was training for her alchemy mastery, which she had gotten interested in after her 17th birthday. Mason had given her an introductory book on alchemy, as a birthday gift, one that had been banned almost a century ago. Even 7 years after beginning learning, Doria was barely 70% done, with her highest alchemical capabilities being transmutation of one precious metal to another. She could also create alchemical potions, and transmute other things. But she was nowhere close to figuring the Philosopher's Stone out, let alone the universal solvent. All three of the girls take Blinky's hands, and close their eyes, bracing for the side-along apparition. Side-along was always rougher on the senses than apparating by yourself. It was a result of someone else doing the magic. And then, they disappear from Darla's and Anna's home, within a wormhole created by Blinky's magic. When she opens her eyes, now out of the apparition tube, Darla sees that she is in the Chamber of Secrets, and smiles. Of course, he's here, she thinks. But, as she looks around, she doesn't find Mason anywhere, or even any evidence of the place having been lived in. She knew that there was a secret room somewhere, where Mason could live in if he wanted to, but she hadn't seen it. Ever. Now what? Doria asks, sounding a bit annoyed, as Blinky apparates away, to God knows where. Darla ignores the annoyance, somewhat understanding it. Doria must have dropped some research to come here, to meet with Mason, and he was nowhere to be seen. Summoning her wand, Darla closes her eyes to focus on a happy memory, and waves her wand in a wide arc over her head. She whispers, "Expecto Patronum," and smiles, seeing the familiar lioness Patronus. She says, "Tell Mason, we're in the Chamber of Secrets, where are you?" And then, the Patronus flies away, surprisingly enough, going into the floor. As they watch the Patronus disappear into the ground, Doria asks, "Okay, did you know that there are more rooms below the chamber? We're already what, a mile underground?" Shrugging, Anna says, "It could be a room, or it could just as well be something Mason created. You know him, his preparation borders on paranoia. He probably hid the room away behind wards or something. Even if no one can come to this chamber anyway." "Oh yeah, is that why you're standing inside the main chamber, without me bringing you here?" The familiar voice of Mason Av says from behind them, startling all three girls there into pointing their wands at him. Mason just looks at the wands, as if they're an annoyance to him, and knowing what she does about his capabilities, Darla can't say it's not true. Putting her wand back in its holster, Darla is the first one to approach Mason, as she hugs him tightly. Mason just stands there, taking the hug, barely reciprocating. He instead looks them all over, and says, "Hey, Doria. Long time no see, how have you been?" "Pretty good. Better than you, in any case, from what I've heard," Doria says, just shrugging. She was no longer the cute little Doria, who was head over heels for Mason. She was still cute, beautiful even, but she no longer pined after anyone, preferring to focus on her alchemy. Mason chuckles, and says, "Yeah, I've had a rough month." Even if his voice sounds normal, and he looks normal, Darla somehow knows that he's anything but normal. She could feel it, his sadness. Looking up from the hug, as Doria and Anna come closer to hug him too, Darla softly says, "You don't have to pretend, Mason. You can show your emotions here." Mason smiles, a bit sadly, separating from the hugs, and says, "I'm afraid I'm already done crying, Darla. I might still be upset, but I've gotten over it." He then waves his hand, creating a portal to somewhere, and says, "Come on, let's talk somewhere comfortable." Darla walks through the portal immediately, already having experience with the sorcery portals, while Anna and Doria stop in the chamber itself, slack-jawed. Oh, yeah, they don't know about his portals, Darla thinks, as she looks at Anna's surprised face, sheepishly smiling. She hadn't told Anna about Set, or the battle they had had. It was Mason's secret, and she wasn't going to share it with anyone he didn't agree to tell. "I didn't know you had learned sorcery, Mason," Doria says, being the first to get out of shock, as she walks through. Of course she knows about sorcery, her family has had dealings with some sorcerers. And even some of the demons in the past. Her voice manages to bring Anna out of her shock, and she says, "You aren't surprised, you knew about this." Mason says, "I asked her not to share it with people. You know how the relations between sorcerers and wizards is, barely there. I didn't want to create problems for anyone." Darla internally thanks him, wondering if he'd read her mind or something. After a moment, she dismisses it. Her mental shields were too good, thanks to Mason's own teachings. She would have known if he had entered her mind. "Where are we anyway?" Doria asks, as Mason leads them towards what looks like a house, at the end of the path. Mason smiles, and says, "This is my home. The Avs Manor. It had burned down some 50 years ago, and I had it rebuilt when I became an adult. I'm sorry for not bringing you here before, I was content with just staying in my Islington house, you know." Darla could think of a few words for Mason, but she understood his worries. He wanted a house to remain private, she could accept that. For the first half hour or so, Mason gives them a tour of his house and the grounds. She was glad to know that this place is as secure as they come. Thanks to the Fidelius charm. She was also glad to know that the only people who knew about this house were the ones inside the house. "At least I have one more place to look for, when I can't find him," Darla thinks, as they sit down in the living room, taking a chair each. Mason Pav, waving my hand, I summon a few bottles of different alcohols, and place them on a table in between us. The talks that we were going to have will surely need drinks. I wasn't upset anymore, I didn't lie. There was some pain in my heart, sure, but it wasn't anything I couldn't manage. As I hand them a glass of scotch each, I can't help but notice that Doria has gotten a lot more attractive than the last time I had seen her. Which was, wow, I haven't seen her in years. "So, ready to talk it out?" Doria asks, raising an eyebrow at me. I chuckle, as I go back to my own seat, and say, "I wasn't lying before, you know. I'm over it." Seeing all their dubious faces, I say, "It still hurts, everything that has happened." "Sure, but I'm not being a bitch about it." "Are you sure? You know we're here for you, right?" Darla asks, as she drinks her drink. Nodding, I smile at Darla, and say, "I'm sure. I appreciate it though." Pausing, I smile, remembering my army days, and say, "Tim wasn't the first friend I lost, you know. I'd made a few friends in my training days, and more than a few on the battlefield. Tim was just special." I see Doria smile, with Darla joining in. Anna was just observing me, probably trying to see if I'm actually alright, not trusting my own judgment. I'm glad Blinky brought them to me. That Darla bothered to try. She might not be much help in taking my psychology back to normal, but the fact that she tried does make me happy. Turning towards Doria, the one I hadn't seen the most out of the girls, I asked, "What are you up to anyway? Last I'd heard you were beginning with alchemy." Doria pours some more scotch for herself, her glass already empty, and says, "Yeah, I'm still learning." Seeing my dubious face, she adds, "Oh, piss off. I'm studying by myself, and I don't have much study material. I've bought many books, but old alchemy books are hard to find. My family had other interests, even in the past. Alchemy is not something they bothered too much with." "Oh, understandable. The Black family is notoriously famous for being dark." I say, "I'll see if I have any more books on the subject." I doubt the Flamels will take Doria on as a student. They're really selective over whom they take, and Doria, as impressive as she is, does not fit the bill. Soon, our talks move on to our lives, all of us telling how our lives have gone for these years. Just listening to them speak helps me, since it makes me realize that I'm not alone. Steve and Tim might be gone, and I might have lost the Howling Commandos and the SSR too, but I still have these girls. "Excuse me, you were going to be married?" I asked, stopping Doria's talk, as she was explaining her own life. Doria frowns at me, making me realize what I just said, and asks, "What is that even supposed to mean?" Raising my hands, I say, "Never mind, I'm a twat. Please continue." I poke my tongue out at Darla, who had laughed at me taking my words back so soon. I might be a better fighter, but I know how to choose my own battles. As she continues speaking, I take the fire whiskey in my hand, knowing that I'll need this. Didn't know my actions changed this much out here. His name was Charles Potter, a son of one of my father's old friends. He lost his life recently, in one of the Muggle air raids. Don't know which one though, his uncle didn't tell us much. I'm just glad to not have to marry someone I don't know. Doria says, and the last part does make me sigh internally. Thank God, I thought she loved him or something. Not that I have feelings for her. No, we don't know each other enough for me to say that. I just didn't want one of my friends to be upset because of my actions. Yeah, I'm not mentioning that I was the one to kill him. If Monty didn't mention it, then it means they don't want his image tarnished. Good enough for me. When the girls leave, at almost 12 a.m., I have a smile on my face. I love Darla, no question there. She came here, to make sure I was okay. She's a true friend, and I'm glad she's my best friend. Anna too, she might not be as close to me now as we were before. But she still came here, she bothered. And so did Doria. Doria, now that's something I'm pleasantly surprised to see changed. She doesn't have feelings for me anymore, not a huge crush at least. And you know what, I'm glad. I might ask her out someday, I might not. But that doesn't mean I want her to keep pining after me, keep waiting for me. If she finds someone that makes her happy, good. She deserves it. If I find someone that makes me happy, also good. I probably deserve it too, I think. But before that, Doria has to focus on her alchemy mastery, via independent studies, while I have a war to win. After waving them goodbye, through a portal that takes them to Darla's house, I turn around, and summon a book. I've been practicing runes, the last few days. I might have taken Grindelwald's scrying advantage away from him, thanks to a handy runic tattoo branded on my back, but that doesn't mean he's any less knowledgeable. He just can't scry anything about me, but he can still scry the future. Which means, he probably already knows whatever result is destined to happen, or one of them. Scrying, unlike using the time stone, does not show you multiple possibilities, with no fixed result. It just shows you one vision each time, the rest depending on your own capabilities. But, from what Grindelwald said, he has seen multiple versions of our fights, which means he has something else. Probably a mutation, that allowed him to look into different futures. There is no fixed future, I know that. But every future he has seen, gives him that much more advantage. That's not counting whatever other mutations he has, and the fucking death stick in his hands. The Elder Wand, the most powerful wand, inarguably the most powerful wizarding hands alive. If I'm hoping to defeat him, since I doubt Dumbledore will be able to, then I'm going to need to use every advantage I have, or gain advantages myself. Which is why, runes. Rowena was right, I need to use my imagination a lot more than I do now. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Gellert Grindelwald. Wind flowed harshly over the mountain ranges of Austria, the Alps. Through these harsh winds, an invisible, intangible being flew, not in the physical plane, me. From within the astral plane, I looked over the mountains, keeping all my senses open, as I was looking for the Nurmengard, a fortress that I know nothing of. I haven't seen it yet, in any of the minds I've encountered. Even Charles and Vinda, two of his closest allies, had no idea exactly where Nurmengard was. They'd been there, sure, but they almost always portkeyed there. And left the same way. Which means, other than the fact that it is in the Alps, I know nothing. I also know that it is large, about 50 stories tall, fortress, surrounded by 2-story tall walls. And a single entrance, with, for the greater good, written on the outer walls. But that's not going to be of much use, in searching for it. Grindelwald has no doubt hidden it away, which means my sight might not be of much use. He has also developed a potion to increase mental defenses of his acolytes, which is how Charles and Vinda could keep my telepathy probes out, which makes my mind obsolete. And if I can create a spell, and an artifact, that can hide my scent and sounds completely, then I'm assuming that so can he. But, at least I know it's in the Alps, which is why I was here now. Albeit in the astral plane, to see if I can find it. My nose, ears, magic senses, mind, and my eyes, I had kept all of my senses open, even if they might not be of much use. I could use them to sniff out a blank spot, or something. I had gotten my preparations over with, practicing using my spells, and my other gifts together, with Rowena's help. I have no idea how strong Grindelwald really is, but I believe I'm ready to deal with anything he throws at me. I've spent months preparing for it, so I know I'm ready. I have to be. For hours, I keep flying in my astral form, not finding anything even resembling a fortress. The only buildings here were the Hydra and Nazi bases we had destroyed. But then, after 10 or so hours of flying around, I hear something that gives me a pause. The sound of thoughts. The voices were all male, with nothing to giving. One was thinking about a woman, fantasizing about her, another was singing a song in his head, while the third was imagining how much damage he could do with the fire in front of him. Focusing, I enter the mind of the singer, and smile. The 3 men were sitting around a campfire, talking about some nonsensical stuff, barely a mile away from me. They were close enough, that I should have been able to hear their thoughts before, or hear them talk, move, or even smell them. That is, if it wasn't for the wards hiding them. Yup, they're wizards. What time is it? The pyromaniac asks, turning his head away from the flames. The singer twitches his wand, already in his hands, and casts Tempest. The clock in front of his, and now my eyes, says 2:01 p.m. This causes all of them to widen their eyes, and take the metal flask in front of them, swinging back to take a large swig of the drink. No potion. Almost immediately, I feel the mind of the singer try and push me out, its strength now increased 100-fold. The singer doesn't notice anything, however, and they keep talking. We could have been really fucked if we were any late. I doubt a minute of lateness is enough to show anything to Avalon. The fantasizing man says, as his mind becomes silent once again, his thoughts hidden from me. The occluding elixir, an alchemical invention of Gellert Grindelwald, which can grant anyone the full benefits of occlumency, without them doing anything. This can even protect a simple, untrained muggle from the full force of the legilimency attack by the highest legilimency master. This is what allowed all of Grindelwald's soldiers to completely block my telepathy. Unfortunately for the singer, my telepathy is subtle, very subtle. And while I can't enter the mind after the potion has been taken, I can definitely stay hidden inside of a mind I'm already in. The potion, however, works only for 2 hours per dose. And these guys missed the next dose by a few dozen seconds, which allowed me to sense their minds. Potion to protect their thoughts, wards to hide their minds, smell, sounds, and magic. If it wasn't for the few seconds of delay on their part, I would never have found them. Is it actually a coincidence, or just a lure? I stay in the singer's mind, to find what they're doing here, using why telepathy to stay hidden inside his mind. Telepathy can come in two forms, I've noticed. The most common one is the brute force telepathy. This has a lot less subtlety behind it, and most of the times, only allows the telepath to hear loud thoughts, or control people. They might also possess people, to read their memories like I do, but their psionic powers are so unsubtle, that it causes their victims to almost always some pain. Essex had met a few telepaths of this kind, in his very long life, and I'm betting that Charles Xavier is of this kind. The other type, the one I have, is very subtle. The psionic powers are discreet, allowing for me to stay in people's minds without them knowing, or without them going through any sort of pain. This type also gives me better access to the mind of my victims. On the flip side, the subtle telepathy most often lacks the sheer power needed to control more than one person at a time. Essex, and I came under this category. Phoenix is the only being I know of that has both of these types of telepathy, since all psionic powers do come from her. She can be subtle when she wants to, and powerful when she wants to. And this also transfers over to her hosts. Apocalypse, meanwhile, as far as Essex's memories of him can tell, had a very minor talent in telepathy, with very little range. Don't get me wrong, his mind was just so damn powerful, that the minor telepathy allowed him to take over any mind he wants to. Even other telepaths. He can also piggyback on other telepaths' telepathy, which I know of from my memories. But it's not important. For now, Essex is hidden, with no idea I'm responsible for his clone body's death, while Apocalypse is still asleep. Taking a few minutes, I go through all of the singer's memories, who's an American wizard by the name of Mike Hunt. And then, retreat. With a snapping pull on the connection I could feel with my body, I open my eyes, now in my own body, back in the Chamber of Secrets, and smile. Standing up, I disappear from the chamber, and instantly appear in the Ministry of Magic's atrium, and walk towards the DMLE. As a happy coincidence, I see the head of DMLE, Mr. Jeremiah Shafiq, right outside the DMLE entrance. Talking with the Minister of Magic, Leonard Spencer Moon, and Freddie Kelpis, an old man who was the current British representative in the ICW. They were discussing the latest increase in violence against Muggles, and how the ICW was really desperate now to find and defeat Grindelwald. What about Albus? Has he broken the blood pact yet? Kelpis asks, as I start approaching them. No, he's still working on it. Or so he says. Alas, we just have to trust in his words. Spencer Moon says, as he nervously wipes his palms on his robe. Interrupting whatever Shafiq was going to say, I say, well, if he wants a chance to stop his friend, then tell him to hurry. I've found Nermangard. At once, all three heads turn to me, with surprise and shock. Shafiq frowns, a bit concerned, and says, Avs, I know you're stronger than most wizards, and possibly even me. But this is Grindelwald we're talking about. I ignore his statement, not bothering with proving my strength to him, and give them a paper with coordinates to the Nermangard fortress that I had gotten from Hunt's mind. I say, 1 hour, that's how long I'll wait for the ICW, the Aurors, and even Dumbledore. After that, I'm attacking the fortress. Alone if I have to. As they just look at the paper with shock, I turn around, and leave the way I came. The only reason I'm even informing them, is that I need someone to deal with the cannon fodder. To give me a clear path towards Grindelwald. 1 hour, Gallard Grindelwald. After that, I'll finally have my sweet revenge for everything you've done to me. My family, the Avs, my capture, involuntary blood donation, and Tim. Not to forget the tens of thousands of people killed by him, or his army, or even the fact that he's a Nazi. Grindelwald will pay for everything. At the same time, in Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, in the office of the head of the Transfiguration Department, who also doubled as the deputy headmaster of the prestigious school, a man sat still, staring at the smoky figure of a man floating in the air in front of him. The ghost-like man looks at the desk in front of the actual, real man, and says, So, you've broken the pact. I didn't know you had it in you, Albus. Albus Dumbledore, the man in question, frowns sadly at the spirit, and says, you don't know a lot of things, Gellert. You did always believe yourself to be all-knowing, thanks to the handy gift of yours. Gallard Grindelwald walks a few steps to the side, to look out the window. He says, I have improved upon my sight, Albus. I don't just claim to be all-knowing, I actually am that now. Turning back, he looks at his old friend in the eyes, pleading. He says, please, Albus, I offer this once again, join me. Let's take over the world together, just like we had planned to. Albus smiles, and says, even after all these years, you still don't know me, if you believe I will join you after everything you've done. And what have I done? Because of me, wizards are finally getting together again, uniting. Muggles are destroying themselves, giving us chance enough to finally claim the earth as ours, as is our birthright. For the first time, us wizards actually stand a chance of defeating the Muggles, all because of me, Grindelwald says, passionately speaking, boasting. Dumbledore stands up, glaring at Grindelwald, and says, and what of the wizards you've killed in your campaign, Gellert? What of the millions of Muggles that died because of your machinations? The 3 wizards whose souls you damned by giving the Muggles access to a summoning ritual? What of Credence, my brother? And what of Ariana, my sister? You say you're doing everything for the wizarding world's sake, Gellert, but admit it. This is all for your own benefit, your own spite. Grindelwald stares at Albus for a while, not saying anything. Finally, he turns around, and says, you'll see, Albus. You'll all see, when I bring wizards and witches to the top of the world. Once again at the window, he turns to glance at Dumbledore, and says, you know where I am. I'll be waiting for you to come, Albus. Alone. And then, the transparent figure of Gellert Grindelwald transforms into smoke, and disappears. The spell dissipating, Albus sighs, looking at the 2 broken vials of glass sitting innocently on the table, the blood from within destroyed already. There were 2 of them, one which was always with Grindelwald, the other with Albus. Together, they made the blood pact. As long as both of the vials existed, neither of them could fight the other, as their pact dictated. And now, finally, both the vials were destroyed, the pact intact no more. Alone. He wants me alone, but knowing him, it is not for an ambush. He wants to duel, one final duel to decide it all. Albus thinks, staring at the destroyed blood-packed vials. He then waves his wand, summoning his purple robe from the wardrobe. Wearing it, he walks out of his office, towards the gates. As soon as he gets out of the wards of Hogwarts, Albus apparates away from Scotland, appearing in London. Going to Gringotts, he applies for an international portkey, knowing that he can't go to the ministry right now. Grindelwald wants him alone. He'll get him alone. Grindelwald had sensed the destruction of the blood pact, which had also allowed him to sense exactly where Albus was, and appear to him thanks to some obscure spell. But, just like that, it had also allowed Albus to feel exactly where Grindelwald was, at every moment. The pact was very intimate, creating a connection between the 2 participants, at the moment of its conception. And now that the pact was unraveled, broken, the connection allowed both the participants to feel each other, feel where they are. Back in Hogwarts, about a minute after Albus left his office. The fireplace burns once again, a face appearing in it. The flow caller, the ICW representative Kelpis, calls out, Albus. Albus, are you there? We know where Grindelwald is. Hello, Albus. Alas, Albus Dumbledore had already left for Austria, leaving the ICW and the Aurors no choice, but to leave without him, hoping against all hope, that a larger army is enough to stop Grindelwald's rampage. Not knowing that the only one they believe strong enough to defeat Grindelwald was already on his way there, stuck behind only because of bureaucracy. Mason Pav. I open my eyes, the hour almost up. Getting up, I take the swords from the place they were resting in, and store them in nowhere, along with a few things I'm going to need. Looking at Blinky, I say, wish me luck, Blinky. Blinky nods, her hands clenched together in nervousness, and says, please be safe, Mason sir. Smiling, I focus within myself, and disappear, instantly appearing in Brighton, South London. The beach was empty. Thanks to the war still going on. I glance at the portal ring on my finger, and raise the hand in front of my chest. Spinning my right hand around, I create a portal to Austria, below the Alps. In a forest I had seen before. I'd opened the portal about 2 miles away from the Nurmengard fortress, since I have no idea what kind of protection spells there were on the building itself. Besides, knowing Grindelwald, he has probably placed a trap for me right outside the wards, so better not trip them immediately. Not hearing any voices, of even heartbeats, blood pumping, footsteps, breathing, or smelling any kind of scent other than those that belong to trees and animals, I open my mind, and find that there weren't any minds around me either. It was too silent, which means this is also probably a trap too. Well, better the trap further away from the base full of dark wizards, than the one near it. Barely a second after creating the portal to Austria, I jump in, and immediately duck down. Letting a very fast kick go over my head, harmlessly. Completing a barrel roll, I raise my hand, catching a fist coming at my head, and kick my attacker in the stomach, sending him flying away from me, and into a large tree. The man was wearing a white shirt, with black trousers, along with black leather shoes. At least he's got style. He stands up, dusting some of the dirt off, and looks at me with bright red eyes. "Since when do vampires work for Grindelwald?" I ask, getting ready for a fight. Grindelwald's scrying has gotten far more advanced than I believed, if he could still see me coming here. My runic tattoo should have prevented precogs to not see me. I guess the tattoo lacks the oomph factor to stop him. Or I was always going to come here anyway, even before I got the tattoo. And vampires. Seriously, vampires are light on their feet, have no scent, have no beating heart, and their blood doesn't make a sound. He's fast, almost as fast as me, in fact, as I've noticed in the small exchange. But his strength is barely more than Steve's. The vampire keeps staring at me, and says, "We have an agreement," with an accent, which I'm guessing is Austrian. Judging by the fact that it's 3 p.m. right now, with the sun shining above our heads, I'm guessing Grindelwald gave him a little something to allow vampires to walk during daylight. Why though? Just to delay me? Cause there's no way I'm not winning this fight. I have too much at stake to lose. Feeling something brush my mental barriers, I chuckle, and say, "That's not going to work on me, buddy. I've faced stronger minds than yours. I'd read that vampires can mind control people, sort of like the Imperious curse without using a wand, but I didn't think vampires would be more subtle than the actual curse." The vampire smiles, weirdly enough, and says, "Oh, I know. Grindelwald told us that. I was just distracting you." Us. Turning around, I catch another fist coming at my head, and with a single movement, stab my pointed hand in the attacking vampire's chest, through his heart. As the vampire in my hands chokes, his body struggling to heal with my hand still inside his chest, I partially transform my arm into the cautious, burning the vampire completely with white-hot flames. I turn around, now looking at more than 20 vampires, all suited up in nice clothes, looking down at me from different spots. Some were on trees, some were down on the ground, beside the first vampire. One of them, bigger than the rest, obviously their leader, was standing in the middle, wearing a suit that was definitely designer. He looks barely bothered by the fact that I just killed one of his vampires, and says, "Attack." With a flourishing motion of my hands, I summon 2 long daggers in my hands, made by me, out of goblin silver. I'm not going to waste my Galadmagle and Dermagel's enchantments on these weaklings. I start walking forward, towards the main vampire, as the 25 other vampires start running towards me. 7 vampires jump at me from their positions on the trees, their altitude allowing them to reach me first. With a snap, I throw my 2 daggers into the necks of the 2 vampires, beheading them immediately. I step to the right, letting the bodies fall down, and raise my leg, kicking a 3rd vampire away from me as he had approached me with his hands raised. Summoning one of my daggers, I catch the kick of a 4th vampire, and stab him in the chest. Pulling the dagger sideways, I cut through his chest, and use it to behead another vampire who tried to attack me from behind. The 3rd vampire returns, this time with a rock lifted over his head as a weapon. Waving my left hand, I cut his legs off, making him slide on the ground, mid-run, and causing the big rock to fall on his own head. This doesn't kill him, but a dagger landing on the ground, after cutting through his neck does. I cut, stab, behead, and burn any vampire that approaches me, and within a single minute, the only vampire remaining is the leader. They're fast, but I'm faster. They're strong, but I'm stronger, and I just have better instincts. I look up at the last vampire, the leader, standing just a couple meters away from him. He was bigger than me, taller than me by at least a whole foot. He grins down at me, and says, "I'm stronger, you know. You may have defeated my children, but you won't defeat me so easily." As a show of strength, he puts his left hand to the side, and stabs his fingers into the trunk of a tree, and crushes the wood. Okay, yeah, he's stronger than me. Swinging my arm as fast as possible, softball style, I throw the dagger at his forehead. The vampire ducks, seeing the dagger coming, and says, as if I'm that slow. And then, he dies, his head falling down, courtesy of the dagger returning to my hands. Spinning around like a boomerang thanks to my telekinesis. Snapping my fingers, I conjure flames in the air in front of myself, and send them at all the dead. Well, re-dead vampire bodies, turning them to ash. And then, I begin my walk towards Nurmengard, completely invisible. Barely 10 steps in, however, I am forced to stop, courtesy of a barrier being raised around me. Correction, around us. There were around 50 wizards, who had apparated in all at once, to surround me from 3 sides. Not bothering with speaking, I become visible, and start walking towards them, my wand in my hand this time. Around 30 spells fly towards me, all at once, few of them killing curses. I wave my left hand through the air, casting a protega, creating a large shield to absorb the non-lethal spells. As for the killing curses, small rocks jump up from the ground, intercepting the spells, and take the curses for me before they can even strike the shield. The shield maintained by my left hand, wandlessly. I wave my right hand, which held my wand, through the air, casting an area-wide stunning charm. Turning the stunning charm into an area-wide spell is easy enough. It just loses a lot of power and speed, allowing competent wizards enough time to shield. The group attacking me, however, were not all competent. Heck, half the people here were yelling spells loudly, even for stunners. Many others, meanwhile, were in the middle of casting spells of their own, when my spell is emitted, not giving them enough time to shield. Around 15 wizards drop down, unconscious, while 10 or so wizards start becoming dizzy. Their magic resisting against the stunner. Holding the protega in front of me, I banish it at the group to my left. As my shield crashes into them, they get thrown into the forest. As 10 stunners hit the 8 people all at once. Turning to my right, I point my wand at the 7 wizards there, and shoot a basketball-sized fireball at them. The wizards jump away, letting the fireball crash into a tree with an explosion, but while they were jumping, stunners take care of dropping them too. And now, I turn towards the 20 remaining people, to my front, 10 of whom were still dizzy. Catching a flaying curse on the tip of my wand, I send it back towards the caster, and watch his skin start peeling off, not enjoying his screaming even a little. My dagger comes out of its holster, and flies towards his heart, thanks to my telekinesis, which stops his screaming. The 19 wizards all point their wands at me, and yell, Avada Kedavra. In unison, well, fuck you too. Throwing my wand down, I clap my hands together, and create portals underneath all their feet, dropping them on the ground right in front of me, in the paths of their own curses. Another portal drops me on the opposite side, away from the killing curses path. The wizards drop dead, their killing curses hitting them. One of them, however, was still breathing. Wow, you're so lucky you can't even cast the killing curse. I say, not knowing if I should be impressed or disappointed. This man's killing curse had no killing factor in it. Despite hitting his face, it did nothing to him. HNGH. The man groans, as he starts to raise his wand to attack me again. Percutio, I say, nonchalantly pointing my own wand at him. From my wand tip, a focused bolt of magic emits, and hits him on the forehead. The piercing hex stabs through his head, and comes out, killing him. Well, he's dying, but his brain is probably already dead. What? He tried to fucking kill me. He failed, but that's not my problem now, is it? The 50 wizards all dead. Or unconscious. I start walking once again, this time in the mirror dimension. Not letting anyone else ambush me, to delay me. The barrier they had erected to stow me is broken by a simple stab of Dermagal, before me going into the mirror dimension. It should allow at least someone to find these bodies. The oars should have reached Nurmengard by now. I gave them enough time to do that. If not, well, cannon fodder aren't going to delay me too much. Dumbledore appears out of the apparition tunnel, around 300 meters away from the outer walls of Nurmengard. In front of him were thousands of wizards, all with their wands pointed at him. One of them raises his arm up, and says, "Stop, it's Dumbledore." Gellert wants him inside. Albus recognizes the wizard as Heinz Luther, the replacement of Vinda Rosier, and one of Gellert's lieutenants. As if Albus was Moses, the sea of wizards part, allowing him to see the gate of the Nurmengard fortress. As the gate opens, Albus sees him. His former best friend, the one man he loved the most. Gallard Grindelwald. He was just standing there, waiting for him, outside the Nurmengard building. The Lethifolds he was supposed to have tamed were nowhere to be seen, but then again, Lethifolds can hide themselves very easily. Albus starts walking, knowing that these wizards won't attack him. It's not Gellert's style, at least, when it comes to Albus. Either he would have had him assassinated, or he would have killed him himself. Calling him to Austria, and cursing on his back, was not something he would condone. "Welcome, Albus. I'm glad you came here to witness my victory over the wizarding world," Gellert proclaims, as soon as Albus is inside the grounds of Nurmengard. Albus takes his wand out, as soon as he's inside, and stops. The wand held at his side. He doesn't say anything, not having any words to do so. He had already said all the words he wanted to, tried to convince Gellert hundreds of times over. If that didn't convince him of his errors, then nothing will. "Shall we begin, my dear?" Gellert asks, bringing his own wand out. Albus notices that it's not the wand he had known Gellert to possess, and his heart sinks. Realizing something, the reason behind Gellert's confidence, it wasn't just his sight. The Elder Wand, Albus whispers, staring in horror at the wand that's rumored to be the most powerful wand ever created. Stealing his heart, Albus starts the duel, by firing a thick bolt of pure magic at Gellert. Gellert's smile widens, as he shoots his own bolt through the Elder Wand, and Albus's magic. The two spells meeting in the middle. The battle of the century has begun. Sorry for being late. I'm on meds, and hence a bit sleepy all the time. I couldn't find the energy to write, or post here. I'm still sleepy, dizzy, but I'd waited too long anyway, so I wanted to post. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Albus Dumbledore. Two wizards, once friends, now enemies. Albus Dumbledore, and Gellert Grindelwald. Both loved each other dearly once, cared for each other completely. But now, they're fighting each other, trying to defeat the other completely, so that the other may turn over to their own side. Two intense beams of light, pure magic, one light blue, and the other a dark violet, meet in between the two wizards, crashing into a dark blue orb that hovers at the point of impact. The two wands connected to the beams of magic stay raised, each one trying hard to push the orb over to the other's side. Because both of them knew, the person who loses this battle of wills will lose this battle entirely. At Albus's back stood near to the outer walls, was a group of 15 men, with 10 of those men holding their wands at the necks of the other 5. Albus knew those 5 men. They were officials of the magical Germany's ministerium. And right now, they were standing as witnesses to this amazing battle of magic, where both wizards used more magic in the single attack than most adult wizards have access to. The orb, where the magic from the two wands was battling for dominance, stays in one spot, exactly in between the two men. The orb, not being stable enough, causes a lot of the magic to leak, sending it in the form of different spells flying outwards. Lightning strikes the ground around the two wizards, and a few patches of ground get hit by imitations of the Bombarda spell, as the orb destroys some land. Some bolts of magic leak into the sky, to no avail, and some even try to go further, to attack the spectators. Fortunately for them, Grindelwald had already erected a barrier around the duo. to protect those outside from stray spells, and to prevent anyone from interfering. For a moment, the orb of battling magic moves forward, away from Albus, as he puts more effort into his attack. But then, he sees Gellert twitch his wand once, his own face showing the focus he has in this battle, and the orb starts moving towards Albus. Albus raises his left hand to help his wand hand, by supporting the magical strain of holding a spell active, and to help it push the orb backwards. And it does work, as the orb once again starts moving backwards, towards Gellert. It keeps moving forward, with Albus putting more and more effort into it, and Albus takes a moment to glance at Gellert, and smiles through the concentration, seeing a bead of sweat leak from Gellert's head. Gellert catches Albus' eyes, his face straining, and says, "You know." Albus. He pauses, grunting in effort as the orb pushes backwards once again. But Albus takes a step forward and straightens his arm, the orb pushing back once again. Gellert continues speaking, as the orb continues to move towards him, and says, "You're as strong as ever, even with the odds stacked against you." The orb reaches Gellert, and is about to touch his wand, from where it would have spread to Gellert's body with a shock, stopping his magic from working. But then, it stops a foot away from Gellert's wand, causing Albus to widen his eyes in shock, as Gellert raises his own left arm to join the right. He then raises his left arm backwards, and pushes both the left and right hands forward, with a second wave of magic. The second wave causes the orb to zoom backwards, towards Albus, and he disconnects the spell, jumping to the side. The orb flies into the barrier, and splashes on it harmlessly. The magic being absorbed by the ward to better itself. Albus looks up, with horror, and sees Gellert smirking at him from his position. Gellert wipes the sweat off his brow, and says, "But I'm still stronger than you." Albus stands up, and raises his wand up, casting a shield charm to stop a dark red curse from hitting him. Before the curse even hits completely, Albus moves, and sends a barrage of stunning spells at Gellert's head. "Stunners. Really, Albus?" Gellert says, casually stopping all the spells with a wandless shield. But then, suddenly, his shield breaks, a nonverbal expulso hitting it. And Gellert is sent skidding back. He raises his left arm, and slaps his hand DWN wards, using a small shield charm to slap the next stunner away. He glares at Albus, and says, "You won't be able to capture me, Albus. You either kill me, or I kill you. This is how it was always going to be, there is no other way." Albus looks at Gellert, a sad look upon his face, and says, "I am still going to try, old friend." He then turns to his left, his wand twirling through the air, pointed downwards. Gellert raises his own wand, and fires a reducto at Albus, to stop him from his work. Unfortunately, the spell splashes harmlessly on a steel shield, held by a knight made completely out of stone, that rises from the ground in front of Albus. The knight, transfigured completely by Albus, with its shield formed by alchemically transmuting the stone shield he had originally transfigured to be held by the knight, is joined by 3 more such knights, all standing in front of Albus. "Attack," Albus says, and immediately, the 4 knights, holding sharp steel swords and shields, start running towards Gellert. Gellert wasn't idle, however, and he twirls his own wand at the ground in front of him, transfiguring 3 gorillas in front of him. He wasn't proficient enough in alchemy to transmute metal weapons, but he knew that 3 large primates were enough to take care of the 4 knights. As the knights and gorillas start their fight, Albus points his wand at Gellert, and shoots a concentrated ball of magic at him. Gellert slashes his wand downwards, casting a shield spell to block the magic blast. And then slashes his left hand towards Albus, sending a burst of lightning out of his hands. Dumbledore waves his wand, causing one of the knights to get in the way of the spell, with his sword raised. The knight then stabs the sword into the ground, just before lightning hits it. The lightning hits the sword, and safely goes into the earth, without harming anyone. Unfortunately, a simple banishing charm hits the knight, sending it flying towards Albus. Albus raises his wand with a shield spell already cast, and as the knight crashes into his shield, he casts another spell at it, splitting its volume, and transfigures them into 1,000 sparrows, all made of stone, with their talons and beak made of the same steel that made the sword and shield of the knight. The sparrows jump into flight, and dive bomb towards Gallard Grindelwald, who slashes his wand upwards to cast a Presidio Totalum charm, creating a full spherical shield around himself that protects him from anything physical. But he doesn't stay still, and twirls his wand into the air, in front of him, focusing on casting a very specific spell. Dumbledore, who also hadn't stayed idle, helps his knights defeat the gorillas, and sends them to attack Grindelwald's shield. As a backup, he then focuses deep within himself, summoning all the desperation to win this fight, and stabs his wand towards Gellert, silently casting a Fulmin spell. The Fulmin spell sends a single, thick lightning bolt at Gellert, and immediately rips through his shield spell. Gellert was ready, however, and he does two things at once. With his left hand, he wandlessly casts a strong Protega spell to stop the lightning, and then, with his wand, he fires an intense wave of dark magic. The dark magic wave was a spell of his own design. Through many experimentations with the elemental spells while in Durmstrang, he created a dark arts spell, a fire so hot that everything in its path was immediately disintegrated, with not even ash left behind. So, when the white-colored dark magic spell hit the approaching golems, it only caused them to disintegrate, with no damage to him. Albus frowns, seeing the wave come closer, and slashes his wand upwards, forcing a wave of pure magic through it, while keeping the image of what he wants to happen in his mind. The slash of his wand splits the dark magic wave into two, causing the two parts to veer off towards his two sides, and hit the barrier. Once again, the barrier holds, not getting damaged in the least. Albus had already seen the spell before, when he had fought Gellert along with his brother, so long ago. And while it didn't hit anyone, he knew how dangerous it was to humans. Spinning his wand over his head, Albus summons a fire whip, with his wand acting as the handle of the whip. The fire whip, over 4 meters long, spins around his head a few times, gaining momentum. And then, as he slashes his wand towards Gellert, it flies towards him, the tip aimed at his neck. Gellert raises his wand upwards, conjuring a giant wave of water in front of him, which stops the flame whip before it can harm him. The water wave then grows 2 hands out of its front, that catch the flame whip. And water starts climbing the whip. Albus sees the water start covering his flame whip, and raises his left arm, willing the fire to become even hotter. The increasing temperatures causes the water to start boiling, and evaporate away within a single second. A wave of his left hand sends the hot mist towards Gellert, who was not ready for it. Some of it hits him in his face, and his raised hands. Gellert winces, and glares at Albus, as his burn wounds start healing right before Albus's eyes. "What did you do?" Albus whispers out, horrified. Albus is a teacher, a pretty good one at that. He has seen a lot of things. And amongst them, he has seen the school medic heal hundreds of wounds, and even burns. Whatever Gellert did, was not that. He didn't even feel any magic being used for the wound healing. And Albus was confident in his senses. Gellert chuckles, sounding even more menacing, and says, "It's a handy ritual, Albus. Vinculum sanguinis, the bond of blood. I can use it to absorb anyone, or anything within myself, as long as they're alive. You must have felt my magic, didn't you? It's not stronger, no, but better. I absorbed souls within myself, Albus, life. As you can see, having so much life within myself has some fortunate side effects." Albus realizes that the fight has gotten just that much harder now. Gellert was immortal, or long-living, depending on how many wizards he has absorbed, and it still makes Albus's stomach clench in disgust. When he thinks about it, Gellert must already be the strongest wizard in the world. That's if he only stuck wizards. But he knew that absorbing more wizard souls does not mean that Grindelwald has more magic. It doesn't work like that. Magic is soul, blood, and body. Increasing the potency of just one won't increase the potency of his magic. His body is still weak, and there's a limit over how strong wizards can get, even with rituals. Albus stands up, having ducked in preparation for a counterattack that never came, and says, "This just means your capture is that much more necessary, Gellert. How low have you fallen?" Scowling, Gellert shoots a concentrated beam of magic at Albus, who counters with his own beam, and says, "I've fallen low, Albus. Tell me, was it me that tried to kill his own brother? Was it me that helped Muggles in their war when no one was looking. You might have believed yourself invisible, Albus. But I could see you. I could see you all the time. As the two beams of magic begin fighting once more, Albus realizes that his secret isn't a secret anymore, with the lieutenants of Grindelwald, as well as the German prisoners having listened to his words. Albus knew that Grindelwald had some hand in Hitler's successes, but he didn't know how far it went. And so, without anyone knowing, Albus had utilized his personal time turner, one he had gotten from the Ministry thanks to his magical accomplishments, and joined the Muggle War. He had been under a disillusionment charm, so strong that it made him completely invisible, with some additional charms to prevent his detection. He had destroyed a few of the Nazi tankers, knowing he can't do too much without causing suspicions. And he had destroyed a single Hydra factory, deeming the bombs they had made too dangerous to be left intact. No one knew about his deeds, and it was by choice. He didn't want that negative attention towards him. And after seeing how Mason Avs had been turned into a propaganda machine, his fears were well founded. Or at least, he thought no one knew. Gellert, it seemed, always knew. Suddenly, Albus feels something climbing on top of his legs, and looks down. There was grass growing on the ground, just underneath him. Everywhere else, all the little greenery there was had disintegrated in Gellert's last attack. Albus waves his hand at the grass, to dispel the animation charm he believed cast on it, but his wave of hand does nothing to the grass. He then waves his hand again, to undo the transfiguration. Once again to no avail. Scowling, Albus focuses on the volatile magical orb floating in front of him, and pulls his wand upwards, sending the orb flying upwards, while at the same time forcing Gellert's wand arm to point upwards too. As the orb explodes into the sky, Albus grunts, and sends a strong exploding hex at Gellert. Gellert casts a shield, but the strength behind the spell sends him skidding backwards. Albus takes the time to point his wand at his legs, and casts an incendio charm, burning just the grass from his legs. He then looks up, to attack Gellert once again, but feels something climb his leg, again, this time far faster than before. And then, before he can try anything, the grass pulls back for a moment, and then stabs into his leg. Somehow, what was supposed to be soft grass, had enough strength and sharpness to it, that it makes Albus bleed, as he gasps in pain. Ah, he whispers, casting another incendio to burn the grass away. Albus immediately summons a bezoar from his pouch, feeling himself poisoned by the grass, and throws it in his throat, swallowing it whole. He then points his wand at his leg, to start healing the wounds, but before he can cast a spell, his wand gets pulled out of his hand and into the hands of his enemy. Albus Dumbledore had lost, and Gallard Grindelwald had won. I lost. Albus wonders, feeling all his hope fly out. He had thought he would lose, there were very high odds of that happening. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Grindelwald smirks at Albus's bleeding form, his hand stopping the blood from flowing too much. With Albus's wand in his left hand, and the Elder Wand in his right. He then starts walking towards Albus, each footstep taunting Albus with his loss. Albus blinks his tears away, as Gellert stops a foot away from him, and asks, "Kill me then, finish it." Gellert snorts, and slowly sits down on his knee. He keeps Albus's wand in his own pocket, with Albus following it with his eyes, and waves his hand over the wound in Albus's thighs. The wounds start healing, thanks to the healing spell cast by Gellert, and Albus winces, feeling the pain of flesh binding together once again. Gellert ignores his pain, and slowly says, "I never wanted to kill you, Albus. I want you to join me, just like old times." Albus looks up from his now healed legs, and smiles up at Gellert. He says, "We both know what my answer is. Gellert, I will never join you. Not after all you've done to the magical world. To me, too. No, Albus, everything I did for the magical world. How long will we stay hidden from the Muggles? 50 years ago, these filthy idiots couldn't even bath regularly, and now, they have giant flying machines capable of destroying the entirety of London in a week. What do you think 50 more years will do? Albus, because I have seen it, and they don't become any dumber." Gellert says, looking into Albus's eyes, pleading with him. He says, "You think I showed them The ritual just because I wanted conflict. No, Albus, I wanted the wizards to see that sooner or later, muggles will realize the worth of wizarding blood, the worth of magic. I just sped up the process. And while I regret the 3 wizards I had to give up, it was necessary. For the greater good. Albus chuckles, seeing through Gellert's manipulation, and asks, is that what you truly think? That you still work for the greater good? Admit it, Gellert, you abandoned the greater good the same day that I did, you just pretended not to. All of this is for your greater good, not the magical worlds. All of this is so you can get the throne that you think you deserve, as the ruler of the wizarding world. Contrary to Albus's expectations, Gellert smiles, and says, you're right, I do believe I deserve to be the ruler of the wizarding world, the supreme warlock. But you know as well as I do, that under me, wizards and witches will live peacefully, it won't matter if they're pureblood, half-blood, or new blood. I believe you're mistaking peace with quiet, Albus says, not believing anything Gellert was saying. It has been a long time since Albus believed in Gellert, and now, no matter what Gellert says, Albus knows that Gellert cannot be trusted with the fate of the wizarding world. A hand on his cheek brings Albus back to Gellert, as he says, peace, quiet, fear. Doesn't matter what you word it as. I will still rule the wizarding world for years to come, without anyone rebelling against me. He then pauses, staring in Albus's eyes. So long, Albus had wanted to see those beautiful eyes of his friends again. To tell him how much he loved Gellert. But now, even if the opportunity was right in front of him, Albus refused to do it. He refused to give Gellert the satisfaction of hearing those words. He had lost the fight, and with it, Gellert had won the personal war they had between them. His body was healed, but his magic was not at 100%. Even if he somehow managed to get the wand from Gellert's pocket, which was almost impossible, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gellert, he knew that. And it seems even Gellert knew that. Gellert's lips twitch upwards, as he says, you've realized the futility of any actions you might take against me. You're right, you won't win. No matter what you pull out of your robe pockets, you've lost. And it seems you still won't accept my offer. He then stands up, pointing his wand at Albus's head, and says, at least you can rest easy, knowing that the Elder Wand is in good hands. I thought you didn't want to kill me, Albus says, stopping Gellert from casting a spell. Gellert grins at Albus, as if he had already seen the question coming, and says, I still don't want to, but I know the futility of my own actions. No matter what I promise you, no matter what I offer, you won't accept my hand now. I admire your guts, Albus, and I would have loved to have you there by my side, when I begin my rule. But what can you do? And then, a green-colored spell flies out of Gallard Grindelwald's wand, going towards Albus's resolute face. He didn't want to die a coward. If he was going to die, he was going to die looking straight at his killer's eyes. Surprisingly, however, the killing curse splashes on the ground underneath Albus, as he finds himself involuntarily flying backwards, roughly rolling to a stop at the edge of the barrier separating the two old friends from the outer world. The barrier, which had gotten opaque sometime during their fight, glows brighter and brighter, increasing in intensity, and then, with a loud sound of glass breaking, the barrier breaks, the magic dissipating into thin air. You're not fucking dying yet, Dumbledore. You are not going to leave your mess in someone else's hands, uncleaned. A youthful and passionate voice yells, as the light of the barrier breaking dies down. Albus chuckles, despite himself, as he recognizes the voice. He says, I wouldn't dream of it, Captain Avs. He then turns his head to look at his back, and sees the German officials now free, fighting with the lieutenants of Grindelwald, together with a couple Aurors, the headmasters of the 3 European schools. And Nicholas Flamel. And standing beside Albus, was the one who had saved him from certain death, someone he didn't trust too much, but trusted him enough to not be on the wrong side of this war. Whether he was strong enough to take Grindelwald on, he didn't know. But he knew that he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and it makes Albus smile wide, now relieved. Mason Avs was here, and he was pissed. The next chapter will continue with Mason's paw, from last chapter, because a lot of time has passed since the duel began. Wish me luck. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, the end of the wizarding war. I walk out of the tree line, now out of the mirror dimension, and stop, my wand held at my side, and my swords back in the nowhere. I was wearing my Howling Commando's uniform itself, since I had no other combat uniform for the wizarding world. Looking in front of me, I frown, feeling a tiny bit of doubt creep in. Nurmengard stood right there, made of dark black stone and bricks. There was a central tower, over 20 stories tall, surrounded by 4 other towers just 5 stories tall, all 5 towers connected by hallways. The fortress itself was surrounded by a wall, that by itself was 2 stories tall, while a single wooden gate protected it from intruders. It was also surrounded by mountains, on 3 sides, which meant the only way through was through the gates. And protecting the gate stood a lot of people, at least 3,000 in fact, all with their wands pointed right at me. Gellert chose one hell of a place to put his headquarters cum prison. Captain Mason Avs, traitor to Wizardkind, welcome to Nurmengard, we have been waiting for you. Someone I don't recognize yells, as he walks a few steps forward. There was still a distance of at least 100 meters between us. And since none of them was attacking me, I stay my hand. Looking at him, I try and use telepathy, finding it impossible. Damn the bloody potion, what's the use of having the most powerful telepathy on the entire planet, when a single potion can grant my victims immunity? I glance at the army, my telepathy failing to get into their minds too, and I say, which one of us is trying to break the statue of secrecy again? The very statute that protects us wizards from the muggles. Oh, what's this? There were more people inside the walls, and 5 of them had their minds completely open to me. I enter one of their minds, and immediately scowl, seeing Grindelwald and Dumbledore talking, their wands already drawn. Well, I said I'd give him a chance to take Grindelwald down. If he does, good. If he doesn't, I'll be there to save his old ass. The man in front of me chuckles, bringing my attention back to him, and asks, and why should we hide from the muggles, Mr. Avs? Besides, the statute doesn't protect us from them. It protects them from our retaliation. How many wizards have they killed? How many children died because the Aurors didn't get there on time? And what happened then? He muggles just got their memories erased, and were sent to live their lives. Okay, I admit muggles always draw the bigger stick when it comes to the statute, and I kinda agree with his words, but no way I'm admitting that. The statute has some problems, no doubt there, mainly that it protects muggles from wizarding retribution a lot more than it protects young wizards from muggle attacks. But exposing the entire wizarding world, and trying to take over the muggle one is not the solution Grindelwald's people think it is. Grindelwald took an actual, legit problem with the wizarding world, with the statute, and used it as a fuel to raise his army. The aim is admirable, but only if it is actually the aim. Grindelwald has his own goals mixed in. I don't have time for this. I mumble, and wave my hand, intending on creating a portal to send the entire army to middle of the Pacific Ocean. Unfortunately, the only thing that happens is a few golden sparkles form into the air, and dissipate, with no portal forming. I frown, immediately realizing something. Your sorcery won't work here, Mr. Avs. Gellert has created a barrier around us all. No apparition, no broom flying, no portals. The only way to get into Nurmengard is to walk through the gate. The only way out of here is to walk backwards. But well, we're not going to let you do that. The wizard explains, needlessly. I'd already sensed that as soon as I'd tried opening the portal. This must be one hell of a barrier if it only prevented teleportation and flight, or broom flight I guess. I didn't feel anything that could stop me from flying on my own. The wizard then fires a single killing curse at me, that I negligently wave my hand at, to block it with a stone. Before anyone else can do anything, a cacophony of cracks sound behind me, making me smile as soon as I hear the thoughts of someone familiar, a lot of people in fact. It seems the barrier doesn't stop anyone from apparating in, either by design, or by a coincidence. You're late, I say, turning towards the first person to come towards me. Alistair Moody grunts, limping towards me from some injury he sustained during this war, and says, you gave us just 1 hour, Avs. We needed to get the forces ready. Be glad we're here at all. And that they were. UK, USA, Japan, China, France, and from all over the world, ores had been gathered by the ICW, for he battle that will decide the fate of the wizarding world. One by one, hundreds of ores, ministry officials, and volunteers apparate into the forest behind me, and form a line beside me, grouping themselves according to their nations. Seeing Darla's resolute face amongst the British coalition, which were right near me, I smile. Then there were the volunteers. I could see Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel, together with Madame Lisa Bourgeois, the headmistress of Beaubaton's Academy in the French coalition, together with the French minister. Headmaster Dippet stood a few people away from me, in the British coalition. While the Durmstrang headmaster, Victor Munter, stood with a few of his teachers, a few students, and other Bulgarian volunteers. Damn, even their students came to fight. Guess Durmstrang feels strongly about this war. Which, understandable, Grindelwald gives Durmstrang a bad name. All in all, including the volunteers, our side numbered a little over 1,500 people, while the other side numbered 3,000. This will do, I mumble, turning my eye over the, I guess, allied army. Casting the sonorous charm on myself, I say, Gellert Grindelwald is inside Nurmengard, dueling Albus Dumbledore. The only way through is through that gate. There is an anti-apparition ward cast, along with an anti-portkey ward. What? I'm not giving them a pep talk, they've probably already had one. Is just so they don't get caught off guard when they try to apparate. Turning back towards the enemies, I pat Moody on the shoulder, and say, don't get killed, Moody. Snorting, Moody says, worry about yourself, kid. Attack. The acolyte of Grindelwald yells, pointing his hand towards us. Immediately, the 3,000 people in front of us start running, and we do the same, everyone throwing spells at the opposing army. I also run, keeping ahead of our army, and wave my hand upwards. Immediately, the earth underneath the acolyte snaps upwards, throwing him into flying the sky. I throw a piercing hex after him, which hits his heart. Digging into it, killing him. Don't fucking kill everyone, Avs. Too much paperwork, Moody yells, while dueling 3 people at once. Scowling, I refrain from pulling my swords out. I didn't want to use up all of my magic, I still had to fight Grindelwald. But it seems I will have to use magic to fight these morons before I can move on inside. Leaning back, I let a curse pass by, and glare at the offender. He widens his eyes, and immediately starts running backwards. Lifting a rock from the ground underneath, I throw it at his head, hitting right at the point where his head meets his neck. Knocking him out by blunt force. Time to defeat these weaklings while using only little of my magic. Fiendfire. Someone to my extreme right yells, summoning the curse. Ed flames in the middle of a crowd of Asian ors. Fucking idiot. I immediately run towards the man, not holding my speed back, and swipe my sword, beheading him. Looking up, I see the giant flaming bird, made of fiendfire. About to hit the ors, who were firing spells at it, to try and snuff it out. Raising both my arms, I create a telekinetic shield around the giant flames, stopping them before they can kill the ors. And then, suddenly, the flames dissipate, turning into water. The sphere of water, no longer held by my telekinesis, drops down on the ground, soaking all of the wizards there save for me and the culprit. My telekinesis saved me, and I have no idea what saved the culprit. That was not magical transfiguration, because even my telekinetic shield was transmuted into water. I look down, to see a Chinese woman with her hand raised, looking at me in curiosity. I smile, and say, thank you, Madame Zhao. I had it handled, my telekinesis would have been able to suffocate the flames out within a minute or so. But, whatever she did, the transmutation, it helped immensely. She nods at me with a smile, and says, you're welcome, Captain Avs. And then, she turns towards the next enemies, using her hands, with no wand in sight, to send the group flying into the trees, no doubt knocking them out just by hitting them on the trees. Curious, so she's either not a witch, or she's preferring not to use her magic. Because I cannot sense a single drop of magic being used here. A telekinetic then, pretending to be a witch. Madame Ya Zhao, the Chinese ambassador to the ICW, N.D.A. former teacher of alchemy at Fangwang, the Chinese School of Wizardry. If she turns out to not actually be a witch, it'll be the longest con in the history of cons. Well, whatever, she's on our side, and she actually cares about the Chinese ors. Turning my eye away from the amazingly beautiful woman, who's in her 80s, but still looks 25, I go back into war. I've seen weirder things, to be honest. It barely takes us 5 minutes to breach the gate of Nurmengard. We had lesser numbers, for sure, but we also had better people. Nicholas and Perenelle stayed at the back, casting shields to help anyone that they thought needed it. The 3 headmasters of the European schools, together with their nation's coalitions, had taken on dozens of people at a time, and I had used my telekinesis to knock people out by hitting their heads hard. There were still people fighting outside, but the gate was wide open for us, most of Grindelwald's people now unconscious or dead. Through the gate, we now see Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald dueling in front of us, a barrier separating them from the outside world. Guess Grindelwald wanted to put on a show. We walk inside, a few oars in front of me, with their wands ready to attack the barrier to kill Grindelwald. The time for his arrest was long gone, and even the ICW had unanimously decided that Grindelwald needed to die. But, as soon as I walk through the gate, I raise my wand, casting the strongest Protega Maxima I can, while supporting it with my telekinesis. An intense beam of white light is emitted from inside the Nurmengard grounds, immediately killing the 6 wizards that had gone on ahead, overconfident, by way of disintegrating them. The beam hits my shield, and stops, my shield strong enough to protect me and those behind me. Feeling a hand pat my shoulder, I turn back to see Headmaster Dippet. He says, "Go and save Albus, my boy. We will deal with the nuisances." I nod, and drop the shield. Waving my hand, I telekinetically throw the 15 wizards that had attacked us with a single spell cast together, towards the left side, and see the 3 headmasters, Alistair Moody, Madame Crickerly, and Darla run towards them, choosing their targets. Be careful, Darla. They're Grindelwald's acolytes, he definitely taught them some tricks. I telepathically tell Darla, and turn towards the barrier, not waiting for an answer. Perenelle Flammel had come in behind us, and was currently busy healing the 5 prisoners, German officials, whose heads I had hijacked to keep an eye on Grindelwald and Dumbledore's battle, and Madame Zhao followed soon after. Curiously enough, hanging back. The barrier was impressive, definitely one of the strongest I have seen. It was transparent, with a bit of a yellow tint to it, and every spell that hit it was absorbed by the barrier to increase its strength. Even pure magic blasts were absorbed, which tells me that attacking the barrier with conventional ward-breaking spells is bound to be idiotic. Slowly, I touch my hand to the barrier, and close my eyes to get a feel for it. Okay, definitely idiotic to attack it with any spell. The barrier also went underground, and created a sphere around Grindelwald and Dumbledore, meaning I can't even dig my way through. And portals are still not an option, neither is apparition. I've tried. Removing my swords from the nowhere, I stab them both towards the barrier, hoping the inherently magical properties, or even the magic-absorbing properties of the swords breaks the barrier down. Good news, my swords do stab through the barrier. Bad news, the barrier is still intact, with no damage to either the swords, or the barrier. I pull them out, and send them back to nowhere, scowling when I see the holes in the barrier get repaired almost immediately. So my swords can stab through, but they can't break the barrier completely. I guess I need to weaken the barrier first. Taking a basilisk fang out of the nowhere, I hold it above my hand, and telekinetically shoot it forward, stabbing it into the barrier. Immediately, the barrier becomes opaque, the venom within the fang attacking it. Good, basilisk venom works, but this is not nearly enough. Still looking at the fang buried into the barrier, I wave my hand, throwing a stone in the way of a stray spell that was about to hit Moody. "Thanks, Avs," Moody yells, as he defeats one of the wizards he was fighting by breaking his leg and stunning him. I bring a few more fangs out, and use telekinesis to stab them in 4 other points. One right at the top of the spherical barrier, one behind Grindelwald, one to my right, and one to my left, making it a total of 5 fangs stabbing into the barrier. The opaque yellow barrier turns brown at the point where I had stabbed the fangs, and the venom keeps spreading, weakening the barrier. Suddenly, the sounds of battle coming from the inside stop, making me frown. I couldn't see inside, but just by the sense and sound, I could tell that Dumbledore had lost the fight. And Grindelwald was now taunting him. I had expected Grindelwald to win, to be honest. He had too many changes in his life to not win. Sorcery, exposure to mutations. The sheer fact that everything about Marvel exists. I didn't, however, think that he would win this early. The barrier was about 30% brown now, the venom moving uncharacteristically slowly. I nay, to know what kind of barrier Grindelwald put up, because damn. This shit is impressive. I have to say, Grindelwald might be the current Dark Lord, but this is, wow, a barrier that prevents anyone from teleporting in, or out, by any method, stop any spell from breaching, even the killing curse, and absorb the magic of the spells to strengthen it. And another barrier that prevents teleportation of any kind, but only when it is directed outwards. At about 80%, Grindelwald's heartbeat increases, as his right hand raises above. I smell the stench of wood burning a little, as Grindelwald prepares to cast a curse. Fuck, I whisper, recognizing the curse just by the stench of death, and point my hand towards where I could smell Dumbledore. Telekinetically, I pull him backwards, not minding about being gentle. Saving him from the killing curse. 90%. Taking my sword out, I stab it once more into the barrier, only this time, into the brown, corrupted part of it. The barrier starts glowing as it fights off the corruption of the venom, as well as my dermagal, and then, with a loud crack, it shatters into a million pieces. The basilisk fangs, which had been stabbed into the barrier, start falling from their positions. And I summon them towards myself, before they can even touch the ground. I then send them to nowhere, since I don't want anyone to find them, and link Tom Riddle's death with me. As Dumbledore and Grindelwald stare at the shattered pieces of the barrier dissipating into thin air, I say, "You're not fucking dying yet, Dumbledore. You are not going to leave your mess in someone else's hands, uncleaned." Albus chuckles, still laying down on the ground a few meters away from me, and says, "I wouldn't dream of it, Captain Avs." As Dumbledore begins observing the other fights happening behind us, Grindelwald stares at me, a smile on his face, and says, "There he is, the last piece of the puzzle. Captain Avalon, the Knight of the Realm. I've been waiting for you, Captain Avs." Holding my wand to my side, I glare at him, and ask, "You didn't have to wait, Grindelwald. Death would have come to you soon enough. This guy killed my entire family, save for my mother, tried to have Victor and James kidnapped. Actually had me captured, caused the death of Tim, gave a dangerous summoning ritual to Muggles, caused the death of 3 innocent wizards for the sake of that ritual. Killed thousands of innocent people, including children, and he's still claiming to be the savior of the wizarding world. The amount of anger I have towards him can only be dwarfed by the number of crimes he's committed." Smirking, Grindelwald waves his hand, as another barrier starts forming around us. I immediately slap my hand towards Dumbledore, sending him telekinetically flying towards Perenelle Flammel. Before the barrier completely forms. I might not like the guy, but Dumbledore is a good teacher, and he doesn't deserve to die. And Grindelwald, evil bastard that he is, will definitely use Dumbledore as an innocent bystander during superhero fights. As the barrier completely forms, Grindelwald clicks his tongue, and says, "Pity, I wanted to deal with you two together. That wasn't magic either. Just like the grass control. Another mutation. I mean, I know he was supposed to have at least 3 mutations, but still. Just how many mutants have you sucked dry, Grindelwald?" I ask, feeling disgusted. I might have stolen mutations too, but I did it by copying the gifts, not by actually stealing them. Victor's mutation I took by magically merging his X gene with mine. James' language mutant and Essex's telekinesis I took by just being in their heads while they used said mutations. Grindelwald, however, literally absorbed the life force of mutants, and probably even other wizards. I had seen the ritual before, and there's no way in hell I'd ever do something like that. Completely absorbing someone, hell no. Noticed that, have you? Waving his hand, he creates another barrier in front of him, which forms in the shape of a circle, very slowly. He says, "This was a surprising find, since I didn't see it coming even after my Sight enhancement. Right. He absorbed either a mutant with precognition, or he absorbed another seer wizard. Found him in an orphanage in the US of A, right when I was about to destroy it, about 3 years ago. His barriers were strong, impossible to breach, well, almost impossible as you've proven, and they even stopped me from capturing him. But, as you can see, the barriers are very slow to form, and have almost zero application in combat. He had to get tired soon enough. And he did, 3 days later, amazingly enough. And well, you know the rest, it is your family's ritual that I used, after all. Grindelwald says, making sure to speak as loud as possible. The fights were stopping now, and a crowd was gathering outside the barrier, to look at us talk. Some were trying to take the barrier down, but obviously, these barriers are almost impossible to break. And they don't have basilisk venom to help them. Funnily enough, the 3 people who should be able to break the barrier were staying still, not even trying. I asked, the same family you massacred in 1896. They were in my way. Grindelwald simply says, shrugging. Scowling at him, I asked, was my Uncle Samuel's 3-year-old daughter, Rosie, in your way? What about my mother's older sister, 12-year-old Agatha, were they in your way? Grindelwald waves his hand, and says, they would have come after me, just like you now did. It would have been annoying. Okay, time for talks is over. I might not have known my family, I might not like them even, by association of my squib-hating grandpa, but I doubt my mother's sister and their brother's daughter deserve to die. And he just said that he killed them just because they might prove an annoyance later, if left alive. Waving my wand, I start the attack, by sending a reducto at him. With his own wand, the Elder Wand, Grindelwald shields, and immediately fires the blood-boiling curse at me. I snap my wand, firing the blood-freezing hex at the approaching curse, the 2 extreme curses cancelling each other out. And return fire with the bone-crushing curse. He shields from it, and immediately fires another curse at me, one I didn't know of. Pointing my wand downwards, I transfigure the ground into wood, and raise it in the path of the curse. The curse hits, causing the wood to rot, and release corrosive fumes. Waving my wand, I send the wooden trunk flying at Grindelwald, who destroys it with a reducto. He fires curse after curse at me, all of which I dispel using their counter curses. Bone-breaking curse gets the bone-mending charm at it. Blood-boiling gets blood-freezing, and vice versa. Flesh-rotting curse gets a rock sent at it, to stop it from hitting me. But then, he starts using other curses which I have no knowledge of. I bring obstacles in all their paths, not wanting to see if my shields will hold. Dodging the last curse, which hits the ground and causes it to light up with a lightning blast, I send my own lightning bolt at him. Grindelwald dodges it, by just walking to the left, and then shoots a focused beam of pure magic towards me. Straightening my posture, I point my wand at him, and copy him, shooting pure magic out of my own wand. Just like I had seen happen with Dumbledore. The 2 beams of pure magic meet in the middle, sending a wave from their collision, and form into an orb in between. Winds start blowing wildly, as the orb sends out excess magic in the form of lightning, fire, and wind in all directions. I take a step forward, my magic pushing the orb towards Grindelwald, and he does the same, keeping the orb in the middle. But then, he suddenly breaks the connection, sending both our magic into the barrier above, as he sends a giant rock flying at me with the wave of his hand. Taking Dermagal out of the nowhere, in my left hand, I slash it at the stone, breaking it immediately, sending the 2 pieces flying backwards. My wand pointed backwards, I transfigure the 2 pieces of the rock into 2 tigers, made of actual flesh and bones, and send them running towards Grindelwald. All that happens within a half second, as I point my wand at Grindelwald once again, and immediately cast a shield spell to defend myself from his dark blue flames. My tigers reach him, and one of them slashes at his face, while the other tries to bite into him. Grindelwald waves his hand, conjuring his flames once again all around him, and uses them to burn the tigers away. Taking aim, I cast the flame-throwing spell, a higher-level incendiary charm, which causes my wand to act like a flamethrower, shooting red-hot flames out of the tip. The fire shoots out of my wand at speeds higher than my own running speed, and hit Grindelwald while he's busy dealing with the tigers. I don't let my guard down, however, since this is Grindelwald I'm fighting. Is it over? I hear someone ask from behind the barrier, as I keep the spell going. The fact that the barrier is still standing should clue you in, you twat. From the still shooting flames, I see movement, and the flames spread apart. As if Moses himself had brought out his staff. Standing unharmed, between the two beams of flame, was a smirking Grindelwald, completely unharmed. The flames then start getting sucked towards him. Towards his hands, and I cancel the spell. As if his left hand was a black hole, the flames keep getting sucked, spinning around him, until finally, Grindelwald raises his hand. An orb of extremely dense flames floating above it. He then points the hand at me, immediately shooting the orb of flames towards me at very high speeds. Even if I didn't have a master's in physics, I would have realized by virtue of common sense, that the condensed flames are volatile, and they will want to explode. Sending my wand to the nowhere, I clap my hands together, and separate them, causing my hands to glow from the channeling of the universal magic. Pointing my right hand towards the speeding orb, which was approaching me, fast, I cover it with my magic, and then with the other hand, slap the covered orb up into the air. Boom! The orb of condensed flames explode about 100 meters above us, with the force of a few grenades tied together, sending heat wave. After heat wave down, the flash of light was enough to blind most people watching the fight, but Grindelwald and I had taken precautions, and we get right back into the fight. He twirls his wand over his left palm, and summons the dark blue flames that dance around his arm. And then, he sends those flames flying at me, using his arm to direct the flames. Raising my arms, I summon the gateway to the mirror dimension in front of my, stopping the flames before they can hit me. But, suddenly, the gateway vanishes, and the flames fly towards me once again. Shit. The barrier. It's stopping mirror dimension opening too. I jump to the left. But not unharmed, seeing a burn on my leg that was healing, albeit very slowly. A ring on my left hand glows, as a circular shield, similar to one that Steve used, appears in my left hand. The flames hit the goblin's silver shield, and immediately start getting sucked in, the enchantments on it helping a lot. I had enchanted this new shield to absorb any, and all forms of pure energy. Since I wanted it to be similar to vibranium. It is a good thing that goblin silver is inherently good at that stuff, the enchantments just speed the process up. It won't work against the more volatile curses, like the unforgivables, but against flames. Yeah, this helps. Doesn't matter what kind of flames, fire is fire. I had also sensed no magic from Grindelwald during this feat, save for him conjuring those blue flames, which means this was another mutation of his. How many has it been now? Chlorokinesis, barrier creation, possibly precognition, and now pyrokinesis. I place the shield in the nowhere, not using its other enchantment yet, and push both hands towards Grindelwald, who was preparing to cast another spell. From my hands, no wand in sight, two beams of magic erupt, shooting towards Grindelwald while spinning to wound together as they go. Grindelwald frowns, and shoots a single beam of magic at the entwined magic, from his wand. This time, I use my right H, and to push the volatile orb forming in the middle upwards, and using my left hand, throw a basilisk venom-absorbed goblin silver dagger at him, using my telekinesis to speed it up. Grindelwald is forced to point his own wand upwards, the orb moving both our hands there, and looks up. But, right before my dagger can hit him, he catches it in his left hand, without even looking. His hand bursts into blue flames, and my dagger melts, turning into useless sludge that falls down on the ground. I momentarily stop, wondering how the fuck he saw the invisible, supersonic dagger coming, and how the fuck did he catch it. You know, you're better than I had thought you would be. In all the fights that I had seen happen between us, before you went and messed with my sight, never did you last this long. Nor did you ever force me to use so many of my gifts, Grindelwald says, as he dusts his hands together, the elder wand floating right there in front of him. Scowling, I ask, your sight isn't completely useless. Even after my precautions, it seems. You still saw the dagger coming. Grindelwald smirks, and says, well, it gives me a warning. You might have prevented me from seeing you, but my death. You cannot stop me from seeing that, from preventing it even. So I was right, His precognition gives him a bloody spider sense, or danger sense, to be exact. Magic could help him catch the dagger then, no doubt. But, can he actually see his death coming, see his moves happening in the future, or does he just get a warning like, watch out? One way to find out. Ventus, I think. My hands pointed downwards. Immediately, a harsh wind blows inside the barrier, sending sand and dust flying towards Grindelwald. He raises his arm to protect his eyes, but gets some sand in them anyway. His eyes closed. I shoot a tickling hex at him, and see it hit his face, immediately causing him to laugh a little before he dispels it. I smirk, triumphant. Now I have you, Gallard Grindelwald. Gellert has by now cleared his eyes, and glares at me, not at all amused. Stomping my leg on the ground, I cause a rock as tall and wide as I am tall to fly up and stop in front of me. Slapping it with all my strength, I use telekinesis to send it flying towards Grindelwald. Immediately after, I point both my hands at him, and cast, Fulgur. Flumen, silently, sending multiple bolts of lightning flying out of my hands. Grindelwald waves his wand, blowing the rock up into tiny dust, but widens his eyes seeing the lightning spell right behind him. He then does something that surprises me, even after everything I've already seen him do today. Grindelwald apparates, disappearing from his location and immediately appearing a few meters to the right, letting the lightning slam into the ground. He doesn't just apparate, though. I've seen this type of apparition many times before, but never by a wizard. I seethe, my anger beyond any measure. Glaring at Grindelwald, I hiss out, an elf. You absorbed an elf. Even if I had whispered it, my sound is carried all over the fortress, thanks to the absolute silence from the spectators. Oh, Gellert, I hear Dumbledore whisper, regret and disgust clouding his words. Grindelwald dusts his trench coat, and says, I had foreseen something like this happening, and wizarding magic, as superior it is to an elf's, is very limited. There are no wards that see and stop an elf from getting to its master, and me. I am my own master. He absorbed an elf, the little creatures that try very hard to help wizards, that never try to attack wizards, ever. The most sentient magical creatures on the planet, and Grindelwald absorbed one just to gain their apparition. AAA ARG, I yell, expelling pure destruction out of my hands in the form of a white light. The white light speeds towards Grindelwald, disintegrating the ground and grass that it touches, and slams into something. Scree. A loud, high-pitched voice yells, its voice filled with pain. Through my white light, I see a piece of black cloth raising itself in front of the beam of destructive magic, with Gellert safe behind it. A Lethifold. My non-spell is too destructive for even the immortal Lethifold to handle. And within a single second of getting hit, it explodes, sending black pieces of itself flying everywhere. Unfortunately, that also causes my spell to stop, as I drop my hands, a bit tired. Grindelwald smirks at me, and says, you know, this is the first time I've seen a Lethifold die. Makes me glad I didn't bring them out before them. And then, Grindelwald waves his hand. A sling ring held in his fingers, creating a portal, as he yells, Aperio Boreas. Fucking sorcery too. I mean, I expected it, having seen a sling ring in his hands during our last encounter, but still. I did not expect that Grindelwald would have made a pact with a demon. As the portal opens, no doubt his barrier allowing him to do all the stuff no one is supposed to, I immediately shield my eyes, taking a few steps back, shivering, so cold. The coldness of the other side of the portal was causing my teeth to almost start chattering. The portal was near Grindelwald, which means it was at least 20 meters away from me. And yet, I could feel the extreme coldness chilling my bones. Come to me, my children. From the icy realm of Ikthalon, come. I hear Grindelwald yell, as multiple somethings start flying out of the portal. Lethifolds, and Ikthalon, individually bad news. Lethifolds powered by the magic of Ikthalon's dimension. Infinitely worse news. Taking my sword out, I cut the first approaching Lethifold, my enchanted sword having no troubles with killing the supposedly unkillable demon. But then, it suddenly explodes with cold energy expulsion, sending me flying back with chills. Everyone, keep trying to bring the barrier down. We cannot let Captain Avalon die. Someone yells, as spells start hitting the shield. Grindelwald closes his eyes, and I say, something that sends a chill down my spine, not related to the ice magic enhanced lethifolds, or the still open portal to the Boreas dimension. Grindelwald was actually absorbing magic that hit the spells, to become stronger. I've tried it before, and I know how difficult it is to absorb someone else's magic. Each and every attempt of mine had failed, with not a single drop of magic being absorbed. And Grindelwald's barrier somehow allowed him to do that. No, stop. Don't try and force the barrier down. You're just making it worse. I yell, casting a sonorous charm for a moment. Immediately, the spells stop being hit. And Grindelwald chuckles, the lethifold army floating above his head. He says, "You are no fun, Captain." Scowling, all his crimes still not forgotten, I clap my hands together, and yell, "Shackles of binding." Quote, just like when I had fought the tentacle demon, my hands glow white, and then 2 beams of magic start flying towards Grindelwald and the lethifolds. The 2 beams then start splitting up, from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, and so on, and each beam, each shackle, latches onto the icy lethifolds, covering them with white magic of the universe, freezing them in their place. Grindelwald, however, has managed to save himself using his wand. Seeing him try to rescue his lethifolds, I take a deep breath, and blow the air out. A dark red stream of flames exits my mouth, forming into an eagle made of flames. Fiendfire. The flaming eagle sees the lethifolds, and immediately flies towards them, tearing through their magic-resistant hide and eats them all. One by one, my fiendfire eagle eats all the lethifolds, becoming larger and larger with each lethifold eaten. And then, as soon as the last lethifold dies, it starts flying towards me, to attack me. I see Grindelwald with his arm raised, and realize that he's taken control over the flames. He obviously couldn't do it before, because Fiendfire had a mission first, destroy the lethifolds. Now that it doesn't, it can easily be taken over by any pyrokinetic. I point my left palm at the approaching eagle, and cast the runic spell to absorb my magic. As soon as the eagle hits my left palm, it starts getting sucked back into me. And then, I take my wand out of the nowhere once again, and fire a magic bolt towards Grindelwald, with him doing the same. My left hand, meanwhile, is pointed towards the portal, casting runes around the circular portal to close it. Our magic still fighting for dominance, not one of us giving in. The runic circle forms around the portal, and I activate it. The portal begins closing. But right before it does, an intense blue beam of cold magic shoots out of the portal, flying towards me. I widen my eyes, as the blue beam shoots over the head of Grindelwald, flying towards me. And judging by his smirk, he had planned it. I cannot stop the blue beam without my wand, or without both my hands. It is too dense, too strong, since it's literally the magic of a demon's dimension. And I cannot ignore Grindelwald to focus on the beam, because he will kill me if I move my focus away from him. Well, I have one option. Taking my shield from my back with my left hand, I throw it towards the incoming beam. The beam hits the shield, and starts getting absorbed into it. Once more, I shift my hands to force the orb of battling magics upwards, towards the shield. The orb explodes right underneath my shield, sending it flying up into the barrier, as the icy beam once more flies towards me. I raise my right hand, a shield at the tip of my tongue, but something grabs onto my arm, stopping my wand in front of my stomach. I look down, to see tall grass strand grabbing my hand, and my wand, pulling it to point it towards the ground. The shock of it causes me to cast a shield just wandlessly, which is nowhere near strong enough to protect me completely, and I know that. I focus on my telekinesis, and create a force field right inside the shield spell. The icy beam slams through my wandless shield, and then into my telekinesis shield, pushing me backwards. This causes me to get loose from the grass binding me, and I raise my wand, a magic blast at the ready. Unfortunately, before I can do that, something else hits my shield, breaking it, and both the new attack, and the icy beam, hit my right hand. The icy beam causes my entire right hand, wand to elbow, to freeze completely. While the second attack, Grindelwald's spell hits it right after, blowing it up. Ah, I scream, from pain, after getting my hand blown up, and losing my wand. I bring out Galadmagle in my left hand, using it to get rid of the dark magic permeating my arm. My hand, my wand. I feel something break inside me, the feeling of my wand's death causing my magic itself to weep. So much pain, and most of it was because PF Mount Wand's death. Something drops down in front of me, and I open my tear-filled eyes, to see my shield, which had absorbed the icy magic of Eichthalin's Boreas dimension, as well as the dark blue flames of Grindelwald's. Looking up, I see Grindelwald with his wand pointed towards me, the killing curse already cast. It seems that he was not going to taunt a defeated me, the way he did Dumbledore. Figures, I'm not an old friend of his. No, I am not going to die here, least of all at Grindelwald's hands. His victory here will mean a loss to not just me, but the entire wizarding world. The Flammels aren't young enough to battle him, even if their magic might be more finessed. Dippet is strong, but I have no doubts that Grindelwald will find a way to defeat him too. He's already around 300 years old, he's not going to be able to handle much. No, I am not losing this fight. I immediately spin away, picking the shield with Galadmagle, and throw it into the air. Using telekinesis, I throw the now spinning shield towards Grindelwald, as the killing curse harmlessly hits the ground once again, and then immediately throw another goblin silver dagger at him. Again, I used telekinesis, ignoring my hurting arm, the missing hand, and my destroyed wand. The spinning shield goes wide, curving away from Grindelwald, and he ignores it. The dagger, meanwhile, flies straight towards Grindelwald, and once again he catches it in his left hand. You think this will work this time, when it obviously didn't the last time. Grindelwald yells, as he shoots spell after spell at me, the dagger still in his hand. I run around, my speed, senses, and agility allowing me to dodge all his spells, and then, it happens. The dagger in Grindelwald's hand explodes without a warning, sending shrapnel flying into his chest, and his face. His chest covered by the dragon hide trench coat is saved, but his face, which was open, isn't safe. Many pieces of goblin silver hit his face, cutting into his skin, and one even stabs into his eye. Grindelwald looks up, glaring at me as his wounds begin to heal, and then the shield behind him explodes. Where the dagger's explosion is small, barely enough to harm Grindelwald's hand even when he literally held the item, the shield is different. It had absorbed the dark magic fire spell, the blue flames of Grindelwald's, as well as the icy beam from Eichthalin's dimension. When it explodes, just as suddenly as the dagger, it not only sends shrapnel flying around, but it also sends all the energy it had stored within itself. The blast wave sends Grindelwald flying forward, towards me, where I was waiting for him. HNGK. He chokes, the lonely intact eye widening, as I catch him, with my sword in his heart. The explosion then hits me, and I feel some of my skin burn momentarily, before the healing magic of Galadmagle, and my own healing factor heals it up nicely. My arm is a long way from healing, however, at least a few days, I think. The magic of the Boreas dimension is stronger than the healing magic of my sword. Lifting the sword with my left hand, I pull Grindelwald's choking form up, and kick his stomach, sending him crashing backwards, finally defeated. By now, Grindelwald's wounds had stopped healing, the basilisk venom now coursing through his blood. I look down at him, seeing him choke, and say, "I told you. You would pay for all you've done." Grindelwald coughs out blood, and says, "I, Saint Ill. Cough. 1. I frown, wondering where his confidence is coming from. He literally has basilisk venom in his blood, and it is killing him. Widening my eyes, I look towards the crowd, and see that the barrier was still intact. Grindelwald was still dying, but he was still keeping the barrier raised. What for? Using telepathy, I try and enter his mind, but still hit barriers. No, he wasn't using the potion. Grindelwald is an occlumens, one of the best in the world. He doesn't exactly need occlumency potion. I telepathically ask him, "What do you mean you've won? You literally lost, you're dying, I can smell it." Grindelwald smiles, as he answers, thinking outside his mind, and says, "My goal was always the betterment of the wizarding world. I have seen the future, Captain Avs. It never mattered if I had won this fight or not, my goal was always going to be met. What goal? I asked, while once again trying and failing to enter his mind. Chuckling, Grindelwald says, an entire world, just for wizardkind. Scowling, I raise my sword, to behead him, but then. Boom. Grindelwald explodes, sending all his magic flying outwards. And before I can even try to shield, I'm consumed by the explosion. Something in my trouser pocket explodes thanks to the flames, and I feel myself flying, falling. And hitting the ground. My head hits something hard, and I lose consciousness, my eyes still blinded from the explosion, while my other senses were similarly helpless. And then, nothing. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The next adventure. Albus Dumbledore was conflicted. He had wanted to bring the Dark Lord, Gallard Grindelwald down, to arrest him and isolate him for the rest of his imprisoned life. He wanted to keep Gellert alive, to make him face the consequences of his actions. The battle between Gellert and young Mason Avs was amazing, and even he was impressed with how fast Mason could cast spells. Grindelwald is a dangerous wizard, he personally knew that, he had experienced it. Despite trying really hard, despite giving more than 100% of his efforts, he still lost to Gellert. And Mason still kept up with Gellert, his magic strong enough to contend with the Elder Wand even, and his reflexes fast enough to cast counters immediately after the curse is cast. But then Gellert began bringing more tricks out, more gifts. Gellert had used the Vinculum Sanguinis ritual to not just absorb wizards, but also some other people. Mutants, Mason called them. And each mutant had some extra gift, power. Controlling plants, creating impenetrable barriers, immunity to flames, and control over all flames. But that wasn't enough for Gellert, no, Eve. And when at least one of them was an actual child. He had to absorb a house elf too. For a person that was hell-bent on proving wizard superiority, Gellert sure did absorb a lot of non-wizards. Then, Gellert had to reveal something even more disgusting, a pact with a demon, someone named Eichthalon. Albus didn't know who this Eichthalon was, but the small portal opening was enough to make Albus feel that Eichthalon was a dangerous being. Even still, through all the odds, Mason still won, using trickery to defeat Gellert. He, Albus, had realized what had happened. Mason had taken advantage of a drawback or Gellert's sight. Gellert's sight couldn't show him Mason's fate, Mason's future, thanks to something Mason had done sometime before. But he could still see threats to his life, see dangers. And Mason took advantage of that, hiding actual danger behind illusions of desperation. Gellert saw danger incoming, and saw the dagger approaching. Believing it to be the danger, he caught it. But the explosion came out of nowhere. And even Albus doubted that Mason planned it exactly. He had seen Gellert try to use the blue flames of his to melt the dagger, just like he had done once before, and the dagger exploded. Without a single second of warning. The second explosion came just as suddenly, and then Gellert was stabbed in his chest, defeated. Mason had won, although not completely intact. He had lost his wand in the fight. And he had also lost his entire right forearm. Albus had expected the barrier to go down, when he had seen Gellert choking on his own blood, something within the goblin's silver dagger poisoning him. But when it didn't, he stood up. He was about to barge in, to break the barrier through blood magic if necessary, when the third explosion happened. Only this time, it was Gellert himself that exploded. Gallard Grindelwald was dead. He had absorbed multiple wizards within himself, through his own confession, and at least 4 of these mutants. If that wasn't enough, Gellert had also absorbed a house elf, and Albus Dumbledore knew how strong the little creatures are, how strong their magic is. So, it was no surprise to him, that Gellert's magic, upon exploding, caused the biggest explosion seen in the history of wizard kind. The barrier that he had erected to stop the ICW wizards from interfering, was the only thing that protected the same wizards from the massive explosion. Unfortunately, and Albus was actually sad about it, there was no saving Mason Avs, who was right at the epicenter of the explosion. He did not like Mason Avs, did not agree with many of his actions. He was opposed to Mason graduating early, and he was opposed to Mason going to Muggle War. Alas, he was just a professor, with barely any decision-making power. And Mason had gone to war, thrived there even. He did get captured once, got experimented on by the Hydra, the same ones who developed almost magical weapons, and it changed him, made him stronger, granting him a sur of self-healing without need of spells. Not many people knew that, but it wouldn't have stayed a secret for a long time anyway. Even Muggles knew that fact, despite the Ministry's best efforts at keeping it a secret. And now, the same small child that he had once introduced to the wizarding world, had won them 2 wars, one in the Muggle world, and another in the wizarding one. Mason Lucas Aves was dead. As Albus regains sight in his eyes, having been blinded and deafened by the explosion, he sees the wizards panicking, running around everywhere like headless chicken. The barrier was no longer there. Probably because of Gellert's death, or because of the explosion. And where Gallard Grindelwald once laid, with Mason Aves standing over him, now existed just a giant crater, over 100 meters deep. With only the barrier protecting the ground outside. Even a large chunk of the Nurmengard fortress was missing, having been inside the barrier. And as expected, Mason Aves was nowhere to be seen, causing tears to leak out of Albus's eyes, involuntarily. If only I had taken Gellert down before he could do all this, then young Mason wouldn't have died. Albus thinks to himself, feeling sad for him, for his friends. Albus puts a finger in his ears, to stop them from ringing, and shakes his head a few times. As sounds start returning, he realizes that he was very lucky. Almost everyone there were bleeding from their ears. Their eyes red. It seems, even close to death, you still wanted to protect me, old friend. If only you hadn't done all this, we could have been happily living together. Albus thinks, as he limps towards the Flamels. He had lived with them for half a decade, when he was apprenticed under Nicholas. And Perenelle had healed all his injuries, before everyone had. Just decided to spectate on his student fight his one-time lover. It's over, he whispers, as he sits down next to Perenelle, who was looking at the crater with sadness in her eyes. He could understand Tat. He knew Mason had met them a couple times, but he didn't know when, or how. He's gone, Perenelle asks, whispering the question. Mason, where are you? The familiar voice of Auror Darla White, one of the best Aurors in the Force, despite being a Muggleborn, sounds all over Nurmengard. Albus sighs, feeling sad for the girl. They were best friends, despite being in different houses. And Albus had always admired that about Mason. He says, Mason was standing right next to Gellert when he exploded, there is no coming back from that. Perenelle sighs, and starts standing up. He knew she was sad. But the Flamels were old. Too old. Tears probably no longer even came to them thanks to the many friends they have already seen die. Perenelle says, be a dear, Albus, and help me down. We better get the girl before she does something rash. Albus nods, and holds on to Perenelle, as they start climbing their way down the steep slope. But then, suddenly, they stop, seeing something floating in the air, above the crater. Sparks glow, as they start spinning. Albus smiles, seeing the familiar magic of sorcery portals forming into the air. And when it opens, someone drops down from it, towards the crater's bottom. Albus smiles, seeing the familiar figure of Mason Aves falling through the portal, as the portal closes. But then, instead of falling down legs first, Mason does so on his back, crashing harshly onto the ground. He's unconscious before he even hits the ground, and his Auror friend is the first one to run towards him. Perenelle gets out of Albus's hands, and immediately apparates towards the body. A wave of her hand sending all the approaching crowd flying away, save for Darla White, who looks at her with hesitation. Perenelle barely glances at her, and says, no one come close, he needs space. Holding her hand over his chest, Perenelle closes her eyes, casting diagnosis charms at the injured soldier. Opening her eyes, she turns towards Ms. White, and says, he is okay, not too injured. His face is burnt a little, and the frostbite on his arm is still there, but overall, he's as far from dying as can be. I'm taking him with me, to my home, you're welcome to come with my dear. Ms. White nods, as the two stand up. And then, all three of them disappear from the spot, at the same time that Albus sees Nicholas disappear too. Sighing, he looks around, to say, the Aurors looking confused at all that had happened just now, the ICW officials even more so. Did we win? Someone asks, causing everyone to begin mumbling to each other. And then, we won. Immediately people begin cheering loudly, hugging each other at the war won. Albus sits down at the edge of the crater, staring the fortress in front of him, the words, "the greater good," taunting him from the walls. He then blinks, seeing something move in one of the towers. There were bars, on a small window, barely big enough for a head to fit through. And through those bars, he could see a hand waving, with no sound coming out. Albus wandlessly casts the sonorous charm in himself, and says, "Ors. It's not over yet, there are prisoners in the fortress still. It takes a while, but the Ors start breaching the fortress wards. Encountering not a single guard in the way, as they begin rescuing the many people kept there. Nurmengard prison held a total of 200 prisoners, more than half of which were these, mutants and muggles. While the other half were wizards and witches. As the prisoners get rescued, Albus smiles. The war was finally over, after 30 years of fighting. Slowly, consciousness comes to me, and I open my eyes. I didn't recognize the room I find myself in, but I do recognize the magic here. The Flammel Island. Sighing, I sit up, and immediately turn towards my right hand, or where my right hand used to be. My elbow was bandaged, the frostbite and the magic of Eichthalin's dimension stopping my healing factor from working there. The rest of my body, however, was completely healed, most probably helped by whatever potions Auntie Nellie gave me. Swinging my legs down the bed, I brandish my left hand to the side, conjuring the sword, my Galadmagel, in my hand. "Mason," I hear a soft voice asks, making me smile. "Gods, I missed you, Darla," I whisper, looking at my closest friend. She was looking at my sword, a bit warily, and I can't help but smile. I really did miss her, a lot. Before she can reply, I swing my sword, and stab it into my right bicep, wincing as it stabs through. "Mason, Madame Flammel, quick, Mason's just stabbed himself," Darla yells, as she runs towards me, and holds her wand over my arm, casting Episky again and again. I chuckle, and say, "Darla, love, I'm fine. Really, just give it some time." I could feel it, the demonic magic of the Boreas dimension leaving my light sword. My Galadmagel cleansing it. Hearing a very soft crack, I turn towards the door, and see Auntie Nellie walk in, already looking at me in disapproval. I wave at her with my left hand, my sword still stuck in my right arm, and say, "Miss me, Auntie Nellie." Frowning, Auntie Nellie says, "You couldn't have been any less dramatic." She then turns towards the flabbergasted Darla, who's still trying to stop my hand from bleeding, and says, "Getaway, dear. He's a healer, he knows what he's doing." But, Darla begins, but I place my hand on her shoulder to stop her. Shaking my head, I say, "You'll see why I did this soon, Darla. Don't worry." Darla takes a step back, allowing me some space to breathe. Pointing two of my fingers towards the sword, I hold it telekinetically, and forcefully pull it out of my right arm, immediately storing it in the nowhere. Seeing the wound heal right before her eyes, Darla sighs in relief, and I smile. Auntie Nellie offers me a glass of water, which I gratefully take, and drink. I then say, "You saw me get struck by the magic beam from the other dimension, I'm guessing." When the two nod, I say, "The magic of that dimension was poisoning my body, stopping my healing from working. My sword, the one I just stabbed myself with, is enchanted to cleanse all manner of dark magic, doesn't matter how strong, or what flavor it is. Divine, demonic, wizard, sorcerer. If the magic is harming me, my sword cleanses it. The stabbing was just to speed things up. So, your hand will regrow?" Darla asks, sounding doubtful. Smiling, I say, "Yes, not yet though. Regrowing limbs isn't as easy as regrowing smaller organs, or healing cuts and stab wounds. Left as is, I will heal within 3 days, becoming intact once more. If I take the Skella grow, and the org grow, then I'll be complete in a few hours." Amazing. "And this is one of your gifts. What did you say the word was again, mutant?" Nicholas asks, as he walks into the room. Nodding, I day, "The gift is called a mutation, and the person having it is called a mutant. I'll explain more later, but first tell me, how long has it been since I had something explode in my face?" Again, and is the war over? And then, as the Flammel's elf brings me some juice, and some breakfast, the three begin explaining everything to me. The Battle of Nurmengard, as the public is calling it, happened 2 weeks ago. Which means I've been unconscious for 2 damn weeks. The war was won, at terrible costs. More than half the Aurs that came with us lost their lives, including Darla's team leader, Madame Crickerly. And a few of her teammates. Madame Crickerly lost her life to one of Grindelwald's acolytes, when she was fighting and defeating 2 other acolytes at the same time. A killing curse to her back killed her. At the end, over 1,700 of the opposing army, the Dark Wizards, were arrested. The other 1,300 or so were killed during the battle. Our side, meanwhile, lost 850 people, and the rest survived. Albeit not uninjured. After celebrating a little, the Aurs then breached Nurmengard, the actual prison, and rescued hundreds of other prisoners, the majority of which were mutants. There were even a few with visible mutations, like animalistic faces, tails, scales, etc. The Muggles, including the mutants, were all obliviated, their memories changed to show Thathy were kidnapped by Hydra. And dropped to their respective countries, to be taken home. And then, everyone went home, to celebrate, to spread the news, to blatantly break the statute of secrecy. Coincidentally enough, the day after I defeated Grindelwald, Hitler killed himself, with Germany surrendering to the Allies. Just 1 day's difference, and 2 assholes died, and 2 wars ended. The Muggle world was still wondering where I am. But I have no doubt that the leaders of the nations, including the Miz, already knows that I'm alive and well, the wizards in contact with them making sure of it. Well, now that I've killed Grindelwald, they will make up excuses for me, for why I disappeared. The Miz might expect me to make an appearance at Buckingham Palace, though. Now that the war is over, I'll be free to take care of them. Anyway, so them knowing is not a problem for me. The wizarding world, meanwhile, was turning me into the canon Dumbledore. I already had an award ceremony scheduled in a week, where I was going to be awarded an Order of Merlin First Class, as well as a seat on the Wizengamot. There were talks of making me the next British representative for the ICW, as well. I had to shake my head at that, wondering if I'm going to be offered the headmaster's post now too, pushing Dumbledore completely to the side. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I'm not a teacher. I don't have the patience for it. Speaking of Dumbledore, he was silent. He had spent a few days in the crater, looking for something, and I have a pretty good idea what. The Elder Wand. It is supposed to be difficult to destroy. Just like any other deathly hallow. Artifacts of death cannot be defeated by mortal means, and the Gellert bomb was just that, mortal. And thankfully, I'm not afraid of the wand falling into wrong hands anymore. Even his. I know exactly where it is. Dumbledore, after not finding the wand, had retreated to Hogwarts to continue teaching. There were still a couple months of school left, and Dumbledore is a teacher. He also probably had a new wand. Now, his wand destroyed by the Gellert bomb. He was also given an Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Everyone saw him fight, and Eve. Ryan knows that fighting an enemy like Grindelwald for almost half an hour, keeping him busy, was no easy task. There were even some talks that Grindelwald was tired after fighting Dumbledore, and that's why I managed to defeat him. But I don't mind that. I didn't defeat him fairly, I know that. I tricked him. But Grindelwald, well, he was a dangerous enemy, very dangerous. He was a wizard, a mutant with multiple mutations. And a sorcerer, a proper sorcerer, unlike me. So, yeah, I had to use tricks to defeat him, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Soon, Aunt Nellie hands me a vial of Skella Grow. While I bring the Org Grow from the Nowhere. I always keep my potions handy, inside the Nowhere, brewing them almost monthly. Drinking the 2 potions, 50 milliliters each, I lay back down on the bed, as Darla leaves for England, back to work. And the Flamels leave me to sleep. As soon as they leave, I smile, happy to finally be back here. Back to my own time, and back to my own identity. Flashback. Jew. Saint after the explosion of Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald explodes, sending all his magic flying outwards. And before I can even try to shield, I'm consumed by the explosion. Something in my jeans pocket explodes thanks to the flames. And I feel myself flying, falling, and hitting the ground. My head hits something hard, and I lose consciousness, my eyes still blinded from the explosion, while my other senses were similarly helpless. And then, nothing. Ch 52. Consciousness is very slow to return to me, but as soon as it returns, I feel the hard ground beneath me. Groaning, I shift my body, slowly, causing a few rocks to poke my back, and sit up, opening my eyes as I do so. The first thing I notice is that I was outdoors, somewhere in a forest, but the temperature was too high to be anywhere near the United Kingdom. I was in a small crater, about as deep as I was tall, and thrice as wide, probably caused because of my fall, but my body was healed up nicely. Well, almost healed up. The right side of my body still hurt. A lot. Bones were broken, muscles sore, my right eye bleeding, and my right hand still amputated. And I knew the reason for it all, the dark magic of the Boreas dimension, Eichthalin's dimension. Eichthalon is a demon, not amongst the strongest, but he is pretty strong. He is made up of pure ice, and so is his dimension, the temperature's going as low as absolute zero. And he's a demon, which means his magic, the magic of his dimension, is demonic. That demonic magic was currently inside my body, thanks to the attack that struck my right hand. And that magic was stopping my healing factor from working properly, or at all. The left side, meanwhile, was relatively okay, not hurting too much. My mutation-given pain tolerance was taking care of it all. I was thirsty, hungry, angry. But most of all, I was naked, and the rocks were really killing me. Putting my left hand on the ground, I start standing up, stumbling a little. Once I do, I start walking, first to get out of the uncomfortable ground, the crater. It takes a while, but my, as of yet unmastered, telekinesis was more than enough to raise my body over the crater. Then, I sit down, this time soft grass transfigured into a large cushion. Focusing within myself, I remove a few things from the nowhere, the first of which are clothes. Thank God for over-preparation, I mumble, as I wear the clean underwear, and then khaki pants, and a black half-sleeved shirt. I might not feel the temperature too much, thanks to the feral side of me, but I did feel that the atmosphere here was drier, and hotter than the UK. I was definitely somewhere near the equator, so either South America, Africa, or South Asia. The trees didn't seem familiar, but I haven't exactly traveled too much. Waving my hand, I conjure a glass full of water, and drink it. Refilling the glass, I drink it again. Water, the only consumable substance able to be conjured out of nothing. And thank God for that. As I drink a third and fourth glasses of water, I walk forward, now wearing dragonhide shoes, and lean over the crater. The crater was deep, which means someone definitely saw it happening. I don't know how long it's been since I fell here, wherever here is, but I cannot stay here too long. Which means, I need to leave, ASAP. It is then that I notice something, two things in fact, inside the crater. The first was a sword, which was obviously my own sword, Gallard, the sword that had stabbed and defeated Gallard Grindelwald. It was just laying there, probably landing behind me as I fell. Pointing my left hand at it, I summon the sword towards me, and heft it in my hand. Just by taking the sword in my hand, I could feel some of my pain receding, as the dark magic, demonic magic, was being cleansed out of me. It was not happening fast enough, though, since my sword was in my left hand, and the demonic magic focused around the right side of my body, mostly my right arm. The elbow, which had been the last spot on my right arm, still intact, was black, thanks to the concentration of the demonic magic. I look at my blackened elbow, the forearm missing, and then I look at the sword in my right hand. And then, I keep the sword on my back, conjuring its scabbard from the nowhere as I do so. Pointing my left hand towards the crater, I once more cast the summoning charm, bringing something else flying towards me. I can't actually believe you survived, I whisper, looking at the 15-inch long piece of elder wood, with 6 small protrusions resembling dried elderberries along its length. The elder wand, the wand of death. The death stick, a deathly hallow. I place it flat on my palm, and observe it for a moment. The handle was made of elder wood, just like the rest of the wand, and it seemed as if it was just one piece. Unlike my previous wand, where 2 different pieces of acacia wood were used to make the handle and the wand. Unlike my acacia wand, this one also isn't smooth at the handle either. The handle consisted of a flattened protrusion, about half an inch thick, then a centimeter thick straight cylindrical part, then another protrusion, and another. All of this counted at just 4 inches of the wand. Counting as the handle, there were runes carved on the wand handle, but none of them made any sense to me, since the language was completely unknown. The only reason I know they're runes, and not just squiggles, is that the carvings have a certain curve to them, like cursive handwriting. The remaining 11 inches of the Elder Wand had 4 protrusions, each one separated by an inch and a half. And each protrusion was just a bit smaller than the one before. This left about 2.5 inches of plain elder wood, pointed at the top, for the wand tip. Spinning the wand in my hand once, I place it inside the nowhere, and lift my sword back up. I just lost my wand, I'm not going to start using a new one so soon. I need to get over this loss first. And I need to get the fuck out of wherever the fuck I am, and find out where this place is. Spinning my sword in my left hand, I once more glance at the blackened stump on my right elbow. Galadmagal, the light sword. While not as light, as healing, as the original light sword, yet, the sword did have healing properties. It was also enchanted not to harm me, unless I do it myself. So I could still cut myself. But only if I actually wanted it to, and just for that single moment. With a single swing, I cut the sword through my bicep, cutting off the elbow, and some of the bicep. Ah, goddamn son of a bitch. I wince, whispering in pain, but not yelling. Then, I float the sword in front of myself, telekinetically keeping it there, and cast an incendio charm at my fallen flesh and bone. Sniffing, at the smell of my own burning flesh, I turn my head back towards the sword floating in front of me. I sigh, and mumble, let's just get this over with. And then, the sword, my Galadmagal, speeds towards me, and stabs into my bicep. Going fully through, I immediately feel the effects, as soon as I get used to the pain of having a sword sticking out of my arm, while bleeding through the stump, and through the stab wound. The dark magic immediately gets absorbed by the sword, getting cleansed by it surprisingly fast. Within a minute, my bleeding stops, as the dark magic is completely removed from my body, and I take the sword out. Placing it once more into the scabbard on my back. As the sword stab wound heals, and my bones begin healing, I start walking towards east, after casting a point me on a stick I picked up. Keeping my telepathy active, hopefully I'm not somewhere dangerous. Growl. Half a minute after beginning the walk, my stomach reminds me that I'm still hungry, and I sigh. Unfortunately, I never prepared anything edible to be stored within nowhere, since food doesn't stay fresh inside. Time still passes, and stasis charms are not permanent. I definitely should have tried something, though. Teaches me not to be overconfident. Sighing once more, I look around, trying to see if there are any fruits available, while at the same time keeping my eyes and ears open for any animals. And telepathy to hear for any approaching humans. A half hour later, I happily munch on a few guavas, while having also found more than a few wild bananas and oranges. Hearing something running across the forest ground, about 100 meters in front of me, I stab my left hand forward, the right yet to heal, and cast a stunning charm. The charm hits the small animal perfectly, dropping it down. Waving my hand, I summon it towards me, and see that it's a hare. I had smelled it, yes, but the hares of wherever I am do not smell the same as the mountain hares of Scotland. Well, time to eat. Waving my hands, now about a kilometer away from the crater I had created by my possible fall, or my arrival here, I cast a few wards. Muggle repellent, a few privacy wards, and an illusion ward that showed the place exactly as it was, before I came here. I couldn't exactly go to the mirror dimension anymore, since my sling ring was also destroyed by the explosion, which was also why I was yet to take a portal home. Which means, I was limited to walking, flying, and apparating, and I doubt even Merlin can apparate across the oceans. After having a light lunch, since the sun was right above us, I continue my walk. Staying completely vigilant. I had gotten my lesson twice now, once when Tim died, and now, when I almost died. I still have no idea how I survived, since I didn't do anything to save my life. There was literally no time to do anything. One moment Gellert exploded in my face. Not like that. And the next, I'm falling on the hard ground of this forest, creating the crater. Well, puzzle for another time. About 3 hours later, after a few apparitions, and more than a few focused telepathy probes, I finally find a few humans, traveling through the forest. Invisible, I stay on top of a tree, and observe them, while also using telepathy to read their minds. The people were white, but they wore old clothes. Their armors were similar to what I had seen Roman centurions were, except with less red and gold. Instead, these people wore steel armor, and a brown tunic. And then, there's their thoughts. Those were even weirder. They were hunting animals, with spears and bows and arrows, with a party of 20 men. Some were here for food, some for extra money, and some just for fun. These people were all schizophrenic, with the same fantasy of being Ptolemy XII's soldiers, or I'm not exactly in the time that I belong in. And knowing my luck, well, fuck. You'll know them later. I had first written Mason waking up in someone's house, but it felt wrong. So, this version came to be him waking up in a forest, alone, and then moving forward, without anyone's help. He doesn't have a sling ring. He cannot create portals without a sling ring. And he definitely cannot do so to exit the mirror dimension. So, he's forced to go through this dimension itself. He won't stay in the past for long, or at least I hope so. It won't be like him staying in the past and living through these 2,000 years. FYI, this is the era just before the last Cleopatra, around 50 BC. Why this era? Even I don't know, it just came to me. Currently, Mason is in North Africa, but not too north. Too north is deserts, and Egypt. He's outside Egypt, in forested regions. Well, the rest will be in the next chapter. Hope I didn't make the last part too long. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, Africa. Any and all wrong facts mentioned here are entirely my own fault, and the fault of Google for not having enough information on the first page. Thank you. 56 BC, Central Africa. I stare at the soldiers from my position on top of a tree branch, invisible, completely silent, odorless, and all around completely undetectable. My expressions slowly morph from curious to horror, as I keep reading the minds of the 20 men stalking some animal tracks. Ptolemy XII, Olitz, the current pharaoh, and if I know my history right, one of the last true pharaohs of Egypt, the last being his daughter, Cleopatra. The 20 hunters were men of his army, stationed leagues away from his actual kingdom, to guard against attacking enemies. It seems the Roman Empire is no longer supporting their client state blindly, and have begun putting pressure on them. Plus, there's the fact that Rome annexed the kingdom of Cyprus, from the hands of Ptolemy XII's brother, Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic kingdoms had no imagination for their rulers, From the memories of all 20 men, all the recent rulers have either been Ptolemy, Cleopatra, or Berenice. The soldiers are currently in the upper parts of Central Africa, which explains the forests, and so am I. In Central Africa, when before 50 BC, I can't say for sure. The Room of Knowledge didn't have much knowledge about the Ptolemaic kingdoms, let alone which king ruled when. I just knew that Cleopatra became a queen around 50 BC, at the age of 17. She's 13 right now, and her father rules over Egypt, which means the year is probably 57 or 56 BC. So not around. But exactly 2,000 years before my time. Can't say for sure, since the Roman calendar hasn't begun to be used yet. Jesus fucking Christ, I mumble, realizing the situation I am in, and realizing how it had happened. Then, I pause. I can't curse by Jesus's name anymore, he isn't even born yet. The Romans were still following the Greek gods, just by changing the names. And the Greeks were following their own gods. The Egyptians, meanwhile, followed a variety of gods, thanks to the many religions living in Egypt. Greeks, Romans, Jews, and let's not forget actual Egyptians. Shaking my head, I bring myself back. I was in the past, 2,000 years into the past. All because I wore my fucking time watch to a battle, because I thought I might need it for a quick escape. Fucking Grindelwald didn't even give me time to try to escape, he just blew up immediately. The explosion probably reacted explosively with the sands of time that made my time watch, that gave it the ability to go back. Usually, I could only go back a month, which was the max I could do, either into the past or the future. But the bloody explosion probably supercharged the sand or something, and pushed me 2,000 years into the past. I can't even say for sure if that's what happened, because I don't have the remains of the watch to find out. Hell, I doubt there remained anything to be classified as remains. And now, I can't even go forward a single day, since I don't even have a single grain of the sands of time with me. I'd used about a quarter of my store in making the time watch, and in modifying the time slower. The rest, I had kept in my forge, inside the Chamber of Secrets. Why the fuck would I even take the sand everywhere, even in nowhere? I also don't have a sling ring, since I'd only made one for myself. I can make another one, since I do actually have goblin silver, along with a few other precious metals, but I will need a forge for that. A magical forge, which I cannot just conjure. So, I have very few options. The first step is obviously to go to the closest town, which, according to the memories of the soldiers underneath me, is a 2 hours walk away, to the north. The rest, I can decide once I'm actually well rested. But before I can enter any town, and show myself to the people here, I need to grow my hand back. Sighing, I lean back, and summon a bottle of the Skelegrow potion. And drink a single dose of it. I just had 3 more bottles, and this 4th one was already halfway empty. Then, I bring out a bottle of my own invention, the Orggrow potion, and drink a dose too. A few waves of my left hand later, I lean back on the cushion tree, and try to sleep. My arm will be back by the time I'm awake, I know that. I can feel it, my body healing with the help of the potion. 4 hours later, I wake up, once more with 2 arms, and cry. I had actually missed my arm, missed the extra weight it had given me. I wave my newly regrown right hand in front of myself, while casting the Tempest Charm. $@fuck. Well, of course the spell failed, time is not yet the same, so far into the past. The spell has no meaning here, since people haven't yet begun using the 24-hour clock. Sighing, I look up, and see that the sun was just starting to set. So, evening then. Taking a tea bag from the nowhere, I conjure a steel glass, half filled with water, and boil it with a spell. After preparing the tea, I lift off, telekinetically floating into the air, while drinking the tea. Thank God I had the good graces of copying telekinesis from Essex. I really need to completely immerse myself in the absorbed memories, sooner rather than later. Essex's knowledge, the ninja's training, they all will come in handy in this era. Stumbling a little, I begin flying towards north, towards the nearest town. As I get a handle on flying, I wonder about this era, and a possible problem I might face. Essex's memories were very clear, with him having a similar eidetic memory to mine. He met En Saba Noor, or Apocalypse, in the 1870s, worked for him for barely a few months. Apocalypse then took him to some place via a teleportation sphere. Whether it was technology, or his mutation, Sinister didn't know. He also didn't know where the location was, and I haven't tried creating a portal to the location yet, afraid of accidentally awakening Apocalypse. He was then dipped in some liquid, which was connected to what I know to be a computer by some wires, which together changed Nathaniel Essex, and turned him into Mr. Sinister. And then, Sinister betrayed Apocalypse, poisoned him by the plague that he was ordered to create, in the form of a techno-organic virus, sending him back to his original body, in hibernation. Sinister didn't know if Apocalypse had woken before the 1880s, in the past. But I cannot guarantee that he will stay asleep for 5,000 whole years, right under Egypt. He definitely has some method of leaving his body, and possessing someone else, which is how he had met Essex. But, I have no idea why he didn't just bring his true body outside. A question for another day. When I had taken Essex's mutation, I barely had a handle on it. I could move things with my mind. Because I had some experience thanks to my own pseudo-telekinesis, I could create telekinetic shields, although not too strong, and I could speed the motion of thrown things. But I couldn't fly, I couldn't stop bullets, I couldn't stop people in their spots, completely covering them with my telekinesis. But, I could feel it, my telekinesis was improving, the more I used it. But even if I became a complete master of Essex's brand of telekinesis, it won't be enough. He wasn't an especially strong telekinetic, not anywhere close to Jean Grey, or even Betsy Braddock. He cool. D make use of telekinesis to move things or people, freeze people, create force fields, lift things, send TK blasts, and fly. Jean Grey and Apocalypse were so good at telekinesis that they bordered and sometimes crossed into matter manipulation. I want that. Betsy Braddock, meanwhile, could or should be able to focus her telekinetic energy into psionic weapons. So, yeah, I have a lot to learn, and luckily, I am in the past. Time is all I have. A few hours later, I reach the town, and use my telepathy to take stock of the town. There were around 2,000 people in the town, most of them Africans, but some were of Greek descent. It was ruled by a man named Aqer, an African man. Aqer is loyal to Ptolemy XII, and has quarterly meetings with him, along with the rulers of other neighboring towns. Aqer has a moderately big house in the center of the town, guarded by tall walls, and a number of guards, some African, some Greek. He also had half a dozen servants, and 3 mistresses, all of them Greek. I had made sure to go through all his important memories, but I didn't copy them. I didn't need to. I wasn't even remotely interested in Aqer, or how he lives his life. Him having servants, red slaves, does bother me. But if I set out to kill everyone who has servants, or even slaves, the population of the world will be quarter of what it is now. The reason I'm now walking towards Aker's house, is that he is rich, and hence selfish. I have some gold, silver, weapons, and even gemstones in the nowhere, which I can use to trade with him for currency. I also needed information, but his mind already provided it for me. As for currency, I cannot just create money out of nowhere, since they use silver, gold and bronze for that, in that order. Silver is rarer here, apparently. Transfigu. Ring fake coins will only lead to more problems down the line, and I cannot transmute gold or silver yet. And the amount of coins I'm hoping for, is not something an average man will have in his possession. So, Aqer it is. While invisible, I transfigure my clothes, modeling them after what I had seen Ptolemy wearing in Aker's memories, except just a tad bit cheaper, and then change my face and skin tone to seem Greek. Africa was ruled by the Ptolemaic kingdom, who are Greek in ancestry. These Greek Egyptians might be darker in skin tone to the Greek Greeks, but their facial structure is still somewhat similar. And very different to the Africans. Stopping outside the gates leading into Aker's house, now completely different than what I normally look like, holding a heavy sack in my hands I nod to the guards, who bow back. And say, tell Lord Aqer that Athreos Atios of Cyprus is here, to make trade with him. One of the guards nods, and goes outside to relay the message, while the second one stays staring at me. And I wait patiently. 5 minutes later, I sit in Aker's dining room, having some light lunch, and say, thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Lord Aqer. I was told you have things to trade. What is it that you need? And what do you have to offer? The man says, getting straight to the point. I say, I need some Alexandrian drachmas and tetradrachms. Silver, gold and bronze, all are appreciated. I have gold, silver, as well as some weapons to trade. It takes a bit of haggling, and some telepathy, but in the end, I exchange 2 bars of gold and silver each, 2 steel daggers, and a steel sword. For thrice their weight in coinage. A handful of those coins are spent to buy clothes, and some spices. And then, I start apparating further north, going towards the most famous African country in my time. Although half the people don't even know the country is in Africa. Egypt, specifically, the great city of Alexandria. About an hour of continuous apparition later, I'm finally feeling tired, and stop. Seeing the great city right in front of me, about 2 miles away. Sighing, I stop, and cast a few spells, as I sit down to rest. 10 minutes of resting later, I start walking towards Alexandria, invisible. And smile, as I enter through the gates without any opposition. Wandering around, I first go towards the port, seeing the sights, and browsing mines as I go. The architecture was amazing, with a mixture of Greek and Egyptian statues and buildings. The city was divided into 4 quarters, one for the royals, Greeks, the Jewish people, and the Egyptians. The last quarter was an extension of the Greek quarter, the Bruchium, where the important places were based. Each quarter had their own markets, and temples for each of their gods, along with the theater, houses, and a few other important buildings. I moved towards the Greek quarter, to go and buy a house. Time to live in Alexandria, the capital of knowledge and learning. Well, I'm officially back to being poor now. Almost 90% of my money went into just buying a small house for myself. The remaining 10% was barely enough to last me 2 days, let alone the years I'm expecting to spend here. I had to sell a giant ruby, for 60 silver coins, making the total number of coins I have at 87. Sighing, I look at the building in front of myself, having a wonderful idea. I don't have enough precious metal, or gemstones, to live without working indefinitely. Not unless I plan on living off the land, at least. And while I can hunt for food, gather fruits, in the forest I had landed into the past in, I cannot do it forever. Besides, I'll get bored, so, I was going to find a job. But not before a good night's rest, in a soft bed. Turning back, I go into the Greek quarter, and enter my new house. The house was small, with just 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, and a toilet. First things first, I raise my hand upwards, and cast a few protection wards. The first one will warn me of any intruders, and wake me if I'm asleep. The second will make sure that muggles, mutants, and wizards alike don't see anything wrong with this house, and make them ignore the other wards too. The third ward is special, it'll only activate in case the intruder is a wizard or a witch, and if they're here with bad intentions. It won't be good for them, that's all I'll say for now. Then, I go into the bathroom toilet, point my finger at the toilet, and write runes in the air. The runes spin around once, in a circle, and fly towards the chamber pot, and then dissipate. I do it a few more times, with different runes, all in Norse. The runic spells I used will keep the toilet sanitized, completely clean, and unsmelly. They will also make any piss and shit I grant it, disappear into non-existence. Conjuring a tap into the wall near my chamber pot, I carve runes into it, that will make it always activate augmenti as soon as it is turned on, and do the same for a conjured showerhead. The house came with a bed, a wood stove, and some furniture, which thankfully included a bucket for washing my butt, and a bigger bucket for bathing, both made out of bamboo. Then, I go to the bedroom, and make it more comfortable for me, softening the straw bed a bit, and casting a temperature control ward. It was a runic ward of my own design, one I had learned with Helena's help back when I was in school. Damn, I miss her now. I didn't even speak to her for the last few years, I wonder if she'll hate me for not visiting. Shaking my head, I go towards the bed, and sleep, not minding that it's just 7 p.m. by now. I need sleep, and I need work. The next day, at sharp 9 a.m., I lock my house, both mechanically and magically, and go towards the Library of Alexandria. Walking inside the gates, I move towards the line I could see forming. To be granted or rejected permission. Name and purpose. The official asks, sounding as bored as he looks, once I reach him. I say, Athreos Ados. I'm here to learn, and find some work to do. The man writes my name down, and waves me inside. He says, ask for head librarian Apollonius, he is the one who hires for work. As for learning, you're free to go read anything inside, but only after gaining permission from the respective librarians. Nodding, I walk inside, my mind already busy looking for the head librarian Apollonius, while looking around at everything. The library is big, that much is for sure. It is almost as big as the Hogwarts castle, only not as tall. There were only 2 floors, and a basement. The building itself was supported by Greek columns, while flame torches were placed every few meters. The library itself was divided in partitions, divided by subjects. Mathematics got a partition of its own, and so did geography, medicine, philosophy, and history. The other subjects were kept together, divided in a few other partitions. I stop suddenly, seeing something surprising. A hallway went to my left, with nothing to light it up. The halls were extremely dark, and I couldn't even see 10 meters in front of myself. Above the hallway, Written in an arc, were the words, Heka, and Kima. Magic and alchemy. Huh, I'd expected it, but I didn't expect it to be written so openly. Without any wards that I could feel. It makes sense though, until 1673, when the statute was established, wizards lived freely, without worries for keeping magic secret. Curiosity taking over, I pick a flame torch from the wall, and start walking through the corridor, but stop just after a few steps. The flames had gone out suddenly, without any indication of a reason. No wind blew in the hallway, and the temperature also didn't suddenly decrease. The darkness was too much, even my enhanced eyesight couldn't see a single thing. Raising my hand, I cast a Lumos orb, and hover it over my head. The Lumos orb lights the hallway up, and I continue walking. About a minute later, I reach the end of the corridor, which had a plain wooden door. I wave my hand over the door, and not finding any curse on it, touch the door to push it inside. I suddenly pull my hand back, however, feeling the door absorb some of my magic. Okay, now I'm creeped out and excited at the same time. The door slowly opens by itself, making a creaking noise, and I finally see inside, my Lumos orb now disappearing. There was a big hall, almost 3 stories tall, with flaming torches lining the walls. It was, obviously, a library. It is not every day that I get a guest. Who are you? A voice says from deep inside the room, in Egyptian, and I couldn't make out where it came from, thanks to the voice echoing. I could, however, feel a mind behind a shelf, hiding from me. Walking inside, I look around, and answer, my name is Athreos Ados. Are you the guardian of this library? The person says, yes, so if you've come to steal. I suggest going back. The man had stated that very calmly, which means people have actually tried stealing from this library, when they could read for free. I snort, and say, I'm here to study, and find some work to do. I was told to find the head librarian, and I was on my way there when I saw the entrance. Be assured, that I'm not here to steal the knowledge. Copy. Probably. Steal. No. The man finally walks out from behind the shelf, and I see him. He was dark-skinned, definitely completely Egyptian. He had a gnarled wooden staff in his left hand, and wore just a white piece of cloth around his waist, and his shoulder. He is wearing few clothes, but it was nothing worth diverting my eyes over. Speaking of, I'm definitely going to have to get used to the frequent nudity I'm going to see here. There were a few bangles around both his wrists, and half a dozen rings on his fingers. He also wore some sort of golden neckband, that went down to his chest, and 2 earrings. The staff he held in his hand was pointed at the bottom, and had a claw at the top, which held a single round crystal ball. So, he can also use it as a stabbing weapon, along with using it to cast magic. Where's your staff? The man asks, as he observes me as I do him. I shake my head, and say, I don't use a staff. The man scowls, and asks, that Roman invention then? Wand. Not willing to use the elder wand, or even bring it out of nowhere. When I'm not alone, I shake my head once again, and say, I don't use any focus for my magic, just my hands. I did use a wand before, but it got destroyed in a battle. And I never created another one. His mind was impossible to get into, as I am now. I'm good, sure, but he is way out of my league. Probably because of those earrings of his. Besides, if all goes well, I won't need to copy his memories, he will teach me himself. The man bangs his staff on the ground once, and emits a wave of magic from it. The magic flies from the staff bulb and the tip, and causes it to form into a wave, like a ward, that disappears as suddenly as it comes. However, when I try to get a feel for it, the ward is no longer there. It's as if the ward has become a part of the world itself. I widen my eyes, pleasantly surprised. I guess the library does have some magical knowledge that I might be able to study, most of all how to make wards a part of the very world itself. I had thought whatever knowledge I might find here would be outdated, apparently not. Wonder what else I might learn here. He doesn't explain what he just did, and says, you're strong for your age. Not many young ones bother to train their magic as well as you've done. Thanks. I began learning at a young age, practicing every day to not get stagnant. I say, as the man stops once again in front of me. He says, You're speaking the truth, you haven't come here to steal. Very well, you will be allowed to study here, but you may not take any books, scrolls or anything out of the library. Be aware that if a single book goes missing, I will hunt you down no matter where you go. I smile at him, and say, Don't worry, I won't steal anything. May I know your name, Master Librarian? You may call me Master Onuris. I am a priest of Lord Osiris. You may peruse the library in your free time, but do not damage anything here, the man says, and turns around, banging his staff on every second step. I nod at his back, and say, I will return here later, Master Onuris. I need to find the head librarian Apollonius for some work first. 2 months later, I sit inside a classroom. Many other people with me, as we all write on papyrus sheets in front of us. On my table, I held a stack of Sanskrit books that I was tasked with translating into Greek and Egyptian, and write with a reed pen. And an ink pot. The Sanskrit book was a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, a holy book I remember reading about in my past life. The city of Alexandria had a policy, which was solely responsible for how vast the library was. Every ship that was parked in the port was searched for pieces of literature, books, scrolls, etc., which are confiscated. Everything is then copied, if copies don't already exist in the library, and then the copies are returned to the original owners, while the original books are placed in the library. Those original books are then given to the scribes for translation in the 2 most common languages in Alexandria, Greek and Egyptian. I was one of the scribes, but I also had other duties if I was free. Translating existing books into other languages as per demand, sorting the scrolls and placing them in the right places, and searching for books if one of the higher-ups asks for it. I got paid 3 silver coins for every day that I worked, which was enough to keep me going. In my free time, I spent a few hours every day in the magical library, just reading, while sometimes Onuris graced me with his presence. He made it clear that he wasn't a friend, and he was definitely not a teacher. He was a librarian, and that's it. There went my plans to apprentice under him. I did find out that the library was not unprotected. The only way to get inside the entrance door that led to the hallway was to have magic, same for the library door. But it doesn't just permit any wizard entrance, no. You needed to be somewhat competent in creating at least light out of magic. Mundane flames were snuffed out by the ward, as had happened to me. In the 2 months that I've been here, Master Onuris was the only wizard I've met. The only reason there even was a library was that Alexandria wanted to hoard all books, doesn't matter if they cannot use the knowledge they have. Done with translating the last page, I stand up, picking the 3 books Egyptian, Sanskrit, and Greek, and start walking towards the religious texts partition. There were just a few people inside the room, some perusing the shelves, and a few sitting on the reading texts. I walk towards the shelf the books were supposed to be kept in, and start placing them. Smelling something peculiar, I turn to my left, and see a few guards walk into the room, with a single person in between them. The person was a girl, barely 14 years old, but that wasn't what brought my attention to her, it was her scent, and her mind. The girl was a mutant. Judging by the guards, she was someone important. And sure enough, a single glance into all their minds, and I realize exactly who she is. The daughter of Ptolemy XII, Cleopatra. The future last pharaoh of Egypt. I could feel her passive mutation try its magic on me. Just like it did on the others as well as the guards, but my telepathy could fight it. But I did marvel at her mutation, so subtle, yet so effective. It was causing everyone that looks at her to do so in a favorable light, to like her. Everyone liked her, except for the extreme haters. No wonder she's the most remembered pharaoh in the future, her mutation probably inspired a lot of people to not forget her. She didn't even know she had a mutation. Her mutation was very weak, but it was very effective on the non-telepaths. It is not too strong, people can still get over it. If they have a good enough willpower. Well, not my problem. Bowing to the Princess Cleopatra, keeping my eyes down, I walk out, my job done, and go towards the magical library. I am not going to mix with a child, least of all the child destined to become the pharaoh and die soon. Once again, I create a Lumos orb to guide me to the magical library, and enter through the door. I've been focusing on metal working recently. The magical kind. I had already read all the books in the warding section, but I couldn't implement any of it yet. Most of the spells here, including the wards, needed a staff. Even wands don't qualify as a focus for some of the spells. Like the spell that Master Onuris had used to see if I was telling the truth. It didn't force anyone to speak the truth, but every lie is caught. Doesn't matter how you try to hide it. Most of the protective wards here were dangerous, cursed, but I had still read them, stored the knowledge in my mind. Smiling at Master Onuris, I move on towards the magical focus section, and continue reading where I had left off. This is what I had focused on these last 2 months, and I still had hundreds of texts to go through. There were hundreds of pages about each wood type, sometimes entire books dedicated to a single wood. This repeated for the magical creatures which can be used in creating staffs, and which couldn't. Humans, funnily enough, can be used, but only if you use their blood or skull. Anything less, and the magical value is not enough. Some priests of Osiris and Anubis used skulls to cover their staff heads, magically fusing the two together. It caused the staffs to be more oriented towards darker spells, and the blessings of their gods gave them a gift in necromancy. Then there were the other ingredients which can be used as catalysts. Or focus points. Like the crystal ball in Master Onuris's staff. I have yet to read anything about a staff's creation process, still in the middle of gaining the necessary knowledge to begin. But, if the timeline stays like it is, within a single month, I would have my staff, and I can move on towards reading the other books, or towards my goals. But first, staff. Walking through the forests of Africa, I emit magic through my feet at every step. The magic sped away from me in a wave, and then returned within a single second, like echolocation. The first step of staff creation is finding a wood, and if you're the future owner of the wand, then you need to find a wood that reacts with your magic. I know, many might think, why not find acacia and use it? Your old wand was that, right? Nope, tried it. Acacia reacted to me all right, but the reaction was nothing like how the books described. I had lifted a piece of acacia wood in my hand, and flowed a little bit of my magic through it. The wood glowed a soft yellow color, but that's it. The colors was a very minor reaction, according to the books. So, acacia is probably good for wands, but definitely not for staffs. I did ask myself if the wood needed to be alive first, and I managed to find an acacia plant in the forest. But that plant gave me no reaction at all, which made me realize something. Just because one acacia plant would reacted well to my magic doesn't mean every acacia plant is good for me. Just because one Hebridean black dragon heartstring was good for my wand, doesn't mean my XT wand was also going to be made of the same core, even if the heartstring was from the exact same dragon. This made me realize why other acacia wands reacted wildly to my touch, during the wand selection. And so, I had developed a method for selecting the right wood for myself. Echolocation. Not many people can use magic through any other body part but their hands. For some reason, I can. Probably because I believed it can happen. And it did. It has been a few days since I'd begun this search for wood, having told the library I'm leaving for a holiday. I got paid by the day anyway, and I can live off the forest. But I hadn't found a match yet. Finally, on the 10th day, just when I'm beginning to think that the method I developed was bullshit, I got a ping. I immediately apparate towards the location, and place my hand on the bark of the big tree in front of me. I channel my magic through my hand, and into the tree, and smile, when something amazing happens. The entire tree lights up in a golden light, and starts shaking. Some of the leaves drop down from their positions, and fly circles around me, flapping like a butterfly. While the ground underneath starts reverse raining. ROCKS fly into the air and keep flying up, going God knows where. Meanwhile, I feel my entire body thrumming with energy, with magic, as the magic of the tree and my own resonate with each other. I myself glow in a soft blue light, and feel my hair moving in some wind that I couldn't feel anywhere else on my body. I felt good. As the magic starts settling down, I take my hand off, still smiling from the amazing reaction I just had. This was my wood. Looking at the tree, I recognize it immediately, having studied an entire book about all of its properties. Mopane, the butterfly tree. With leaves shaped like a butterfly's wings. The tree has a hard wood, and is termite resistant. This plant also has a ton of medicinal uses. This is definitely my wood. Raising my hand once again, I cast a spell at a branch near the middle of the tree. The entire branch is immediately cut, leaves and all, and floats in the air in front of me. Then, pointing the same hand downwards, I cast another spell, causing the ground underneath the tree to start digging itself out. I wait until a few dozen roots are visible to me, and search for the thickest root there. Cutting it off, I float it to join the tree branch, now floating behind me. And frown. It wasn't over yet, I could feel something else down here. Focusing on that feeling, I close my eyes. It takes a few moments, and I finally feel it. Air was something buried here at least a few dozen meters underneath the tree, that was calling for me, calling for my magic. Placing my hand on the ground, I transfigure the ground into water, just like I had done when trying to find the lost diadem. I do it only in a small cylindrical shape with a diameter of half a meter, right over where I can feel the object buried. The cylinder of water goes deep, at least 200 meters. And I feel the object now dropping downwards, along with a few rocks. A single tug at our connection is all it takes to pull the object out, and I look at it, widening my eyes. Well. Guess goblin silver wasn't invented by them as they claimed after all. Goblin silver was found by them, buried in the earth. I whisper to myself, staring at the ore of a magical metal very much similar to silver. But more. Keeping all three items in the nowhere, I transfigure the water back into ground, and apparate a few kilometers away to set up camp. I'll go look for magical dragons tomorrow. Because I know that only dragons will work for me. Well, at least I have my staff's wood now. I had only planned on taking him to the past, not what he will do there. So, I will probably take the story fast. Within 20 chapters, Mason will be back into the present, with all his goals covered, I hope. Thank you for understanding, thank you for your support. Ta-ta, Isifo. A bit of an info dump. And a speedy chapter. July, 56 BC, 3 months after arrival. Goblin silver, a magical metal used only by the goblins for their weapons, armors, and even cutlery. They sell it to wizards too, at a very high price, with a simple condition of always getting it back, when the buyer dies. For so long I, and probably every other wizard alive, had thought that the metal was an invention of the goblins. Something they created from magically altering normal silver. And now, I find that it's not actually the truth. Goblin silver is actually found in nature, an isotope of normal silver, I'm guessing. But it's not just that. This silver can only be found deep within the ground, in areas where magic is highly saturated, which is probably how the goblins found it. They're diggers. The silver, magical silver, absorbs the magic from the ground, from the surroundings, and feeds it back, creating a cycle of give and take of magic, continuously. The cycles are too slow for me to track as is. But I can probably figure something out within a few years using either the information I already have in my mind, from literal years of reading through the Room of Knowledge, or the magical library. The fact that even Rowena believed the metal to belong to goblins, must mean that soon, before 7th century AD in fact, goblins must have hoarded all the magical silver they could find, and created a monopoly of it. And no wizard ever found it, since wizards don't just dig, let alone dig this deep. And I'm guessing they found that the magical silver is not infinite, they must They believed they had all the magical silver in the world in their possession, which is why they began selling it with the peculiar return policy. I also realized why the metal called to me yesterday, and it wasn't at all hard to figure out. The tree which is my match for staff wood had fed the metal with its magic, and then fed from it in turn, for the decades that it has been alive. And hence, the metal and the wood were connected. Deeply. Before the tree existed, another tree must have stood in its place, and it would have been connected to the silver in turn. Really simple. Well, currently the branch and root I had cut off were sitting in the nowhere, together with the lump of magical silver ore, under enchantments to keep them preserved. And since preservation enchantments don't stick, I have 5 years before I need to use the wood, or cast another enchantment. Which reminds me to try and improve the nowhere dimension. I have a lot of stuff in the nowhere that can get bad with time, like the guns I'd stolen from Hydra. The many potions I have, clothes, and now, the branch and root of a mopane tree. I definitely need to work on making the dimension timeless. Meanwhile, I was currently alone in the metalworking wing of the Library of Alexandria, which was free to use for any student, as long as some teacher is with them. I didn't have the need to hide my activities here, since the statute of secrecy was not even a dream yet, but I just didn't want to gain people's curiosity over what I'm creating. And I want to keep this a secret for as long as possible. Holding my right hand up, I gesture with a finger, causing the melted magical silver to rise up into the air. I had used my sword, Gallard, to cut a magical silver dagger into 2 parts, and melted one of them. I keep my hand pointed at it, and telekinetically form an invisible cast for the metal, in the shape of a ring. Sometimes, even my terrible control over my telekinesis feels a bit off to me. Limited only by my imagination, as they say. While the ring-shaped metal is still hot, and somewhat cooling down, I point my left hand at it, and once again telekinetically start writing runes on the ring's surface, both inside and out. Once done, I float the now rune-carved ring away, to let it cool, and bring the second piece of the dagger out, throwing it into the crucible. Pointing my left hand at the metal, from above, I shoot white-hot flames out of my fist, to heat the silver more. It was an Egyptian spell, which was not exactly a spell. Magic usage in Egypt, since thousands of years, has always been based more around intent than words. The only time words are used is when you want to invoke some being, like sorcery, or if the effect you're hoping for is particularly deadly. The same translates over to the use of staffs, which don't have wand motions, incantations, for spells. You just have intent, and your magic. Everything depends on your need for magic, and your strength in magic. And say white flames were something I imagined forming, by imagining my Kasha's flames, without the darkness that they have. Akasha does have some demonic background, you know. I had already enchanted the crucible to not melt, but still conduct the heat, so I wasn't worried about that. I remember when it had happened during my first days of forging, in the chamber forge. I really regret not keeping everything I own in nowhere now. Shaking my head, I get back to the present, or more appropriately, the past, and keep hearing the silver. Within a few seconds, the entire second half of the dagger melts, and I keep the heat going. Turning towards the ring, which had by now cooled. Biting my left index finger, I cut into the skin, and touch the bleeding finger on a single rune on the ring, activating the enchantments. Immediately, the runes on the ring glow with a dull orange light, and the Atlantic runic symbols intrinsically connect to the ring, making the enchantments stick. Without any delay, I dip the now enchanted ring into the melted magical silver, making sure to dip it completely, and bring it back up, but still inside the crucible. Waving my hand, I quickly spin the ring around to get rid of the excess silver. And then finally bring it up, turning the furnace off. As the remaining silver starts rising up, forming into a block thanks to my telekinesis, I look at the ring with a huge smile on my face. I finally had it, another sling ring. The only obstacle to me finding a core for my staff, or even the sands of time, was distance, my apparition being limited to 1,000 kilometers. But with a sling ring, which I know I made perfectly, distance is no longer an issue. The sling rings connect to 2 points in space, only limited by the sorcerer's knowledge, experience, and imagination. Where apparition took time, which is spent inside whatever dimension we travel through, sorcery portals are instantaneous. Slowly floating the ring towards myself, I cast a simple augmenti to cool it off. And put it on my left index finger. I immediately smile, recognizing the familiar magic of portals already within the ring. Still, an artifact such as this needs trials, and what better place to go to than Hogwarts? Storing the remaining magical silver in the nowhere, I clean the forging station of any signs of use. With a wave of my hand, I take the privacy wards that I had set up, along with the muggle repellents, to make sure I remain undisturbed. Then, I raise my right hand up, and focusing on the destination, slap it towards the empty air in front of me. The amazing thing about the sling ring is that you just need to wear it, and focus on the location. The rest of the body movements are not entirely necessary, if you practice enough. And I have a lot of practice. Immediately, a hole forms in the air, with orange sparks of universal magic surrounding it. At the end of it, stood a dark green forest, that I recognize as the Forbidden Forest. I enter through the portal, and smile, seeing it close before my very eyes. Well, the ring definitely works. I was in the space that I believe will one day hold the gamekeeper's hut, bordering on the Forbidden Forest. Eyeing a couple unicorns peeking from behind the tree line, I bow towards them, still feeling ecstatic, and turn around. Just as I had expected, the entire area was empty, with just grass everywhere. Well, I was in the Scottish Highlands. The castle wasn't even built yet, which I already expected. I knew this from reading some of Rowena's journals. The 4 founders, instead of taking their own castles and turning it into a school, had decided or will decide to build their own castle from scratch. Thanks to magic and the large number of dwarves, it was an easy enough task. Waving my arm up, I summon another portal back to Egypt, and immediately go towards the magical library. One problem is solved, the sling ring. Now, I need to find a way to freeze my dimension. Nowhere, in time, without actually messing with time. Which I can't even do with no time sand in my hands. I already have the entire compilation of magical runic languages in my head, from the Room of Knowledge. And now, I am going to add Egyptian hieroglyphs to that, this time learning without the guesses and translations that the Room of Knowledge had. Smiling at Master Onuris, who never leaves the library grounds, I immediately move towards the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, and start reading. September, 56 BC, 5 months after arrival. I exit out of the portal, and glance in all directions. All around me, for miles and miles, there was only ice. With no other being near me. Still, can't take the risk. Closing my eyes, I widen the scope of my telepathy, and sense for minds, both human and animal alike. Thankfully, the only beings around are animals. And those 2 are a mile away from me at the closest. Well, this is the bloody North Pole. Not everyone, or everything can tolerate a temperature this low. Even I was not completely immune to it, and had to rely on my telekinesis to not keep shivering. But I'm going to need my complete focus in a minute, and hence, I'm going to have to take my temperature protection off. Slamming the side of my fists together, I cross my arms in front of my chest, and jump up, spinning around myself. As soon as I land on the ground, arms spread, an orange hemisphere of a barrier, made out of complex geometric shapes forms in the air, surrounding all area within 20 meters of me, that starts increase the temperature within itself, melting the water. As the melted water begins flowing out of the barrier, nothing stopping it from freezing once outside, I focus within myself, and start taking everything out of the nowhere. I was going to change the nowhere, make it so whenever I put anything inside, it remains as is, as long as I don't bring it out. So, if I put freshly made tea inside, and remove it centuries later, it should still remain as fresh, as hot as it was when I had put it in storage. A completely timeless dimension, that is what I'm aiming to turn my nowhere into. The only thing I had to make sure of, is avoiding paradoxes. In a completely timeless dimension, an item is either always there, or it was never there. If I keep a book inside a timeless nowhere, then it should have already been there before I even kept it, since time doesn't exist inside. It was very complex, and I had to spend a few weeks going over the calculations. Now staring at all the items once within my pocket dimension, I blink, a little bit confused, and mostly astonished. I had no idea I had so much stuff in there. There's no catalog of items I store there, only my admittedly impressive memory. Now, laying on the dry land in front of me, were things I didn't even remember storing in there. I mean, I must have been distracted, or I must have stored these things in a rush, or in a bunch. Or my memory is not as eidetic as I believed it to be. I do probably forget some useless stuff. This needs some meditation, before I can make a conclusion. Shaking my head, I begin going over the stuff before I can begin with changing the nowhere. There were about 100 pistols, 37 energy rifles, 13 assault rifles, and a single panzer. all powered by the batteries created out of Tesseract's energy. I don't even know how the Panzer got here. I don't have any recollection of putting the Hydra Panzer into the nowhere. But this probably happened during the mission to rescue Bucky. Then there were the dozen batteries, some big, some small, all containing the energy of the Tesseract. After that, was the corpse of the Basilisk, still completely intact even through the passage of these years, except for the few missing fangs, and some chunks of flesh which Sly had eaten. And let's not forget the eyes, tongue, and the venom sac, which were all stored separately inside crystal jars, which were now sitting innocently near the dead basilisk. Then came my two swords, Dermagal and Galadmagal, including their scabbards, along with 36 remaining magical silver daggers, all of them made exactly the same way, and a few normal steel daggers. Next came the Elder Wand, which I had still not used to cast spells. Unfortunately, the Resurrection Stone was kept in the Chamber Forge, so it wasn't here with me, and neither was Rowena's diadem. That was in Av's manor. Then there were the dozens of books which I had stored to read later, and promptly forgotten about, amounting to a total number of 79. Most of them were fictional novels, or biographies, or even journals of my ancestors. Then came the 2 remaining Grafhorn golden horns, which I had gotten from Newt Scamander, and a single unicorn horn, which I had taken from the Slytherin vault just in case. There were also 3.5 bottles of Skella Grow, a single, larger glass bottle of Org Grow, 6 vials of Pepper Up, 4 of Healing Elixir, 2 bottles of Essence of Dittany, 7 glass bottles of Murtlap Essence, and just 3 bottles of Ogden's finest fire whiskey. I should probably find a place to brew potions, which means I need a place to build a home, and a few greenhouses while I'm at it. The rest of the stuff contained a few knickknacks, watches that don't work anymore, the lump of melted magic silver, a single bar of gold, silver, and a dozen or so gemstones, all of which I had found in the Room of Hidden Things. Yeah, I had a loot of stuff, it seems. But very few things will be of use to me here, in this time period. Well, the basilisk will definitely be useful when I begin building a house. But I don't have a good enough location for that yet. So, yeah, useless. Once the nowhere dimension is empty, I close my eyes and sit down on the ground, my hands held together, to begin changing it. Runic symbols start floating out of my connected hands, and start covering my body with it. One by one, my entire face is covered by golden runic symbols, and my body follows soon after. All the while, I kept my focus on conjuring those runes over myself. I have to literally make it so time as a concept doesn't exist in nowhere anymore, remove the flow of time completely. This is not easy. As a matter of fact, this is going to be a long process. October, 56 BC. A few weeks after recreating the nowhere as I wanted it, which by itself took me 3 whole days, I fly over the forests in southern Africa, to look for dragons. Dead or alive, magical dragons, no matter the species, are found either in very hot places, or in mountain caves. So deserts, volcanoes, or mountains. And in all these days of flying over Africa, I was yet to find a single dragon, magical or otherwise. I wasn't just flying here, however. I still spent many hours a day in the Library of Alexandria, either working or reading in the magical library under Master Onurus's watchful eyes. He knew I was looking for dragons during night times, because he had caught me reading about them one night, but by God, he did not offer a single advice. Master Onurus is many things, but a teacher, he is not. Currently, I was in the eastern coast of South Africa, flying between 2 mountains while looking everywhere, to see if I can find something interesting. My enhanced eyesight was now good enough, that despite being a few hundred meters above the ground, I could still see most things very clearly. My ears were actually better than my eyes. And I could hear things before I see them. And so, as soon as I hear a sound that is a mixture of a pained screech, and an anger-filled roar, I stop and look at the ground, where the sound came from. It takes a while, thanks to the dense forest, but then I see it. A giant cat, with 3 spears sticking out of its thick hide, was standing in front of another cat of similar size. And 5 other cats very much smaller than it. The cat had leathery hide, with thorn-like spikes all over its body. The head was practically covered in those spikes, making it look like a very dark lion's mane. And when the creature howled, both in pain and anger, its throat swelled up like a pufferfish. A family of noondoos, with 5 small cubs barely half a year old. Frowning, since I know that a noondoo is extremely dangerous, I approach the location to see who dared to harm a pair of noondoos and their cubs. As I stop a few dozen meters above the noondoos, I see another spear speed towards the male noondoo and hit it on his shoulder, the speed with which it was thrown leaving the noondoo no time to dodge. I scowl, really not liking this. Noondoos are majestic creatures, one of the oldest breeds of cats. Magical or otherwise, and these people, these morons, were trying to kill it. I immediately drop down on the ground in front of the noondoos, catching the next thrown spear in my hands, and send it flying back towards the attacker full force. The man, surprisingly enough, catches the spear in his own hands, and raises his hand to stop anyone else from attacking. I look at the obvious leader of this tribe of African people, and ask, "What do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, the noondoo sees that I am keeping its attackers distracted, and immediately starts running, taking his mate and the cubs with him. "I'll find him later, I will need to heal his wounds." The man scowls, seeing his prey run away, and ignoring my question, he says, "Who are you, stranger, and what are you doing in our lands?" I had spoken in the Egyptian language, which, thankfully for me, was understood, and returned by the weird man wearing a panther coat on his head, and panther fangs around his neck. I ignore his question, just the way he did mine, and enter his mind to get answers directly. A few images go through his mind, showing me glances of this man eating a purple bulb of a glowing flower, gaining a fraction of the strength of Bast, and the agility of a panther. This man in front of me was Bashenga, the king of Wakanda. Then comes the image of his people encountering a noondoo corpse for the first time. This man got a vision from a giant panther, telling him to use the bones of the noondoo in their weapons. So, Bashenga crushed the bones into fine powder, and mixed it with liquid isipho, their so-called divine metal. Their rhinos and panthers also liked the flesh of a noondoo, which was just an additional benefit for them. And thus began a series of using the now enhanced isipho weapons to hunt noondoos, to use their bones in creating more weapons and tools. It seems noondoo bones causes the isipho weapons to become sharper, more durable, and give it a stability when it comes to magic. Bashenga, Wakanda, isipho, vibranium. Surprising, but not completely unexpected. I just didn't expect to meet the first king of Wakanda. Hell, I didn't even know when Wakanda was actually formed as a country. For some reason, which I'm guessing is related to the goddess Bast's blessings, I cannot read all his memories, I only get glances from him. Well, I have other methods of gaining information. Using my telepathy, I knock them all out, causing them to fall down as if their strings were cut, and approach the king Bashenga now. Holding my hand on his head, I force my way into his mind, through the admittedly good defenses his goddess had given him, and copy all his memories. I do take a moment to see everything related to vibranium, or as they call it, isipho. Right before I can get out of his mind, I get a glimpse of a growling panther running towards me, and I immediately break the connection between our minds. Yup, don't want to mess with actual gods, they're champions, sure, but not actual gods. Waving my hand, I summon all of the weapons of my downed enemies towards me. A total of 13 isipho weapons, spears and daggers, all of them made by mixing a little bit of noondoo bone dust into purified isipho, float in front of me, all of which I send into the nowhere. Then, focusing on my telepathy once again, I order, "You will go back to your kingdom, and stop killing the noondoos." This will probably only work for a short while, since an actual goddess is at work here. I have no idea if the goddess will be as strong as movie Thor and the like, or an actual omnipotent goddess. But, a few years is all I can ask right now. As the people begin waking up, probably already confused about everything, I apparate away about 20 meters in front the still running noondoos. The noondoo, with 4 isipho spears still sticking out of its hide, 1 in its shoulder, and 3 on his back, slids to a stop, his family right behind, and growls at me. I raise my hand, sending telepathic waves of calm, peace, warmth towards the family of noondoos, and say, "Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I want to heal you." I am still unable to use my telepathy on any animal or bird. I can sense their minds, yes. But I cannot enter the minds, let alone control them. Even now, my reverse empathy fails, as the Nundu just growls at me in warning. Well, at least it's not attacking me first. Sighing, I focus within myself, and bend down on all fours. Slowly, my hands and legs turn into tiger claws, and my nails get bigger than my feral mutation ever allowed. Slowly, I shift from my human form, to my animagus form of Akasha. With white flames replacing my skin and hair, and yellow and green heterochromatic eyes replacing my normal ones. Grr, I say, seeing the Nundu start its run, causing it to immediately stop in its spot. Well, at least my Kasha form came to use some way. Kasha was right at the top of feline hierarchy, along with a few other demonic cats, and cat gods. As the two older cats bow down, their tails raised into the air, I approach them, this time, my telepathic message of me not harming them reaching their minds successfully. I say, do not be afraid, my human form will help you heal. The Nundu nods, a bit reluctant to trust me, but I get the feeling that he won't attack me immediately, not unless I harm him. Shifting myself back into my human form, I raise my hands, showing myself unarmed. Getting a snort from the Nundu in return, I smile, a bit reassured, and pull the Isipho spears out of his body. Growl, the Nundu screeches in pain, once again, causing me to wince from the volume. Then, I take the bottle of essence of Dittany out of the nowhere, and float it over the wounds. I slowly pour a single drop each on the wounds, and watch the wounds close right before my eyes. Once again turning into my Kasha form, I telepathically say, the wound will still hurt for a while, so don't get into fights. It seems my telepathy does work on animals when I'm in my animagus form. Huh, didn't see that one coming, even if it should have been obvious. The Nundu just glances at me, hesitantly nods, and starts running once again, his family right after it. Huh, they're nice, Nundus. He didn't attack me even when I came out of nowhere, even when I had my back turned to him. It seems even in 1945, there are some things not known about Nundus. Note to self, Nundus only attack you if you attack them, or threaten their cubs. They like to avoid conflict whenever their cubs are in danger. Second point, they don't bloody breathe out poisonous air all the time. Fucking wizards. Getting everything wrong. Well, before the bloody goddess comes out of wherever she's hiding, to come find me, I have two more tasks to accomplish. Twisting around my feet, I apparate into Wakandan territory, near a location I got from Bashenga's mind, and smile, seeing two dead dragons, fallen beneath the mountain. These two dragons, both of them dark brown color, were both around 45 meters long. Snout to tail, with spikes along the spine, even on their heads, and their tails. That's longer than even Hungarian horntails, the biggest breed of dragons in my time. Fuck, magical dragons are bigger in the past, of course. They had fought amongst each other, near the kingdom of Wakanda, and the Wakandans had taken advantage of their distraction to kill them with their Isipho spears. Normal Isipho is not capable of piercing Nundu hide, let alone dragon hide, but the newer variant, one made by mixing Nundu bone, has enough sharpness and strength to pierce even the dragon's bones. To stab straight into the dragon's heart. These dragons died 2 days ago, and they were still intact. The Wakandans had kept the dragons here itself, because of two reasons. First, they were going to allow their animals to feed on their flesh, to try and make the animals stronger, and second, they encountered the Nundus before they could start. Placing my hand on the chest of the dragon, right over its heart, I inject it with my magic, while chanting in ancient Egyptian. Resonance. This is one of those Egyptian spells that needs a chant, if only a single word. This can also only be used when a staff crafter is creating the staff for themselves. Unfortunately, I feel nothing even after doing it for half a minute. Sighing, I place the dragon in the nowhere, thankful for the lack of spatial limitations within the pocket dimension. Turning towards the second dragon, I place it inside nowhere too, not finding it to be a match to me. Well, if it was easy, every wizard would have been a staff wand crafter. Glancing up, I look at the cave systems in the mountains around me, smelling brimstone and smoke even from this far away. There's definitely more dragons up there, but they're alive. I'm not going to attack a dragon just for their body parts. I don't rightly care if it takes time for me to craft my staff, but purposefully killing dragons is not something I will do. I apparate away once more, this time inside a Wakandan cave. The cave was made completely out of icipho, WTH the walls made entirely out of its ore. The ground was also saturated by icipho's energy, allowing it to grow. Looking at the hundreds of purple flowers in front of me, buried in ground irradiated by the icipho ore, I smile. Picking 7 of the flowers, I take the mud from underneath it, and store both in the nowhere. Taking my sword out, I cut a piece of the icipho ore out of the cave walls, and put that into nowhere too. My sword can cut through icipho ore, huh. Good for me. And then, I apparate away. My job done. I really have skewed morals, don't I? I don't mind stealing, at all, if it benefits me, but someone else trying to steal from me is a big no-no. Well, not my problem. I didn't steal everything anyway, just a little. I need to study this flower, to find out what makes it tick. And then, maybe, in the future, I can modify a strength enhancement ritual to include this flower. This heart-shaped herb, and besides, I left them with some of the Nundu bones that they had already left stored away, yet to use them. I still have no idea why a cat goddess, Bast, condones the killing of panthers and Nundus, and hopefully, I'll never find out. Smiling, I continue flying, only this time, towards the ocean. Time to look for a base of operations that I can ward till Kingdom Come. Well, this was easy. I say, looking at the island below me with a critical eye. The island was placed around 2,000 kilometers to the east of Madagascar Islands, somewhere south of India and Sri Lanka. I don't remember seeing it in any of the maps, which means I'll probably succeed in my goals. Or I'll fail so spectacularly, that the island is erased out of existence. It was also perfect for me, since there are very few animals on there, and no human presence at all. There were trees aplenty, but even if the island was barren, I wouldn't have minded. I can just ward areas to have whatever ecosystem I wanted, which is exactly what I'm going to do once I'm done warding. The island was big, but not too big. I've seen the island of Sri Lanka before, from high up in the air. I was still in the testing phases of the new sling ring, Sue Me. This island was about 1/10 of the size, or more like 1/12. Well, let's find out exactly how much area it has, shall we? I point both my palms at the island, still floating a few miles above it with my telekinesis-provided flight. I'm really enjoying flying on my own, if you can't tell. Circular Dao mandalas appear in front of my palms, as a single band of universal magic is formed on my forearm, which spins slowly around my wrists. Pulling my right hand backwards, I extend just the index and middle fingers, and touch the band on my left wrist. Connecting to it, as I push my right hand towards the island, the band goes with it, and flies towards the island. As the band goes beyond my sight, I wait, knowing the spell is already working. At first, a single line forms right along the center of the island, glowing orange from the universal magic. Even I, from a few miles above the ground, can see it clearly. Then, another line forms on its left, keeping a very small distance of exactly 1 kilometer, if the spell worked right, which it did. A third line forms on the right of the first one, once again keeping a distance of 1 kilometer. On and on it goes, until the entire island is covered in giant parallel lines, each covering a distance of just 1 kilometer. It is just an illusion, however, visible only to me, so that I can see that the spell is working. Then, a new line forms perpendicular to all the other ones, dividing the central line into 2 equal parts. Once again the process starts, this time with the new line. As a new set of parallel lines emerge, these ones all perpendicular to the first set. When the process ends, all of 5 minutes after I began, I see a grid of squares, 1 square kilometer each, covering the entirety of the island. Putting my 2 fingers, this time of the left hand, on the band on my right hand, I push that band towards the island. This band speeds towards the island, and hits the grid-like structure, immediately causing it to shatter into universal magic once again. And then, the band comes back, and stops in front of me. Only this time, it has imprints on top of it, showing the numbers 4729.73. Which is the area of the island in square kilometers. I really find it odd that sorcery has a spell for getting the area of any piece of land, but it doesn't have a spell to tell the time of the day. Shaking my head, I dispel the Dao mandalas around my hand, and slowly drop down towards the island that I was going to turn into my base of operations, my lair, so to speak. But to do that, I will need to ward the island completely, so that colonizers don't find it. Gods, I'm a colonizer right now, aren't I? Fucking hell. Anyway, I've already planned out what I'm hoping for in this arc. So don't worry about me losing my vision. I might get distracted, however, by some unexpected plotline or something. You've probably seen it happen in my stories. Quick question. Are there any questions you want to ask regarding the story? Any doubts to clear, or any clarifications? Feel free to comment on this chapter. I'll either reply to those comments, or I'll write an explanation in the author notes next chapter. Anyway, thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Sanctuary. Floating over what I assume is Mount Kilimanjaro's volcanic cone, I enjoy the heat for a while. This is nice, the feeling of warmth. I had spent 2 days roaming all around the mountains of Africa, to see if I can find more dragon corpses. And sure enough, I had found a total of 8 dead dragons, all of them mostly intact. Sure, some flesh was missing from all the animals eating it, but their hearts were completely intact. Dragons are violent creatures, and if you're not family, you're a threat to that family. They don't need too much of an excuse to attack each other, which, while unfortunate, gave me a total of 8 dragon hearts to use. Summoning 9 hearts from the nowhere, I throw them all down into the lava, while keeping a telekinetic string attached to them. With a plop, the 9 hearts, one belonging to the basilisk I had killed, and the other 8 to different dragon corpses I had found around the continent, fall into the lava, and are summarily submerged within a few seconds. I wait exactly 10 seconds, and then pull at the telekinetic strings, making the 9 hearts rush out of the burning hot lava towards me. As they fly at me, I point my hand at the hearts, and throw conjured water at them, to cool them down rapidly. I keep it going for a minute, not stopping the aguamendi spell at all. Remember the science lesson: quickly cooling down hot lava causes it to turn into obsidian. And so, floating in front of me, are 9 orbs of obsidian-covered hearts, almost spherical in shape. Heartstones, they're called. Hearts of different magical animals dipped in hot magma, and rapidly cooled down. The magic within the hearts protect them from burning completely, or melting even, the surrounding obsidian keeps the hearts intact for a very long time. Dragon hearts are the most common hearts to be used as heartstones, because they're one of the most magical animals around. But other creatures can be used too, although the scale of the magic they can channel will be vastly low. The basilisk was at least 900 years old when it died, and so, its heart has the most magical value in between these hearts. The dragons, meanwhile, were around a couple centuries old at most, but still they weren't too inferior. Heartstones were used in old times, these times, as wardstones. To keep the protective wards grounded, they connect the wards to the very earth itself, creating a tendril of magic that goes towards the closest ley lines, to feed it. This is how enchantments can stay for a very, very long time. Powered by the ley lines, placing the heartstones in nowhere, I create a portal to my island, and begin with my work. Before I can do anything else, I was going to protect it. I drop down on the ground, in front of a green tree-filled mountain. The area is completely forest, but this is the place that is at the center of the island. Well, the island isn't round, or uniform in shape, so the estimate was rough. But if I create 4 quadrants with this point in the center, the area of land in each quadrant will be about OL. I don't care about accuracy, the W. Art is going to encompass a lot of area anyway. Extending my right index finger's nail, I draw a circle on the ground, and draw 8 7-inch long lines extending from the circle. These 8 lines point in the 8 ordinal directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. Placing the 8 dragon heartstones at the end of the 8 lines, I place the basilisk heartstone within the circle. Then, I place my hand on the basilisk heartstone, and send my magic into it. Immediately, 8 tendrils of magic exit out of the basilisk heartstone, and slam into the 8 dragon heartstones. As my magic starts flowing in them too. And then, with a snap, the 8 dragon heartstones shoot into the air, going towards their respective ordinal directions. The basilisk heartstone, meanwhile, starts getting pulled into the earth, as if the ground was liquid. Similar occurrences were occurring in the 8 directions the dragon heartstones flew to, with each heartstone stopping at 100 meters short of the island borders. These heartstones too start getting pulled underground, with a single tendril keeping them all connected to the central heartstone, as well as each other. I keep my eyes closed, and keep feeding my magic to the heartstones, even when it completely moves underground. Finally, when the heartstones stop, they're around 100 meters underneath the surface. Too far for anyone to mess with them. Standing up with a smile, I conjure something else from the nowhere. The Elder Wand. I wanted my protective wards to be as strong as possible, and what better focus to do that than the Death Stick. Holding the Elder Wand in my right hand, I place its tip on my left palm, and cast a very weak Lacero, the Dark Cutting Curse. The dark magic within the curse stops my hand from healing immediately. And blood keeps flowing from my palm, into the ground. A few months ago, just the first part of this would have tired me out completely, left me without accessible magic for a few hours in the least. But now, it just took me to half of my strength. My magic was improving, getting stronger, and I think that my journey into the past has something to do with it. The magic here, in this time, is purer. Holding my bleeding palm over the still visible circle, I point my new wand upwards and start casting spells. Protega totalum, cave inimicum, fientu duri, intrusor erecti, repello muggletum. Muffiliato. On and on the spells went, a cycle repeated over and over again. With each protective spell, a beam of light was emitted by the Elder Wand, that flew into the air and formed into a transparent piece of a barrier. Each new spell made the barrier bigger, and bigger, until finally the multi-layered barrier covers the entire island, and more. With the basilisk heartstone as the absolute center, are 2 spherical barriers, both of them multi-layered, all around the island. The inner ward had the 8 dragon heartstones on its curvature, while the outer ward had a radius 1 mile bigger than the inner one. The outer ward would make the island completely invisible, make it impossible for muggles to come here, even accidentally, make everything that happens here silent. And overall hide the entire island. It also prevented anyone from magically seeing inside, even with scrying, but I doubt any competent wizard would be stopped by not being able to see here. Which is what the inner ward was for. The inner ward stops all manner of apparition, portkey, and even portals. It also absorbs almost all spells thrown at it. Of course, the only exceptions are the 3 unforgivables, and other similar level spells which just cause a small hole to be formed in the ward, which will be repaired right after. Divine or demonic magics are a different thing altogether, though. But I doubt any of them have any interest in my island. If anyone wants to teleport to the island through any means, they will be dropped outside the inner ward, but inside the outer ward. They won't be able to enter the inner ward though, unless they break it down, or I allow it. The wards then flash once, and then disappear, now staying invisible. I could feel them though. They were still very much intact and connected to all the heartstones. But this is not enough. Sighing, finally feeling a bit tired from all the spells I cast right now, I fly up into the air. TS bar everyone else from using magic when on the island. Pointing my wand at the invisible inner ward, I use the modified flagrate spell to send runic symbols flying. 4 symbols, in 4 cardinal directions fly out of my wand and slam into the ward. Merging with it, they stay there for all of 5 seconds, before they too become completely invisible, now part of the protective wards of the island. The runic symbols make me the only wizard, or sorcerer, capable of using magic on here. Everyone else's spells will just fizzle out, their magic absorbed by the ward. The island is too big for me to use the Fidelius charm on. As of now, so this is the best I can do for now. Besides, I want this to be a sanctuary for the magical animals. Fidelius will prove to be counterproductive to that. Sanctuary. That's a nice name for my island. The Sanctuary. Smiling in satisfaction, I create a portal to the center of the ward, where the basilisk heartstone is buried. Floating through, I cast a few spells to make the ground more comfortable, and a few more to make wild animals not eat me. And then, I lay down to go to sleep. I've already hidden an entire island away from everyone else, I'm fucking tired. Besides, nothing can harm me when I'm on the island. You sure took your time. Master Onuris says as soon as I enter the magical library a week later. I rub the back of my head, and say, I was traveling. Trying to find my staff's core. Well, that's a lie. I've just been busy setting my sanctuary up, I didn't even have the time to look for a staff core. And none of the dragon hearts I found were a match for me. So there's that. Master Onuris snorts, and goes back to the book he was writing. Probably another translation, because copying books is pretty easy when you have magic. I turn towards the left, and go towards the ritual magic shelf. We spend a few minutes in silence, when suddenly a soft bell chimes from everywhere around the library. Master Onuris immediately slams his books shut, and walks forward to stand in the middle, facing the door. He just glances at me, and says, "Come here, stand still, and keep your head down." I keep the book I was reading back in its place, and stand by his side. I ask, "Someone's coming." Nodding, Master Onuris says, "The royal mages. They're either coming to drop something off, or for some knowledge. Do not, under any circumstances, look them in the eye." Well, the royal mages. I've been in Egypt for almost a year now, and I haven't seen them ever. Heck, the only trained wizards I've ever seen are priests of the Egyptian gods. Which includes Master Onuris, and I. And even the priests I've seen just in passing. The royal mages are wizards and witches under direct command of the pharaoh. They guard the pharaoh himself from any and all threats that can harm him. Obviously, they're not entirely loyal, since Ptolemaic pharaohs die every 50 years or so, at the most. Loyal to their family, the pharaohs aren't. Within a minute, the door slams open, and I look down, having gotten used to seeming weak. My animal side hates it, but my Slytherin side knows that laying low is the way to go. Why antagonize the royal mages, and through them, the pharaohs, when you can wait for the right time to do so? 7 people walk inside the room, most of whom go towards various shelves, to begin reading. One of them, however, approaches us, and I just feel the person staring at me. In a distinguishably female voce, the person asks, "Who is this, Priest Onuris?" In Greek, I could see her legs, and her torso, but her head was not visible to me thanks to me bowing down. She wore just a plain, transparent cloth around her upper body, and the cloth on her lower body just hid her privates, leaving her legs open for all to see. It sort of reminds me of Princess Leia's bikini, except with her tits openly visible to me. Not wanting to offend her, I keep my eyes at her feet. She hasn't antagonized me yet, so why did it first? Before I can say anything, Master Onuris answers, "This is Athreos Aetos, a commoner scholar from Greece, High Mage Tatiana." The woman raises her hand, and I see it approach my face. Holding my face with her hands on my cheeks, she lifts my head up, none too gently. As she observes my face, she says, "It was your duty to inform us about him, priest of Osiris. The royal mages need to know when there's another mage in Alexandria." Quote, now that my head was raised up, I could see that the woman wore a pair of earrings which definitely protected her mind from intrusions. And a nose ring. The nose ring's purpose was unknown to me, but I can guess. Smell poisons easily, smell deception, etc. I keep staring at her eyes, even if Master Onuris told me not to. Because goddamn this woman is beautiful. A soft brown skin, with short black hair and brown eyes. I was definitely attracted to her, at least a little bit. Master Onuris nods, and says, "I didn't feel the need to, High Mage. Because this one here doesn't even have a focus. No rings, no wand, and not even a staff." The lady sniffs, as she drops my head, and says, "It is of no importance then, an untrained mage is of no use to the pharaoh." She then waves her hand, conjuring a few books from somewhere, and places them on the table. She says, "Translate these books into Greek and Latin, Priest Onuris." We need this knowledge within a week. She then turns towards me and says, and you, when the priest is done translating, bring the books to the palace. And you better hope that you aren't a spy. Or, she smirks, and adds, well, there are many old curses I would like to try. Bowing my head down once again, I say, I am here just to learn. High Mage Tatiana, I do not have any other goals, nefarious or otherwise. Tatiana nods, and turns away from me, her big earring swinging with her hair. She then joins her fellow mages near the shelves, and begins perusing the books. All the while, Master Onuris and I just stay in our spots, in front of the door. Finally, half an hour after they came in, the 6 men and 1 woman leave the library, closing the door as they go. As soon as they do, I turn towards Master Onuris, and ask, not that I don't appreciate it. But why did you lie to her? Master Onuris taps his staff on the ground, emitting a wave of magic from it, and says, I didn't lie, I just didn't correct her misconceptions. I never said you're untrained, only that you don't own a focus. This time I managed to sense the magic he pushed as one of sensing. The non-spell he just used checked for any hiding people, or spells. Useful spell that one. Rolling my eyes, I smile and ask, still, why do that? Are they dangerous? Do I need to worry when I go there? Master Onuris sits down on his desk, the one where Tatiana just left a dozen books for emergency translations, and points me towards the chair on the other side. As I sit down, he says, the royal mages are very much dangerous, there is no doubt. But the reason I omitted the truth is that the mages are selfish. They are afraid of other mages becoming as strong as them. Despite the law stating all books should be stored in the library of Alexandria itself. The royal mages have a private library of their own, sponsored by the pharaoh himself. They use the knowledge to protect the kingdom, sometimes, from threats that don't exist. Like other mages, and the High Mage Tatiana is the strongest of them. I hum, making a noise of understanding. The royal mages are like the Ministry of Magic, they try and limit the knowledge the public has access to, so that the wizards here don't become strong enough to contend with them. I had wondered why we were the only 2 mages in the library, despite there being hundreds of mages in Alexandria itself. I say, implying something very nefarious, and stand up. Don't let them hear you say it. Master Onuris warns, and begins working on translation. This is not my problem. The library was going to be destroyed in a few centuries anyway. The pharaohs were going to be a thing of the past within 50 years, max. I already have 2 shadow organizations to take care of, I'm not adding a third to that. Besides, I already have plans to channel one of my ancestors, to gain all magical knowledge in Egypt. But, it won't happen yet, I need at least a decade for that. And since I still don't have any sands of time, I believe I do have a decade here. 5 days is all it takes for Master Onuris and I to translate all the books into Greek and Latin, after copying them down for the library. The books were originally Chinese, having been confiscated from a recent tourist from China. They were then copied, the copies given back to the tourist. The originals, meanwhile, were given to us, for translation and storage. The book described a number of rituals that could be used to gain affinities to either spirit animals, or to elements. There were also some techniques that anyone could use, without need for any ritual. Taking the Greek and Latin translations, I place them in an enchanted pouch, and start a leisurely walk towards the royal palace of the pharaoh, while seeing the sights. Alexandria is a beautiful city, with amazing architecture, and moderate cleanliness. The only thing that could mess with the image of the beautiful city, were the people. Even in the Greek quarter, where both the library and the palace were based, there was no shortage of poor people. Technically, I was one of the poor ones, with just a single room house to myself. But, I do have an entire island, and I LSO don't have to spend any money for food. I can just go to the island, or even the African forests for food. I need to create a small greenhouse too, maybe 2, one for food and the second for potion ingredients. Can't believe I almost forgot that. Shaking myself out of my musings once I reach the palace gates, I nod at the guards, and enter through the open gates. The entrance gates are open to all, since the pharaoh does meet with some people every day, to hear their troubles, to solve problems. As I climb the stairs towards another gate, this one too large, I stop near the guards, and ask, where may I find the High Mage? Tatiana. The guard snaps to attention, and gives me the directions to the Royal Mage Chambers, which I had already found out by using telepathy. But, plausible explanation and all that. Reaching the door to what I had seen in a servant's mind as Tatiana's room, I knock, and wait. I don't have to wait long, however, when the woman opens the door without a care in the world. Wearing just a simple robe fastened around her hip, she looks, as well as sounds, a bit annoyed, as she asks, what? I bow to her, after a short moment of admiring her beauty, and say, I am Athreos Ados, High Mage Tatiana. From the library, Master Onuris sent me here with the requested translations. I remember you, the untrained mage. Tatiana says, as she gestures with her fingers to raise my head. When I do so, she asks, well, where are the books? I show her the pouch in my hands, and say, Master Onuris lent me this enchanted pouch, so that I don't get robbed on my way here. And it was the truth. Kinda. There were 24 books in total, and we wanted to keep my magical talent a secret. So, the pouch. Tatiana nods, and turns around, walking into the room. Pointing towards the shelf in the corner, she says, place the books in the shelf. I will deal with them later. And then, she shrugs her robe off, becoming completely nude, and starts walking towards the bathtub filled with warm water in the balcony. Well, no wonder she was annoyed, she was having a soak when I came here. Not unused to the nudity in Alexandria, although not all women I've seen nude were this gorgeous or strong. I turned towards the shelf. The shelf contained a few dozen books already, most of them dealing with elemental spells, but one of them was about soul. This book is definitely not a part of the magical library. I put my hand inside the pouch, and take the books out one by one, placing the 24 books, half of them Greek, and half Latin, in an empty space. I can't help but stop stare at the soul magic book once again, before I start walking out. Wait, the High Mage calls out, just when I'm about to walk out. I turn towards the bathtub, where she sat with her arms on the edge, as she says, I haven't dismissed you yet, commoner. Nodding mutely, I stand to the side, with my back once again turned towards her. Something catches my mind, however, when I clearly hear something. He is attractive. His magic is stronger than most, even if untrained. What to do? What to do? Well. Looks like someone doesn't bathe with her portable occlumency on. I take the opportunity to enter her mind, making sure to stay undetected. And considering that the actual Phoenix Force is the one that taught me, well, I'm definitely undetectable. If Nathaniel Essex couldn't sense my intrusions, then this normal. If strong, which definitely won't. Her memories gave me a tale of her life, and it did not paint a particularly good picture. Born in the Greek quarter of Alexandria, Tatiana was the daughter of 2 Greek fishers. The parents were both mages, and they raised her with some biases. Egyptian magic is inferior to Greek magic, Roman wands are good, staffs are unnecessary weight, etc. Considering that Egyptian curses are even present in my era, that can easily be proved as a lie. Then, women aren't supposed to be anything but objects of sex for the men. If the pharaoh orders her to have sex with him, she should do so with a large smile on her face. She was 8 when they told her that. Talk about shitty parenting. Her parents died during the last civil war, when Ptolemy and his brother Ptolemy fought for the throne after Ptolemy's death, and Tatiana was left alone. She had some books on magic, and her mother's wand, which she used to learn magic. Hen kept on visiting the Library of Alexandria, and learned a lot more magic under Master Onuris's watchful eyes. Then, she caught the eye of the last High Mage. He took her under his wing, as his mistress and his student, and taught her more magic. For every piece of magic she was taught, another piece of her dignity was torn away by the High Mage. So, she poisoned him. And when he died, she won the title of the High Mage. Since she was the strongest amongst the other royal mages, the first woman amongst the royal mages, Tatiana was also forced to be a mistress to the pharaoh. From the poorest of Alexandria, to the city's strongest people, Tatiana had come a long way. But, not all was good. Tatiana was forced to be a mistress to not one, but two powerful people. But, it seems the pharaoh hadn't visited her for a few months. Which gave her some peace. He had a lot of other mistresses, though, not to forget his wife, half-sister, Cleopatra V. She couldn't make friends, since the pharaoh disallowed contact with anyone not the royal mages, or the royal family. Even the guards and servants weren't allowed to talk to her. The only reason she was allowed to speak with Master Onuris and I, was that we work at the library. There's no way to carry out tasks if she doesn't speak with us in her capacity as the High Mage. Thanks to that, Tatiana didn't have much respect for the pharaoh, and not even a little bit of love for the royal family. They were just a job for her, a way to earn money and respect. The only good thing about her life, for her, was that she got to read through the hidden library of the royal palace, which is the name for the magical library here, and she had a blanket permission for punishing those that insult her. It takes barely a few seconds for me to go through that all. And I can't help but sympathize for her. Sure, she has killed quite a few innocent people under the pharaoh's orders, but she didn't enjoy it. She felt she was doing her duty. Exactly as she did during her former sessions with the pharaoh. You, Athreos, right, Tatiana calls out, as I slowly exit her mind. She's not evil, I'm not going to change anything inside her mind. Obviously, I copied all of the magical knowledge she has stored away in her mind. Nodding, I keep staring at the stone wall, and say, Athreos Ados, High Mage. Turn around, she orders. I do so, and see the woman sitting on the edge of her bathtub, her legs crossed over. She looked like the epitome of beauty, having just gotten out of the bath. Her hair and skin were still wet, with water droplets flowing down her skin. I blink, and move my eyes away. I don't need a fight this soon in my time here, in the past. Chuckling, Tatiana says, come here, and you may look. Zeus knows I have gotten used to being stared at. I look up at her, keeping my eyes on her face with some effort, and slowly walk towards the bathtub. I climb the 2 stairs that led to the open balcony bathroom, and stop. She asks, what magic do you know? You must know something, even if you don't have a wand. I nod, having prepared for the question, and say, I know some elemental spells, High Mage. Most of the old e.g. YPTEN spells don't need a focus to cast, and so, I learned some of them. Tatiana scowls, some of her bias resurfacing, as she says, yes, I've read those same books a few years ago. But, I myself find them to be a bit hard to control without a staff. Let me teach you a simple spell, something I invented during my studies in the library. He is untrained, and strong. If he can cast even a single Egyptian spell, then he has control on his side too. If the pharaoh finds out about him, then he will be hunted down, killed. He's too pretty to die this young. She thinks, her loud thoughts clearly audible to me, making me internally frown. She thinks I'm pretty, too pretty. Damn, I'm flattered. The reason for my frown, however, the pharaoh, being a muggle, was afraid of magic. The only magical people he trusted were the royal mages, and the few magical priests of the Egyptian gods. And there weren't many of those, only about a dozen. Most of the priests were actually muggles, who had gotten a blessing or two from their gods. He had killed a lot of trained wizards in Alexandria, and so did his predecessors before him, afraid of being overthrown by stronger wizards. I'd already known about this from my history readings back home. The Ptolemaic kingdom was where witch hunts actually began, although in a very low number, which the Roman Church later got inspired by. Most of the history was actually lost, but some facts did make their way through the harsh times of war and burning libraries. I bow, and say, I will be extremely grateful, High Mage. The woman nods, and walks towards me, still completely nude. She says, this one spell doesn't need any focus, so even you can cast it. I haven't taught it to anyone outside the royal mages, so do be grateful I'm doing so. I nod once again, not saying anything. Tatiana then holds her hand out, and says, first, I will show you how the spell feels, so that you may understand how difficult it is. Hold my hand. I look at her, and hesitantly ask, my lady. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, the woman holds my hand, forcefully pulling it towards herself. She then says, "You've already seen me naked, and you've taken more than a few peeks at my privates, commoner. Now, take a deep breath, and don't panic." And then, she twists on her feet, taking me with her through a narrow tube, and then, we appear on the other side of the room. Having expected it, I force myself to stumble, as I drop down on the ground, dry heaving. Holy crap, apparition was invented now, in this era. What the fuck did other wizards do then? Holy shit, I'm in the presence of the inventor of apparition. I look up, not needing to pretend to be astonished, amazed, awed, and ask, "What was that?" The woman turns her head away, her cheeks a bit darker, as she folds her hands under her breasts. Wow, she's cute. She doesn't care that she's nude in front of a literal stranger, but getting complimented on her accomplishments is what makes her blush. She sounds hesitant, as she says, "I haven't officially named it yet, but we call it emphanizomai and exophanizomai. So appearance and disappearance works well enough." Coughing a lot, to make it seem like I'm regaining my breath, I ask, "How do I learn?" "Wait. Why are you teaching me?" I could take it from her mind, but I've already taken a lot from there. Besides, I want to see if she'll actually tell me. Tatiana stares at me for a few seconds, and then says, "The Pharaoh is a dangerous man. He might not be a mage like you or I, but he has more power than both of us. If he finds out that age is inherently strong as you is in the city, he will become afraid. Afraid that you will plot with his enemies to overthrow him. And then, he will send us after you, to kill you." Pausing, she holds her hand over my cheek, and says, "You have promise, Athreos. You have the capability to become a strong mage of your own right, maybe even stronger than me, stronger than priest. Onuris, I do not the fear of one man let such promise go to waste. This spell will help you escape, if you do get found out." Well, this is nice. Tatiana does have morals. It seems killing so many people, innocents, has changed something within her. I just hope she doesn't try anything foolish. I nod, smiling in appreciation, as I hold my hand over her own hand on my cheek. Tatiana immediately takes a step back, blushing a bit, as she says, "Right. The spell. Focus within yourself, focus on where you want to be, and then tell your magic to take you there. Simple. Now you try." Well, this is better than the 3Ds that Twycross taught us. Turning my back towards Tatiana, I look at the door, and get a brilliant idea. I take a moment, pretending to focus on my first apparition, and squint my eyes at the door. Then, I whisper, "Take me next to the door, take me next to the door." All the while I can feel Tatiana's amusement, as she stares at me. And then, I twist around my feet in an exaggerated motion, as I disappear from my position. I reappear with a loud crack, high up in the air, and comically widen my eyes, as I start falling down. Tatiana sees me disappear from my position, and appear in the exact opposite direction of where I was saying I will go. She sees me appear above the still-filled bathtub, rose petals and all, and then with a splash, I fall in, sending water flying all around. I raise my head up from the bathtub, now completely soaking wet, and see Tatiana with her hand on her mouth, suppressing her laughter. As soon as I get up, causing water to drip from my clothes, Tatiana loses it and starts laughing loudly. I put my hand on the back of my head, as I step out of the bathtub. Ha 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 ha. Tatiana keeps laughing, her laughter floating through the air like a sweet melody, causing me to smile. She looks good when smiling, absolutely gorgeous. Finally, a minute after, Tatiana looks up at me, still chuckling, and says, "I'm impressed, Athreos, you succeeded in your first attempt. Although, your destination could use some practice." She once again chuckles, as she approaches me. Well, at least my plan to cheer her up a bit, while at the same time becoming somewhat her friend worked. Now just a foot away from me, Tatiana puts her hand on my head, and whispers, "Travix Nero," which causes all the water in my clothes, as well as on my body, to get pulled towards her hand. The water forms into a small orb, that Tatiana throws into the bathtub, sending the water back to the source, and making me completely dry. I smile at her, grateful, and Tatiana smiles back, looking up at me. as we unknowingly start closing the distance. We are just a few inches short of touching, and I raise my hands touching her on her cheeks. Tatiana closes her eyes, and opens her mouth a tad bit, allowing me to lay a small kiss on her lips. Tatiana reciprocates, leading to the best 5 minutes of my life in Ptolemaic Egypt. We just kissed, for 5 whole minutes, my hands on her cheeks, while her hands were on my hip. Finally, when we separate, Tatiana smiles widely, and whispers, "You should leave now, before anyone gets suspicious." I nod, kiss her lips once more, and say, "May we meet again, my lady Tatiana." Tatiana licks her lips, slowly, sensuously, and says, "We shall see, Athreos. Now, leave." I nod, and turn around, walking out the door. It was an impulsive kiss, for both of us. I never planned it, and she didn't either. She just wanted to give me a spell to escape, while I just wanted to make her smile for once. But, as I remember the taste of her lips, the taste of rose petals from the water she had bathed it, I can definitely say that I don't regret it. Damn it, I didn't want to make connections in the past, just in case I find a way back. But, it seems I subconsciously do crave some physical contact. Sigh, let's just go back to designing my house. A few days later, Master Onuris approaches me as I'm reading about Egyptian curses while munching on an apple, and says, "I will be leaving for the Temple of Osiris tonight. The High Priest has summoned me and all the other priests for a summit." I look up, my chewing stopping halfway, swallow the still solid apple, and ask, "What about the library?" Master Onuris says, "The library is secure enough, but I would appreciate it if you protect it when I'm gone. I know you're more capable than you like to show to anyone." "Don't worry, I'm not stronger than you," I dryly say, wondering if he too is afraid of me getting stronger. Master Onuris snorts, and says, "I am 500 years old, boy. If a 25-year-old could become as strong as I, then I wouldn't have been alive this long." Well, damn, I didn't know he was this old. I nod at him, a bit dumbfounded, and say, "Don't worry, Master Onuris. I'll protect the library." Nodding in satisfaction, Master Onuris starts walking out of the library, his staff tapping on the floor with each second step. This is the first time I'm seeing him actually leave the library. He even lives in a small apartment he carved for himself in the walls, magically expanding the walls to accommodate his every need. Shaking my head, I return to reading about the curse of the home die. A curse so bad, they never even used it. Flesh-eating beetles. No thank you. I'll stick to killing my enemies myself. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Intruders. Okay. Review replies. Hainbane. That oath was stupidity personified on my end, or at least the timing of it was. I had forgotten about his revenge plan against his dad, and wrote the oath in. It was too late to change that by then, so I went through with the oath actually breaking because of that. As for the house elves, the issue is not something I want to expand over yet. I'll only say this is an O. And Fanon's interpretation over how they need families, and that only Malfoys abuse their elves is not something I want to argue over much. Just read on and I hope you enjoy. T149. Man, I'm actually setting stuff up for that, don't worry. Necromancy 94. Nah, Mason won't have any kids in the past. Too much baggage. Kids will force him to stay there, make them immortal too, make their children immortal, and so on. Creating an entire country full of immortal wizards, all of whom belong to one big family. Jack 1 the box. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Mason won't encounter Apocalypse while in the past. The way I wrote his character, he will either die, or defeat Apocalypse and then destroy his body while Apocalypse is still unconscious. Either way, not something I want to happen. Sorry, Scyfly. He's Akasha. A literal flaming cat. He feels more connected to Noondus than dragons for now. But, he's not angry, he is angry. But the anger is pushed a bit to the side to NKS to his greed of getting the herb and vibranium. Actual Turtle 3. Akasha is a flaming cat. Look up Matabi from Naruto anime. Thank you all. Now read on. The first night after Master Onuris left was spent in relaxation. I just conjured a soft mattress for myself, and slept on it, after casting a Few wards around myself, and the library doors. But, the next morning, meaning now, I had realized something. I have no idea how long Master Onuris will be gone, and I cannot keep sleeping between bookshelves. Master Onuris had a room in the wall for himself, at the far end of the library. So, why not carve a similar room for myself? After drinking some warm milk, and freshening up in my small modest house, I returned to the magical library, and immediately get to work. The library stood as tall as 3 floors stacked on top of each other, with shelves lining the walls. Which is really weird if you don't count magic, since the magical library had only 1 floor to itself. Space expansion, baby. There were ladders, as well as balconies to reach those upper books, along with a few tables and chairs on each floor. Lengthwise, the library was as big as the Hogwarts library, with almost thrice as many books. But, considering that many of them were translations of the same books in Latin and Greek, one can say there were about as many books as the Hogwarts library. Original language, Greek, and Latin. That's how the books are stored, since not many people other than actual Egyptians actually spoke, or read Egyptian. The shelves were not always joined to each other, no. Since the shelves were divided by either subject or language, there were spaces of about 2 to 3 feet between some shelves. One such empty space contained the door to Master Onuris's room, which is warded beyond all belief. The only way to enter his room without dying or being cursed, is to be him, or be with him. Egyptian curses are a dangerous subject, and in the hands of a master, deadly. On the left wall, there was another such space, right between to the history and healing shelves, on the ground floor itself. Holding my hand up, I touched the wall, and cast a transfiguration spell to create an indent into the wall, just an inch deep. The spell made it so the rock wall was pushed inside an inch, in an area of 7 by 2.5 feet. Taking a deep breath, I focus within myself, and flex my palm once more, still touching the wall. With a slam, as if space itself was being stretched, the wall indent gets flown backwards, going about a dozen meters, and then stops. Space expansion is easy, when it is temporary. Any wizard can do it, if they have knowledge of the spells, and I learned the spells as light reading. The indent that was just an inch deep, now goes a dozen meters deep, more than enough for me. Unfortunately, it is still just 2.5 feet wide, and 7 feet high. Well, let's expand the room some more. Now standing in a small pseudo-apartment, with the dimensions being 40x 40x 10 cubic feet, I smile. This is more than enough. This is wonderful. The room was made permanent, or at least permanent, until I dispel all the invisible runes carved on the wall. The apartment had a bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a toilet. With everything made out of transfigured stuff. Permanent enchantments could conjure water in a shower head, or even get rid of the water in the bathtub. They also helped in rid of whatever I drop in the toilet, disintegrating it into non-existence. The kitchen just had a runic stove, a few water containers, and some of the spices that I had bought before. The rest, I can bring through short trips. I cannot leave the library alone for a long time, since Master Onuris did leave me in charge. The room was also enchanted to give me temperature control, while an enchanted Lumos orb stood high up to provide light. Other needs were also similarly taken care of by my magic, like oxygen, bed, etc. There was a door now, where the wall once stood, leading outside to the library. The door was enchanted to look and feel like normal stone, for anyone not me. From the inside, I could also use an enchantment on the wall to see whatever is happening outside, by making the door transparent from my side. All of this took just a couple hours of my morning. I hear the soft bell go off once more, telling me that the royal mages were here once again. Wonder if it's just Tatiana, or the entire party. Exiting my small apartment, I lock the door, and cast the ward to make it less noticeable. And then, I walk past 3 shelves standing in the middle of the room, and stand in the position Master Onuris has last taken, my hands held in front of me, completely visible, facing the door. Within a minute, the door opens, letting in the 7 members of the royal mages. Tatiana stops, as the other members go towards the shelves, and asks, "Where is Priest Onuris?" I keep my head down, and answer, Master Onuris has gone to a summit at the Temple of Osiris, High Mage. He did not inform me as to when he will be back, but he left me in charge of the library in the meanwhile. Tatiana frowns, and asks, how well can you translate Sanskrit? I smile, and say, I am fluent, High Mage. Tatiana nods, and waves her hand, conjuring 3 Sanskrit books on the table. She then says, I will be back for the translations on the 7th day, keep them ready. I nod, and keep smiling. Tatiana stares at me for a moment, and then has a noticeable twitch on her lips, her smile coming on her face. Turning away from me, she joins her fellow mages at the shelves, as they copy a few books for their collection. And then, barely 5 minutes after they came in, the royal mages leave, taking some books on enchantments and battle magics with them. Of course, they just took copies of the books. The originals should always remain in the library, that is the law. The next few days are spent in translating the Sanskrit books into Greek and Latin. I keep the original Sanskrit books in the shelves, while also keeping a set of copied translations with them. The books were interesting, the subject being enchantment, weapon forging, and Kalaripayattu, a martial art from South India. It'll surely be interesting to learn these subjects, implementing them to my already impressive list of talents. Modesty, a trait I also need to learn. On the 6th night, however, something happens. Something mildly annoying, as well as interesting. I was asleep, or my body was, inside my hidden room, while my astral form was reading a journal of an old alchemist, someone who died at the age of 220. Just before he could succeed in the invention of the Philosopher's Stone. The rituals in this book are very interesting, well written. There were alchemical rituals to merge 2 metals into a single metal. Different rituals depending on the magical properties of the metals, and this man had invented them to create something more than a simple alloy. The end result is more than the mixture, with magical properties that might or might not belong to the parent metals. But, I still have 2 years before I can take part in any ritual. I was keeping count, while I was reading the book, leisurely laying down on empty air. The ghost of the book held in my hand, I see the door open. Since I didn't hear the bell ringing, nor did I get any warning, I understood that someone had sneaked in using magic. As the door opens completely, 7 people enter, all with their wands and staffs extended. 2 of them were witches while 5 were wizards. 3 of them, including one of the witches, were wielding staffs, and were dark-skinned Africans. The other 4 were all wielding wands, 2 of them Greek, and 2 Romans, I could tell from their skin tones. All of them, however, wore gold earrings, m.8 in the same style that the royal mages wore, which prevented their minds from being penetrated. While the enchantments were not uncommon, the shape of the earrings was unique for the royal mages. Master Onuris's earrings were large, covering his entire ears. Tatiana's were also big, but they dangled down her ear from her earlobe. The other royal mages, however, had earrings that were small, and looked like thumbtack pins. These intruders wore earrings similar to that. Are you sure he's not here? One of the Greek men asks, pointing his wand in every direction. The Egyptian men grunt, as one of them answers in a low-pitched voice. The Temple of Osiris is holding a summit, and the old man is there. And what of the other mage? The scholar. The same Greek man asks, as they start casting detection spells. Thankfully, I'd made sure to protect my room for such spells using hieroglyphs. The other Egyptian man says, our employer was very clear, Formos. The other man is an untrained mage, with no magical focus. He is not a threat, so if you see him, feel free to kill away. The Egyptian witch comes forward, and taps her staff on the ground a few times. As she does so, a few Egyptian symbols light up on the walls, showing the enchantments that the library was protected by. The woman raises her staff, and fires a condensed ball of magic out of the staff head. The ball of magic flies towards a single symbol, and causes it to light up in flames. Shit, they just destroyed the flame protection enchantment. The woman turns towards the others, and says, our job is clear, make sure all the books are burned completely. I don't need a woman to tell me what to do. One of the Romans says, as he starts walking towards the shelves in the back. Okay, I've seen enough. With a snap, I fly back into my own body. and open my eyes. I apparate back into the library, right behind the Egyptian witch, and tap her head. Thanks to the stupefy spell my hand was charged with, she immediately drops down, unconscious. I apparate away as soon as she starts dropping down, and go behind the other Egyptians, the two wizards who had stayed together. They had their staffs pointed towards the witch, where I just was. With a spell on their tongues. I don't give them the opportunity, however, and stun them both with 2 taps. I apparate away, and see 2 spells pass by my previous location, that splash harmlessly on the shelves. Making me sigh a bit in relief. The only enchantment they had taken down was the anti-flames enchantment. The library was still protected from offensive spells that don't create flames. Within half a minute, I have all the 7 witches and wizards stunned unconscious, without too much of an effort on my side, or too much resistance from theirs. One by one, I take the earrings off of their ears. And store them in the nowhere. I'll study the enchantments later, to see if I can find out exactly how they work. But first, let's see who hired these bastards. And bitches, let's not forget the 2 witches. What the fuck happened in here? I hear a familiar voice ask, as I come out of the mind of my last victim. I was sitting next to the man, with my hands touching his forehead for smoother experience. I look up, at Tatiana, and see her observing the downed people, and me standing over them. I say, these wonderful mages here sneaked into the library, using an enchanted artifact to stay undetected by the library's wards, in the hopes of burning the library down. Tatiana raises her eyebrow, and I feel her being impressed with me despite her still wearing the earrings. She then asks, and how did one untrained mage defeat 7, all of whom had wands and staffs? I smirk, thankful at not having to lie, and say, I was awake, heard them walk in and talk. And I used the spell you taught me to sneak attack all of them. I appeared behind each person, stunned them with a simple spell, making it quick so they don't get the opportunity to defend themselves. Tatiana blinks, and asks, you defeated 7 people by using just 2 spells. She then looks me up and down, and nods to herself. She mumbles, Zeus, I'm impressed even more. Shaking her head, she waves her hand. Lifting all the 7 people up into the air, she says, I will take them to the prisons. They dared to attack the property of the pharaoh. The punishment, obviously, is public execution. I point at their weapons, wands and staffs, that were still fallen on the ground, and ask, what do I do with that? Tatiana smirks, and says, you don't have a focus, right? See if one of them suits you. Otherwise burn them, I don't care. When I come back, you can tell me what you found in their minds. This causes me to wince visibly, because of course she realized what I was doing. I nod at her, and sigh, as I see her walk out without another word. The magical focuses, meanwhile, I store in the nowhere. I'm not going to use someone else's staff, or a wand. But, studying them, will allow me to make my own staff and wand better. Almost 5 minutes later, Tatiana returns to the library, once again through the door. While apparition is possible inside, you can't do it from outside the library. You also can't disapparate from the library. Instead of preventing the process of apparition completely, since the spell isn't that famous yet, the wards just prevent anyone from magically appearing or disappearing from the room. Even portals cannot be formed from inside the library to outside. While Tatiana was gone, I had fixed the wards in the library, replacing the hieroglyph YPH that the Egyptian witch had destroyed, and reconnecting the symbols with each other. As soon as she enters, seeing me at the desk, she plops down on a chair, and stares at me. For a minute, she just stares, all the while I stare back. Her thoughts unavailable to me right now. She then says, so, you're more trained than you like to show. Her statement was factual, but I know that she was just guessing that. She knows I can apparate like her, just 10 days after she had taught it to me, that I can stun people into unconsciousness, and that I can get into people's minds. Or at least, she can. OWS I can get into the minds of unconscious people. Nodding, I say, I know a few tricks, I practice my magic a lot, you know. Why did you lie then? Tatiana asks, sounding a bit hurt, and angry, although she tried to hide it. I sigh, and say, I never lied. And that's a lie. I don't actually have a wand, or a staff, but I learned during my travels, and my studies in the library, to use my magic without any focus. Tatiana waves her hand, and says, most mages learn to use magic without a focus. What kind of mage depends on wood to cast all their spells? No, you lied about your capabilities. You didn't tell me how good you were at using magic. But, I suppose I should have realized it, your magic was too strong to be untrained. I nod, accepting that. But I wonder what she will say when she learns that most wizards in the future depend on wands to cast magic. She then asks, well, what else can you do? And are you a spy? I lean back, resting my back on the chair, and say, I told you this when we first met, Tatiana. I am not a spy, my only goal is to learn. I don't like to seek attention, and so, I pretend to be weak, that is all. As for what I can do, there's a lot. Maybe someday, I will show you. When we get the time and opportunity. If she wants to take me in, I'll have to disappear, flee after defeating her. She's a strong witch, probably just a bit weaker than Dumbledore or I. But I have a lot more tricks up my sleeve than her, and I know I can knock her out, erase her memories and escape within 5 minutes. Tatiana sighs, rubbing her forehead. She says, Zeus, you're lucky I like you. She then looks at me, and says, look me in the eyes, and tell me. Do you intend to harm the pharaoh or his family? I stare at her beautiful brown eyes, and say, no, I don't intend him any harm. I don't rightly care about the pharaoh. He can do whatever he wants, I just want to learn magic. Nodding, Tatiana asks, do you intend to steal the knowledge from the Royal Mages' library? Still staring straight, I say, no, I don't. I have this impressive library all to myself, why would I steal from 7 strong mages? Well, that's definitely a lie. While I won't steal from them immediately, or as long as Tatiana is the High Mage, I will. Later, Tatiana narrows her eyes, a bit suspicious. But I've mastered the art of lying completely. Controlling my heartbeat was easy thanks to the training of the Kuranin, which I've practiced a bit. 2 more years, before I can completely merge all those memories with my body and my mind. Note to self, check the ritual once again. See if I can find a way to negate the emotional components from the memories. I don't want to become loyal to the hand, or turn into an experimental genius geneticist. Tatiana says, fine, I believe you. But I will be keeping an eye on you. Now, what did you find in their minds? Sighing in relief, I say, they were hired by someone, whose name they didn't know. His face was hidden by a cloak at all times. And I don't even know if it was a mage or not. I just know that they were approached by him in the vegetable market behind the palace. They received 100 silver coins each, just to burn the library down. So, they don't even know who it is, or why he did it. Great, Tatiana says, rubbing her forehead. Nodding, I say, we know it is someone rich, someone who knew Master Onuris would be gone. So, I'm guessing someone who has connections in the palace. Tatiana nods, and then shakes her head. She says, forget it, the royal mages will deal with it. On to a more serious matter. Us. Yes, I ask, leaning forward with a smile. You're attractive, and you're strong too. That appeals to me, but anything we do has a risk of making an enemy out of the pharaoh. And he might not be a mage, but he is the most powerful person in the realm. Tatiana says, looking away from me. I slowly raise my hand, and caress her face. Turning her head gently, to have her look towards me once again, I softly ask, and what do you want? Tatiana stares at me, for a minute. Both of us say nothing, as we keep staring. And then, she says, fuck it. And with the wave of her hand, the table slides away, as she jumps on top of me. Her lips meeting mine. For a minute, we keep kissing, our hands roaming each other's bodies, as she grinds on top of me. Separating for a bit, she says, I am still pissed at your deceit. But you don't seem like the person to purposefully lie. Also, you're good looking. Now, take me. I just nod, and lift her up. As I begin taking off her clothes, while walking towards my hidden room, I say, as you wish. My lady. Nodding in satisfaction, Tatiana returns her lips to mine, and keeps kissing me. The next morning, after Tatiana left for the palace, I begin doing Sommet. Hing that I believed was extremely necessary. Copying the library down. It won't be instantaneous, and it will take a whole lot of time. But it is needed to protect the knowledge here. The library is protected from flames, lightning, as well as magical attacks, usually. The library also harshly discouraged prospective thieves, by way of illusions in the dark path, or by way of fear inducement. That is what is supposed to happen. Yes, these attacking wizards had an artifact in their possession, that is now in the nowhere, that allowed them to sneak in even through the magical protections. He knew exactly how to make the magical protections visible to the naked eye, and they knew how to destroy a single protection ward. Which means, whoever hired them was once a student here, and not recently. He also knew a lot about the library. And this might not be the last time he tries something. Taking a dagger out of nowhere, I kneel down near the door, and get to work on carving alchemical symbols. Time to start copying the library down. What do you think you're doing? A menacing voice asks, as I feel something touching the back of my head. Damn, I was so focused on carving the symbols on the ground that I didn't even see him come in. I slowly raise my hands, and say, check the enchantments on the library, you'll see something you won't like. I'm already seeing something I don't like. You're desecrating the library. Master Onuris hisses out, his staff still held behind my head. I immediately apparate from my position near the third or so shelf, appearing near the door, with my hands folded. Master Onuris walks from the middle of those shelves, and points his staff at me, but doesn't attack, seeing me not even try to fight. I say, I am trying to ensure the knowledge remains protected. Now, check the enchantments, Master Onuris. Master Onuris keeps his staff pointed at me for a while, and I just stare at him. If there is a battle, he will win, even if I use sorcery or telekinesis. He's just that strong, I know. Our battle will be long, drawn out, but he will win. He's stayed in the magical library of Alexandria for centuries, and has read every book that came through here. He's probably the most knowledgeable wizard currently around. But I have a lot more methods of escaping, not to forget my island to hide out on. It doesn't come to that, however, as Master Onuris slowly lowers his staff and taps the floor with its butt. The ground ripples, as a wave of magic is emitted out of the staff, and the wall hieroglyphs become visible once again. All of he symbols on the wall glowed white in color, many of them connected with a few lines or squiggles. One single symbol, however, an hieroglyph denoting a flaming torch, was in another color, yellow. When the witch had burnt the symbol, it had turned black, and when I repaired it, I expected it to turn white once again. Unfortunately, while it did repair the ward, the symbol was in a different color to show that it had been repaired by someone not the master of the wards. What? Who did that? Master Onuris asks, as he looks at it, first whispering in horror, and then in anger. I tell him about the attack yesterday, and about my suspicions, leaving out the fact that Tatiana and I fucked. I say, I understood that the person who hired them was knowledgeable about the library, and so, I wanted to protect the knowledge. Pausing, I puff my chest up a bit, proud of my accomplishment, and explain, the alchemical spell I'm carving on the ground will take all the knowledge within these four walls, and store it somewhere else. Temporarily. Then, whenever I want to bring the knowledge out, I need to carve a second spell wherever the destination is. I really was proud of it. Instantaneously copy and paste knowledge from one location to another. Well, not entirely instantaneous. The knowledge absorption will take around a month or so to completely store all knowledge. The second SPL will take a decade to create all the necessary books out of nothing. Transmutation, on such a large scale, cannot happen immediately without some sort of power source, like the Philosopher's Stone, which I most definitely don't have. It takes time to transmute books, fill them with knowledge in the correct spots, and doing it all in the right sequence. Master Onuris sighs, as he sits down on his chair, tiredly. He says, in the last century itself, there have been dozens of scholars that used the library. Some are still here, some left for their countries, and most of them are dead. I can't think of anyone that would want to burn the library that's still alive. I nod, and say, I know, it's a long shot. But I didn't want to take the risk that the person succeeds. If not now, then later, he might try again and again. And so, I point towards the symbols covering the ground all around us. I was around halfway done, 4 hours after I had begun, and the front part of the library was completely covered in carved symbols. The part beyond the shelves, that were kept in the middle of the room, was still blank. Nodding, Master Onuris says, "Yes. I understand why you're doing it." Sighing, he points his staff at the burned-out hieroglyph, and shoots a blast of magic at it. The sun glows white once again, now fully repaired. He then turns towards me, and says, "As much as it pains me to say this, continue with your work, but do know this, if you try to harm the library, I am the librarian who you will have to face." I look at him incredulously, and say, "I would sooner die than harm the library. I love knowledge too much to see it disappear." Master Onuris nods, and starts walking towards his room. He then stops, and snaps his head towards the wall, staring right at the invisible, undetectable door that leads to my room. He slowly turns his head towards me, scowling, and I immediately defend myself and say, "What was I even supposed to do? Sleep, eat and shit near the books?" Master Onuris sniffs, and starts walking once again. His back turned towards me, he leaves a departing order, and says, "Document what you're doing, Athreos." Such intricate knowledge of Kima shouldn't disappear either. I sigh, as he walks out. Thank God I got permission from him. I'm basically stealing all the knowledge here, but the difference is, I'm not leaving the library without the knowledge. I'm basically doing the same as the royal mages do, copy the books. Only, I'm doing it on a larger scale. Let's just hope the library stays intact for at least 1 more month. The next day, after the alchemical spell has begun its work, I leave for the sanctuary. It'll take a month for the spell to work completely, but I won't need to be there during that time. Besides, Master Onuris can protect the library better than I can. Meanwhile, I need to do something else. I need to build a castle for myself. I was actually going to just build a simple wooden house, but then I thought, will the house stay intact for 2,000 more years? Probably not, even with all the spells all cast. So, my plans were changed to a stone house. And I did plan to limit it to a house. But then, I wanted to add a library. Then a potions lab, then an alchemy lab, then a ritual chamber, an isolated practice room, a dungeon with prison cells, just in case, and of course, greenhouses. One by one, rooms kept getting added to my plan of building a house, and now, it is a very small castle. If I want the castle to live through the 2,000 years, and still stay completely intact when I go back to my time, then I need to build it to be as unexpanded as possible. Gods, if only I had the resurrection stone right now, I would have called the dwarven ghosts or something. And no way I'm bringing anyone I don't completely trust here. So, I'm doing it myself. Thank God there are spells for that. Holding the Elder Wand in my right hand, I raise both my hands into the air. I was standing a few meters away from the spot where the basilisk heartstone was buried. I was going to build the castle right over the central heartstone, so that I can bind the castle wards to it. Taking a deep breath, I twirl my wand in my hand, and begin. Slowly, earth starts getting dug in, to give way to the foundation of the castle. This is going to take a few hours, I think. 2 days later, as I was in the library reading through the curses once again, the bell sounds once again, as a minute later Tatiana enters the library. Her face was grim, as she immediately approaches me to the curiosity of Master Onuris. She stops before me, and says, "I need your help." "What happened?" I ask, closing the book and placing it back in the shelf. Tatiana says, "The people you caught. They're dead, they died 2 days ago. Before they could even be presented to the pharaoh. You were inside their minds, you've seen what the person who hired them looks like. I need you to guide me to him." Sighing, I nod, and say, "Of course, High Mage." I turn towards Master Onuris, and he just nods, saying nothing. Well, time to track down a traitor to the kingdom. I'd just like to remind you all that the MC's name is Mason, not Harry. And while he's currently known as Athreos, to the Alexandrians, he is still the same Mason. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. The Dark Mage. For ease of narration, This whole chapter is in Tatiana's POV. Because the battle will be more focused on her. There's a short part with Mason's POV, but that's not that important. Sorry, once again, and enjoy the chapter. Tatiana leads Athreos outside the library, both of them staying silent. This was a serious matter, not one where she could relax as if she is within friends. Aslo, she doesn't want anyone to know that she and Athreos are friends. She doesn't know what they are. She liked him, sure, and he was not exceedingly ugly either. And he is a strong mage. What else could she ask for? Once outside the library building, the pair are met by the other 6 royal mages, who had waited outside on Tatiana's orders. Leading the seemingly demure man named Athreos towards them, Tatiana nods at her subordinates to join them. Tatiana turns towards Athreos, and asks, "So, what did the man look like? And where did the people meet him?" She had told the royal mages that Athreos is a natural at offensive mind magics, a mind walker, as they're called. He didn't need to use spells to mind walk, but he didn't have much control over it. In addition, the enchanted earrings that protected their minds from purposeful mind walking also saved them from his accidental mind walking. Or so she cooked up, never knowing how right she was. So it was that the royal mages knew that Athreos had been inside the prisoners' minds, seen some of their memories. Athreos takes a moment to think, as all 7 people stare at him in expectation, and says, his skin was a bit light, but not too light. So definitely of the Greek descent. His face was covered by a cloak at all times. So I don't know exactly how he looks. The weirdest thing about him would be the fact that he wore a full black cloak that left just his hands and feet naked. They met, as I said, in the market behind the palace. A black cloak in an atmosphere this hot. It is weird, as he said. Tatiana thinks to herself. Tatiana exchanges a look with the other mages, and says, that isn't going to be any help to us. Let's go to the market. We'll see if we find anyone similar, or plan our next move then. The royal mages surround the seemingly helpless untrained mage, and their leader, with 2 staying at the back, 2 at the front. And 1 on each side. This way, if anyone attacks them, the royal mages can protect the witness, as well as their leader with their own bodies and lives. It is how Tatiana was trained. And it is how she trained these new men. Defend the pharaoh first, then his family, then the high mage, and then yourself. Civilians, of course, are not a priority. Once they reach the market behind the palace, Tatiana realizes that this won't be as quick a search as she had hoped. The market was huge, in a word. It covered the entire back wall of the palace, as well as the library which was right next to it. Stopping once at the center of the market, she turns towards her men, and says, "We should split up, so that we may cover more ground. Form pairs, and go in the north, west, and south directions. I will take the commoner east with me, I don't trust him completely." At each direction, she points at 2 people, making them nod in understanding. As the 6 PLE disappear into their respective directions, Athreos looks at Tatiana, a faux offended look on his face. Tatiana just rolls her eyes, as she leads him through the east side of the market. She says, "I would rather not let it be known that we are anything but acquaintances, Athreos. Our relationship is better remained unknown." She didn't want the pharaoh to go after Athreos, just because she slept with him one time. And people got to know about it. She also didn't want the pharaoh to look too closely at her lover, because then he will realize that Athreos is a mage in need of training, and before she knows it, Athreos will be one of the royal mages, sworn to protect the pharaoh. Are dead. No, she will keep it a secret as long as possible. Tatiana, Athreos whispers, about a minute after starting their search. As Tatiana turns her head towards him in question, he asks, "How did the men die?" "Because I doubt you left them unguarded." Tatiana glances behind for a second, frowning in frustration, and says, "That's the problem. We don't know." It was as if the years had been sucked out of their bodies. Their bodies had been aged up to at least 100 years when we found them. The guards that were responsible for guarding the prisons were all dead, also aged up. No one saw anything suspicious, and those that did, weren't left alive. Tatiana knew quite a lot of curses that could cause items, and people, to age up quickly, giving them a death by old age within seconds. But none of those spells had a purpose beyond killing. And this massacre had a purpose beyond just getting rid of witnesses. The killer needed to kill them, for some reason, but she didn't know what. For a few minutes they both stay silent, looking around for any person wearing a black cloak. Suddenly though, Tatiana stops, causing Athreos to almost crash into her, and stares at her arm. Her hand had 6 bangles around them, tightly fit around her wrists. 2 of the bangles, one on each hand, were glowing orange, and heating up. She could feel the warmth of the glowing bangles on her arm, but it wasn't hot enough to harm her. She hears Athreos ask, "What is it?" Already hearing the concern in his voice without even turning around. Tatiana scowls, still staring at the bangles, and says, "Each of us royal mages wears 6 bangles like this, and a single piercing in our navel. The 6 bangles are connect D to the navel piercings of each of the remaining mages, to allow us to know when one of us is in pain, or dies. The orange glow means that they are injured." Tatiana had invented these enchanted objects herself, after she was forced to become the High Mage at the very young age of 14. Despite being the youngest of the royal mages of that time, Tatiana was also the strongest, thanks to her training in the library and under her master, the previous High Mage. And so, after the pharaoh bedded her the first time, she was forced to lead the royal mages to care for their lives. When the previous royal mages died out in one battle or another, Tatiana created these bangles and the navel piercings to allow her to keep track of her mages. Alas, she is now forced to wait and watch as the bangle glows orange, unable to do anything. Athreos then wonders out loud, is there a way to track down where they are? Tatiana shakes her head, frustrated that she didn't think about this, and says, "The only time we can track other mages down is if the bangles go from orange to brown to black within a single second, and then the 2 bangles break down, turning to dust." Tatiana clenches her fists, as her wrists burn a little, and continues, "Dead. Let's go. We don't have much time." She could feel where the deaths had happened, and thankfully, both the deaths had occurred at the same place. She will mourn her subordinates later, but first, she needs to avenge them. And then, holding Athreos's hand tightly, Tatiana apparates them away, taking him to the location she was sensing, knowing that the others will be coming here soon. As soon as they appear out of the tunnel, Athreos clenches his fists in anger, his hand still holding hers. As Tatiana glances at him, she finds that Athreos was glaring at to her right in anger, his nose twitching as if he had smelled something exceedingly unpleasant. She decides to ask him about it later. Tatiana turns her head, dropping Athreos's hand, and scowls, seeing the dead bodies of her subordinate royal mages. Both of them were now old, aged up till they died. Standing above them was a man wearing a black robe, holding a staff in his left hand, made of some white-colored wood, with a skull on its head. "So, you're the one who hired the mages to destroy the library, and then killed them when they failed. In the name of the pharaoh, I order you to surrender. Resist, and, well, please resist," Tatiana says, at the same time that the 4 remaining royal mages appear around the man, surrounding him. His face was still hidden by the cowl, but his arms were a bit more open now, showing his forearms to all. Beside him, cowering from everyone there, was the surprising sight of an elf, wearing just a single piece of cloth that hung on its shoulder. The crowd was parted, and already many people were fleeing after seeing the royal mages there. Some, however, seemed to be quite used to seeing such occurrences, and had stayed to watch. Morons, Tatiana thinks. She could feel Athreos glaring at the man. No, his staff. Something about the staff offended the man, and Tatiana was sure he won't explain it if she doesn't ask. He couldn't feel anything wrong about the staff, anything that might offend any mage. Well, the skull might, but it is the sign of an obvious necromancer. Necromancy is not something uncommon in Misr, and even in Alexandria. There are dozens of necromancers in the temple of Osiris itself, not to forget those in the temple of Anubis. And Athreos didn't seem like someone who doesn't like necromancers, since she had actually seen a necromancy book in his room that night, when they had slept together. The cloaked man, to no one's surprise, doesn't surrender, and instead chuckles. His staff hand twitches, and Tatiana immediately pulls Athreos behind her. She raises her hand, casting a wandless shield in front of them. She does it just in time, as a gray wave of smoke was let out by the man's staff, speeding towards them. With a gong, the wave of dark magic hits the shield, sending her skidding backwards a bit. The shield holds, but she could feel the magic of the man's attack breaking the shield. She could see that the man hadn't just attacked her, but he had attacked all 6 of them at once, with the wave of dark magic. Crack! The wave of magic was causing the shield to crack, the force too much for the shields to handle. If she tries to disappear, the shield will break before she can escape. Fortunately, she doesn't need to do anything. She feels a hand land on her shoulder, as she is forcefully dragged into the familiar tunnel of apparition, letting the dark magic slam into the ground. Tatiana pants, as Athreos and her appear out of the tunnel, and she sees the dark magic strike 2 of the other royal mages. The remaining 2 having apparated just like them. When the magic touches the wizards, they start growing old right in front of her eyes, as the gray wave of magic returns to the attacking wizard. Now with a bit of silver within it. So, she was right. There was an actual purpose behind aging these people up. He was stealing the life force of the ones he attacked with a necromantic spell. But it seems there aren't any other benefits to that, just an increased lifespan. Athreos taps her shoulder once, and she feels something being stuck on her hip, right over her butt. It was a dagger in its sheath. She could feel. Before she can ask what that is, for Athreos whispers, "If you get the opportunity, stab this into the staff head. Don't ask questions, not yet, just trust me." Tatiana gives him a look, but nods, hiding the dagger in its sheath from sight, using illusions. She will most definitely ask him questions later, she needs to. "Of course, you survived," the man says, immediately making Tatiana freeze. She recognized his voice, but that is not possible. It's not possible for him to be here, alive and well. She had seen him die, seen all signs of his soul leave his body. Horrified, Tatiana whispers, "That's impossible. You're dead. I saw you die with my own eyes." The man chuckles, and says, "Of course you did, my love. But there are some things that I had kept secret from all. Even you. One of them allowed me to return from death." Tatiana, who had remained frozen for a second, finally shakes her head. She loudly says, "No matter, I will kill you again, and again. Until you remain dead." Turning towards the other mages, who had joined her, she looks Athreos in the eye, and says, "Do not try to fight him, he is a dangerous enemy. You will only get in the way." Athreos frowns, obviously displeased, as another one of the royal mages asks, "Do you know this man, High Mage?" Scoffing, Tatiana says, "I know him. Of course I do. He's the one that taught me almost everything I know. He was the last High Mage, Lord Herpo, who was supposed to have died 10 years ago. Herpo had found her in the library of Alexandria, studying magic. Under the vigilant eyes of priest Onuris. At the age of 9, he took her from the library, as an apprentice. And then, when she was strong enough, Herpo turned her into his bed. She was just 11 when it happened. As if that wasn't enough, Herpo then offered her to the pharaoh, hinting at Tatiana that he wanted her to spy on the pharaoh, to fulfill his every wish until Herpo says not to. Tatiana already hated Herpo, hated the pharaoh, hated her life, and when the pharaoh first took her, her anger knew no bounds. She concocted a poisonous potion, one she had found in the Royal Mage Library, and fed it to Herpo. He never expected it, and he died. The priests of Osiris that took his body away confirmed that he had died, and took him away for the final rites. And now, he was back, somehow. Back from the dead. She wanted to kill the pharaoh too, but she didn't believe herself ready to die, or even keep hiding from the Magi yet. And so, she left him alone. If he is the last royal mage, why is he attacking us? The same mage asks, causing Tatiana to look a bit uncomfortable. She didn't want anyone to know that she had killed him just to get away from his hands. She says, "Who knows what his reasons are? He has already killed 2 of our fellow mages. That is a crime punishable by death, in and of itself." We can ask him questions after we have captured him. The mage nods, and turns towards Athreos. He orders, "Leave now while you still have the chance, commoner. Your task is done. The battle is going to get a bit violent." Tatiana notices, however, that Athreos hadn't moved his eye away from her Poe, making her turn her head towards the man herself. He had remained strangely still, not attacking them while they spoke. It is then that Tatiana notices it. His hand was moving discreetly, in very small motions. Seeing his hand stop, she widens her eyes, and immediately yells, "Scatter!" Immediately, all 4 of the remaining mages apparate away, Athreos holding on to her hand once again. He brings them to the top of a nearby house, and she sees the spot they were just in get destroyed, without any hint of the cause. The spell was so deadly, that everything in the space they were standing in was destroyed, with just a deep crater in the place. Tatiana turns towards Athreos, about to yell at him about forcefully taking her away, when he whispers, "I didn't want anyone to know. You taught me the spell. This way, they will think that you brought us here, wanting to save a civilian." Tatiana nods, accepting the answer, and says, "Stay here, Athreos. Her Poe is a dangerous man, and he won't hesitate to capture you to threaten me." Athreos nods, looking a bit concerned. And he should be, even she wasn't sure she could take her Poe down herself. He says, "Take care, I owe you some answers that you won't get if you die." Smiling softly, Tatiana disappears from the rooftop, and appears on the ground. Tatiana, and the 2 remaining royal mages were now surrounding her Poe, their wands now in their hands. He turns around, keeping his eyes on Tatiana, and says, "You've learned some new tricks, I see. Teleportation without the need of long drawn-out spells. But is it fast enough?" He then slams his staff on the ground, sending 3 blasts of dark magic towards the 3 royal mages. All 3 of them cast shields, and this time, they succeed in blocking the spells completely. Tatiana doesn't take long to recover, and shoots wild flames out of her wand, keeping her left hand raised to keep the flames focused. At the same time, the 2 other mages shoot 2 different curses at the dark mage. One she recognizes to be a flaying curse, and the other a bone-summoning curse. Her Poe just waves his staff, allowing the flaying curse to hit his staff's skull harmlessly, while the bone-summoning curse is slammed away by the staff's wood. For Tatiana's flames, he stops them with his right hand, wandlessly creating a vacuum sphere to snuff them out. Tatiana is shocked by the fact that her subordinates' curses had no effect on the staff. They should have at least harmed them a little, but it was as if the spells had hit nothing. As the 2 wizards pull their wands back to cast more spells, her Poe just glances at them once. Immediately, a force of magic hits them in their guts, sending them flying away into a house. The men get knocked out, bleeding from their heads before she can even move. Tatiana glances at her soldiers, a bit morose at not being able to do anything to save them, but turns towards her Poe, who had his attention on her. Tatiana sees Athreos, who was sitting on the rooftop, still move a little, his face showing her exactly what he wanted to do. In answer, she just glares at him. Whether he believes her unable to save herself or whether he believed her Poe too dangerous to let her face him alone, she was not some damsel in distress. She was not some delicate flower that needed rescuing. Her Poe was her enemy, she made him the enemy, and while she doesn't regret it at all, she wants to kill him herself. Athreos nods with a sigh, as he sits back down, her message having reached. "Do not interfere, this is personal," she wanted to say to him, without saying any words. Internally sighing in relief, once she sees Athreos refrain from attacking, Tatiana brings her attention back to her enemy, who was observing her it seems. He probably did not notice the small exchange she just had with Athreos, or he would have spoken up about that. "Why did you kill me?" he asks, after a few seconds of just intense staring. Glaring at him hatefully, Tatiana says, "Why would I not kill you? You groomed me to be your mistress, trained me only enough to always be weaker than you, and you dared to offer me to the pharaoh as a concubine." Her Poe scoffs, and says, "You're a woman. Your position was always going to be beneath me. And you were about the right age to become my mistress, a bit older for my tastes, but I wanted you to be perfectly grown first. Considering she was just 11 when she was first bedded by this monster, and 13 when she was offered to the pharaoh, Tatiana was not in agreement with his words. Tatiana simply points her wand at her Po, and yells, Apiros Ponos. Translation: Infinite pain. When the spell that shows itself as a white-colored lightning touches a person, be it skin or clothes, it causes their entire body to start hurting. Every body part goes through an infinite amount of pain, for a few seconds. Of course, the spell has limits. A strong enough shield can stop the spell, not to forget actually physical barriers. As well, the degree of pain the victim goes through is dependent on the strength of the mage casting it. Herpo waves his hand, summoning one of the observing civilians in the way of the curse. Tatiana, saying this immediately stops the curse, but it does get stuck for a second. Ache. The woman gasps, as she drops down on the ground, convulsing from the pain, unable to say anything else. Just a single touch is enough for anyone to go through infinite white-hot pain to stab into them, and it will stay for 10 seconds in the least. The woman wasn't made of any better material than flesh and blood. What kind of idiot stays when two mages are fighting? She thinks, frowning at the idiocy of the rabble. Herpo points his hand at the woman, his hand turning a dark gray, but before he can do whatever he was aiming for, the woman gets pulled away by a force of magic. She glances up at the building, where she knows Athreos is, and finds him just standing there. But she somehow knew that it was Athreos that saved the woman from the same fate as the other aged-up people. I need to see exactly how good he is at magic before I sleep with him next. Tatiana thinks, mentally thanking Athreos for saving the moronic woman, while also wondering what else he's hiding. Herpo glances at Athreos too, causing Tatiana to take a step forward in aggression, which Herpo doesn't miss. He mews. Tave known that there aren't any other mages around, and immediately suspected him. He turns back towards Tatiana, and says, seriously, you had the choice of 6 royal mages, dozens of Egyptian priests, and you chose him. Untrained commoner. Or maybe he just saw her looking at him. Tatiana doesn't grace that with an answer, since she herself didn't know what attracted her to Athreos. She just was. Instead, she asks, how did you come back to life, Herpo? I saw the priests of Osiris do the rites on your body, I saw them check for any signs of life. Herpo chuckles, and says, Herpo, I remember the day when you used to kiss my feet every day in thanks to our lessons, calling me master. He then shakes his head, seeing no reaction from Tatiana or the commoner, and says, it took me a lot of time and efforts to gain this much strength, but as you can see, I still need to steal decades from others, so I can live a few more years. So that's why he sucked the life out of these people. He's still not strong enough to stay here indefinitely. How did he come back from the dead though? Is it related to that skull of his, and why Athreos asked me to destroy it? Tatiana wonders, her head not even moving towards the staff. If it is the source of his seeming immortality, then she didn't want to tip her hand too soon. She didn't want him to become suspicious. Tatiana cracks her neck, and says, very well, don't tell me. I will take the answer from your mind itself once I'm through with you. Herpo chuckles, and says, it is amusing how you think you alone can defeat us. Us? Who is us? Tatiana asks, dismissing the elf as a threat immediately. In response, Herpo hisses, he's a parcelmouth. Tatiana thinks, amazed at how he had kept it a secret throughout their 5 years together. After Herpo stops his hissing, the ground begins shaking, and he says, while I would love to deal with you myself, my pet will suffice. It is my own creation, after all, and hence, it is completely loyal to me. Tatiana points her wand at Herpo, and yells, Psyche Catastrophe. A curse that shows itself to the world as just a transparent ripple in the air. The soul destruction curse does exactly that. Completely destroys the soul within whoever it hits. She sees the magic fly through the air towards the man, who remains unmoving. Right before the curse can hit him, something comes out of the ground in front of him. And the curse splashes harmlessly against thick scales of something snake-like. Unfortunately, the curse doesn't believe animals have souls, and hence, it doesn't work on them. It was some sort of snake. Not one she had ever seen before, but its scales were definitely as magically resistant as that of dragons. Just by looking at the dark green scales, she could tell that the animal will be a difficult foe to beat. It was just a bit over 40 hands long, staying around her Po, who had his eyes closed now, focusing on some spell. She feels a spell hit her, compelling her to close her eyes, and she does. Not voluntarily, she scowls, recognizing the magic of the spell as one cast by Athreos. But why did he do that, she wonders. Another spell compels her to turn her back towards the snake, which makes her want to fight the spell. However, something within her was telling her to trust Athreos, to trust his judgment. When she turns her back to the snake and her former master, she opens her eyes and sees a few people fallen on the ground, dead. The rest were screaming, running around in a panic, as one of them yells, "Don't look it in its eyes." Cursed eyes. Cursed eyes. Tatiana didn't know how Athreos knew about this secret ability of the snake that even she didn't know. But she can guess that it is something he had read about. Guess she needs to thank the cute scholar later. Her Po hisses something else, and she hears the snake coming after her. Aiming blindly, Tatiana throws the spell, Phlegomony Katara. Behind her, the cursed flames of Hades flow out of her wand's tip, shaping into a serpent as big as her own size. The flames attack the snake, and she hears screeching, as the snake burns. Unfortunately, the screeching stops within a few seconds. As the snake returns to attacking her, the flames snuffed out by the elf. Tatiana doesn't get afraid, however, having already been prepared to someday, hopefully, fight a dragon. This was basically the same thing for her. Holding her wand in her fist tightly, Tatiana stops her run, and stabs it into the ground. The ground underneath the snake lifts up so suddenly, that it sends the snake flying into the air. Waving the wand at the raised piece of land, Tatiana stabs her wand forward. The land separates from the earth, and immediately goes flying at her Po at great speeds. Turning the wand over to the now dropping snake, Tatiana sends a blast of gray lightning out of her wand towards it. The lightning hits the snake on its tongue, since its mouth was open. The cursed lightning travels from the tongue over to the rest of the snake's body, and does its work. All the senses of the snake, be it sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing, and even the sense of the temperature, get scrambled. Unless the counter curse is given, within 10 minutes, the snake will be completely blinded, without any of its other senses to rely on. Before the snake can regain itself, Tatiana conjures a hail of arrows, and sends them all flying towards the beast's open mouth. The mouth of the beast is bombarded by a dozen arrows, all of them stabbing inside the roof of the snake's mouth, slowly killing it. Tatiana turns towards her Po, ignoring the snake now falling on the ground, and immediately gets thrown in the air by the elf, who had managed to defend its master from her attack from before. Tatiana crashes into a tree, already feeling a few broken bones. She immediately rolls away, letting another bolt of magic slam into the palm tree she was unwittingly resting on. Enough, her Po says, his staff, FF and his right hand both pointed at the skies. The elf immediately follows the order, and disappears from its location, appearing back to the side of the dark wizard. Still with his arms raised up, her Po looks over at her. His cowl still disallowing her from seeing anything, and says, "This is the culmination of my patience, dearest Tatiana. You see, the body I'm currently inhabiting is not my own. It belongs to a helpful priest of Osiris named Imhotep. His knowledge of necromancy was very helpful to my cause, you know. One such spell, my love, allowed me to summon all the dead within Misr. Loyal completely to me." And then, he slams the staff into the ground, stabbing it a few inches deep, and yells, "Calest tus necros." From the head of the staff, from the eyes and mouth of the skull atop it, black smoke starts coming out, dropping down on the ground. The smoke rests there for barely a second, before it blows outwards in all directions, flying away from her Po, and keeps expanding. From the ports of Alexandria, all the way to the Great Pyramids of Giza, every inch of land is covered in the black smoke. And then, the smoke drops down, and starts digging into the earth. Tatiana looks horrified, seeing the earth shaking due to what is obviously his necromancy spell succeeding, and turns towards her Po, still ready to fight him. However, his attention was not on her. He was looking at another direction. He was staring at Athreos, who in return was also staring defiantly at Harpo's face, his hands folded on his chest. Harpo says, "Elf, go bring me that man. His magic is strong despite him not being trained, he shall be a good next vessel." Horrified, Tatiana sees the elf disappear, and immediately snaps her head over to Athreos, only to sigh in relief a moment later. Athreos was still staring at Harpo, glaring more like, with the elf held in his one hand, by its neck. Tatiana can't help but be impressed, seeing the muscles on his arm. Elves might be lighter than humans, very lighter. But they're not light enough to effortlessly hold in just a single hand. "Fine, I will do it myself," Harpo says, turning towards Athreos with his hands raised. Acking her sword off its sheath for the first time in a long time, Tatiana immediately appears right in front of Harpo, and immediately slashes her sword at him. The man leans away, his training still ingrained even within his soul. But not enough. The steel sword cuts through his neck, and Tatiana smirks, feeling her job done. Harpo disabses her of the belief when he punches at her stomach, while she's still in the air. Tatiana immediately disappears, seeing that his hand was glowing a dark gray color. She did not want to risk being cursed by the necromancer. Necromancers have spells that can banish souls, summon souls, control souls, harm souls, curse souls, and of course, as she just found out, suck the years out of souls. She did not know what else they're capable of, and she didn't want to find out firsthand. She appears, once again, in the opposite direction of Athreos, with Harpo in the middle. Harpo looks at her, and she sees the stab wound heal right in front of her eyes, the wound glowing with a blue light. So the absorbed decades also give him a better healing. Tatiana thinks, her mind going back to the dagger that Athreos had fixed on her back. She now knew why Athreos had given it to her. But she didn't know how Athreos knew at first glance. She glances at him, and finds him just staring at her, a reassuring smile on his face. The elf was nowhere to be seen, so he probably killed it. She would have done the same, if an elf had dared to attack her. It is possible that he's an oracle of the goddess, or a descendant of one. "You dare harm me, after everything I did for you. Even after all the success you got after killing me, you want to harm me. Tatiana, I was willing to forgive your sins, and allow you back beside me once I become pharaoh, but now you will be alive. Forced for centuries upon centuries to watch me torture your lover," Harpo says, taking threatening steps towards her. Meanwhile, the soul summoning spell was still working, and ground was still shaking all around her. Right next to Tatiana. In fact, the first crack in the ground forms, as a hand appears out of it and grabs onto her hand. "Ah!" Tatiana immediately yells, blowing it up on instinct. The hand was just made of bones, with no flesh to speak of. She immediately stands up, as the skeleton keeps rising out of the ground, many more such skeletons joining it above ground. She turns her head left and right, seeing skeletons start rising from the dead, as they surround her. Even the two royal mages who had died before she even got here were now risen from death. Their bodies holding their own swords up. Harpo, who had spread his arms to embrace the feeling of power, says, "Do you see now, Tatiana? This is power. First Alexandria, and then Misr, and then the whole world will be mine. I shall be the first and only pharaoh to rule the entire world. And my army of the dead will bring this victory to me. No mortal weapons will harm them, no magic will keep them down. Every spell has a weakness," that is what she had always read. And right now, as she is surrounded by hundreds of skeletons, she could find just a single weakness. A necromantic spell only works as long as you power it, and you can't power a spell when you're dead. So, she needs to kill Harpo to end the spell, to end the terror of the army of the dead. As the skeletons start approaching her, Tatiana takes her sword in her left hand, and begins cutting through them. With her wand, she would fire spell after spell, element after element, while her sword took care of anyone that got too close. Unfortunately, even when the skeletons and half-decomposed corpses were cut into two, they kept approaching her, crawling on the ground. "Is this your idea of a victory, Harpo?" Tatiana yells, seeing Harpo start walking towards the palace, no doubt to kill the pharaoh and take his place. As he stops, She asks, is this your idea of a revenge? Have some corpses kill me by overwhelming me with numbers. I didn't take you for a foul coward, Herpo. Herpo turns away, and she finally gets to see his face, the cowl now down. His face was not one she was familiar with, obviously. The body belongs to someone called Imhotep. And more likely than not, the staff does as well. He says, very well, your wish of dying by my hands will be granted, my love. I shall give you that much honor. He then turns towards the corpses, who were all staring at him in expectation, and yells, go. Kill every soldier or mage you find, kill anyone that gets in your way. Start with the library, and the temples of the Egyptian gods. Tatiana hoped that the guards, mages, priests, and even Athreos would be enough to deal with the thousands of corpses rising all over Misr, and that she succeeds in her plan. Or else, all hope will be lost. Tatiana puts her sword away, not needing it right now, and faces Herpo. Athreos was gone from his position on top of the house, probably to help the others deal with the corpses. Herpo holds his staff to his side, and asks, shall we begin, my love? I'm not. You're anything. Tatiana grits out, and points both her palms at him, her wand held in one hand. An enormous shockwave erupts from her palms, and speeds towards Herpo, who was a very short distance from her. The shockwave slams into his staff, which he had brought in between, and the wind immediately turns into fire. Herpo sends the flame after her, in a wave, and Tatiana stabs her wand at the flames, sending another curse through the flames. The curse strikes another curse, that Herpo had sent at her through the flames himself. And a wave of Tatiana's wand curses the flames, sending them back towards Herpo. The flames, now similar to the cursed flames of Hades, flow towards Herpo, as if it was a wave of water. Herpo stabs his staff into the ground, creating a bubble of vacuum around himself. The flames then get sucked into the bubble, into Herpo's palm, and Tatiana readies herself. Herpo throws the ball of condensed flames at her, and Tatiana casts her strongest shield spell, the indomitable shield of Aegis. The flames slam into the shield, causing it to push her back. Another similar ball of magic, shaped and willed into the form of the flames by Herpo, slam into the shield, and this causes the shield to break, sending Tatiana flying backwards. As Tatiana falls down on the ground, her wand flies out of her hands, falling a very large distance away. As Tatiana begins getting up, she sees Herpo with his staff head pointed at her, and immediately raises her arms, casting a strong shield once again. This time, however, thanks to not having the extra accuracy that her wand grants her, the shield is not strong enough to stop even a single attack from Herpo. A black-colored curse slams through the shield, and hits her in the shoulder, sending her skidding backwards even more. Tatiana coughs, and once more starts getting up, but this time, she feels something wrong. Her hands, her legs, her entire body was weakening, the flesh itself was rotting, as if she had already been dead for centuries. The curse that just touched you is one of my own inventions. You see those corpses, those inferi, that are running rampant around Misr with just a handful of defenders against them. This curse turns any living person into that, an inferi under my own command. You have just a minute before you turn completely. So, any last words? The annoying voice of Herpo was grating on her nerves, everything about him making her hate him even more. Still defiant, as her arms were shriveling up inch by inch, Tatiana looks up at Herpo, and says, yes. Damn you, Herpo. And then, Tatiana disappears from her position. Herpo looks around, ready to kill her when she appears despite the curse. Unfortunately for him, Tatiana takes a short detour, stopping in another location to get something out. When Tatiana appears, she does so right in front of Herpo, between him and his staff. In one swift motion, Tatiana immediately stabs her dagger, the one Athreos had given her, into the skull that covered the staff head. Still mid-fall, she sees the dagger break through the skull's magical protections as if they were butter. And then, she takes the dagger out. She sees the skull turn black, at the point where she had stabbed it, and then, boom! A loud explosion throws her and Herpo away, in the same direction. Tatiana lands on Herpo once, but the force of the explosion still causes her to go even further. and wanting to waste the opportunity, Tatiana takes aim, and banishes the dagger towards her Poe, hoping to kill him once and for all. Unfortunately for her, she was not still when she did that, and she also wasn't entirely healthy. So it is, that the dagger flies over her Poe's fallen body, just grazing his skin on his exposed nose. Tatiana drops down, now unable to move at all. The curse had already taken a lot out of her, and her efforts at destroying his staff and killing him had taken even more. She was a guest of just a few seconds. You, Tatiana, you're a whore who should have stayed in her own place. Now that you're the High Mage, you believe you're above all. No, I am still her Poe, an immortal mage, and I will have my power. Her Poe yells, now struggling to stand up from his fall. I taught you everything I know, Tatiana, my love. And you still betrayed M. He stops, frowning, and puts his hand on the wound on top of his nose. What did you do? He asks, his eyes widening when he sees his blood, darkened from whatever the dagger did to it. Tatiana, unable to even move her head, just stares at him, not saying anything. His hands start trembling, stopping them from ever reaching the wound once again, and then he drops down on the ground, dead. All around Misser, the corpses which had come back to life turn to black smoke, and then, just the way they had come, the smoke gets pulled underneath the earth. As the smoke disappears, the cracks do too, one by one, until nothing remains. Tatiana smiles, her body now extremely shriveled up, as she starts dying. She thinks, it seems her Poe's death does not stop the curse from spreading further into my body. Tatiana closes her eyes, accepting her death. She had already accepted it when she had planned the dagger moves, and now, she was ready to die at the ripe old age of 24. Mason's paw. Feeling an enormous explosion of magic go off, I smile, using my magic to throw the remaining corpses away from me. Turning towards Master Onuris, who was fighting right beside me, I say, the enemy is mortal once again. The soul anchor he had created is no more. I had told him about her Poe as soon as I had joined him and the other defenders, both muggle and magical alike, in fighting the Inferi. Inferi, corpses raised to fight the battles for a wizard. And her Poe had summoned millions of them to fight barely a few thousand actual fighters. The mages were all right, once they had realized that Fire works spectacularly against the monstrous corpses, but there was a significant amount of loss in muggle life. Her Poe, the foul, the one to first create a basilisk, as well as a horcrux, and I had witnessed both these feats with my own eyes. Or nose, for the horcrux. My sense of smell was impressive, too damn impressive than even I had expected. Just like Victor, I could smell mutants. And now, probably thanks to my mutation, evolving thanks to my magic, I could also smell magic. I can tell when a person is a wizard, muggle, or even a squib. But that's not important, it seems my sense of smell. L had now evolved to the point that I can smell the way the magic leans. As soon as I had first appeared in front of her Poe, I had immediately smelled the dark magic that I was intimately familiar with. Thank you, Tom Riddle. I had immediately smelled the horcrux, the skull that was placed on her Poe's staff. It was probably one of his relatives, placed as an addition to the staff to make it more of a match to him. And now, the horcrux was gone, her Poe was mortal again, and I really hope Tatiana is all right. Master Onuris nods, banging his staff on the ground in front of the library, and burns the Inferi all through a few dozen meters. He turns towards me, and says, "Go, I know you want to check on the High Mage." I nod, thankful at his offer, and prepare to apparate. "Athreos," he says, stopping me from apparating. As I look towards him once more, he says, "I do not know what your relation with her is, but I hope you're careful. The Pharaoh does not take anyone touching his mistresses well." I nod, already knowing it, and having plans in the ready for it, and then apparate over to the house. I immediately widen my eyes, seeing her Poe start falling down, the dagger behind him leaving no doubt as to the cause. I see Tatiana smile, her body strangely looking as if it has been dead for years, decomposed a little, and apparate next to her immediately. Her eyes close, all her senses already shutting down. I could hear her heartbeat weaken, smell her blood drying up. "No, no, no. I'm not letting you die, Tatiana." I mumble, and immediately place my hand on her chest, to cast the count. Curse of what I think is the Inferi curse. My hands glow white, as two magic bands form around my wrist, stopping the counter curse from even forming. Fuck. The punishment for broken oath. I don't Ink Tatiana is conscious enough to allow me to heal her, so. Taking my sword out, Galadmagle, I place it in her hands, using the blade to cut into her palm while forcing her to hold onto it. The cut heals, the sword making it so. And slowly, bit by bit, the skin regains its life. It takes a few seconds, but Tatiana becomes completely healthy once again. I once more thank myself for creating these swords, or even coming across the light sword. Tatiana coughs, spitting a lot of mucus out, and then looks up at me, her eyes unfocused. Athreos, I survived, she asks, whispering slowly. I nod, and ask. I broke the healer's oath in my past, Tatiana. I need your permission to heal you completely. Tatiana frowns, a bit confused, but nods. I sigh in relief, seeing the bands around my wrists disappear, and begin casting spells on Tatiana's body. The sword still in her hands helps my spells heal her body faster, and so it is that within a single minute, Tatiana stands on her own legs once again. Looking at the sword in amazement, she then looks up at me, and says, "You, Athreos, have a lot of questions to answer." I smile, and I just hug her. I might not have known her for long, but I was beginning to like her. She's wild, talented in magic and fighting alike, and she has a thirst for knowledge just like me. But most of all, she's a survivor. And I was glad that I met her. I say, I'll answer everything, but first. I point my palm at the fallen Herpo's body, and shoot the cursed flames, fiendfire at him. The flames form in the shape of an eagle, and swoop in to swallow his corpse. Then, I have the flames burn pieces of his staff, as well as the skull that once used to be his Horcrux. Better not take risk, in case there is a way to reform a Horcrux. Sure, there might be other Horcruxes, but it'll take him time to regain strength if he does have them. For now, Herpo isn't a threat. I then hold her hand, summon the fallen dagger, the one that killed Herpo back to me, apparate Tatiana and I to my house in the Greek quarter of Alexandria. I kiss her on the lips, once again relieved to have not lost her, and say, I will be back within a few hours, and you will your answers. But first, I need to go and reassure the priests that Herpo is dead, actually dead, and that the Inferi won't be coming back anytime soon. Tatiana smiles, as her eyes begin drooping. She mumbles, "Tell them I died." Or something. I'm through with the pharaoh. I shake my head, smiling. She was the only royal mage alive anyway, the Inferi having killed the other two unconscious ones. Poor men. Just like some of the muggles of my time had sympathized to my desertion, I can't help but feel the same with Tatiana. So young, and already been through so much. I just lay her on my bed, casting a few spells to warn me if she wakes, and apparate back into the spot which once held Herpo's corpse. I sit down, and wait. It won't take long for Master Onuris to lead the priests of Osiris here, so that they can deal with Herpo's body, which they won't find. I wasn't going to take a risk with Herpo, not when I actually know how dangerous he is. I can't help but chuckle, realizing that this is the first battle that I've been a part of, where I didn't even face the big bad even once. Tatiana did it all on our own, and I'm once again glad I met someone like her. She might have had a rough past, abusive superiors, but now she is the strongest girl I know. Seeing Master Onuris walk towards me, an entire army of wizards, muggles, and other priests with him, I put on a sad face, forcing tears to appear out of my eyes. Time to put on a show for them. I want to begin canon MCU before CH100, so wish me luck. Thank you for your support, understanding, and well wishes. Sorry for inconveniences of sometimes shitty chapters. Ta-ta. Culture. Just a warning. Some chapters might be of a lower quality, the reason being that I'm hella depressed and sleep deprived. Most of the time, I'm trying to be a good author. But sometimes my brain just no work. I know what I want to write, but words just refuse to come. I literally spent half an hour trying to remember the word, analyze. Thank you for understanding. Now, read on. I sit there, staring at the patch of burnt ground with a terrified look on my face. The reason for the terror was the battle I had just witnessed happening between the High Mage Tatiana and her predecessor, Herpo, both of whom had died in the battle, or so I'm trying to portray for the spectators. Tatiana was peacefully sleeping in my house, recovering from her injuries and almost dying to the Inferi curse. I had just recounted the tale I had cooked up for the priests, who were now busy looking for any signs of Herpo's presence with the waves of their hands and taps of their staffs through methods currently unknown to me. I've already planned on raiding the Temple of Osiris, and probably all the other temples for their knowledge too. Maybe hold just recreate the Room of Knowledge in my own way, with a lot of buildings under the area. I'll figure it out soon enough. Apparently, Herpo turned himself immortal by creating an object that he priests themselves identified as a Horcrux as soon as they actually got here, that anchored him to life. His spirit survived his death, and possessed a priest of Osiris by the name of Imhotep for who knows how long. Before he modified the staff with the addition of his father's skull. He then hired some people to try and burn the magical library, and when they failed, he killed them, sucking years out of their bodies to further extend his life. I was the sole witness to his description by the would-be arsonists, and hence, I was brought in by the royal mages to help track Herpo down. The royal mages fought him, and all of them died, with Tatiana killing him, and destroying the Horcrux with the cursed flames of Hades. Unfortunately, she lost her life to the Inferi curse she was previously hit by. And the cursed flames just sped it up for her. The flames then dissipated on their own, despite the many other targets spread around. Between my tail, the pharaoh had come atop his elephant chariot. Curious about the battles going on all around Alexandria, and the absence of his royal mages to protect him. He had brought his Magi with him, and ordered me to repeat the tale. And now, 30 minutes after I had taken Tatiana to my home, I was finally done with the tale. I was just a scholar, a man who was at the wrong place at the wrong time, with just some modicum of talent in the magical arts which barely helped him survive. The pharaoh, Ptolemy XII, after hearing the tale, and asking for some confirmations from the priest's orders, Magi, go to the palace, and gather all the books from the royal mage library. And burn those books. If one high mage can become immortal using the knowledge in them, and plot to overthrow us, then some other mage might do it too. No, the knowledge is too dangerous to be left intact. From this moment onwards, the organization known as Royal Mages has been disbanded. The magical library is also ordered to inform us of any new student that AP approaches them before allowing them entrance into the library. Dismissed. Well, shit, I need to be quick if I want to save the knowledge from being burned. But this is going to make things a bit bad for wizards. The presence of royal mages gave the other mages some degree of respect over the common man. Now, that respect will move towards distrust, and then discrimination. As soon as the group is dismissed, I apparate away, before anyone can even say anything, and appear in Tatiana's room in the palace. With a tap on top of my head, I become invisible, while my saber-tooth mutation together with my ninja memories grant me a manner of silent footsteps. A wave of my hands gathers all the books in Tatiana's small library in front of me, and another wave conjures exact copies of those books in the shelf. Placing the originals in nowhere, I summon some of Tatiana's belongings, clothes, swords, daggers, and jewelry and all, and place them in nowhere too. Then, I walk out the door, and towards the Royal Mage Library. Time to copy all the books here quickly, and place originals in nowhere. These copies won't hold for long, barely a couple days. But the Magi will burn them anyway, so it doesn't matter. As soon as I walk through the library doors, guided by memories I'd stolen from Tatiana during our second meeting, I stopped feeling something missing. There was nothing to indicate this library was protected by anything more than the door. It was just a large room, filled with magical lights, shelves lining the floor and walls, and a chandelier hanging overhead. But there were no magical protection spells, no wards, and not even a fucking librarian. I knew, thanks to Tatiana's memories, that there was actually no librarian, so that did not surprise me. But her memories were clear in the wards that protected the library. No one other than the royal mages, the guards of the palace and the pharaoh himself could enter the library door. And of them, only the royal mages, the pharaoh, and one specific servant of the pharaoh could take the books out. But there was nothing of the sort here. It seems when the pharaoh disbanded the royal mages something happened. Despite being a muggle, the simple proclamation from a pharaoh was enough to break the wards around the library. Well, good enough for me. I got myself 2,000 new books and scrolls. And boy, the necromancy section here is filled with books that even the Library of Alexandria doesn't have. Rituals to raise the dead completely, rituals to gain the magical strength from another, spells to break through walls and protection spells. Spells to stop those spells from working. There's a literal manual in here about Horcruxes, which makes me wonder why Tatiana didn't recognize the skull. Maybe she never read this book. Oh, what's this? The possible locations of the Golden Book and the Black Book. Damn, no wonder they brought this book here and not in the library for anyone to see. 100 or so at a time, I copy the books and replace the originals with their copies. All of the originals went to my nowhere, to be moved to my castle later. My work done, I apparate again, around a minute before the Magi get to the library and appear in my house. Tatiana was still asleep, which makes me smile a bit. Gods, I almost lost a wonderful friend in her. Shaking my head, I step back into the mirror dimension gateway that forms behind me. Now in front of me was someone that I was really hoping to find for a very long time. A house elf, one belonging to Imhotep, that followed her pose orders after he took over Imhotep's body. I had tried finding about house elves before, in the library, but the earliest text that mentioned them was from 700 years ago. And it just called the house elves as a race of servants, or slaves, with no history of their background. Nothing in the Library of Alexandria had anything on the history of house elves, where they came from, how they were enslaved. Nothing. And I hadn't even encountered any house elves in Alexandria yet. This one was the first one. Why enslave other beings when humans make such good work, check food for poisons without any magic, wave your fans, and can give you sexual pleasures? Fucking Ptolemies. Well, hopefully the newly stolen library of the Royal Mags has something, or I'll have to keep raiding libraries until I find something. Pointing my index finger at the elf, I cast Renervate at him. With a gasp, the elf wakes up, and stares around warily. When it sees me, it widens its eyes, and takes a few steps back. Where is we? The elf asks, as I use telepathy to go inside his, and it is a he, head. Well, good to know that even in Greek, elves have horrible grammar skills. Damn, I miss Blinky now, she was such a good speaker. I nod at him, and say, my name is Athreos Ados, elf culture. This is your prison for as long as I feel like it. But it can be changed, if you work for me, now that your master is dead. I know from experience that elves cannot escape from the mirror dimension. Not even when I called for Blinky did she escape, which is impressive, if a little worrying. She did come to my location, only inside the mirror dimension, and hence she did not escape. The mirror dimensions are a tough nut to crack, and almost impossible for anyone not an actual god to navigate. My master can't be dead, he be immortal. Culture says, denying the statement. I look at him, my telepathy making me see that the elf was just in denial. But still, this is too good an opportunity to let up. Just in case Herpo is actually alive. Just in case he had another Horcrux out there. I nod at him once again, and say, that is a possibility, yes. How about we make a deal? I will let you out of here, this prison that I have trapped you in. I will give you 2 weeks to go and find your master. If you find him, feel free to stay with him, I don't care. But, if you fail to find him, if you fail to even find a sign that your master is still alive, you will come back to me, and work for me, becoming my elf. Is that acceptable? It takes a while to convince him, but well, he didn't have any other choice. I'm still hoping to find a way to free the elves from their slavery, but to do that, I'm going to have to break a few of my own rules, and a few morals. Sighing, I knock Culture out once more, and place my hand on his back. A single runic circle is placed on his spine, allowing me to see through his eyes whenever I want, and track him whenever I need to. If he finds proofs of her Po still being alive, I'll know it. Bringing culture out into the real world. I wake him up and send him on his task, to find her Po, and sit beside Tatiana, waiting for her to wake up. I doubt her Po is still alive, no one is paranoid enough to see. Create 2 Horcruxes when at most 100 people in Egypt even know about Horcruxes. The methods of their destruction also aren't widely known. The predecessor of Fiendfire, the Cursed Flames of Hades, is the only true method known. Since no other venom has worked so far, the basilisk is far from being the one with the most powerful venom, but its specific venom is the one that destroys Horcruxes. Noondew Breath, which is just a bit weaker than basilisk venom in terms of potency, does absolutely nothing to Horcruxes. Dragon Fire, which is almost as dangerous as Fiendfire, is also of no use. And Basili, SKS weren't a thing until her Po made them a thing through some ritual or the other. I don't know how he created it, but I doubt just allowing a toad to sit on top of an egg will create basilisks. Well, I have the second basilisk corpse anyway. So good for me. Soon, Tatiana wakes up, and after putting some food in her, she begins my interrogation, thankfully by simple questions. So, you're stronger than you like to show. Any reason for that? Tatiana asks, while sipping the fermented goat's milk in her hands. Nodding, I say, I just don't like to bring attention to myself. At least, not anymore. The last few times that I had more attention than I could handle didn't go well for me. What happened? Tatiana asks, already feeling amused at whatever answer she expects. Chuckling, I say, I got captured by an enemy army. Twice, and most recently landed naked in the woods, my wand destroyed, thanks to an accident with a teleportation spell. Tatiana smiles, understanding that it's not something I'm too sensitive about. It happened, I got over it. Easy as that. I'm not someone to hold grudges. Much. Morphin Gaunt and Grindelwald were a different matter, obviously. She asks, tell me, honestly, are you magically a better mage than I?